Despite being born into a legendary beast tamer family, the young man's talent was so pathetically low that he could only daydream about intimate encounters with a mysterious fairy during class. That radiant, breathtakingly beautiful figure appeared once again in Li Xingqian's dreams. The woman's graceful form was as alluring as a budding flower, her beauty transcending the mortal realm like a celestial fairy descended from the ninth heaven. Even Long Yaden, the school's most beautiful girl, would pale in comparison to her. Li Xingqian, are you willing to merge with me? The fairy's voice rang out like heavenly music. This was the countless time he'd had the same dream. Each time Li Xingqian was filled with anticipation, yet always fell short at the crucial moment. This time, he swore he would completely conquer this peerless beauty and complete his Kamingafage ritual. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Once the bell rings, we'll be forced to stop again, Li Xingqian urged, his inner desire burning like wildfire. Unexpectedly, the fairy began her usual spiel again. Eons ago, there was a master of all heavens, accompanied by divine beasts named Sangqiong and Huanyuan. Together, one man and two beasts conquered the heavens, invincible in every battle. Enough, enough. I'm sick of hearing this. Later Huanyuan betrayed the master of all heavens, attacking him from behind and causing his downfall, and the heavens have been invaded by Huanyuan ever since, right? Li Xingqian interrupted impatiently. The fairy had repeated this story thousands of times, always rambling on and wasting precious time. The legend of the master of all heavens was already well known, but scholars generally considered it mere fictional mythology. In reality, several terrifying celestial beasts were the true rulers of the world, entrenched in the depths of the wasteland, making humanity tremble in fear. After 10,000 years of struggle, humanity finally gave birth to the extraordinary profession of beast tamers. Combined with traditional warriors and modern technology, they barely managed to survive under the threat of the giant beasts. Simply because Li Xingqian's beast-taming talent was so utterly inferior, he was destined to have no connection with the path of the strong. True geniuses like his younger brother Li Yueming, who possessed a great beast-taming talent, could reach the pinnacle. As for him, he was nothing but a complete waste. Ding ding dong dong. The class bell suddenly rang. Damn it! Failed again. Li Xingqian cried out in anguish as he shot up from his seat. He immediately realized his mistake. It wasn't time for class to end at all. The red-haired, voluptuous, and sexy female teacher Tang Aran was still on the podium explaining the key points of controlling spirit beasts in the afternoon, running over time. The entire class erupted in laughter. Tang Aran, with her fiery figure and curves accentuated by her tight red outfit, frowned, a flash of displeasure in her beautiful eyes. Li Xingqian, what were you shouting about failing again? Tang Aran asked coldly. The burly male student behind him mockingly laughed with schadenfreude. Teacher Tang, don't mind him. This guy was practicing controlling spirit beasts in his dreams, but unfortunately his skills are lacking. Mocking laughter surged like a tide, each laugh piercing Li Xingqian's self-esteem like a blade, making him wish he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Tang Yuran glanced at him contemptuously. Instead of fantasizing about awakening talent in daydreams, you'd be better off listening carefully in class. Perhaps that might increase your chances of success by a fraction. Li Xingqian nodded with a flushed face and sat down, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Once again, he had been ruthlessly scorned by his goddess-level teacher. Although Tang Yuran was a teacher, she was actually not much older than her students, only in her early 20s. As a third-rank beast tamer, she was already a top expert in the remote Jinkan township. Rumor had it that she came from a prestigious family in Fengdu City, and her teaching here was considered slumming it. Precisely because of this, suitors flocked to her endlessly, yet none could catch her eye. Being despised by such a proud and beautiful female teacher cut Li Xingqian to the core. What young man doesn't yearn to show his best side before the woman he admires? Unfortunately, Tang Yuran had never given him a proper look. A cold gaze fell upon him, and Li Xingqian looked up to meet his younger brother Li Yueming's emotionless eyes. Tang Yuran gracefully moved to Li Yueming's desk and smiled sweetly. Student Yueming, you possess a great beast-taming talent. Don't be nervous about tomorrow's test. If you successfully control a spirit beast, your teacher has prepared a special reward. She deliberately leaned forward, her proud figure displayed in full view, making the male student's blood boil. Everyone envied Li Yueming's good fortune. Having supreme talent meant you could do whatever you wanted. Faced with such temptation, Li Yueming remained expressionless, nodding calmly. I won't disappoint you. His tone carried absolute confidence, yet lacked the emotional fluctuation it should have had. Tang Yuran laughed with slight disappointment. It seems the rumors are true. You only have eyes for Long Yaden. However, I must remind you that even a genius like you will find pursuing her no easy task. Li Yueming remained silent. Tang Yuran looked at Li Xingqian again, her eyes full of confusion. Both brothers, both from the same legendary beast tamer family. How can the difference be so vast? It's truly incomprehensible. These words struck Li Xingqian's heart like a heavy hammer, yet he was powerless to refute them. In this world, Talent determined everything, and strength dominated destiny. Beyond that, there was no other way to turn things around. After class, Li Xingqian returned to his dormitory alone. Lying on his bed, recalling the humiliation in class, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms until his fingertips turned white. Oomph. So what if they have high talent? People with strong abilities have to go to the front lines to die, while a waste like me can enjoy peace and safety. Who's the real winner? Li Xingqian consoled himself, yet tears stubbornly slid down his cheeks. The Li family motto rang powerfully. A good man should put country first and people in his heart, vowing to sweep clean the wasteland and save all living beings. How could he not want to become a hero admired by all? How could he not want to venture deep into the wasteland to search for his missing beast tamer mother? Master of all heavens, do you really exist? Was there truly such a powerful human 10,000 years ago? Merge. As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Merge successful. Sangxiong Beast Taming System Awakening. Li Xingqian sat up abruptly, a game interface-like light screen appearing before his eyes. Host, Li Xingqian. Beast Tamer Talent. F grade, 1. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Endurance, 30. Spirit, 15. Beast Companions, none. Skills, none. What the hell is this thing? Li Xingqian stared in amazement. He had just casually muttered the word the fairy always used. So he had been misunderstanding all along. The so-called merge wasn't that kind of intimate affair between men and women, but rather a code word for accepting inheritance? Could it be that everything the fairy Sangqiong said was true? You're finally willing to merge with me. I thought I'd have to wait for the next destined person to appear before I could pass on the master of all heaven's inheritance. A familiar voice reached his ears. Li Xingqian turned his head and nearly fell off the bed. The fairy Sangqiong from his dreams had actually appeared in reality beside his pillow, languidly lying on her side, completely naked. That proud figure, those heart-stopping curves, were displayed before his eyes without reservation. How could a 17-year-old innocent boy withstand such an impact? There was no way he could handle this. Xingqian. Chen Pengzi suddenly burst through the door. The dorm door slammed against the wall with a loud bang, startling Li Xingqian. He instinctively pulled the blanket up, completely wrapping the beautiful woman, Sangqiong, who was lying on his bed. His voice carried a hint of panic. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Chen Pengzi paused, glancing around the already small dorm room, scratching his head. Well, this is my dorm too, isn't it? Besides, when have we ever bothered with knocking? His gaze quickly fell on Li Xingqian's hands. The blanket was bulging and gripped tightly, practically screaming that something was being hidden. Not hiding someone in there, are you? No. Li Xingqian waved his hands frantically, speaking at lightning speed. He himself had no idea what was actually happening. Chen Pengzi squinted suspiciously, curling his lip in disbelief. Yeah, right. Your reputation as a good for nothing is known throughout the school. If a girl was actually blind enough to end up in your bed, that would be a miracle, huh? Li Xingqian had nothing to say and could only continue clutching the blanket tightly. Chen Pengzi finally remembered his actual purpose, his tone shifting. This afternoon, the Academy is distributing spirit beasts based on academic rankings. The higher your grades, the better quality spirit beast you get. Once awakened successfully, the spirit beast becomes your personal property. Have you checked your grades? I did. 995th place, Li Xingqian replied flatly. 995? Out of 1,000 students in the whole school, you're fifth from the bottom? Chen Pengzi's jaw dropped. You used to be around 400th place at least. How do you keep getting worse? Does it make any difference? Li Xingqian shrugged. I guess you're right. Chen Pengzi spread his hands with a hearty laugh. You're the eldest son of the Li family anyway. Even if you're terrible at beast taming, you'll still live comfortably. Li Xingqian just smiled without responding. Chen Pengzi continued chattering. But your younger brother Li Yueming is truly a monster. I heard he ranked second in the entire school, only behind Long Yaden. The Academy assigned him a fire attribute spirit beast, most likely grade quality. That's worth quite a fortune. Li Xingqian's heart stirred. Slightly grade quality with fire attributes could easily sell for millions on the market, equivalent to several years of the Li family's revenue. Yet the Academy was giving it directly to Li Yueming, showing the treatment reserved for geniuses. Yes, he's always been that outstanding, Li Xingqian said with a touch of self-mockery. Before he finished speaking, there was another knock at the dorm door. Chen Pengzi went to open it, revealing Li Yueming standing outside, surrounded by admirers like stars around the moon. Well, speak of the devil, Chen Pengzi greeted with a smile. We were just talking about you, saying the Academy is giving you a priceless fire attribute spirit beast. Li Yueming nodded slightly, his gaze moving past Chen Pengzi to Li Xingqian, his tone calm. That's exactly why I'm here. I plan to give you the spirit beast the Academy assigned to me. The air instantly froze. Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi stared at each other in shock, while the students who had accompanied Li Yueming also showed expressions of disbelief. After a long moment, Li Xingqian finally spoke. Why give it to me? The family will buy me a wasteland ancient, Li Yueming answered with casual indifference. so I won't need that fire tribute spirit beast. Wasteland Ancienta rare spirit beast worth over 100 million, possessing ultimate brute strength and primitive savagery. Throughout history, fewer than 1 in 10,000 had successfully tamed one. But Li Yueming possessed a grade beast taming talent, so perhaps he really could succeed. Everyone held their breath, both shocked by the Li family's wealth and envious of Li Xingqian's good fortune. After all, while the Wasteland Ancient was indeed a coveted treasure, the great fire spirit beast was equally precious beyond measure, and now, it was being given to Li Xingqian for free. Someone muttered, "How lucky to have such a good little brother. Even with poor grades, he can still get the second best spirit beast in the whole school." TSK, TSK, TISK. In the noisy dormitory hallway, several students gathered around the doorway, chatting and laughing. Pengzi frowned. This should have been wonderful news for Li Xingqian, but knowing Li Xingqian as he did. "You don't need it anymore, so you're just throwing it at me?" Li Xingqian stood by his bed, his eyes dark and brooding. "What? You don't want it?" Li Yueming raised an eyebrow, his tone cold and indifferent. "No," Li Xingqian answered through gritted teeth. "Fine." Li Yueming turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Pengzi sighed quietly just as he had predicted. The other onlookers showed no mercy in their mockery. What an idiot. For the sake of so-called dignity, he's rejecting an opportunity he'd never get in his lifetime. Your only claim to fame is being Li Yueming's older brother. If you cut ties with even that relationship, you're really screwed. The mocking continued until everyone followed Li Yueming out, and the hallway finally fell quiet. Pengzi looked at Li Xingqian, trying to soften his voice as he offered comfort. "Don't worry about it. Just pretend you didn't hear them. There are too many idle people in this world. They're not necessarily better than you, but they like to step on others to feel important, after all." He stopped mid-sentence. Li Xingqian gave a self-deprecating smile. "After all, I'm Li Yueming's older brother, right?" Pengzi sighed again. As an only child, his family had to accept him for better or worse, so he couldn't truly understand Li Xingqian's situation. Perhaps after graduation, Li Xingqian would be sent off to some remote backwater to manage family businesses, living out his days as an ordinary, unremarkable person. "It's fine. For me, any spirit beast is the same." Li Xingqian's voice was filled with confidence. He now had the celestial beast mastery system, making him completely different from before. Pengzi, thinking he had given up entirely, could only sigh once more, pat his shoulder, and leave the dormitory. The moment the door closed, Li Xingqian threw back his covers. The stunningly beautiful woman, Sangxiong, who had been sitting on his bed earlier, had somehow disappeared. With a thought, he called up the system interface, finally having time to examine it carefully. The interface was divided into 4 main sections: host, spirit beasts, storage, and missions. The spirit beast section was empty. He hadn't contracted any spirit beasts yet. But in storage, 2 cards lay quietly, a talent upgrade card and a spirit beast evolution card. Li Xingqian focused on the first card and tapped it with his mind. The screen instantly enlarged, revealing several lines of golden text. B-grade Beast Mastery Talent Upgrade Card. The small text below explained, upon use, the host's Beast Mastery Talent will be upgraded to B-grade. Directly upgrade Beast Mastery Talent? Li Xingqian was too shocked to speak. Beast Mastery Talent essentially determined a Beast Master's entire life. The lower the talent, the worse the quality of spirit beasts one could control. With his original F-grade talent, forget high-tier spirit beast, she could barely handle anything above F-grade. If he could truly upgrade to grade, he could contract spirit beasts with qualifications up to grade. The higher the qualification, the more astonishing the future growth potential. Grade spirit beasts were often barely different from ordinary animals. "Holy crap, this isn't a dream, is it?" he murmured, placing his fingertip on use. "Does the host wish to use the B-grade talent upgrade card?" "Use it." Li Xingqian's heart pounded wildly. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Beast Mastery Talent upgraded to B-grade. Li Xingqian quickly checked his host panel, where the Beast Mastery Talent section now clearly displayed B-grade. It felt like a dream. Beast Mastery Talent was mostly determined at birth and nearly impossible to change later otherwise. Li Yueming wouldn't be so highly valued. The second card is a grade Spirit Beast Evolution card. The fine print reads, can evolve any spirit beast to grade aptitude within the same species. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Both cards possess extraordinary effects. This one can even directly enhance a spirit beast's aptitude. Conventional spirit beast evolution only follows step-by-step level advancement according to an evolutionist's plan, rarely touching upon innate talent. Improving talent is practically equivalent to defying fate itself. Even the most skilled evolutionists are powerless against it. Yet the Azure Sky Beast Mastery System can accomplish this effortlessly. Unfortunately, Li Xingqian currently has no spirit beast, so he cannot immediately test this card's power. Clang, clang, clank. School assembly bell suddenly rang out. Li Xingqian leaped from his bed and rushed toward the playground in quick strides. By the time he arrived, the field was already packed with students. all gazing expectantly at the main platform. Only by possessing a spirit beast could one truly embark on the path of a beast master. Li Xingqian was the last to arrive, instantly becoming the center of everyone's attention. Instructor Tang Iran, who was overseeing the ceremony, frowned deeply. Was this boy deliberately late? She had already reminded the students to arrive early to calm their minds and perform at their best during the control phase. Yet Li Xingqian had dragged his feet until the very end. All right. I hope you all succeed in your control attempts and become true beast masters. Li Xingqian didn't catch a single word of the principal's closing remark. She had never been interested in such official speeches anyway. The principal and teachers always focused on the talented students, while poor performers only received token consolation. The enrollment rate of Jinshan Township's Beastmaster Academy had never depended on underachievers. Apart from Fatty Chun patting his shoulder in comfort, everyone else couldn't be bothered with him. Following his assigned number, Li Xingqian walked to his corresponding cage. Inside was a fire fox with sparse fur, so thin it was skin and bones, barely distinguishable from an ordinary fox. Theoretically, fire foxes should contain fire energy, but this one emanated almost no heat whatsoever. Grade lower aptitude, truly no different from a common beast. How pitiful. Looking at the cowering fire fox in the cage, Li Xingqian felt compassion and gently reached out to touch its sparse fur. The moment his fingertips made contact, rows of data suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fire fox aptitude, grade lower. Species, Fox Clan. Level, first tier. Strength, 25. Speed, 30. Endurance, 20. Vitality, 25. Skills, none. Special talents, none. Bloodline power, none. Huh. Li Xingqian instinctively pulled back his hand and looked around in bewilderment. Where did all this information come from? Ding. Spirit beast detected ahead. Initiate control now. Control. Determining spirit beast ownership. Capturing. Capture successful. Initiating control. Ding. Control successful. Li Xingqian was completely stunned. What just happened? Control succeeded just like that? Tang Yiran had repeatedly emphasized that controlling spirit beasts was extremely difficult, requiring one's mental power to continuously suppress the beast's spiritual resistance until finally imprinting a mental mark, the beast seal, in its consciousness. Only with this seal would a spirit beast truly submit to a beast master. But Li Xingqian had just experienced none of that process. He glanced at the others, most of whom wore twisted expressions as they struggled with the spirit beasts before them. Across the training ground, the whimpering wind mingled with the students' labored breathing, yet only the iron cage in front of Li Xingqian remained silent. The fire fox lay docilely at the bottom, its fluffy tail gently tapping against the bars. In contrast, Chun Pongzi's chubby face was scrunched up as he gritted his teeth, wrestling with his gray-furred earth wolf. The other students also had bulging veins, looking as though they might be overpowered by their spirit beasts at any moment. Is that really it? Li Xingqian felt uncertain, as the process had been far too easy, even wondered if he was dreaming. He raised his hand to open the system panel, where the silhouette of a fire fox now appeared prominently in the spirit beast section. Come out and do a roll, he commanded tentatively. Without hesitation, the fire fox bit open the cage door, leaped to the ground, and performed a graceful somersault in the dust. It actually worked. Li Xingqian's eyes instantly blazed like ignited flames as he clenched his fists. Unable to contain his excitement from now on, he too had his very own spirit beast. The system notification followed immediately. Ding. Host detected to possess a spirit beast. Use spirit beast talent evolution card. Use it. This time Li Xingqian didn't hesitate for a second. In an instant, the fire fox's fur seemed licked by flames, rapidly transforming from its original reddish-brown to a brilliant fiery red, each hair standing on end with faint fire elemental fluctuations. Ding. Fire fox has evolved into a grade aptitude spirit beast. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first spirit beast control mission and successfully advancing to novice beast tamer. Rewards as follows. 1. 3rd grade and below spirit beast evolution path observation skill. 2. Spirit beast power enhancement pill X1. 3. Spirit beast evolution card exchange opportunity X1. The rapid succession of notifications nearly numbed Li Xingqian's ears, and he couldn't help but marvel. He had done practically nothing, yet reaped so many benefits all at once. Meanwhile, Tang Iran, who had been monitoring the students from the elevated platform, suddenly looked up, her long lashes fluttering in the sunlight. She clearly sensed a considerable surge of fire attribute energy from the back rows of the training ground where, by all accounts, only spirit beasts with extremely poor aptitude, practically equivalent to ordinary animals, should have been distributed. Curiosity drove her down from the platform. Her tall figure moved through the crowd, unnoticed as all students were locked in struggle with their spirit beasts, too preoccupied to pay attention to this prodigy. Tang Yiran stopped in front of Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian was still absorbed in the fire fox's transformation until a faint, elegant fragrance drifted over. He jerked his head up. Tang Iran frowned slightly, her gaze fixed directly on the fiery red creature wagging its tail. How could such a spirit beast possibly be in your hands? And you've already successfully controlled it? She asked in a low voice. No one else on the training ground had finished the trial, yet Li Xingqian had completed it ahead of schedule. What shocked her even more was the intensity of fire energy the fox radiated at least grade level. As a talented student who also possessed a fire attribute spirit beast, she couldn't be mistaken. What exactly is your situation? Tang Yuran's voice was full of inquiry. Li Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. The system's existence absolutely could not be revealed, and he found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a group appeared in the distance, led by Li Yueming. He carried a silver iron cage containing another fire fox upgrade superior spirit beast provided by the academy. Brother, this fire fox is for you. Whether you can successfully control it depends on your fortune. Li Yueming smiled warmly. Tang Yuran was slightly stunned. Couldn't Li Yueming see that Li Xingqian already had a grade firefox at his feet? Discussions erupted instantly. The rumors are true. Li Yueming is giving his brother another grade superior spirit beast. So envious. My spirit beast is only grade. Don't mention it, mine's grade. Why does that waste of a brother deserve this? I heard Li Yueming owes him. Chen Pongzi squeezed over to Li Xingqian's side with effort, advising. Xingqian, just take it. If you really can't use it, selling it could earn you millions, totally worth it. In his view, the Li family would likely abandon this good-for-nothing young master today anyway. So why not grab some money and live as a carefree rich kid in some small town? Li Xingqian still shook his head. I already told you, I don't want it. Everyone's expressions froze. Was refusing again. The scene was so surreal it was hard to accept. At that moment, several more people approached quickly, all academy prodigies who usually followed Li Yueming around. They had successfully controlled their spirit beasts, whose aptitudes were quite impressive, and now were arrogant expressions. Li Yueming, I think you should stop forcing the issue, one of them sneered. Your brother doesn't want it because he's afraid of embarrassing himself. With his grade beast taming talent, how could he possibly control a great spirit beast? The mockery directed at Li Xingqian was filled with contempt. Just as Tang Yuran was about to ask what was going on. Why won't you take it? Li Yueming pressed urgently, his voice filled with anxiety and frustration. In the center of the crowd, Li Xingqian stood with his hands in his pockets, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You think giving me something can make up for everything you owe me? Do you remember how you got your grade beast taming talent? His words fell like a stone into still water, freezing the air into silence. Li Yueming remained quiet, and Chen Pongzi beside him lowered his head. Many people exchanged glances clearly. This old story was no secret. In fact, Li Xingqian hadn't always been the grade waste everyone mocked. He was born with a dual beast seal, making him an ancient century prodigy in Jinshan Township's 100-year history. But when he and his brother were born, the Li family elders discovered that Li Yueming had no beast seal at all, while Li Xingqian possessed two. To ensure both children could pursue the path of beast taming, their father made an immediate decision to forcibly extract one beast seal from Li Xingqian and transplant it into Li Yueming. The cruel irony was that the extracted seal carried the rare grade beast taming talent, while Li Xingqian was left with only the grade one. So when Li Xingqian claimed that Li Yueming owed him, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Without that extraction, the one dominating the beast taming academy today should have been his older brother, Li Xingqian. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, and Tang Yuran's heart skipped a beat. So this was the truth? Even the most careful beast seal transfer inevitably caused damage. If it was a grade now, it might have been close to grade before the transfer. A natural dual beast seal, plus one potentially grade seal. Li Xingqian could have been a top-tier beast taming prodigy, even earning direct admission to the Advanced Beast Taming Academy in Fengdu City, instead of being ridiculed as waste in this small town. With this realization, she began to understand the casual defiance and rebellious spirit in Li Xingqian's eyes. Anyone would struggle to accept such a fate. Li Yueming opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Several of his companions immediately stepped forward, with one male student snorting disdainfully. Li Xingqian, that's just your side of the story. When has the Li family ever publicly acknowledged this? I think you're just afraid of being looked down upon. So you made up this lie. A girl raised her chin and spoke even more sharply. Li Yueming is already a first-rank beast tamer and will soon break through to second rank. At only 17, he's qualified to enter the Advanced Beast Taming Academy in Fengdu City. There are only 3 spots from Jinshan Township this year, and he's secured one. Could you achieve that? Do you know how much effort he's put in? She spoke rapidly, as if afraid of being interrupted. Though the Li family has declined, if Li Yueming becomes a legendary beast tamer, the entire clan will rise again. The Li family is already planning to spend a fortune to buy him an ancient wasteland spirit beast as his lifebound companion. Yet you spread rumors out of jealousy, trying to elevate yourself by putting him down? Ridiculous. This girl was known as Li Yueming's devoted supporter, harboring romantic feelings for him. Even though Li Yueming had never truly noticed her, She remained willing to do anything for him. But even so, her words at this moment were so cutting they were hard to bear. Tang Yiran frowned even, she found it difficult to listen to. Li Xingqian suddenly strode forward and delivered a vicious slap across the girl's face. The crowd fell silent instantly. Li Xingqian, who had always been submissive, had actually exploded today. What the hell are you? What do you even know? Li Xingqian roared. The girl was stunned by the slap, deep red marks immediately appearing on her pale face. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shouted angrily, "You! How dare you hit me?" With that, she released the spirit beast from her arms. It was a sapphire water hound, a common breed among water tribute spirit beasts with great aptitude. At the girl's command, the sapphire water hound transformed into a blue streak and lunged at Li Xingqian. The surrounding students quickly backed away, afraid of getting caught up in the fight. The sapphire water hound was extremely fast, pinning Li Xingqian to the ground in the blink of an eye. Fighting is prohibited on school grounds. Instructor Tang Yiran frowned and was about to intervene when something unexpected happened. Li Xingqian's fire fox had somehow escaped from its cage and moved even faster than the sapphire water hound. With its fiery aura erupting, it bit down on the water hound's neck, its scorching fire energy frantically corroding the water energy. Within seconds, the sapphire water hound was on the verge of death, unable to resist any longer. Everyone was stunned. How could Li Xingqian's fire fox, marked as great aptitude, possibly suppress a great sapphire water hound? Yet the facts were right before their eyes. The sapphire water hound had been completely crushed. Tang Yiran stared at the fire fox with a complex expression. I knew I wasn't wrong. This fire fox has evolved its talent under Li Xingqian's care. It's already reached lower grade. She was shocked. Among the 1,000 spirit beasts distributed to students, there were only a dozen or so above grade. Yet Li Xingqian had somehow evolved in grade spirit beast to grade, something almost unheard of. She recalled the legends. If a spirit beast and its master were highly compatible, they might resonate during the bonding process, naturally improving the beast's aptitude. But such cases were extremely rare, and now she was witnessing it firsthand, a leap from lower grade directly to lower grade. The training ground was now dead silent. Li Xingqian's spirit beast is grade now. Exclamations of amazement rose one after another. Fatty Chen looked at the water toad in his arms with surprise and joy. He had just felt that his upper grade water toad was somehow inferior in presence to Li Xingqian's grade fire fox, and now it turned out the fire fox had actually evolved. Awesome, absolutely awesome. He excitedly slapped his thigh. Li Xingqian really is the chosen one. Even with his talent stolen, he's still incredible. As Li Xingqian's best friend, Fatty Chen had always believed that someone born with the twin beast mark was no ordinary person, which was why he had befriended Li Xingqian despite opposition. Facts proved he had bet correctly. When a genius makes a comeback, they're destined to be extraordinary. The other students were already dumbfounded. Was this still the same Li Xingqian who had been called a waste? Even Li Yueming fell silent, lost in shocked contemplation. After the fire fox released its grip, the sapphire water hound died on the spot. The girl held her beloved pet and cried inconsolably. This was my first spirit beast. You're finished. I'll have my brother teach you a lesson. Li Xingqian couldn't be bothered to respond and once again pulled up his fire fox's data panel. Aptitude, lower grade. Species, Firefox clan. Level, first tier. Strength, 105. Speed, 80. Endurance, 60. Vitality, 65. Skills, none. Special talents, none. Bloodline power, none. Normal evolution path, 3-flower Firefox. Celestial evolution path, defying heaven's will. Defying heaven's will first stage, physical evolution. Defying heaven's will second stage, skeletal evolution. Defying heaven's will third stage, blood evolution. This time, not only had all attributes improved comprehensively, but multiple evolution paths had also appeared on the panel. Clicking on any evolution path would reveal detailed steps. Knowledge about spirit beast evolution is only taught at advanced beast taming academies, Li Xingqian thought with surprise. Even many mature beast tamers only have a superficial understanding of it. In fact, there was a profession specifically dedicated to studying evolution called evolution masters. Though they weren't beast tamers themselves, they had always been highly respected by beast tamers. Even many experienced beast tamers only had a partial understanding of evolution, but there was a profession called evolution masters who, while not beast tamers themselves, were respected by beast tamers. Evolution comes in two forms. The first is ordinary evolution, which results in a first-grade 3-flower Firefox. This represents the most common and fundamental evolution path for the Firefox clan, and it's the only height that the vast majority of grade spiritual beasts can ever reach. However, what truly shocked Li Xingqian wasn't this fact, but rather that he could directly see the Firefox's evolution plan and required materials. Ordinary evolution method. 10 spirit crystals, 10 bone-melting grass stalks, 1 fire yang ginseng, 10 blood thorn berries. Melt all materials into a medicinal soup under high temperature. Let the fire fox soak within it, and once the liquid is completely absorbed, evolution will be complete. This is knowledge only taught at advanced beast taming academies. Li Xingqian's heart pounded wildly. The coursework there was extremely difficult. Many official beast tamers could only half understand it, yet he could see everything clearly at a glance. He quickly shifted his gaze to the water toad in Fatty Chen's arms. Water toad. Aptitude, C grade superior. Race, amphibian. Level, 1st grade. Strength, 75. Speed, 90. Endurance, 60. Vitality, 75. Skills, basic water bullet. Special talents, none. Bloodline power, none. Ordinary evolution path, giant water toad. Special evolution paths, heavenly frost ice toad, reedy poison toad. Beyond the conventional route, the water toad could actually evolve along 2 special bloodline paths, transforming from a toad into a true toad, truly worthy of grade superior aptitude. Immediately after, Li Xingqian discovered that his Firefox's attribute panel differed slightly from the water toad's, containing an additional azure sky evolution path. What could this mysterious evolution route possibly mean? Just as he was stroking the Firefox's soft fur, a piercing roar shattered the practice field. Who killed my sister's phantom blue waterhound? Seeking death? Do you think I, Wang Mang, don't exist? Everyone turned toward the sound to see a buzz-cut youth striding forward, a 4 to 5 meter python coiled at his feet. The crowd quickly parted, none daring to block his path. This was their senior, Wang Mang, who commanded a grade black shield earth python that had already reached 2nd grade, its power crushing all spiritual beasts present. The black shield earth python raised its massive triangular head, vertical pupils locking onto Li Xingqian's Firefox, its muscular frame rippling like steel cables, radiating overwhelming pressure. Tang Iran frowned deeply. Even graduates from the previous class are here? Li Yueming remained expressionless, merely glancing at Wang Mang, something unreadable flickering in her eyes. The domineering aura spread instantly. Many students' spiritual beasts cowered behind their masters. The Firefox's forepaws trembled slightly, yet it still positioned itself in front of Li Xingqian, its tail fluffed into a flame-like ball of fur, stubbornly facing off against the earth python. Well, this little waste has some backbone. The buzz-cut youth sneered coldly. But useless courage only leads to death. He patted his shoulder, and the earth python immediately opened its gaping maw, foul breath rushing forth as its forked tongue flickered menacingly, making the Firefox's fur stand on end. The Firefox suddenly bit down on the python's scales, but the size difference was too great. It was easily flung away, crashing hard into the ground. Dust flew as the Firefox struggled to rise, only to see the python's shadow looming overhead, death approaching in the next moment. Li Xingqian's heart clenched, his breathing seeming to stop. Ribbit! Suddenly, a blue-green water toad leaped between the earth python and the Firefox. Then it spat out a massive water orb that slammed into the earth python, creating a deep dent. Amid the thunderous crash, water mist scattered everywhere, and the hard snake scale showed clear indentations. The black shield earth python's charge was forcibly halted, allowing the Firefox to narrowly escape the gaping maw. Li Xingqian's tense nerves relaxed slightly as he turned to Chimpanzee, who was striding over. Thanks for the save. Chimpanzee waved dismissively. Don't mention it. That guy was way too arrogant. The Firefox huddled by Li Xingqian's feet, the flames on its tail trembling slightly. Li Xingqian stroked its soft fur and smiled bitterly. In this world, might makes right. His spirit beast is stronger, so he does have the capital to be arrogant. After their brief exchange, Li Xingqian immediately pulled up the system panel. Azure Sky Evolution Method, Defying Heaven and Changing Fate. Defying Heaven and Changing Fate. First stage, Physical Evolution. Evolution requirements: 10 spirit crystals, 100,000 wealth points. Predicted evolution effects: strength 80, speed 50, endurance 40, vitality 40. Am I seeing this right? Li Xingqian rubbed his eyes. Just 10 spirit crystals to complete the first stage of Defying Heaven and Changing Fate? And the stat increases were even higher than the Firefox's original stats. According to the prediction, its physical attributes would completely surpass a cranked superior spirit beast like the water toad. Do you have 10 spirit crystals? He asked Chimpanzee directly. Chimpanzee was stunned. Yeah, why? Give them to me. Give you. Chimpanzee frowned, not out of reluctance, but because 10 spirit crystals were worth 100,000. Even though his father was a mining tycoon, spirit crystals couldn't be thrown around carelessly. Beast mastery was an expensive profession. Li Xingqian's eyes lit up as he looked at the water toad beside Chimpanzee. Your water toad has 2 special evolution paths. It can evolve from a toad to a true toad. Consider these 10 spirit crystals payment for buying the evolution method from me. Really? Chimpanzee was skeptical. He knew Li Xingqian spent years in the library with incredible reading knowledge, but to see through special evolution paths at a glance. Still, seeing Li Xingqian's urgent expression, he pushed the 10 spirit crystals over. Brotherhood trumped hesitation. The moment the spirit crystals were in hand, the system notification rang out. Obtained 10 spirit crystals. Firefox's first stage of defying heaven and changing fate evolution requirements met. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. Li Xingqian didn't hesitate. As long as the panel delivered on its predictions, he could instantly crush that earth python. The next second, strange radiance burst from within the firefox, red and gold intertwining like flames surging beneath its fur. Ding. Evolution successful. Evolution results as follows. Firefox aptitude, rank lower grade. Species, Firefox clan. Level, grade 2. Strength, 185. Speed, 130. Endurance, 100. Vitality, 105. Skills, none. Special talents, none. Bloodline power, none. Normal evolution path, 3 flower Firefox. Azure Sky evolution method, defying heaven and changing fate. Defying heaven and changing fate first stage, physical evolution complete. Defying heaven and changing fate second stage, skeletal evolution. Defying heaven and changing fate third stage, blood evolution. As the light faded, everyone could see the Firefox had clearly grown a size larger, its fur more lustrous, its tail flames blazing as if ready to ignite the air itself. Li Xingqian's heart pounded like drums. Every crucial stat had been delivered. The current Firefox could absolutely tear apart a rank superior Black Shield Earth Python in direct combat. After completing the first stage of defying heaven and changing fate, a new notification appeared. Defying heaven and changing fate second stage, skeletal evolution. Evolution requirements. 100 spirit crystals, 1 million wealth points. Predicted evolution effects. Firefox evolves into three-tailed golden flame fox. Hiss. Li Xingqian's scalp tingled. The three-tailed golden flame fox that was an ancient wasteland clan. From an ordinary Firefox to an ancient wasteland clan, separated by just one skeletal evolution. At this moment, he finally understood what defying heaven and changing fate evolution meant. Complete transformation, truly defying heaven and changing fate. Do you have 100 spirit crystals? Li Xingqian asked again. Huh? Boss, you've got to be kidding me. You think I'm running a spirit crystal mine or something? Chimpanzee scratched his head, looking completely speechless. 100 spirit crystals was equivalent to 1,000,000 gold notes. Even his father, who ran a coal mining business, wouldn't casually hand him such a massive sum. Are you all forgetting about me, Wang Mang? Wang Mang, who had been completely ignored, slammed the table and stood up, his face dark with anger. He barked an order at his Black Shield Earth Python. Kill their spirit beasts. While he still had reservations about killing people, he felt no pressure whatsoever about killing a couple of measly spirit beasts. Li Xingqian merely gave a calm command to his Firefox. Go. Finish off that little snake. The Firefox leaped into action, pouncing toward the Black Shield Earth Python. The scene was almost identical to the initial encounter, the same pouncing motion, the same claw shadows, but this time, the Firefox's claws pierced deep into the python's scales, tearing away a large chunk of bloody flesh. The air instantly froze, and everyone fell silent. In their understanding, while the Firefox was a fire tribute beast, it was known for its high intelligence rather than attack power. In terms of ferocity, it was far inferior to tiger or wolf species, and it lacked the fangs and thick armor of pythons. Yet this Firefox had easily torn through a second-grade Black Shield Earth Python, famous for its defense and strength. How is this possible? The Firefox was clearly at a disadvantage just moments ago. How did it suddenly turn the tables? Could it be that the Firefox has hidden attributes in its potential? Discussions erupted. As a common spirit beast, the Firefox's potential had been thoroughly researched. Even if Li Xingqian had achieved resonance with it, raising its talent to the rare grade level, the grade difference was still there. Most of the onlookers were students who couldn't see through what was happening. Only Tang Iran's gaze sharpened. The Firefox's aura had already climbed to the second grade. What on earth happened? She wondered in amazement. Meanwhile, Wang Mang's face turned ashen as he roared. Useless. You can't even handle a first-grade spirit beast. The Black Shield Earth Python's small eyes showed confusion at the scolding, but it still endured the severe pain and threw the Firefox to the ground. Taking advantage of the Firefox's momentary daze from the impact, it quickly coiled around it, its scales making a harsh scraping sound. Constricting kill. A deadly skill common to all python species. Once caught in its coils, the victim would either suffocate or be crushed to death. Crack. Crack. The Firefox's bones were being compressed, and it let out pained whimpers. Wang Mang threw back his head and laughed maniacally. A useless master breeds an equally useless spirit beast. Haha. Li Xingqian, even if you got lucky and evolved your Firefox's talent to grade, so what? Before me, you are nothing but a powerless weakling. Mocking laughter erupted from the crowd as they openly ridiculed Li Xingqian. In their eyes, he was just yesterday's bottom-feeder trash. How could he possibly compete with Wang Mang, the campus #1? Wang Mang's sister shrieked with excitement. Brother, kill his Firefox. Leave him without even a spirit beast. Chimpanzee watched in horror. This was supposed to be just a private fight between students, but now it had escalated to killing spirit beasts. Moreover, the fire fox had an extremely high compatibility with Li Xingqian. Teacher Tang had mentioned that such resonance was incredibly rare. Once missed, it would be nearly impossible to find again. Wang Mang sneered coldly, his crushing gaze falling upon the fire fox. I'm going to kill it. Why should trash like you possess a spirit beast with such good potential? Garbage belongs in the garbage dump. Stop dreaming of defying fate. Kill the spirit fox. Kill the spirit fox. Trash back to the trash heap. Waste should stay waste. The watching students fanned the flames, making the situation worse. None of them wanted to see their former comfort object soar to greatness. If Li Xingqian truly became a genius, they would lose their reference point for superiority. Li Xingqian's face turned ashen. You want to kill my spirit beast? Wang Mang lifted his chin with an air of supreme arrogance. You hit my sister and kicked the wrong iron plate, so I'm going to kill you. What's the problem with that? Li Xingqian's expression grew increasingly pained. You really want to kill it? Impatience was written all over Wang Mang's face. The weak have no right to survive. The Black Shield Earth Python suddenly applied more force, its massive body constricting the fire fox until its bones creaked and groaned. The Black Shield Earth Python, known for its strength, was indeed ferocious, and the fire fox currently had no advantage. Chimpanzee paced frantically in circles. His water toad couldn't intervene at all, so he could only desperately appeal to Tang Iran. Teacher Tang, the school strictly forbids private fights. If you don't stop this, the fire fox will die. However, Tang Iran remained unmoved. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Li Xingqian wanted to unravel the secrets surrounding this young man. The fire fox was also grade 2 with level potential, while the Black Shield Earth Python was merely level. At low levels, the gap in potential shouldn't be immediately decisive, yet the fire fox hadn't used its fire abilities. This situation was orchestrated by Li Xingqian. First let Wang Mang reveal his killing intent, then counterkill the Black Shield Earth Python, achieving both revenge and the moral high ground. What a calculating little schemer. Tang Iran nodded silently, beginning to reassess Li Xingqian's worth. Suddenly, Li Xingqian roared in grief and fury. You forced me to do this. Wang Mang scoffed dismissively, completely unconcerned. A cold smile crept across Li Xingqian's lips. Little fire fox, unleash your fire energy at full power, turn it into roasted earth python. As his words fell, orange-earth flames suddenly blazed around the fire fox's body. Scorching heat waves swept through the surroundings, distorting even the air itself. The Black Shield Earth Python cried out in pain and quickly released its coils. Li Xingqian raised a single finger and spoke coolly to Wang Mang. Give me 100 spirit crystals, and I might spare your spirit beast. 100 spirit crystals? Wang Mang nearly choked on Li Xingqian's outrageous demand. 100 spirit crystals meant a full million in absolute fortune in beast tamer circles. Despite their glamorous appearance, beast tamers faced astronomical costs for spirit beast evolution materials, and hiring an evolution master would double the expenses. Wang Mang knew his meager savings couldn't fill such a bottomless pit, so he remained confident his Black Shield Earth Python would never lose. Li Xingqian, you really think that little flame can burn through my Black Shield Earth Python scales? Wang Mang sneered coldly. The Black Shield Earth Python was renowned for its brute strength and defense, plus it had fire resistance. Li Xingqian's fire fox was merely a first-tier spirit beast. How powerful could its flames possibly be? Wang Mang's sister joined in mockingly. So what if it has great potential? My brother's is a second-tier spirit beast. Your little first-tier fox doesn't stand a chance. Li Yueming frowned nearby. His brother, barely alive after that beating, still dared to threaten Wang Mang? But he didn't intervene once the fire fox lost. His brother would naturally accept his superior spirit fox instead. In everyone's understanding, first-tier beast tamers had virtually no combat power. Unless they controlled ancient wasteland clan beasts or other grade spirit beasts, defeating a second-tier beast tamer was impossible. Is that so? Li Xingqian's lips curved into an amused smile. The next moment, the fire fox's orange-earth flames suddenly turned blood red. Temperature soared as scorching heat waves rushed forward. The Black Shield Earth Python's black scales instantly glowed red-hot, like branding irons, with flesh beneath sizzling and releasing the aroma of roasted meat. Li Xingqian took a deep breath and commented playfully. Smells great. Would be even better with some salt and cumin. Everyone's eyes widened. Wang Mang's face turned deathly pale as he stammered. Yuri also a second-tier beast tamer? Tang Iran secretly smiled. This guy really knew how to play his cards, only revealing his second-tier status now. But the situation was beyond salvage. The Black Shield Earth Python coiling around the fire fox suffered massive burns, thrashing its long body in agony. Yet the fire fox didn't release its grip, clawing and tearing away large chunks of scales and flesh with its sharp claws and fangs. Scorching fire energy poured into the wounds, forcing out thick oils. The very oils that once deflected physical attacks now became perfect fuel. Flames instantly raced along the python's body, turning the Black Shield Earth Python into a living fire serpent. Roar, the black shield earth python screamed and rolled as scales cracked in the inferno, filling the air with the mixed stench of burning flesh and blood. Everyone stood frozen. Wasn't Li Xingqian supposed to be worthless? How did he suddenly become a second-tier beast tamer? Li Yueming couldn't process it either, crying out, "Brother? No, don't kill it, it's going to be my bonded spirit beast." Wang Mang immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, no longer caring about his dignity. He had always planned to make the Black Shield Earth Python his bonded spirit beast once the contract was signed. He could transfer the Python's incredible strength and defense to himself. But now, as the Black Shield Earth Python was being consumed by raging flames, his plan instantly turned to dust. "No, I already gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't treasure it. Now it's too late." Li Xingqian's indifferent voice sounded like a final judgment as the flames roared up in one last surge of heat. The Black Shield Earth Python stopped struggling, its massive body stiffening as its charred scales cracked and sparked in the blazing fire. The firefox withdrew its power and leaped back to Li Xingqian's side, its crimson tail swaying slightly, as if seeking praise. Li Xingqian bent down and patted its head. "Good fox, you made me proud." This single compliment made the firefox so happy it bounced twice. But the onlookers only felt chills down their spines. This seemingly docile little beast had just burned alive a second-tier Black Shield Earth Python. The python's charred corpse still smoldered, and amid the acrid smell of burnt flesh, Wang Mang wailed in anguish, kneeling and screaming. "Li Xingqian, I'm a member of the Divine Wind Guild. My second uncle is the captain of Divine Wind Guild's crank team. By killing my spirit beast, you've made an enemy of the Divine Wind Guild. You're dead." The training ground erupted in commotion. Wang Mang had actually joined the Divine Wind Guild. The Divine Wind Guild was one of Fengdu City's most prominent beast tamer guilds, venturing deep into the wilderness every year to hunt and bring back vast quantities of rare resources, which they then sold at high prices. They even had a branch in Jinshan Township. Just 50 kilometers away lay a small wilderness area. The term small was only relative. That wilderness was said to be as large as several thousand Fengdu cities, and Fengdu City itself was 100 times larger than Jinshan Township, which meant the wilderness area was hundreds of thousands of times larger than Jinshan Township, vast enough for major beast tamer guilds to maintain permanent bases, with the Divine Wind Guild being one of them. The Divine Wind Guild had always maintained strict standards, second-tier beast tamers minimum, with spirit beasts no lower than grade quality. Unless one was already third-tier or above, they wouldn't even qualify to apply. Of course, geniuses were exceptions. Rumor had it that the Divine Wind Guild had long ago approached Li Yueming, but he had refused. With Li Yueming's pride, he preferred to first attend the Advanced Beast Tamer Academy in Fengdu City for further study. He didn't lack resources. Whether the Li family or various major factions, all were willing to invest heavily, hoping he would serve them in the future. Unlike Li Yueming, most beast tamers would choose Wang Mang's path, joining guilds to earn the resources and money needed for their spirit beast's evolution. At this moment, everyone looked at Li Xingqian with pity in their eyes. A Divine Wind Guild crank team captain was at least a third-tier beast tamer, and that was Wang Mang's second uncle. Offending such a powerful figure meant even the greatest backing might not be enough to protect him. Li Xingqian simply shrugged and replied casually, "Do whatever you want." With that, he turned and left the training ground, with Chun Pongzi hurrying after him. They walked in silence all the way back to the dormitory, where Chun Pongzi finally couldn't hold back anymore, slamming the table and shouting, "Li Xingqian, you're really not being fair. I treat you like a brother, but you treat me like an outsider." Li Xingqian was stunned. "What's wrong? When did you become a second-tier beast tamer? You didn't tell me about such a big thing, making me worry for nothing over there." Faced with his friend's accusation, Li Xingqian could only smile bitterly. He had just broken through himself. Who could have imagined that on his very first day of beast taming, he would step into the second tier? The Sky System's heaven-defying first evolution had allowed the Fire Fox to break through to the second tier in one leap. If he completed the second evolution and transformed the Fire Fox into the legendary Ancient Wilderness Clan, would it directly advance to a third-tier spirit beast? A Grade 3 Ancient Wilderness Clan creature is absolutely terrifying. Li Xingqian shifted the conversation and raised his hand in a stopping gesture. "Let's not discuss that for now. Your water toad currently has two evolution paths, the Frost Ice Toad or the Reeded Poison Toad. Which one would you choose?" Pongzi was stuffing snacks into his mouth when his fingers froze midair, the sweet taste instantly fading. Wait a minute. Are you serious?" "Of course." Li Xingqian tapped the table, his tone resolute. "Why would I lie to you? But I remember both the Frost Ice Toad and Reeded Poison Toad are considered quasi-ancient wilderness clan creatures, right? Can my water toad really evolve to that level?" "Absolutely." Li Xingqian nodded and explained. "The Frost Ice Toad naturally controls ice. Your water toad's Water Bullet skill can directly upgrade to Ice Bullet, doubling its destructive power. As for the Reeded Poison Toad, it specializes in deadly toxins. While its poison isn't as potent as true ancient wilderness clan creatures, It's far stronger than ordinary poison-type spirit beasts, and poison used cleverly often produces miraculous effects. He actually leaned toward having Chun Pongzi choose the reedy poison-type spirit beasts were rare, and when taking the Beastmaster Guild examination in the future, there would be fewer competitors, possibly allowing him to join a good guild. Chun Pongzi sat stunned for a while, his chubby face alternating between excitement and hesitation. Then, should I evolve it into a frost-ice toad? Poison feels somewhat sinister, but poison types are very rare. Don't rush, think it over carefully. Li Xingqian didn't pressure him, knowing this decision was crucial. For most Beastmasters, they initially possess only one beast seal, and their first spirit beast is often designated as their origin spirit beast. Once compatibility reaches 100, the spirit beast no longer occupies the beast seal, allowing the Beastmaster to contract a second spirit beast with the same seal. However, improving compatibility depends on both time and the beast seal's grade limitations. High-grade beast seals are rare, making it difficult for ordinary people to tame a second spirit beast. Setting the first spirit beast as the origin spirit beast instantly maximizes compatibility. Li Xingqian explained this logic to Chun Pongzi in detail again. Once the water toad becomes your origin spirit beast, you can share its abilities. If it evolves into a frost ice toad, you'll be able to control some frost power. If it becomes a reedy poison toad, you'll master poison techniques and follow the poison master path. Chun Pongzi listened with bright eyes, though his palms were slightly sweaty. Two paths, one fierce and direct, the other cunning and ruthless, and he couldn't bear to give up either. I need to tell my dad right away. Suddenly remembering something, he slapped his thigh hard. His first spirit beast back then was only grade E upper tier, but mine can touch the edge of ancient wilderness clan level. He'll be thrilled. Before finishing his words, he had already bounced out of the dormitory, his chubby figure swaying at the end of the hallway, his footsteps making the door panels buzz loudly. Li Xingqian shook his head somewhat helplessly. This kid really couldn't contain his excitement. However, sometimes he quite envied Chun Pongzi. Although that father-son duo were both incredibly thick-headed and would often break into public arguments over the smallest disagreements, even coming to blows. Li Xingqian leaned against the window, watching the amusing father and son on the playground below, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Chun Pongzi's father never made any demands of his son. Even though Chun Pongzi's beast-taming talent was only frank like his own, he would never treat him coldly. At least that guy had someone to share his joys and sorrows with, while Li Xingqian couldn't even find anyone to confide in. At this thought, he smiled bitterly and summoned the fire fox from his spirit beast space. The fire fox's flame-bright fur gleamed in the sunlight as it nuzzled warmly against his palm. Sensing its master's dejection, it gently licked the back of his hand with its wet, rough tongue, causing a slight tingling sensation. Grumble. The fire fox's stomach suddenly protested with hunger. Li Xingqian snapped back to reality. Spirit beasts were often starved before being tamed to weaken their wild nature, so this little one must be famished. Wait here, I'll find you something to eat. He patted the fire fox's head and turned to ransack the entire dorm room, finally managing to dig up some snacks he usually shared with Chun Pongzi. I don't know if you'll like these, but they'll have to do for now. Once I earn some money, I'll buy you proper spirit beast food. When he returned with the food, the fire fox had vanished. Huh. Li Xingqian instinctively scanned the room, his gaze falling on his bed, then froze completely. A naked girl was sitting on the edge of his bed. She was petite and adorable, with two fluffy crimson fox ears twitching atop her head, delicate whiskers barely visible beside her nose, and a similarly red, bushy tail trailing behind her like a fox girl who had just stepped out of a manga. Splurt blood instantly gushed from his nose. Li Xingqian was so stunned he questioned reality. You couldn't be my fire fox, could you? He rubbed his eyes, wondering if being single too long had made him see even foxes as attractive. This wasn't just attractive. This was blood-pumping gorgeous. Master, I'm so hungry, the fox girl said in a sweet, childlike voice that melted him to the bone. Oh, here you go. Li Xingqian reflexively handed over the snacks. The fox girl devoured them ravenously, while Li Xingqian remained blank-faced. Could spirit beasts nowadays transform into human form at will? That seemed way too advanced. Master, do you think I'm cute? The fox girl looked up with sparkling, watery eyes. Li Xingqian felt his soul being stolen away, and quickly pulled down his blanket to wrap around her bare body, frantically reminding himself. No matter how hopeless with women he was, he couldn't make a move on a fox. Master, don't you like me? The fox girl's ears slowly drooped, and her tail swept the bed dejectedly, looking as pitiful as an abandoned little animal. Li Xingqian was completely defeated. This fox girl was cuter than most human girls, with an innate charm, a living, breathing little fox spirit. Cute, he blurted out. If someone like you isn't cute, then there are no cute girls in this world. Really? Then will you give me a kiss? The fox girl pursed her pink little lips. Li Xingqian's ears turned red as cooked shrimp, and he steeled himself. She was his spirit beast after all, so a little kiss should be fine, right? Li Xingqian closed his eyes and leaned in for a kiss. Just as he could feel the fox maiden's breath, a magnetic yet chilling voice suddenly exploded in his ear. You won't even spare your own spirit beast? The voice made his heart clench violently, and he immediately opened his eyes. The fox maiden before him looked exactly the same. Her soft tail still pressed against his chest, but her aura had completely transformed. Those eyes that should have been lively now flowed with ice blue light, radiating a coldness that kept others at bay. Through those eyes, Li Xingqian seemed to see the shadow of another woman. Sanqiong, you're Sanqiong, he blurted out. After merging with the system at dawn, when he woke up, a strange woman had appeared beside him, the owner of these very eyes. At the time, Chun Pongzi had suddenly barged in, leaving him flustered. When he looked again, the woman had vanished, so he thought it was just a hallucination. Now it seemed clear that it wasn't a hallucination at all. This magnetic female voice was exactly the one that had been haunting his dreams. Realizing he had almost been intimate with his spirit beast in front of this senior, Li Xingqian couldn't help but blush with embarrassment, looking exactly like someone caught red-handed and with his own spirit beast no less. If word got out, he would lose all face. The fox maiden, or rather Sanqiong, paid no attention to his awkwardness and spoke indifferently. Though I've lost my physical form and exist as a system, I can inhabit any of your spirit beasts for a day. During inhabitation, that spirit beast can access a portion of Sanqiong's power. Sanqiong's power? Li Xingqian suppressed his embarrassment and immediately seized on the key point. The most obvious effect is exponentially increased combat strength. More importantly, it's not suppressed by the wasteland's power and can perform at 100% capacity in the wasteland. These words struck like thunder. All spirit beasts contracted by humans bore human marks, and once they entered the wasteland, they would inevitably be weakened by the wasteland's power, losing 20 to 30% at best, or retaining only 50% of their strength at worst. This was precisely why beast tamers desperately sought ancient wasteland clans. Those creatures born in the wasteland with special bloodlines could reduce this weakening, and the purer their bloodline, the lighter the suppression. But complete immunity was virtually impossible. The human mark would always remain. Yet Sanqiong's power could completely ignore this suppression. So from now on, when I go to the wasteland, I'll have a greater advantage than beast tamers of the same level? Li Xingqian's heart raced with joy. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. It's not unlimited. Sanqiong's voice remained calm. It depends on how long the spirit beast can endure. For ordinary spirit beasts, my power is akin to divine power and might crush them directly. Before she finished speaking, the ice blue light suddenly extinguished. Sanqiong's presence vanished along with it, and the fox maiden's figure blurred, instantly reverting to the firefox's original form. The firefox looked as if it had been crushed by a massive mountain, collapsed on the bed with fur matted with cold sweat, pink tongue hanging out, breathing heavily. Li Xingqian checked the time from when Sanqiong had transformed the fire fox into the fox maiden until now. It had been only about 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, the fire fox was already overwhelmed. It lay sprawled beside Li Xingqian's pillow, its round belly heaving rapidly as low whimpers escaped its throat. The dry rations it had devoured seemed to evaporate instantly, and its stomach began growling in protest once again. Li Xingqian sighed helplessly. That had been enough food to last him and his roommate Chen Pongzi 10 days to half a month. Yet it couldn't even fill this young spirit beast. Spirit beasts ultimately needed specialized spirit beast food. Firstly, to provide more abundant energy, and secondly, to cultivate better physical condition. Spirit beasts fed high-grade feed over long periods would have superior complexion and bone structure compared to others of the same rank and species. The difference was obvious at a glance. Li Xingqian understood this clearly, but what he lacked most right now was money. He pulled out his spirit crystal card. The surface was pure black, as tranquil as night, the exclusive color of nobility. Ordinary people used blue cards. Those in special professions used yellow cards, while black cards belonged only to nobles of exalted status. As the eldest son of the Li family, Li Xingqian naturally possessed such a card. Embarrassingly though, it contained not a penny. He had never asked his father for money, and his father was content to stand by and watch. So this card symbolizing status was cleaner than his face. Spirit beast food on the market was shockingly expensive. The formulas used meat from wilderness exotic beasts as ingredients, and the higher the grade of feed, the rarer the materials. Rumors claimed the finest grades even contained dragon meat, though these were just rumors, as such things couldn't be bought in Jinshan Township. In major cities like Fengdu, it was said to be sold by the gram, with 1 gram worth more than Li Xingqian's part-time earnings for half a year. As he worried, someone suddenly knocked on the dormitory door. Opening it, he saw Tang Iran in a flowing red dress. Li Xingqian was slightly taken aback. Though Tang Iran was their homeroom teacher who occasionally inspected dormitories to understand student life, she had never set foot in his room, the room of a poor student. Teacher Tang, what brings you here? He asked politely. What can I come? Tang Iran's tone was fairly gentle, with a faint smile playing at her lips as she stepped into the room. The moment she entered, her nose wrinkled slightly as she covered her mouth and nose with her hand. Typical boys' dormitory. Stinky socks thrown everywhere, dirty clothes piled like mountains, and you won't even open the windows. Don't you find the smell overwhelming? Your brother's dormitory is much cleaner. Li Xingqian's expression instantly darkened as he replied coldly. Everyone has different habits. This is just how I am. If you can't stand it, go to my brother's dormitory. Now lives in the independent housing area, not here. Tang Yiran didn't get angry at his defiance, but instead looked at him with interest. Do you think I'm biased? That I only focus on those geniuses and don't care about students like you? The facts were plain to see, so Li Xingqian remained silent. This world is just like that. Geniuses are always in the spotlight. Tang Yiran lifted the blanket on his bed and sat down uninvited, bending to pet the fire fox that was too hungry to move. I admit I'm not a good teacher. Since my goal is to discover and cultivate the strong, spending the same amount of time, geniuses grow faster, so naturally I'm inclined to invest in them. Li Xingqian frowned. Teacher Tang, if you only measure everyone with the yardstick of genius, you'll never discover the bright spots in those so-called poorly qualified students. Well said, you're a living example of that. So I've come to make up for my previous oversight. How about it? She asked with a smile. Li Xingqian's tone was unfriendly. Not interested, and I don't need it. With the Azure Sky's assistance, he felt he didn't need a teacher's help. Really don't need it? Tang Yiran raised an eyebrow. Don't need it. Are you sure? Tang Yiran reached out and touched the nearly starving fire fox. What if I buy it premium spirit beast food? Li Xingqian really wanted to refuse with authority, but looking at the starving little fire fox, his heart ached terribly. The little fire fox had undergone a heaven-defying evolution through the Azure Sky system, completing its first physical evolution and leaping from grade 1 to grade 2 in one breath. Now it desperately needed high-energy food to replenish what it had consumed. Otherwise, falling back from grade 2 to grade 1 wasn't impossible, so he really couldn't afford to be stubborn right now. What are your conditions? He asked in a lowered voice, his right hand unconsciously stroking the little fire fox in his arms, feeling its weak and rapid breathing. Tang Yiran had already settled herself in his modest dormitory. Her slender legs crossed elegantly, and the slit of her red qipao boldly revealed her thigh as she moved, making Li Xingqian momentarily unable to look directly at her. She leaned lazily against the headboard, but her gaze was sharp and alert. I do have designs on you, but don't treat me like some kind of threat. You have no power, no resources right now, so you need people like me. The girl's tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. She brushed away the hair by her ear and continued. I came to Jinshan Township to teach partly as a beast-taming instructor and homeroom teacher at the Intermediate Academy, and partly as deputy captain of the Divine Map Guild's team stationed here. We're planning a long-term stay in the small wasteland and are recruiting team members. I think you'd be suitable. Divine Map. Li Xingqian silently repeated this unfamiliar name. His memory came up empty, which meant the Divine Map Guild was likely newly established with a minuscule scale, nowhere near comparable to giant guilds like the Divine Wind Organization. But the reality was that most beast tamers after graduation could only join such obscure small guilds. The major guilds had such high barriers that newcomers often didn't even qualify to apply. Moreover, currently no one else was extending an olive branch to him. In others' eyes, he was just a poor student with grade beast taming talent. His spirit beast's sudden leap to grade was purely unrepeatable coincidence. With limited potential, no one was willing to risk investing in him. Tang Yiran was the first person to actively recruit him. Although his past impression of this teacher wasn't good, she was extremely caring toward his brother Li Yueming, while completely indifferent to him, even mocking him coldly multiple times. Regardless, she understood his background, making her far more reliable than a strange guild. Very well. Li Xingqian weighed his options internally and finally nodded. I need to earn money to support my little fire fox myself. A small guild is fine. Starting low doesn't matter. I still have to walk my own path. As soon as he finished speaking and mentioned that Divine Map is a small guild, Tang Yiran's expression stiffened almost imperceptibly before returning to calm. She said lightly, Li Xingqian, what a pity. Pity about what? He raised an eyebrow. I heard you were born with dual beast seal stats, a 1 in 10,000, even a 900,000 rare talent. Tang Yiran's tone remained calm, yet every word struck at the heart. One of the grade beast seals was forcibly stripped away and transferred to Li Yueming. I estimate that before being stripped, that seal should have been scrayed. Li Xingqian paused for a moment, then simply shrugged. And scrayed beast seal? Indeed, quite a pity. His tone was casual, without anger or resentment. Ever since obtaining the Azure Sky system, he no longer cared about so-called beast seals. Any spirit beast could evolve to astonishing levels through the system, which was more reliable than innate talent. His indifference appeared to Tang Yiran as another kind of composure and confidence. Li Xingqian's calm reaction actually made Tang Yiran think even more highly of him. That's not the kind of pity I meant, Tang Yiran said, then paused mid-sentence. You should have easily gotten into Fengdu City Advanced Beast Taming Academy. Your horizons should be much broader, not confined by the narrow sky of this small corner of the world. She stopped herself, knowing what she really wanted to address was Li Xingqian's limited perspective when he dismissed the divine map as just a small guild. But given his current weak abilities, being too blunt would only add pressure and affect his performance. A bright light quickly filled Li Xingqian's pupils. Beyond Jinshan Township lay higher and more distant skies. The world was boundless, with humanity occupying merely a corner of it, and Jinshan Township was but a drop in the ocean of human territory. Who wouldn't want to venture into that vast world? However, not everyone could get such opportunities. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent like Li Yueming, who could naturally advance from Jinkan Township's Intermediate Beast Taming Academy to Fengdu City's Advanced Beast Taming Academy, ordinary people might end up as beggars in such prosperous cities. No matter how grand his ambitions, he had to focus on immediate concerns first. Li Xingqian shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the present. The little fire fox's food was the urgent priority. Tang Iran was clearly generous with money, evident from her daily attire and expenses. She was definitely wealthy. The two immediately headed to the Jinkan Township Spirit Beast Evolution Center Material Exchange, an official institution. Large private exchanges would never open branches in such remote places. Only government agencies, driven by the mission to serve the people, would maintain operations here even at a loss. Coincidentally, today was when many students received their first spirit beasts, so the exchange was packed with people. Rows of counters were crowded with students and parents, with vendors calling out their wares. Various spirit beast foods were piled high like mountains, stretching endlessly. Each shopkeeper had elegantly dressed female promoters enthusiastically hawking their products. Come try How High Technology's latest spirit beast food. Smaller size, more energy, complete nutrition in one serving, handles all daily needs. Wendy's and Spirit Beast Food new customer special. Sign up for membership and get 20 off your first order, then permanent 10 off. Want easier Spirit Beast evolution? Choose our Hongguang Spirit Beast Food, a century-old brand you can trust. Li Xingqian, entering a material exchange for the first time, was instantly overwhelmed by the cacophony of sales pitches. Tang Yuran glanced at him. Can't handle this. The material exchange in Fengdu City is 10 times bigger than this, with even more people like a market fair. Any industry related to beast taming is booming now, with companies desperately rushing in to grab market share. She then lowered her voice to remind him. With so many people and products, you need to keep your eyes open. Not all spirit beast foods are reliable, some just sell the brand name, while the quality is mediocre. With that, she led Li Xingqian through the crowded masses, stopping at a nearly deserted counter that hardly anyone was visiting. This one's pretty good. I can guarantee their quality. Tang Yuran tapped on the counter, where the shop owner was leaning against the table, dozing off. Suddenly startled awake, he looked up to see Tang Yuran and immediately broke into a delighted smile. Teacher Tang, you're here. What can I get for you? Though we haven't received any high-end goods lately, I'm not sure if these items will meet your standards. Hee hee. Tang Yuran stepped aside and pointed to the young man behind her. Not for me, for him. Li Xingqian stood under the dim lighting, his expression rather grim. The counter before him was narrow and shabby, with paint peeling off the shelves. Nearby, those luxury brand counters with long queues were brilliantly lit and surrounded by beautiful consultants, creating a stark contrast. He frowned and muttered under his breath. Teacher Tang, are you getting kickbacks? We passed so many big brands without stopping, and you brought me to this hole-in-the-wall place. The owner and Tang Yuran exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Teacher Tang, looks like you're not very popular at school. This student doesn't even trust you. Tang Yuran's chest heaved violently, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation. I kindly brought you here to find treasures, and you suspect me? Those counters with long lines sell overpriced items with mediocre quality. Li Xingqian shrugged. Fine, whatever. You're paying anyway, so we'll buy whatever you say. Tang Yuran stopped arguing and jerked her chin toward the owner. Weigh out 500 pounds of grade 3 spirit beast food for him. Right away. The owner perked up, skillfully inputting the weight on the electronic scale while cheerfully chanting. 500 pounds, 10 spirit crystals. Will that be cash or card? Put it on my tab. Tang Yuran waved her hand. The owner's smile froze momentarily, but he still nodded with a forced grin. Li Xingqian suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Wait, 500 pounds for 10 spirit crystals? Boss, are you selling gold or pet food? I've checked the market prices. The same grade 3 spirit beast food should cost at most 1 spirit crystal for 500 pounds. You're charging 10 times more. He muttered to himself, calculating rapidly. 1 spirit crystal is 10,000. 10 crystals is 100,000. That's 200 per pound. My little firefox is a grade 2 spirit beast, eating 30 pounds per meal. That's 6,000. This is highway robbery. The owner had clearly seen this reaction before and spread his hands in explanation. Young man, you're really comparing us to those garbage brands? This is premium feed specially supplied to major beast tamer guilds. Ordinary brands can't even compete. Really? Li Xingqian turned his gaze to Tang Yuran. Tang Yuran snorted. What did you expect? You think I'd look for cheap stuff just to save money? I'm only helping you this once. What your little fire fox eats from now on depends entirely on how many spirit crystals you earn. High income means good food. Low income means poor food. I was wrong, teacher. Li Xingqian smiled sheepishly, then couldn't help asking, what happens when it runs out? Don't overthink it. Tang Yiran shut him down with one sentence. The owner seized the opportunity to add, young man, that's how it is for beast tamers. Earn money to feed your beasts. It's a virtuous cycle. Li Xingqian sighed helplessly. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch. After confirming all the details, the shop owner quickly arranged home delivery service for Li Xingqian. Before Li Xingqian left, he spotted a pig with large ears crawling out from beneath the display counter. The pig looked lazy and well-fed, plump and round. Its rotund body rubbed against the counter legs, and its hooves made soft sounds as they touched the dusty floor. The dim spotlights in the shop cast a glow on its snow-white fur, wrapping it in a soft luminescence. Anyone passing by would simply take it for an ordinary pet pig, but Li Xingqian's gaze seemed frozen, unable to look away. A flying flower white steel pig, and its grade a superior quality, he whispered in amazement. As soon as he spoke, both the shop owner and Tang Yiran froze. The owner dropped his casual smile and leaned forward, staring at the pig. You have that kind of eye? Flying flower white steel pig cubs look almost identical to ordinary big-eared pigs. Laypeople can't tell them apart at all. Li Xingqian scratched his head sheepishly and forced a smile. I don't have any special skills. I just like spending time in the library and happen to read about them. In reality, his insight came from the system. He could identify any spirit beast below the 3rd grade at a glance. The owner pressed further. What else can you see? Li Xingqian focused his gaze briefly. 2nd grade. Unfortunately, it should have been grade quality. Probably got crushed by its mother at birth, which damaged its potential. These assessments all came from the system's analysis. While he appeared calm on the surface, his mind was racing. Flying flower white steel pigs were already rare, and this one was grade a superior quality. If it had maintained its complete grade potential, its value would rival that of ancient wilderness clan cubs worth hundreds of millions. Who would have thought such a treasure was lying beneath this shabby counter? The owner felt his scalp tingle as the playful expression completely vanished from his face, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Li Xingqian continued explaining. It's not a congenital injury, so it can still be healed through purification. But the normal evolution path definitely won't work. You'd need a special route, evolving it into a golden flame 3-flower pig to restore its grade potential. The owner and Tang Yiran exchanged glances again, their eyes filled with shock. Indeed, they had previously consulted an evolution master who had said the same thing: special route, targeting the golden flame 3-flower pig. But the evolution master hadn't provided a specific plan, as that was their livelihood after all. Combined with the expensive cost and high failure rate, they had hesitated to make a decision. Tang Yiran blinked and asked half-jokingly, Li Xingqian, don't tell me you even know the evolution formula? She had only asked casually, not expecting a real answer. But Li Xingqian spoke without hesitation. 10 dragon whisker stems, 3,000-year demon emperor grass plants, 10 each of black acid fruit and savage song flower, purple smoke fruit, appetite loss flower, rare velvet heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, imperial blood grass. In one breath, he rattled off the names and quantities of over 100 medicinal materials. These names were familiar to almost everyone in beast-taming circles, but they were all expensive. Ordinary spirit beast evolution typically required only a few ingredients. But in this formula, costly materials made up the vast majority. Even all the trading posts in Golden Silkworm Township might not have everything in stock. The owner first stood stunned, then quickly pulled out paper and pen, frantically recording every item Li Xingqian mentioned. Li Xingqian added, this formula has a 70% failure rate, so you'll need to weigh your options. With its current potential, it's already quite exceptional. Before he could finish, the owner excitedly interrupted. Of course it's exceptional. When Li Mingming graduated 2nd in his class, the school only assigned him a grade B superior spirit beast. I heard only the valedictorian Long Yaden received a grade A spirit beast, which shows how precious grade A really is. As the last words fell, only the soft snoring of the piglet remained in the shop, mingling with everyone's heavy breathing. If it were his own spirit beast, he probably wouldn't have been able to make such a risky decision about this dangerous evolutionary path. For spirit beasts, special evolution certainly represents incredible opportunities, but it also carries terrifyingly high failure rates far exceeding those of conventional evolution. Every beast tamer must choose between playing it safe and taking a gamble, and once they misjudge, regret often lasts a lifetime. The shop owner handed the special evolution plan that Li Xingqian had just written to Tang Yiran. Tang Yiran studied it intently for a long time. As a beast taming instructor, she couldn't determine whether the plan was genuine or fake. Deep down, she leaned toward this is a fake plan, since Li Xingqian was just a student. Even if someone turned the Intermediate Academy's library upside down to a real evolution specialist, that collection would be merely the tip of the iceberg. True evolution plans aren't conjured from thin air theory built upon vast knowledge and predecessors' experience, both indispensable. The Intermediate Academy's library may be substantial, but it's still far from enough for a mature evolution specialist. She muttered to herself. Suddenly, the shop owner swiftly snatched back the transaction receipt he had already issued to Li Xingchen. I can't process this order for you. Li Xingchen was stunned. What do you mean? You already gave me the receipt, and now you want to back out. That's right, I'm backing out. The owner didn't even look up as he brought out a new batch of spirit beast food. Tang Yuran watched this unfold, her delicate eyebrows rising slightly in surprise. Li Xingchen pressed on. Hey, why are you switching it out? Teacher Tang already paid for third-grade food, and now you're replacing it with lower-grade stuffies that appropriate? Teacher Tang, what do you think? Just stop making a fuss. Tang Yuran waved her hand helplessly. The owner efficiently repackaged everything. 500 pounds of spirit beast food, delivered to your registered address, as usual. After it arrives, you'd better keep it somewhere safe, or just store it here with me. Take only what you need, so nothing goes wrong. No way, that's not convenient. Li Xingchen shook his head repeatedly. Your shop is so small, what if you take the money and run one day? Where would I find you? Two black lines appeared on the owner's forehead. Kid, have you been scammed so much that you don't trust anyone? Even doubting an honest, trustworthy merchant like me isn't that going too far? Seeing the owner getting annoyed, Tang Yuran quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, just deliver it directly as he said. He goes through it quickly. His spirit beast is already second rank, eating 60 to 70 pounds daily, so it'll be finished in 7 or 8 days. Second rank. The owner was shocked again, watching Li Xingchen hurry away. He's rushing back to deliver food to his little fire fox, isn't he? The owner squinted and turned to Tang Yuran. Teacher Tang, where did you find such a monster? Regardless of whether that evolution plan is real or fake, his spirit beast is already second rank. Plus, he has that incredible eye for detail. He doesn't seem like a student from an intermediate academy at all. Stop bringing that up, will you? I already made a fool of myself. I brought him here to apologize this time. When Li Xingchen returned to the dorm, Chimpanzee had also come back. The crisp sound of keys jingling against the lock echoed in the hallway before the door swung open. Chimpanzee was drenched in sweat, but his face beamed with unmistakable pride as he carried bags of all sizes in both hands. The moment he set them down, they formed a small mountain on the floor. The colorful packaging inside the plastic bags reflected the fluorescent lights, creating a dazzling display. Where have you been? I've been waiting for ages, Li Xingchen said, casually wiping the sweat from his forehead. The materials exchange. Chimpanzee puffed out his chest and pointed at the packages. My dad took me there. These are all grade 4 spirit beast food, super expensive stuff. I know you're strapped for cash lately, so I brought you a few bags to tide over your little fire fox. He bent down and tore open a bag, releasing a faint meaty aroma mixed with herbal scents. Li Xingchen glanced over and noticed the prominent grade 4 label on the packaging, though the color seemed dull and the pellets looked somewhat shriveled. Given Chimpanzee's family wealth, this shouldn't be subpar, yet it looked suspiciously like the cheap knockoff 2 Colossal sold on street corners. Chimpanzee shoved the bag into Li Xingchen's arms with great generosity. Don't just stand there. Your little fire fox must be starving. Don't be shy with me, bro. He got its food covered until you start making money. Before he could finish speaking, a ding sounded from the doorway. A delivery had arrived. Li Xingchen went to sign for it, and as soon as he tore open the tape, a much richer aroma filled the air. Golden pellets gleamed under the lights, plump and lustrous like polished golden beans. You went out to buy this? Chimpanzee leaned in for a closer look. I figured you'd need to restock too. Yeah, I just wanted to grab something basic, Li Xingchen muttered to himself. Originally, Teacher Tang had asked the specialty store owner to package premium goods, but that shrewd merchant had secretly swapped them out. Li Xingchen couldn't make a scene since Teacher Tang hadn't paid cash. It was all on credit. Chimpanzee obviously wasn't thinking about any of that. His eyes were glued to the bag of golden pellets when he suddenly gasped. This? Grade 1 spirit beast food. No wait, this luster, this aromate's better than any grade 1 I've ever seen. He quickly flipped to the ingredient list. 1% dragon meat per 100 grams. Premium grade. Probably false advertising. Li Xingchen shrugged, his tone casual. Where would you find dragon meat that cheap? It's probably fake. Chimpanzee thought that made sense, but his gaze remained fixed on the golden pellets. Comparing them to the grade 4 food he'd brought back, doubt crept into his mind. Had Li Xingchen swallowed his pride and asked the Li family for help? He didn't dare ask, and kept his suspicions to himself. Little fire fox, come eat, Li Xingchen called, summoning his spatial ring. The little fire fox tumbled to the ground, its fiery red tail swishing as it immediately buried its nose in the golden food, crunching away contentedly. The firelight reflected in its moist eyes like 2 dancing sparks. Look at that. Chimpanzee pointed at the munching fire fox. Great potential if its nutrition falls short. Evolution will be a real problem later. Just tell me what you need, and I'll cover it. Li Xingchen nodded, warmth stirring in his heart, though he didn't elaborate. Just then, his bracelet vibrated. Simone was requesting to add him as a friend on Faexin. The note simply read, Tangaran. After accepting the request, a message popped up, get ready these next few days. We might be heading to the small wasteland soon to help you adapt to the team. Li Xingqian took a deep breath, looking out at the darkening sky, and lightly tapped the message window. Time to head to the wasteland. Tang Yiran's team assembled at the official Beast Tamer Guild. The official Beast Tamer Guild was generally poorly managed, serving merely as a rest and adjustment station for beast tamers on the frontier of the wasteland. Originally, everyone had planned to meet at the lesser wasteland, but Tang Yiran worried that Li Xingqian, being new to the wasteland, might get lost. She specifically asked him to come to the guild first, where someone would escort him. When Li Xingqian arrived, the shabby building was already crowded with beast tamers, the most conspicuous sight being the constant flow of shuttle buses to and from the lesser wasteland. The lesser wasteland was a full 50 kilometers away, and except for the few beast tamers who could ride their spirit beasts, most people relied on these year-round buses to conserve their spirit beasts' energy for unexpected situations in the wasteland. Among the crowd, beast tamers of various backgrounds were generally much older than Li Xingqian. Some were scruffy and muscular, clearly not to be trifled with. Compared to the uniformly young faces at the academy, this place was filled with the atmosphere of real combat, making his heart race with nervousness. Kid, just got your beast tamer license, huh? First time, and you dare venture into the wasteland? Looking for death. A middle-aged man with dried fish grass in his mouth and a bottle in his hand drunkenly draped his arm over Li Xingqian's shoulder. Li Xingqian frowned and tried to break free, but the burly arm clamped down on him like a vice. The man's strength, honed through years of training, was on a completely different level from a student who had yet to leave the ivory tower. None of your business. He decisively summoned his fire fox. The second-tier fire fox suddenly appeared, its scorching heat waves distorting the nearby air. The fire fox immediately lunged forward and bit down on the man's arm. The man cried out in pain and quickly withdrew his hand, nearly dropping his bottle. The surrounding crowd erupted in amazement. So young, yet already controlling a second-tier spirit beast? These battle-hardened veterans had far better judgment than students and could instantly assess the fire fox's level. Could this be that genius from the intermediate academy? I heard the Li family has a kid with declining legendary bloodline who graduated second in his class and was assigned a grade fire fox. Li Yueming? Top geniuses all go to advanced academies for further study. Why would he come to the wasteland? Discussions arose everywhere. Some mistook Li Xingqian for Li Yueming, which brought him additional respect, and no one dared to casually provoke him anymore. Li Xingqian looked around. Roughly 100 people were queuing to board the buses. Each bus could accommodate about 20 people, as beast tamers were people of status who preferred not to be too crowded. Some of the better-off beast tamer squads had their own luxurious and comfortable vehicles, but Li Xingqian didn't hold out much hope. A small, unknown guild like Divine Map certainly wouldn't have such amenities. He stood in the bus queue heading to the wasteland, holding a freshly bought red rose in his left hand, waiting for the contact Tang Yiran had arranged while casually looking around. Suddenly, someone tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Li Xingqian turned around to see a woman dressed entirely in black, standing against the light. A mask covered her eyes, but her clear pupils, prominent nose bridge, and sharp jawline still radiated an undeniable stunning beauty. Do you need something? Having grown accustomed to mockery and sarcasm, Li Xingqian's tone was surprisingly calm. Teacher Tang sent me to pick you up. The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying the same mysterious quality as her attire. Her appearance immediately ignited the gazes of surrounding Mont Black. Tight-fitting outfit outlined her impressive curves, making it impossible to look away. Are you also a member of Teacher Tang's squad? Li Xingqian hadn't expected such a young beauty in the team, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. Yes, follow me. She didn't waste words and turned to leave. Aren't we taking the bus? Li Xingqian followed. The woman walked to a pitch-black off-road motorcycle parked by the roadside. The vehicle's exterior had rugged lines, like a steel beast ready for action, creating a stark contrast with her slender figure. She mounted the bike and coldly tilted her chin, signaling, "Get on." A Hamel motorcycle battle bike. Li Xingqian recognized the Modila high-powered motorcycle specifically designed for wasteland terrain. Even the basic configuration cost dozens of spirit crystals, not something ordinary families could afford. He secretly marveled. This was clearly a wealthy young lady. He looked awkwardly at the seat. Where do I sit? The woman patted the narrow saddle behind her, her tone impatient. Where do you think? Should I be the one holding on to you? Li Xingqian had no choice but to climb on. The Hamel battle bike was high at both ends with a low middle section, requiring the rider to lean forward. He had barely settled when he felt his body sliding down. Before he could find a stable position, the woman twisted the throttle hard, and the bike roared forward. Wind rushed at his face, and Li Xingqian nearly got thrown off. In desperation, his arms automatically wrapped around the woman's slender waist, pressing against her with barely any gap between them. The woman glanced back, her hair disheveled by the wind, a flash of disgust in her eyes. But she said nothing and continued accelerating, taking him out of Jinkin Township. Dust flew behind them as the men in the bus queue turned red with envy. So this is the Leaf family's genius. Being able to hold such a beautiful woman, we don't have that kind of luck. Of course, though the Leaf family of Jinkin Township has declined, they still have their foundation. By the way, I heard that Li Yueming might very well become another legendary beast tamer in the Leaf family's centuries-long history. Once they reached the outskirts of Golden Silkworm Township, the crowds thinned considerably. Li Xingqian sat behind the speeding Harley motorcycle, his heart pounding. This was his first time ever leaving Golden Silkworm Township. The elders always said that beyond human settlements lay treacherous wastelands filled with danger. In reality, however, there was roughly a 50-kilometer buffer zone between human towns and the true wilderness, so exotic beasts wouldn't immediately appear at their doorstep. Hey beautiful, how many people are in our squad? How old are you? And, throughout the ride, Li Xingqian kept asking questions to break the awkwardness and distract himself. The girl driving remained expressionless and couldn't be bothered to respond. Li Xingqian was used to being ignored, kept talking simply to avoid thinking about the embarrassing position of being pressed against her back, where any careless moment could lead to humiliation. The Harley's powerful engine covered 50 kilometers of highway in less than half an hour. The asphalt in view gradually gave way to gravel and wild grass, with low shrubs covered by thick vines, and all traces of human presence completely disappeared. Textbooks described the wasteland soil as having strange colors like red, black, and brown, with more abundant vegetation, but the actual boundary wasn't clear and could only be recognized through experience. As the ground ahead gradually darkened, the girl suddenly spoke. We've reached the wasteland, get off. With the harsh sound of brakes, inertia pressed Li Xingqian's entire body against her back. The girl lowered her head silently, her shoulders trembling slightly. Are you okay? Did we go too fast? Are you carsick? Li Xingqian asked carefully. Get off. The girl turned and growled, her pale cheeks showing a faint blush. Only then did he realize that his nervousness had caused a physical reaction, and he felt mortified. Sorry, he said, quickly jumping off the bike, wishing he could evaporate on the spot. You're here, now our team is complete. Not far away, Tang Iran in red combat attire strode over, followed closely by two young men. One broad-shouldered and thick-backed like an iron tower, the other tall and remarkably handsome. Tang Iran noticed the subtle atmosphere between Li Xingqian and the girl, her gaze sweeping over Li Xingqian from bottom to top, pausing briefly at a certain spot with a flash of surprise before casually introducing him. This is our squad's new member, Li Xingqian, a grade 2 fire-type spirit beast tamer. Hearing the introduction, Li Xingqian couldn't help but straighten his back. While grade 2 wasn't top tier, it was enough for a newcomer to feel proud. The burly man frowned, shouldering his broad sword and snorting coldly. Only grade 2? How can he fill Hua Hua's position? His disdain was written all over his face. Tang Iran shook her head. Hua Hua was indeed grade 3, but I have faith in Li Xingqian. I believe he'll eventually be able to take Hua Hua's place. The burly man said nothing more, but from his expression, it was clear he still hadn't accepted Li Xingqian. Tang Iran smiled and said to Li Xingqian, don't mind him. Hua Hua was a teammate of ours before you came. He's dead. The burly Meng Sin coldly added. Even as a third-rank beast tamer, he was devoured by exotic beasts until not even bone fragments remained. Kid, go back where you came from. Get lost. Tang Iran snapped back without hesitation, then gently comforted Li Xingqian. Don't be afraid. Your teacher will protect you. Today is mainly to familiarize you with the wasteland. We're all quite capable and can keep you safe. Li Xingqian felt annoyed inside being protected was awkward enough, let alone by this fierce-looking Meng San. Tang Iran clapped her hands and began formally introducing the team. Let me start with him, Meng San. He used to be a beast tamer, but unfortunately his spirit beast was killed and his beast seal destroyed, so he switched to martial arts. Don't let his rough manner fool you. He's a 4th-rank warrior who can handle ordinary 3rd-rank exotic beasts in single combat. This is Brother Jun, a perception-type beast tamer. Combat isn't his strength, but his sensing abilities can detect every movement of exotic beasts within a 3-kilometer radius. She then pointed to a girl dressed in black martial attire. Her name is. Skip the introductions, let's get started, the girl interrupted coolly. Tang Iran smiled awkwardly and whispered to Li Xingqian. Don't be fooled by her cold expression. She's very kind and very strong. She's about your age, maybe you've seen her before. I've seen her. Li Xingqian was puzzled. If he'd really encountered such a beautiful girl, he should remember. But he didn't dwell on it. Jinshan Township was small, so crossing paths was normal. Tang Iran brought the topic back on track. We usually hunt exotic beasts and also capture high-quality, well-bloodlined cubs to sell at high prices. But today's focus is getting you real combat experience in the wasteland. This isn't school practice. One careless moment, and you're dead. Li Xingqian's heart grew heavy. Teacher Tang had deployed an entire squad just for his training, a treatment probably unique in the entire Intermediate Academy. Brother June, scan for any low-level exotic beasts nearby. Brother June responded by crouching down and pressing 2 fingers to the ground. A snake-like vine emerged from his fingertips and burrowed into the soil. A plant-type spirit beast? Li Xingqian was secretly amazed. Plants rarely developed spiritual intelligence, and taming them was even rarer. Tang Yuan explained, "Don't underestimate Brother June. This sensing vine can detect the most minute ground vibrations and calculate the location and level of exotic beasts." After a moment, Brother June looked up and pointed diagonally ahead. 3 kilometers away, one first-rank exotic beast. First rank is perfect for practice. Tang Yuan nodded. Second rank might still be too much for you to handle. The group quickly set off. The wasteland was silent. The noise from motorized vehicles would attract powerful exotic beasts, so they had to proceed on foot. After about 10 minutes, everyone crouched in a patch of shrubs. Ahead, a python over 3 meters long was coiled on the sun-baked sand. In terms of size and presence, it was far inferior to the king python black shield earth python that Li Xingqian had once slain, clearly of poor quality. A flash of disappointment crossed Li Xingqian's face. If even the black shield earth python had died by his blade, what was this ordinary python? Tang Yuan saw through his thoughts and whispered a warning. Exotic beasts in the wasteland are different from artificially raised spirit beasts. They have more primitive combat instincts. Remember this iron rule of wasteland survival. In the wasteland, always remember this. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Any carelessness on your part could cost you your life. Li Xingqian nodded. Then I'll go. He immediately summoned the little fire fox from his spirit beast space. As the fiery red figure landed, the intimidating aura of a second-grade spirit beast instantly spread out. The python writhed in terror, trying to burrow into the grass, but was completely overwhelmed by the grade difference. The little fire fox didn't even need to use its fire ability as it simply bit through the snake's vital spot with one bite. Tang Yuan had already witnessed the little fire fox's strength before and wasn't surprised. Instead, she looked proudly at the others. How about that? Not bad, right? This is a student I personally trained. Meng San grudgingly admitted with a mutter. Pretty impressive indeed. Truly worthy of being the Li family's top beast tamer genius, becoming a second-grade beast tamer at such a young age. His words carried a hint of sourness as he turned to the black-clad beauty. Isn't that right, Miss Long? The black-clad beauty Long Yaden's gaze had been fixed on Li Xingqian from the beginning. She responded coolly. You've got it wrong. He's not that genius, that genius's worthless younger brother. Tang Yuan looked at her in surprise. Oh my, I never expected someone as aloof as you to know Li Xingqian too. Just schoolmates. Long Yaden offered no further explanation. Li Xingqian tossed several spirit beast treats to the little fire fox as a reward. During early training, timely rewards after tasks could improve the compatibility between beast tamer and spirit beast. Subsequently, Brother June discovered several more first-grade exotic beasts, all of which Li Xingqian easily dealt with. Looks like I really need to treat you as a genius now. Tang Yuan laughed. The first-grade exotic beasts on the outskirts pose no challenge for you. Let's head deeper. The team continued forward, and the primitive atmosphere of the wasteland grew increasingly intense. The little fire fox, which had been following beside Li Xingqian, suddenly perked up its ears and bristled its tail, clearly having caught the scent of a more powerful exotic beast. Brother June's sensing range showed no exotic beasts for now, but the scent indicated that a strong creature had passed through here, most likely a second-grade exotic beast. Moments later, Brother June whispered a warning. There's a second-grade exotic beast about a kilometer ahead. Li Xingqian, be careful. Tang Yuan cautioned once more. Li Xingqian nodded with a grave expression. Having just slaughtered real exotic beasts throughout the wasteland, he had experienced their natural keenness and cunning firsthand, far beyond comparison to those half-dead, sluggish exotic beasts from practical combat classes. But he still trusted his little fire fox. It was his greatest asset. The Li family of Jinshan Township. At this moment, the place was decorated with lanterns and bustling with voices. Red lanterns hung in the courtyard, and even the corners of walls were adorned with celebratory characters. This was because the family's genius beast tamer Li Yueming was about to graduate and had successfully received an acceptance letter from Fengdu City Advanced Beast Tamer Academy. Truly momentous news. The admission requirements for Fengdu City Advanced Beast Tamer Academy were very high, and due to the large number of townships surrounding Fengdu City, the enrollment quota allocated to each township was extremely limited. This year, Fengdu City's Advanced Beast Tamer Academy allocated only 7 spots to Jinshan Township, and Li Yueming was among them. To celebrate this momentous occasion, the Li family decorated their home with lanterns and colorful banners, filled the air with festive music, and invited all the prominent figures in Jinshan Township. The courtyard echoed with toasts and the scent of firecrackers. Deep within the Li estate, in the ancestral shrine housing hundreds of memorial tablets, dim lights flickered. Li Lishan, A middle-aged man and father to both Li Xingqian and Li Yueming, knelt alone on a prayer mat, gazing at the wall of tablets as tears rolled down his cheeks. Honored ancestors above, thank you for your protection. After 100 years, our Li family has finally produced another top-tier beast tamer prodigy. Perhaps Yueming can truly reach legendary status and restore our family's glory. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps approached the shrine. A steward burst in, panic written across his face. Master, terrible news. Someone saw Li Yueming heading to the small wasteland. What? Li Lishan shot to his feet, his face instantly pale. Are you certain it was him? Absolutely. The witness said it was someone who looked like a student, accompanied by a great fire fox, following a woman in black on a motorcycle battle vehicle straight toward the small wasteland. The news struck like thunder, throwing the Li estate into chaos. Li Lishan roared. I've repeatedly warned that boy not to get carried away, not to rush into the wasteland with the Beast Tamer Guild, yet he dared disobey. All beast tamers, assemble. We're going to the small wasteland to bring him back. At his command, the Li family's beast tamers mobilized en masse. Their expressions gravely. Yueming was the entire clan's hope and couldn't afford the slightest mishap. However, just as everyone rushed to the main gate, they saw Li Yueming returning safely with a beautiful young woman beside him. The two groups stared at each other in bewilderment, the air instantly freezing. Father, uncles, where are you all rushing off to in such haste? Li Yueming asked, puzzled. Li Lishan quickly examined his son. We heard you went to the small wasteland. Are you injured? Li Yueming shook his head. I never went there. Didn't you warn me repeatedly against it? The young woman quickly chimed in. That's right, uncle. Brother Yueming has been with me the whole time. He's very obedient to your words. Someone in the group muttered quietly, but someone definitely saw him, said he had a grade fire fox, and was with a woman. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Li Xingqian's prodigy, who had forcibly bonded with an grade spirit fox, elevated it to grade, and even advanced to second rank, came to everyone's mind. Though the situation seemed strange, it wasn't unprecedented, so most clan members still believed Li Yueming had greater potential. Moreover, since Li Xingqian had always been cold toward the Li family and had declared he would never set foot in the Li estate again, no one bothered to visit him with congratulations. Li Lishan stood frozen. Xingqian went to the wasteland. Someone urgently added. I heard the small wasteland is experiencing a beast tide right now. He's only a second-rank beast tamer, and being misled by that disreputable guild, going in now is extremely dangerous. Li Lishan's face turned ashen. Let's go. To the wasteland. Bring him back. At that moment in the small wasteland, dusk hung heavy and dark. Tang Aran, Brother Jun, and Meng San crouched on high tree branches, their eyes locked on the battle in the forest below. Li Xingqian commanded his little fire fox in combat against a second-rank silver-furred gray wolf. The fire fox moved like flickering flames, responding almost instantly to commands, while Li Xingqian exploited the wolf's slow-turning weakness, leading his fire fox in serpentine movements between several thick trees. Fire and wolf shadows intertwined as the acrid smell of scorched bark filled the air. Meng San commented quietly, this kid has incredible synchronization with his fire fox. Great aptitude really isn't weak. Brother Jun frowned. I don't know if it's my imagination, but his fire fox doesn't seem much affected by the wasteland's suppressive force. Tang Aran nodded slightly. I noticed that early on. Its performance in the wasteland is almost identical to when it fought the Black Shield Earth Python at school, with virtually no weakening. Meng San suddenly straightened up, murmuring, a spirit beast unaffected by suppression in the wasteland? Could it be from an ancient wasteland clan? Meng San was astonished. Tang Aran shook her head. No, the Firefox clan is a new species that evolved from long-term coexistence with humans. They are not ancient wasteland beings, nor could they possibly be. Maybe Li Xingqian's fire fox is special and has awakened some ancient wasteland bloodline? Jungu persisted with his theory. Tang Aran couldn't completely dismiss this possibility. Spirit beasts were incredibly diverse, and human research had barely scratched the surface of their mysteries. Any rare mutation couldn't be definitively ruled out as impossible. That's the only explanation. She sighed inwardly. Her interest in Li Xingqian growing stronger. This young man seemed to harbor more and more secrets. Standing nearby, Long Yadan quietly observed Li Xingqian with unfathomable eyes, but remained silent. The yellow sand of the small wasteland swirled in the wind. Li Xingqian focused his mind and called out softly as the little fire fox darted forward. Blazing flames formed around it, and in the next instant, it pounced toward a second-tier demon wolf 3 to 4 meters long. The demon wolf's fangs gleamed white as bone, its claws sharp as blades, yet it howled in agony within the flames. In mere moments, the little fire fox leaped onto the demon wolf's back, its claws piercing through the tough hide as scorching flames poured into the wounds. The giant wolf crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, its massive corpse raising clouds of dust as it lost all signs of life. Tang Aran nodded with satisfaction and patted Li Xingqian's shoulder. All right, That's enough for today. All these beasts you've slain are your achievements, and quite impressive ones at that. Based on today's performance alone, your overall strength is at least 2 to 3 years ahead of the outstanding students at intermediate academies. 2 to 3 years? Li Xingqian's brow furrowed slightly, clearly disappointed. Tang Yuran glanced at him sideways. What? 2 to 3 years isn't enough? Did you think that opportunity would let you reach the heavens in one step? Her tone returned to a teacher's sternness. Spirit beasts are divided into 12 tiers, and second-tier beast tamers are everywhere. Only when you truly reach the fourth tier will you have the right to look down on your peers. Fourth tier, Li Xingqian pondered. He had never set his goals so high after all. In Jinshan Township, fifth-tier beast tamers were already at the ceiling, with the garrison commander being a fifth-tier expert, while sixth-tier tamers were hailed as legendary. The Li family's ancestor had once produced a sixth-tier beast tamer, which made this remote family famous throughout the region and became their pride for centuries. Yet Ting Yuran said the fourth tier was merely a starting point, opening his eyes to a broader world in Jinshan Township. The third tier already meant being above ordinary people, but in the wider world, the third tier was clearly insufficient. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group dragged their heavy spoils toward the wasteland's exit. The hot wind carried a strong scent of blood, and the cart was piled high with beast carcasses, the most prominent being the second-tier demon wolf. As they reached the wasteland's edge, they encountered a Li family team hurrying toward them, led by Li Lishan. Li Xingqian stood in the desert wind, covered in dust, with the little fire fox behind him pulling the cart, its large tail swaying back and forth. Xingqian, did you kill all of these by yourself? Li Lishan's gaze was complex. Beside him, Uncle Liang, the old steward who had married into the Li family alongside Xingqian's mother and was the most caring person toward Xingqian in the family, spoke up in disbelief. Li Xingqian turned around to find that Tang Yuran, Long Yadan, and the others who had been with him had quietly dispersed, clearly not wanting Li Lishan to know they had lured him into the wasteland. Yes, I killed them all myself, the young man replied calmly. Uncle Liang's eyes widened in shock. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the cart, and then at Li Xingqian, his tone suddenly turning stern. Reckless. How dare you be so reckless? Do you think the wasteland is some place you can just waltz into whenever you please? This isn't a school field trip. It's far too dangerous for you to go alone. Uncle Liang's voice echoed across the desolate entrance to the wasteland as he leaned heavily on his ironwood staff, his face etched with worry. Li Xingqian simply hoisted his long blade onto his shoulder and pushed the cart loaded with beast carcasses forward half a step, his expression remaining calm. Li Lishan stood beside Uncle Liang without saying a word, his eyes fixed intently on the cart. Several still warm iron-backed bristle boars, twin-hook wolves, and a first-tier advanced rending clawcat, their blood not yet dried. The scene before him struck his mind like a sledgehammer. Li Xingqian, the boy who just days ago had been at the bottom of his class with grade beast taming talent, had somehow become a genuine second-grade beast tamer. I wasn't planning to venture deep inside, Li Xingqian said, wiping the blood from his face. Just getting some practice. If Uncle Liang hadn't asked directly, he wouldn't have bothered explaining at all. As for the Li family members standing nearby, he had no intention of wasting even one extra word on them. He dragged his cart past the group. Suddenly, someone's expression darkened as they stepped forward to block his path. Li Xingqian, you're just going to leave like that? Aren't you going to apologize first? We dropped everything and gathered here overnight to search for you. And this is your attitude? Li Xingqian turned around, his gaze colder than the bitter wind. Did I ask you to look for me? Why should I apologize? You. The man's face flushed red, but he found himself at a loss for words. Today's Li Xingqian was brimming with confidence not only because of the second-grade fire fox perched on his shoulder, but also because of the self-assurance he'd earned through blood and battle. Don't be so ungrateful. Another middle-generation Li family member spoke up. Sure, you're a second-grade beast tamer now, but the Li family is still a colossal force compared to you. Come back obediently, follow the family's arrangements, and with our resources backing you, advancing to third grade will be a piece of cake. Someone else chimed in. Exactly. You should understand your own limitations. That fire fox of yours may have great potential, but your beast seal is F grade, which means your next spirit beast will also be F grade. Do you really think you can rely on luck again? Opportunities like this don't come twice. Before he could finish, his companion shot him a fierce glare that silenced him immediately. Way to bring up a sore subject. Li Xingqian let out a cold laugh. Listen to you people? Wait for me to raise my little fire fox, only to have you take it away and give it to someone else? Sorry, but I'm not that stupid. The Li family members exchanged glances, clearly feeling guilty. The incident years ago when a beast seal had been stripped away and given to Li Yueming still cut, like a blade through everyone's conscience. Someone tried to smooth things over. Let's just put the past behind us. You're doing well now, aren't you? The family is willing to compensate you abundant resources, full support to help you advance to third grade. No need. Li Xingqian's tone was resolute. I'll walk my own path. With that, he patted his fire fox's soft tail and strode past the crowd. The Li family members' gazes finally settled on Li Lishan. He had been the most anxious to find Li Xingqian earlier, yet when they actually met face to face, he hadn't said a single word. Years ago, he had advocated for stripping away the beast seal to give to Li Yueming, and now regret churned within him, though it was far too late to win back his son's trust. Li Xingqian had even sworn never to set foot in the Li family home again. Let's go. Let's head back. Li Lishan's voice was weary and low, like withered leaves in the wind. As long as Xingqian, as long as he's safe. Upon returning to school, Li Xingqian immediately contacted Fatty Chen. The warehouse rolling door lifted, and when Fatty Chen saw the massive beast carcasses on the ground, his jaw nearly dropped. Good heavens! Xingqian, are you trying to defy the natural order? Training yourself so ruthlessly? Didn't tell me you're planning to take first place in the graduation practicum? Graduation practicum? Li Xingqian's eyes lit up. Their cohort had completed all theoretical coursework, leaving only one final component, the graduation practicum. The project involved training in the lesser wasteland with grades determined by the quantity and quality of beasts killed. Top-performing students even had the chance to receive special admission to Fengdu City's Advanced Beast Tamer Academy. However, not everyone participates in this practical training. There are two types who won't join, those already accepted by advanced academies, and those who have completely given up hope. Neither group would risk participating in the graduation practical. For these two types of students, the graduation practical is either redundant or meaningless. Only those like Chun Pangza with decent talent and abilities, but lacking that final push would truly stake their lives on it. Li Xingqian had never considered signing up before, as he originally belonged to the completely hopeless category. But now, with his changed circumstances, he suddenly realized he was qualified to seriously consider this path. After all, for any student, entering an advanced beast tamer academy remained the top priority. That's actually not a bad idea. Li Xingqian looked up at Pengzi. Then let's do it together, take me with you. Pengzi's face lit up with anticipation. I heard it's not just our school this time. The other two beast tamer schools in Jinkan Township will be competing too. Besides you, there are supposedly other grade 2 beast tamers participating. They weren't officially accepted because their beast taming talents are relatively poor. Generally, only those with a level talent like your brother can easily get into advanced academies. At this point, Pengzi seemed to grasp at a lifeline. With his water toad strength, winning first place in the graduation practical wouldn't be easy, so he could only pin his hopes on Li Xingqian. Do you know roughly how many grade 2 beast tamers will participate? Li Xingqian pressed. I've asked around at least a dozen. Pengzi held up his chubby hands, gesturing an exaggerated number. That many? Absolutely. Pengzi smiled bitterly. Since those people weren't officially accepted, they can only desperately evolve their spirit beasts, push for grade 2, and then fight desperately in the practical. Li Xingqian nodded. Then you need to become a grade 2 beast tamer quickly too. Have you decided? Ice cold toad or reedy poison toad, which evolution path do you want your water toad to take? Pengzi fell silent for a moment, then shrugged. Actually, I feel terrible about this. After you told me the water toad could evolve into a toad, my father specifically hired evolution specialists to assess it. They said the success rate was slim and the risk extremely high. If it fails, the water toad's potential might be damaged. His voice grew quieter as he spoke. Li Xingqian had expected this. The lack of response these past few days likely meant hesitation. After all, the water toad was upper grade. If evolution failed, not only might it miss the chance to evolve, but it could even drop to lower grade or grade. With the Chun family pinning all their hopes on Pengzi, such caution was perfectly normal. Just as Li Xingqian prepared to offer some comfort, Pengzi suddenly gritted his teeth hard. Xingqian, I believe in you. When others don't believe, I will. Playing it safe and evolving normally would at best make me an ordinary grade 2 beast tamer, nowhere near good enough for Fengdu City Advanced Beast Tamer Academy. I'd rather take the gamble and let my water toad undergo a true transformation. Maybe it really will succeed. He looked at Li Xingqian with firm determination. Li Xingqian hadn't expected his friend to harbor such resolve. In comparison, his own years of being labeled worthless seemed to fade somewhat in this moment. Without this carefree companion all along, his life would probably have become completely isolated long ago. Don't worry, just trust me. Li Xingqian firmly patted Pengzi's shoulder. I'll definitely bring you with me into Fengdu City Advanced Beast Tamer Academy. Pengzi nodded vigorously. Suddenly, both of them felt the atmosphere had become somewhat strange. Pengzi blinked his eyes. Li Xingqian before him seemed to have a soft glow around her entire being radiating light with her charm skyrocketing. He quickly shifted his gaze to the ground, coughed twice, and forcibly pulled his thoughts back to the matter at hand. I still want to evolve my water toad into a frigid ice toad. Let's go buy the materials right now. My dad gave me a black gold credit card with a spending limit of 100 spirit crystals at the materials exchange. If that's not enough, I'll ask him for more. That's enough, Li Xingqian nodded. The two immediately rushed toward the materials exchange, their footsteps echoing loudly on the stone pavement. Outside the exchange, a row of makeshift stalls lined the street in the open space. with the air thick with the smell of blood and dried beast hides. Vendors called out their wares, selling evolution materials scavenged from the wasteland or freshly processed exotic beast carcasses. Li Xingqian pushed her cart to a corner aside from the Grade 2 demon wolf. Everything else consisted of Grade 1 exotic beasts that were practically sold by the ton according to market rates. The pelts, flesh, and bones combined could only fetch 1 spirit crystal per ton. Pongzi, watch the stall for me. I'll go inside and buy the materials for you, Li Xingqian instructed. The materials trading business was treacherous waters where newcomers didn't even know how to haggle, let alone deal with people who deliberately inflated prices above market value. Li Xingqian headed straight for the counter clerk who had sold her spirit beast food last time. The man was busy tallying his ledger, and when he saw her approach, he gestured with his hand. Buying on behalf of someone? Sure, make me a list. Li Xingqian had originally planned to pay a commission. This trade never worked for free for beast tamers, as everyone knew that any beast tamer bold enough to enter the materials exchange, regardless of their financial background, had to have deep pockets. To her surprise, the boss readily agreed without charging a fee and even promised future deliveries at below-market prices. Li Xingqian felt puzzled, but figured that since both she and Chen Pongzi were rookies, having someone offer help in their time of need was certainly welcome. She settled the payment and left quickly, carrying a large bundle of ice blue and dark green materials. When she returned to the open space, Chen Pongzi's stall had been completely cleared out, with even the dark red bloodstains on the wooden boards baked black by the sun. Chen Pongzi was looking up, conversing with a young woman in a black gauze dress. The woman had porcelain-like skin and stunning beauty that instantly drew everyone's attention. It was none other than Long Yaden, the school's most mysterious figure. She ranked first in academic performance, and her beast-taming talent was rumored to be super top-tier grade or above. Even Li Xingqian's brother Li Yueming seemed like dust beside a star in her presence. Li Xingqian couldn't help but stare, and Long Yaden's clear yet cold pupils happened to meet his gaze, stirring an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Oh no, Xingqian, this is terrible. Long Yaden is also participating in the graduation practicum. Chen Pongzi's heart was pounding with anxiety. Someone curiously asked, Long Yaden, why are you participating in the graduation practicum? Isn't your grade ranking first in the entire school? Long Yaden replied coolly, I didn't take the formal selection exam for the Advanced Beast Tamer Academy, so I also need to earn a spot through the graduation practicum. Li Xingqian's expression immediately darkened. The graduation practicum only offered 3 spots for all students. With Long Yaden's abilities, she would definitely secure one of them, leaving only 2 remaining if both he and Chen Pongzi wanted to enter the Advanced Academy. They would have to defeat all participating students with absolutely no room for error. Long Yaden's gaze fell upon the bags of materials beside the cart, and she assessed. Most of these are evolution materials for amphibious spirit beasts. Are you planning to evolve the water toad? Li Xingqian smiled. I don't have that kind of skill. I am just buying them on his behalf. As for whether it can advance to a Grade 2 great water toad, that depends on the evolution master the Chun family hires. But even if it succeeds, it'll still be difficult since the graduation practicum is filled with powerful competitors. Long Yaden said nothing more and turned to leave, her black gauze dress cutting a sharp arc through the air. Only after she left did cold sweat break out on Chen Pongzi's back. Xingqian, what are we going to do? Long Yaden participating in the graduation practicum is like cutting off our escape route. I heard her spirit beast is from an ancient wasteland clan, starting at a grade aptitude. Even if my water toad evolves into a frigid ice toad, combined with your little fire fox, we still wouldn't be her match. Don't worry, we can always give up that spot and focus on competing for the remaining 2 positions. We just need to defeat the others. We don't have to beat Long Yaden. That may be true, his companion frowned, worry evident in his voice. But the other 2 schools won't be easy to handle either. I heard there's a beast-taming prodigy this time who nearly got officially accepted a grade talent, though it was Aminus, which is why he got rejected. We definitely can't match him. That's not necessarily true. Li Xingqian's gaze remained steady. Whether we're a match or not, we'll only know after we fight. He wasn't being blindly confident, had a trump card hidden up his sleeve, attaching the power of the azure sky to Little Fire Fox. If he used this move, Little Fire Fox might not lose after all. The 2 found a secluded grove and brought over an iron pot. The campfire blazed as clear water bubbled and rolled at the bottom of the pot. Following the evolution formula provided by the system, Li Xingqian added the materials one by one into the water. Medicinal aromas mixed with steam and dispersed in all directions. All the materials combined cost 75 spirit crystalsa, full 750,000. For the evolution of a first-grade spirit beast, this price was indeed steep. The ordinary route would cost only 1/3 as much. However, the water toad was following a special evolution path, so the required materials were naturally rarer and more expensive. While Li Xingqian busily prepared the evolution potion, Fatty Chin's optical brain bracelet suddenly vibrated violently. His father's image connected, and his roar made the speaker buzz. What did you use my black gold credit card for? You spent 75 spirit crystals in just a few minutes. Do you think I own a spirit crystal mine? Didn't you say I could spend it freely? Fatty Chin stammered, sweat quickly beading on his forehead. Only now did he learn the amount Li Xingchen had just spent, and he was shocked. 275 spirit crystals, when his entire semester's living expenses were merely 5 spirit crystals. If the evolution failed, his father would definitely skin him alive. He reluctantly made excuses to end the call, then turned and lowered his voice. Xingchen, are you really confident? My dad nearly got into an argument with the evolution master we hired from Fengdu City over a 3-spirit crystal hotel bill. I just spent 75 spirit crystals. How can he not go crazy? Li Xingchen's tone remained calm. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we were just evolving into a great water toad, 20-something spirit crystals would suffice. But you should be able to see the difference in potential between a great water toad and a heavenly cold ice toad. Of course I understand. Fatty Chen rubbed his hands together, his heart in turmoil. If it really evolves into a heavenly cold ice toad, any amount of money would be worth it. My dad would be thrilled. I'm just afraid. Don't worry, the success rate is very high. Li Xingchen nodded with certainty. For others, the failure rate would indeed be frightening, because different evolution masters' approaches varied drastically. But the system's formula was the optimal solution. It clearly indicated, water toad, great water toad, 99.99 success rate. Water toad, heavenly cold ice toad, 97 success rate. Water toad, reedy poison toad, 95 success rate. It was precisely because of this that he dared to boldly spend 75 spirit crystals and take this gamble. Otherwise, he would never easily push Fatty Chun into such a risky situation. The herbal concoction had been brewing for over 9 hours, and it was already the early hours of the next day. A strip of pale light, shaped like a fish belly, appeared on the eastern horizon. Chen Pongzi was leaning against a tree, snoring continuously, his nostrils flaring with each breath. The sudden pungent smell pierced his nose like a needle, jolting him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he saw that the herbal medicine in the iron pot by the campfire had thickened into a viscous green paste, with sticky bubbles forming on its surface. Even from several meters away, the sight made his stomach churn with nausea. Come on, it's ready. Let your water toad eat every last drop. Li Xingchen lifted the pot lid, and thick vapor mixed with the strange odor shot straight up into the sky. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes gleaming like spotlights. This was his first time personally brewing an evolution potion, and even his fingers were trembling. Maybe we should just forget about it. Chen Pongzi swallowed hard, his mind filled with thoughts of that enormous sum of money. Those 75 spirit crystals, I'll explain to my old man. He probably won't actually beat me to death, right? 75 spirit crystals wasn't life-threatening money, but if the water toad died too, his father would definitely be ruthless. Li Xingchen frowned. Don't you trust me? It's not that. But this color is just too. Chen Pongzi mumbled. Li Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. I'm saving you money by not adding flavoring and coloring agents. Otherwise it would cost several more spirit crystals. Stop wasting time. The graduation practicum starts this afternoon. Let's get this evolution done quickly so we can head straight to the little wasteland gathering point. Chen Pongzi hesitated for a long moment, then gritted his teeth. Li Xingchen's little firefox was indeed already a grade 2 spirit beast, and they were close friends. Surely he wouldn't deceive him. He took out his spirit beast pouch and shook it. The water toad landed on the grass with a plop. Its round, plump body was covered with dew, and its 2 large eyes were filled with suspicion, as if asking, does my master think I'm ugly and want to poison me? Hurry up and eat. Chen Pongzi covered his eyes with both hands, leaving only gaps between his fingers to peek through. He simply couldn't bear to look directly at that pot of strange paste. Spirit beasts are naturally bound to obey their contracts. The water toad had no choice but to hop to the rim of the pot, wearing an expression of tragic heroism as if facing death. Then, with a splash, it jumped into the paste-like substance and began gulping it down frantically, eating and vomiting and eating, in an endless cycle. The overwhelming stench swept over them, making even Li Xingchen turn his head and dry heave. Was this stuff really that awful? Had something gone wrong during the brewing process? What if the water toad actually died from poisoning? The pot was soon empty, and the water toad was bloated like a balloon. With a pitiful croak, it leaped out of the pot and crashed heavily to the ground, belly up with limbs rigid. Water toad, I've doomed you. Chen Pongzi immediately burst into tears, holding his head in his hands. Just then, croak. The water toad suddenly sprang upright, its round eyes glowing, and a layer of pale blue water patterns appeared on its surface. Its body was beginning to transform. The water toad's body began to grow larger, its originally water-soft skin gradually covered by a thin layer of ice. The bumpy, uneven lumps remained, but they looked less unsettling now. Its pair of bulging eyes quickly shifted from ink black to deep blue, and the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. The bitter cold was overwhelming, causing Chun Pongzi and Li Xingqian to instinctively scrunch up their necks as their exhaled breath instantly turned to frost. The water toad continued expanding, growing to nearly half a person's height in the blink of an eye. When it crouched on the ground, it resembled a moving ice wall, radiating an intimidating presence. Wow! Chimpanzee jumped up excitedly, his face flushed red with excitement. It really evolved successfully. My water toad actually evolved into a Tianhan ice toad. The Tianhan ice toad was a spiritual beast with upper-grade aptitude. More importantly, this type of spiritual beast had some connection to the bloodline of the ancient wasteland clan, naturally carrying the wild aura of the ancient wasteland clan in its appearance enough to intimidate most peers who lacked proper discernment. Those without sufficient knowledge might even mistake it for a true member of the ancient wasteland clan. Chimpanzee was uncontrollably excited, circling the Tianhan ice toad several times before pinching himself hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Then he lunged toward Li Xingqian, practically wanting to smother him with gratitude. Li Xingqian pushed him away with disgust, though he was secretly amazed. With the evolution, the water toad's overall aptitude had improved by an entire tier. This Tianhan ice toad now ranked among the elite, even within the upper grade category, certainly much stronger than the little fire fox that Li Yueming had once wanted to bestow upon him, which was supposedly the second best in the entire school. All right, we need to gather at Little Wasteland now. The other students are waiting there. Put away the Tianhan ice toad for now and rush to show your trump card, or you'll become a target, Li Xingqian reminded him. Chun Pongzi nodded repeatedly, understanding that securing a spot for advancement during the graduation practicum was the top priority. Brotherly, from now on I'm following you wherever you go, he suddenly said with a serious expression. What do you mean? Li Xingqian raised an eyebrow with interest. I'm serious. My dad always tells me that while I'm not at the bottom, I'm hardly outstanding either. I'll probably just be one of the masses in the future. For someone like me, following the right person is more important than anything else. Choose the right leader, and you'll have a future. Your dad actually talks to you about this stuff? Li Xingqian was somewhat surprised. All the time. He's in business and admits he doesn't have great talents, but he's got some insights when it comes to dealing with people. Just as the words left his mouth, Chimpanzee suddenly fell silent. Fathers and topics had always been Li Xingqian's most painful and untouchable subject. Since enrollment, Li Xingqian had lived in the school dormitories year-round, never going home during holidays. The Li family considered him worthless and couldn't even be bothered to pick him up or drop him off, let alone have heart-to-heart father-son conversations. Li Xingqian gave a self-deprecating smile. It's fine, let's go. By the time the two arrived at the official Beast Tamer Guild building in front of Little Wasteland, most of the students and teachers from the three major academies had already gathered. The number of students participating in the graduation practicum was quite substantial, nearly 180 from the three academies combined. The training ground buzzed with voices as students in various colored uniforms formed three distinct groups. Some had already brought out their spirit beasts, their gleaming scales and fluffy fur standing out prominently in the crowd. These spirit beasts were almost exclusively drank or crank. No one dared bring anything weaker, as inferior spirit beasts would only be a liability in the wilderness. Following tradition, the instructors would set the practicum location in the relatively safe outer regions, but the wilderness remained the wilderness nonetheless. No one could predict what might be lurking in the bushes, and even the supervising mentors couldn't scout every inch of terrain beforehand. If a second-tier or even third-tier spirit beast suddenly appeared, students would have to fight for their lives with everything they had. For this reason, nearly every graduation practicum resulted in casualties. The school had long established casualty quotas. As long as deaths and injuries didn't exceed the limit, the administration bore no responsibility. Even if parents harbored resentment, they could only accept it silently. After all, if they wanted their children to make rapid progress through real combat, they had to accept the corresponding risks. For beast tamers, this was an iron law. As humanity's main force in conquering the wilderness, once they chose this path, it meant facing real battlefields in the future. Those afraid of death would be better off changing careers early. Tang Iran led the team from their school. Tall and graceful, her long black hair gleamed slightly in the sunlight, drawing countless gazes with every movement. When she saw Li Xingqian arrive, she gave him a gentle, smiling smile that shattered the fantasies of many male students. Many wondered why she, who had always been indifferent toward Li Xingqian, had suddenly switched to friendly mode. Li Xingqian understood perfectly. Tang Iran was now his team captain, and after accompanying him to the wilderness for special training a few days ago, they had become comrades in arms, naturally closer than others. Such a relationship wasn't suitable for public display, lest it attract unnecessary jealousy. Besides the students about to participate, some top-tier talents who had already secured guaranteed admission spots were also present to observe Li Yueming among them. At this moment, he was surrounded by a faint aura, the presence of his origin spirit beast. The ancient wilderness clan offspring that the Li family had purchased for him at enormous cost was now blood-bonded with him. Reportedly, That single transaction cost over 100 million yuan, nearly emptying even the well-established Li family's coffers. Li Xingqian felt a slight pang of sourness watching this, though claiming complete indifference would be impossible. However, he quickly suppressed the emotion. Once he gathered enough spirit crystals, he could use the Azure Sky system to help Little Firefox complete its second evolution and join the ranks of the ancient wilderness clans. When that time came, he wouldn't be inferior to anyone. Seeing so many ambitious students fills me with joy. An aged but resonant voice echoed across the training ground. The venerable old professor, leaning on his green vine staff, stepped onto the makeshift platform, his gaze sweeping over the young faces below. Beast tamers should possess the spirit to strive and struggle otherwise. What meaning would there be in cultivating spirit beasts? Though I've stepped back from active teaching, you remain the students I care about most. The Intermediate Academy has provided you with a starting platform. In the future, some of you will advance to higher academies. Others will join the Beast Tamer Guild and charge across wilderness battlefields. The elder paused momentarily, his voice growing solemn. But I must remind you, are all still young with limitless futures ahead. Don't sacrifice your lives for short-term goals. Know your limits. He raised his hand, making a solemn, complete gesture toward all the students. It's best to travel in groups. The students stared at the elderly man with grave expressions. The air hung taut like a drawn bowstring, pressing against everyone's chest. Their first venture into the wasteland brought waves of anxiety and fear, betraying itself through clenched fists and nervous swallowing. A few students appeared remarkably composed, their spirit beasts emanating an aura far superior to ordinary Onisa's steady, yet wild spiritual pressure announcing that their masters had already reached grade 2 beast tamer status. Several thick tails tapped the ground lightly, their ice blue scales reflecting cold light that sent shivers through the nervous classmates. People began forming alliances within the crowd. Pairs and trios quickly divided into distinct factions. Yet their gazes unanimously fixed on the girl with the icy aura at the front of the group Long Yaden. Clearly, they viewed her as the greatest obstacle among the 3 graduation practice spots. Suddenly, a long-haired young nobleman pushed through the crowd. Dressed in a moon-white robe with a folding fan swaying gently in his hand, he approached Long Yaden with confident strides. The fan's ribs gleamed with intricate patterns in the sunlight as he flashed a self-assured smile. Miss Long, I've long heard you're the top student at Jinshan Township's first academy. I'm Zhang Yao, first place at the third academy. Many want to partner with me, but I have high standards just like you. Why don't we join forces and easily claim victory, then enter Fengdu City's advanced academy together? Gasps erupted around them. My God, Zhang Yao from the third academy is extending an olive branch. He's an beast taming prodigy who nearly got early admission to the advanced academy. His spirit beast supposedly has a great potential and has already reached grade 2. If these two team up, how can the rest of us compete? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as Zhang Yao tapped his fan against his palm, seemingly confident of victory. However, Long Yaden merely lifted her eyes indifferently and uttered a single word, scram. Though not loud, her voice cut clearly through the crowd. Silence fell instantly. The fan froze midair as Zhang Yao's face filled with disbelief. What did you say? You told me to scram. He struggled to maintain his smile, but his lips twitched. Having been hailed as a genius since childhood, he had never encountered such cold rejection. Long Yaden spared him no further glance, turning directly to inspect her equipment. Zhang Yao's veins bulged as his knuckles nearly crushed the fan handle with audible creaking. You'll regret this, Long Yaden. Don't think being top dog at the first academy gives you the right to look down on me. I'm not some waste like Li Yueming. From the sidelines, Li Yueming frowned slightly, but ultimately remained silent. He understood that saying anything now would only invite greater displeasure from Long Yaden. Li Xingqian also took in everything with watchful eyes. In truth, Jinshan Township's 3 major academies belonged to the same tier. The numerical designations were merely codes. Logically, Zhang Yao and Long Yaden, both top students of their respective schools, should be evenly matched. At the back of the crowd, Fatty Chun tugged at Li Xingqian's sleeve, whispering, we're both grade 2 beast tamers too. If we could team up with Long Yaden, those 3 spots would be practically guaranteed. Li Xingqian waved dismissively, not entertaining the fantasy. Dream on. How could Long Yaden possibly cooperate with us? Long Yaden was like snow on a mountaintop, aloof and disdainful of everyone. One look at her eyes revealed the truth. She trusted only herself and never relied on anyone else. She had always held first place from beginning to end, and no one knew just how much stronger she was than Li Yueming, who came in second. Perhaps only Li Yueming himself knew the true gap. The training ground buzzed with noise. Li Xingqian had barely blinked when he saw Chun Pongzi dash over to Long Yaden. The guy hunched his shoulders and muttered a few words in a low voice. Long Yaden tilted her head slightly, her gaze cold and sharp, yet she still glanced at Li Xingqian. That damn fatty. Li Xingqian cursed inwardly, nearly grinding his molars to dust. The conversation's content was obvious. This guy was actually trying to recruit Long Yaden into their unremarkable little group. Had he forgotten Zhang Yao's cold rejection just moments ago? Did he really need to invite scorn to be satisfied? He couldn't be bothered to watch anymore and lowered his head, pretending to be a stranger passing by. Suddenly, two shadows fell across his feet. He looked up to see Chen Pengzi's flushed face, and beside him Long Yaden herself. She agreed. Long Yaden wants to join us. Chen Pengzi stammered excitedly. What? Li Xingqian was stunned, and everyone around them looked equally dumbfounded. A prodigy who had just rejected Zhang Yao was now joining an unknown loser team? It was absolutely unbelievable. Zhang Yao was also momentarily stunned, his face turning ashen, his eyes twitching with a hint of malice. He stepped forward, his voice ice cold. Long Yaden, I see you're wearing the same school uniform as them. Are you joining them to help them secure spots? You're underestimating us. Carrying two deadweights will only drag you down. You might even lose your own chance at advancement. The crowd suddenly understood, turning their gazes on Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi, as if ready to tear them apart. In the stands, Li Yueming looked completely surprised. Sympathy? No, that's not it. He shook his head inwardly. Given Long Yaden's usual arrogance, she probably only considered herself worthy of being called human. How could she make decisions based on school friendships? Yet she had indeed chosen his brother's team. But why? Logic told him that while his brother was already a second-rank beast tamer, he wasn't particularly outstanding within that rank, definitely inferior to Zhang Yao. With Long Yaden's abilities, she could easily secure a spot on her own without needing to cooperate with anyone. Someone nearby caught Li Yueming's expression and whispered speculatively. Maybe she's doing it as a favor to you. She knows Li Xingqian is your brother, and she knows you've already contracted with an ancient wasteland clan. It looks like she's helping your brother, but she's really helping you. Li Yueming's heart stirred. He immediately walked onto the field, first glancing at Li Xingqian, then addressing Long Yaden seriously. Miss Long, you don't need to make this choice because of me. The graduation practicum results determine whether you can advance to Fengdu City's Advanced Beast Tamer Academy. Zhang Yao and his team aren't weak, either carrying dead weight might cost you your spot. The words stung, and Li Xingqian was about to retort when Long Yaden's calm voice cut him off. I'm not doing this for anyone. I simply choose to ally myself with the strong, nothing more. Li Xingqian closed his mouth, didn't seem to need to say anything after all. Those words sounded quite pleasant to his ears. Li Yueming looked surprised once again. His brother and Chen Pengzi, no matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like the optimal team configuration. Just as he was about to speak again, Chen Pengzi impatiently interrupted. Li Yueming, you're not even participating in the graduation practicum, so why are you worrying about this? Long Yaden has the freedom to choose whoever she wants to team up with. Besides, what makes you so sure we'll drag her down? Li Xingqian gave him a thumbs up. In the past, Chen Pengzi would never have dared to talk back to Li Yueming like this clearly. After his little water clam evolved into a frigid ice toad, his confidence had also reached new heights. Seeing Long Yaden's resolute attitude, Li Yueming had no choice but to retreat to the sidelines with a sullen expression. Tang Yiran, watching from a distance, took in the entire scene, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Long Yaden had indeed noticed Li Xingqian's special qualities. She always had a clear sense of who was strong and who was weak. Setting aside Qin Xiushi for now, just considering Li Xingqian among the second-rank beast tamers present, those who could defeat him in the wasteland could be counted on one hand. After all, his spirit beast wasn't suppressed by the wasteland's power, which was practically a massive advantage. At the supervising teacher's command, 100 students rushed into the wasteland in a surge. Li Xingqian, Chen Pengzi, and Long Yaden, however, maintained a steady pace. All three were second-rank beast tamers, and they understood clearly that the assessment only looked at points. One first-rank exotic beast was worth 1 point. One second-rank exotic beast was worth 10 points. Rather than waste time clearing low-level prey, it was better to head straight for the deepest part of the assessment zone. Also pushing toward the deep zone was Zhang Yao's squad, another standard also condrang configuration. Tang Yiran watched those young people desperately drilling into the depths of the wasteland, feeling a nagging tightness in her chest. Recently, beast tides had erupted in the small wasteland, and if high-rank exotic beasts broke into the assessment zone, it would become a nightmare for the students. A teacher beside her smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the military is assisting this time. The perimeter of the assessment zone is tightly sealed. High-rank exotic beasts can't get in. Tang Yiran nodded, but still frequently glanced up at the large screen overhead. On the screen, over 100 red dots represented each student's life positioning device, making their movement trajectories and life or death status clear at a glance. Li Lishan had also arrived, staring gravely at that string of red dots. Xingqian, gravel scattered beneath their feet in the wasteland. Chen Pengzi started up his familiar chatter again, rattling off to Long Yaden as they sprinted. Long, you beautiful goddess, I really didn't expect you'd be willing to cooperate with us. So happy to take care of the weak. It seems all those cold-blooded rumors at school were false. Long Yaden replied coolly. Are you too weak? Huh. Now it was Chun Pongzi's turn to be stunned. Then he looked somewhat puzzled at Li Xingqian, who had been silent beside them. Could it be that Long Yadin already knew his little water toad had evolved into a heavenly frost ice toad? When this thought crossed Li Xingqian's mind, his expression stiffened for a moment. That day, right after he had purchased evolution materials for Chimpanzee, he ran straight into Long Yadin, who immediately guessed the materials were for the little water toad. Given Long Yadin's usual solitary nature, her initiative to travel with others was already abnormal, and now she seemed to have seen through even more. That's the boundary of the assessment area up ahead, right? I can already see the warning line. Are we still going deeper? Chimpanzee's legs began to tremble as he felt these two had been charging forward blindly, without knowing where they were headed. Li Xingqian smiled and lowered his voice. This is nothing. The area marked out by the school and military mostly contains first-tier beasts, which is perfect for most students. But where second-tier beast tamer suite won't have any advantage here. Brotherly, you seem pretty familiar with the wasteland. Have you been here before? Chimpanzee asked. Isn't that obvious? Li Xingqian rolled his eyes. If I hadn't been here before, did I pick up or steal those beast carcasses? Alright, that makes sense. My brain short-circuited there, hee hee. Chimpanzee laughed foolishly, then patted Long Yadin's shoulder proudly. See that? My brotherly is amazing, right? He ventured into the wasteland alone, dominated everything, and even took down second-tier beasts. Li Xingqian felt quite pleased with this flattery. Venturing into the wasteland as a student was indeed worth bragging about, and probably no one else had ever done such a thing. Was he really all alone? Long Yadin's tone carried a hint of mockery. Li Xingqian's heart jolted. That deep venture into the wasteland had indeed relied mainly on his efforts, but four powerful protectors had secretly followed behind him, otherwise he might not have dared go so deep. That was an absolute secret that even Chimpanzee didn't know, yet Long Yadin seemed to see right through it. He stared into Long Yadin's mocking yet cold eyes, suddenly remembering where he had seen such familiar eyes before. You couldn't possibly be. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening beast roar suddenly erupted ahead. Roar. The thunderous howl rolled toward them, the shockwave hitting them heated. From the sound alone, they could tell it was at least second tier, possibly even stronger. The three immediately crouched down and hid in the bushes. Long Yadin pressed against the branches and whispered, "That sounds like a third-tier beast ahead." Third tier. Chimpanzee was about to cry out when Li Xingqian quickly covered his mouth. Chill. If it really is third tier, we're in big trouble. Li Xingqian frowned deeply. They hadn't ventured as far as last time, yet they encountered a third-tier beast earlier, which could only mean something had changed in the wasteland, most likely related to the recent rumors of beast tides. Rumble. Rumble. The terrain ahead sloped gently, opening up to a broad vista where a long valley stretched across. Dark masses of beasts covered the landscape like a black torrent roaring past. At the edges of the herd, individual beasts kept breaking away, rushing down the slope toward their rear directly toward the assessment area. I feel like something big is about to happen. Chimpanzee's lips turned pale. Before he finished speaking, a giant bear 8 or 9 meters tall rose up nearby, its fangs gleaming white as it uprooted a thick tree with one swipe. The tearing sound reverberating through the forest. It looked absolutely terrifying. A beast tide erupting in the wasteland is one of the most terrifying scenarios imaginable. For beast tamers, the primary rule is to position themselves in relatively safe locations, allowing their spirit beasts to engage exotic beasts in direct combat, preferably unknown. However, once a beast tide emerges, single combat tactics become instantly useless as exotic beasts swarm from all directions, tearing this safe environment to shreds. This period is typically called the wasteland's dark phase, which even experienced beast tamers avoid at all costs. Fortunately, the dark phase doesn't last long, usually just a day or two, so there's only one reliable strategy: hide, find cover, and endure until the beast tide passes. This time, the beast tide's epicenter was too close to the graduation exam site, and students would likely perish. Chimpanzee rubbed his hands nervously and hesitated. Should we inform the school about the beast tide? Xiao Fan pressed his lips together. No need. With such a massive disturbance, the military will definitely receive the intelligence first. Perhaps people are already evacuating the exam zone. Events unfolded exactly as Xiao Fan predicted. After receiving the intelligence, the military immediately reported to the school and issued warnings to all students participating in the graduation practicum. At the wasteland entrance, groups of students emerged one after another. Their faces showed confusion. They had done nothing, yet were notified of an incoming beast tide and could leave at any time. However, withdrawing mid-exam meant ending the practicum and losing their advancement opportunities. After much hesitation, they faced reality. Life was more important. Besides, with monsters like Long Yadin and Zhang Yao around, their chances were slim anyway, so there was no point risking their lives. As soon as the students exited the wasteland, parents swarmed them, frantically checking if their children were injured. In the monitoring hall, the dense cluster of red dots that had originally covered the big screen had now disappeared by 70%, Yet the entrance statistics showed fewer than 50% had returned. Tang Yuran stared at the data. Her brow furrowed. This meant nearly 20% of students had fallen in the wasteland. She pointed to the screen's edge. Several people have exceeded the exam boundaries. Have the military send someone to notify them to return immediately. A military officer in his early 30s shook his head. Those coordinates are too close to the beast tide. We've detected third grade, even fourth grade exotic beasts. We cannot send personnel there. Tang Yuran raised her voice. 15 people have exceeded the exam boundaries. Most are second-grade beast tamers with considerable talent. Are we just going to watch them get devoured? The officer remained expressionless. They're no longer children and know what crossing boundaries means. This is their final lesson at the Intermediate Academy, and they must bear the consequences themselves. Tang Yuran fell silent. This officer was also from Fengdu City, recently assigned here, and rumored to have powerful connections, making him difficult for her to command. Since she couldn't rely on others, she would have to go herself. Long Yadan and Li Xingchen were both her team members, and Long Yadan's identity was particularly special. Absolutely nothing could happen to Long Yadan. I'm reminding you that this time our military is not only here to maintain order, but also to ensure the fairness and justice of the students' graduation practicum. As a teacher, if you interfere with the students' practical results, their practicum grades will be declared invalid. The young officer spoke in a cold, hard tone, then turned to address all the parents again. No one is allowed to interfere with the students' graduation practicum, or their grades will be immediately invalidated. The training ground fell into complete silence. With over 30 cadets still of unknown fate, the parents exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak up again. My son only contracted a grade 1 water toad. What kind of combat power could that have? One parent said with a trembling voice and helpless gaze. I just want him to come back safe and sound. I won't force him to attend any elite academy. Shen Pengzi's father, equally round in build, was wiping away tears and sobbing quietly. Li Lishan stood at the back of the crowd, his brow furrowed tight. Lido save, or not to save. If he intervened now, Xingchen's grades would certainly be invalidated. But if he stood by and watched, Xingchen would almost certainly die. This impossible choice tore at his heart like a knife. Deep in the wasteland, night winds swept through the shrubs, carrying a cold, bloody scent. Li Xingchen, Shen Pengzi, and Long Yadan crouched in a thicket, not daring to breathe. Moments ago, a grade 3 beast had just left their sight, followed immediately by 3 grade 2 wolf beasts and several grade 1 lesser beasts, prowling and growling as they patrolled. Li Xingchen made hand signals, summoned beasts, frontal assault, quick battle. All 3 simultaneously manifested their spirit beasts. The little fire fox landed silently, its tail flames flickering. The Tianhan ice toad's belly swelled as cold air spread around it. A bird covered in multicolored feathers took flight, soaring overhead with a presence like crashing waves that instantly made the pack of beasts cower and tremble on the ground. Li Xingchen's eyes widened suddenly. This bloodline pressure was worlds apart from ordinary spirit beasts. Sparrow dragon, Long Yadan explained, as economical with words as always. Sparrow dragon. Li Xingchen could barely contain his shock. Dragons were the overlords of the wasteland, legendary beings said to rival the colossal beasts of the heavens. The ultimate goal of beast tamers was to reach the ancient clans of the wasteland, and the ultimate goal of those ancient clans was the dragon clan. Shen Pengzi was equally stunned. No wonder you're always first in our grade. This is like the difference between heaven and earth. The sparrow dragon's pressure remained unleashed, keeping the beasts prostrate and trembling on the ground, completely powerless to fight back. In comparison, the little fire fox and Tianhan ice toad seemed superfluous. Long Yadan glanced at the 2 boys, her tone light but affirming. You're both quite capable too. Especially evolving an ordinary water toad into a Tianhan ice toad. That potential is no less impressive. Shen Pengzi grinned foolishly upon hearing the praise. That's all thanks to brotherly. Otherwise, I probably could have only evolved it into a big water toad. Long Yadan's gaze settled on Li Xingchen, showing a rare hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to be an evolution master too? Hardly. Li Xingchen shook his head, not taking credit. I just happened to read about some approaches in a book. In reality, he knew full well that his ability to see the attributes and evolution paths of spirit beasts below grade 3 was entirely due to system prompts, and he was helpless when it came to higher grades. Before he finished speaking, the little fire fox had already darted out silently, biting through the throat of one wolf beast. The Tianhan ice toad puffed its cheeks and shot out ice bullets, striking another wolf beast and instantly freezing its flesh with cold air as the beast collapsed with a wail. The remaining beasts were completely suppressed by the sparrow dragon's aura, unable to move at all. After the brief battle, Li Xingchen had the little fire fox finish off the remaining creatures, and the other beasts all perished. Shen Pengzi also had his Tianhan ice toad kill a grade 2 beast. Although they worked as a team, their scores were calculated individually. Each exotic beast they killed would have its blood collected and dropped onto Academy-issued tokens to record the kill, with data transmitted in real time to the master control token. Long Yadin showed no stinginess whatsoever, giving all the spoils from the 3 Grade 2 exotic beasts and several Grade 1 beasts before them to her teammates. Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi didn't refuse with Long Yadin's Grade 2 Dragon Sparrow keeping watch. As long as they didn't encounter Grade 3 exotic beasts, virtually no one could threaten this small team. The entire graduation trial lasted only 3 days, and Long Yadin securing an advancement spot was practically guaranteed. Meanwhile, in the spectator area outside the trial grounds, anxious parents stared intently at the large screen. Suddenly, several names on the ranking board flickered, and 2 unfamiliar new names shot straight to the top. First place, Li Xingqian, 23 points. Second place, Chen Pengzi, 17 points. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who are these 2? We've never heard of them among the top candidates. The Li and Chen families were completely stunned. Intelligence from military scouts on the front lines had just reported that the beast tide hadn't receded, and most students were still in hiding. The scattered names appearing on screen had at most casually slain a few Grade 1 exotic beasts, typically earning only single-digit points. But Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi suddenly burst onto the scene with over 20 and nearly 20 points respectively. There was only one possibility. They had rapidly killed multiple exotic beasts in succession, even taking down Grade 2 specimens. Chen Eugene stood frozen for 2 seconds, then slammed the table and shouted, "Did you see that? Second place, that's my son." Everyone around showed expressions of shock. They all knew Chen Eugene as a rough businessman dealing in minerals, but they never expected his son to be so accomplished. "Congratulations, Boss Chen. Looks like you spared no expense for your boy." Someone immediately offered congratulations. Chen Eugene beamed with pride. "You bet I didn't. The Chen family has been merchants for generations of never produced a top-tier beast tamer before. My son's had talent since childhood. Maybe he can elevate the Chun family into the ranks of legendary houses." Haha. To help his water toad evolve, I dropped 100 spirit crystals without batting an eye. 100 spirit crystals. Gasps echoed around them. Add a bit more, and you could buy a great potential cub. I heard your son's water toad is only upper grade. Was it worth it? Chen Eugene choked on the question, then snorted. I've got money, and I'm happy to spend it. What's it to you? This drew a round of laughter from the crowd. Amid the commotion, someone else sneered. What's the rush? The beast tide isn't over yet. Once it passes, my son will really show his strength. Think the top spot will still belong to your boy then. The speaker was from the Zhang family. Chen Eugene had wanted to retort, but seeing it was the Zhangs, he immediately fell silent. Zhang Yao, the Zhang family's pride, still hadn't appeared on the rankings, clearly biding his time in the shadows. Chen Eugene clenched his fists secretly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Son, you've got to make your old man proud and put the Zhang family in their place. Though he understood the difficulty was considerable, his heart refused to accept defeat. Both the Zhang and Qin families were merchant dynasties, but the Zhang struck gold when they produced a genius like Zhang Yao, instantly elevating their status and surpassing the Qins in Jinshan Township, even stealing away much of the Qin family's business. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian, Chen Pengzi, and Long Yadin were lurking in the wilderness, hunting for suitable prey. Their strategy was simple. At crucial moments, Long Yadin would summon her sparrow dragon, whose spiritual pressure alone could intimidate most exotic beasts, allowing Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi to move in for easy kills and effortless point harvesting. The tactic worked remarkably well. In just half a day, the trio had tasted success, leaving Chen Pengzi flushed with excitement. Bringing Long Yadin into our team was the smartest thing I've ever done. Li Xingqian felt somewhat guilty, as he and Chen Pengzi each had over 40 points while Long Yadin still showed a big fat 0. Why don't you take some kills? We don't want you getting left behind while we secure our spots. Long Yadin simply shook her head calmly. No rush, it's only the first day. In previous years, the top 3 in graduation trials all scored over 1,000 points. We're still far from our goal. Just as she finished speaking, several camouflaged military personnel strode up to them. Hey, you 3. The lead officer barked sternly. Instead of taking cover during a beast tide, you're wandering around the perimeter? What's the point of this small head start? The wilderness isn't a playground for second-rank beast tamers. Like you encounter a third-rank exotic beast, and you're dead. Take cover immediately. Li Xingqian quickly nodded and bowed. Understood, understood. Once the military patrol moved on, the 3 immediately resumed their lurking. What others considered a dangerous period was their window of opportunity. Once the beast tide receded, the limited number of exotic beasts in the examination zone would inevitably trigger fierce competition, and with their weak foundation and only the sparrow dragon as their ace, they had to build their lead now. By sunset, their team's total points had broken 1,000. Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi each had 400, Long Yadin 200. As night fell, the wilderness's spiritual pressure intensified, greatly enhancing the exotic beast's perception, with high-grade creatures possibly prowling about. The trio wisely called it quits and found a semi-enclosed cave for shelter. Li Xingqian gathered dead branches, Chen Pongzi laid down grass bedding, and Long Yadan sprinkled natural masking agents inside and outside the cave entrance to conceal their scent. With preparations complete, the three huddled inside as firelight painted the cave walls red. Chen Pongzi rubbed his hands together, his voice low but unable to hide his excitement. At this rate, we'll all break 1,000 points in 3 days. Stop 3 is practically guaranteed. Li Xingqian nodded, then mused. Those powerhouses from previous years who scored so high weren't just bragging, it's like single-handedly defeating 100 second-rank exotic beasts. Long Yadan smiled softly. For some people, any price is worth paying to enter a prestigious academy, even sacrificing their spirit beasts. Li Xingqian's expression shifted. You mean forced evolution? Forced evolution was a forbidden technique that sacrificed a spirit beast's future growth potential to catalyze rapid evolution in a short time. Yes. Long Yadan's voice carried no emotion whatsoever. As long as the spirit beast isn't bound by an origin contract, it can be discarded at any time. Many consider it a bargain to trade that for admission to a top academy. She spoke with such casual indifference, as if she'd witnessed such things countless times before. I just can't bring myself to be that ruthless. I think my frost ice toad is perfect as it is, and I won't sacrifice it just to get into some elite academy. Chen Pongzi declared. Li Xingqian simply nodded in agreement. People who treated spirit beasts like disposable tools were truly shocking, could never accept such behavior himself. Long Yadan remained silent, her gaze downcast. Both Li Xingqian and Shun Xiushi had grown up in Jinkan Township, where the sky hung oppressively low. Once you stepped into Fengdu City, stories of sacrificing spirit beasts for advancement were everywhere, as common as dust. As night deepened, the three of them leaned against the damp, cold cave walls to rest. Chen Pongzi had been declaring, I'm too excited to sleep, one moment, then thundering with snores the next. Li Xingqian rolled his eyes repeatedly at the noise. Tempted to cover that chubby face with his hand, did he have to snore so loudly that any beasts outside would surely hear them? Long Yadan pulled out a crystal stone about an inch square and placed it in her palm. The stone was entirely jade green, emanating a gentle light that illuminated her profile with striking clarity. Li Xingqian stared in a daze. Her features were virtually flawless, though her cool eyes held a trace of melancholy, like a winter plum blooming alone on a desolate plain, making one want to draw closer and protect her. No wonder Li Yueming was completely captivated by her. You're that girl in black from Teacher Tang's squad, aren't you? Li Xingqian whispered. Long Yadan glanced at him. What do you think? You didn't deny it, so that's a yes. Li Xingqian was speechless. The school's top beauty, his brother's dream goddess, had become his teammate? Come to think of it, everyone in Teacher Tang Iran's squad was exceptional except for him. The newcomer Meng San could physically contend with third-grade beasts. Junge had incredible reconnaissance abilities, and Long Yadan was a top-tier beast tamer who had contracted with a dragon-type spirit beast. By comparison, he was truly the weak link. Why did the teacher want me to join instead of my brother? In terms of strength and potential, he'd be much more suitable, wouldn't he? Li Xingqian finally voiced his confusion. Perhaps she feels she owes you. Long Yadan replied matter-of-factly. As a teacher, she failed to recognize your talent for 3 years, letting people call you worthless. She wants to make amends. Oh, Li Xingqian responded glumly. So it was pity he had thought Tang Iran had discovered something special about him. He decided not to speak further. After a day of traveling through the wilderness, both his physical strength and nerves were exhausted. Drowsiness washed over him like a tide, and he soon drifted into a hazy sleep. When he opened his eyes again, gray-white dawn light was filtering through the cave entrance. Chen Pongzi was crouched in front of him, face pale as a sheet, eyes wide with terror, as if he'd seen a ghost. What's wrong? Li Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. In the worst-case scenario, had some beast appeared behind him? But his back was against the cold rock wall. What kind of beast could crawl along walls? A snake? He immediately tensed up. If they encountered a venomous snake in this cave and got bitten, it would be game over. Chen Pongzi saw him open his eyes and immediately started frantically, signaling with his gaze. Li Xingqian's heart sank even further, and he dared not move a muscle. At this moment, their only hope was Long Yadan's K-Long bloodline-ite's aura was their only chance to intimidate the snake beast. Without it, neither the little fire fox nor the Tianhan ice toad could save him. Li Xingqian froze in place, barely breathing. He felt as though the snake beast might pounce from above at any moment and tear him apart. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chen Pongzi staring at him with wide, panicked eyes, sweat pouring down his forehead, clearly urging him to act quickly. Long Yadan was right next to him. Her K-Long bloodline's oppressive aura could repel the snake beast. Holding his breath, Li Xingqian cautiously reached out and lightly tapped Long Yadan's leg, barely brushing her, as though scratching an itch. He was terrified that any sudden movement might awaken the invisible snake. But Long Yadan remained utterly still, as if in a deep, unshakable sleep. Chen Pongzi's expression grew even more alarmed. and Li Xingqian could almost feel cold air brushing through his hair, as if the snake beast's icy breath was already hovering above his head. He knew that if he delayed any longer, death was inevitable. Throwing caution to the wind, he slapped her leg repeatedly. Spent the whole night leaning on my shoulder, and now you want to get handsy? A cold, icy voice pierced through the air, sharp as a blade. Li Xingqian instinctively rolled forward, drawing the dagger strapped to his waist. When he looked up, the wall was bare. There wasn't a trace of the snake beast. Long Yadan stood there, her eyes glinting with frost. In that split second, Li Xingqian realized the truth. Chen Pangxi's warning wasn't about a snake beast, it was about his head resting on Long Yadan's shoulder. And the cold breath he felt above his head, that was actually the chilling glare of the school's most untouchable beauty. To make matters worse, his frantic slapping earlier had landed squarely on Long Yadan's thigh. Try to explain? As soon as Li Xingqian looked up, he was met with her icy, murderous gaze. Any explanation was pointless. She had already decided that had taken advantage of her while she slept. Beside him, Chen Pangxi clicked his tongue and shook his head. Li Xingqian, I never thought you'd be this kind of guy. You act all aloof when we talk about pretty girls, but when it counts, you've got guts. Shut up. Li Xingqian wanted to punch him. This is all your fault. Oh, really? Chen Pangxi adjusted his glasses. You resting your head on Long Yadan's shoulder, is that my fault? You putting your hand on her leg, is that my fault? A glimmer of envy flashed in Chen Pangxi's eyes. After all, Long Yadan wasn't just the school's most admired beauty, she was someone even gifted students like Lu Yueming treated with utmost respect. Yet Li Xingqian had unintentionally done what no other guy dared to imagine. Shut up. Li Xingqian's face burned with embarrassment. Desperate to change the subject, he said, the beast tide seems to have passed. We need to move quickly. Long Yadan packed her bag and said coldly, we'll split up. Don't follow me. With that, she walked away, leaving Li Xingqian and Chen Pangxi staring at each other. This is all your fault. You've pissed her off, Chen Pangxi groaned. Now we've lost our biggest asset. What do we do? You're the one who stirred things up. Li Xingqian gritted his teeth, then took a deep breath to calm down. It's fine. We're both tier 2 beast tamers. We can handle this without her. Chen Pangxi nodded. True. Let me check if we're still at the top of the leaderboard. He pulled out his portable terminal, which synced in real time with the external rankings. Legay, we've dropped to 7th and 8th. Li Xingqian grabbed the terminal and saw that the top 6 had all surpassed their score. While they had been resting, the others had already taken action. The gap isn't big, we can catch up. His eyes narrowed slightly. By the way, what did you just call me? Legay. You only call me Legay when Long Yadan isn't around. Chen Pangxi looked awkward. The two had barely left when they encountered several students before running into any magical beasts. Chen Xiushi froze, his round face filled with surprise. Shunrong, what are you doing here? The girl whose name was called wore her hair in a half ponytail, with gentle eyes and brows. She was the school's acknowledged model student and the object of Chen Xiushi's long-held crush. He had confided his feelings for Shunrong to Li Xingqian countless times, yet remained too insecure to act. The Shun family belonged to a small beast tamer clan, with her father and brothers serving as key members of the same beast tamer guild. Shunrong herself consistently ranked in the top 10 of their grade, while he came from a middle-class family, and his grades often fell just short of hers. His insecurity and timidity prevented him from confessing, and since Shunrong remained unaware of his feelings, she had joined another team. That team's captain was Shan Shi, ranked 4th in the school overall, possessing grade beast taming talent with a grade superior giant eye bird as his spirit beast. He was a top candidate for this year's advancement quota. Chen Xiushi, you're here too? No wonder your points are so high. Shunrong seemed surprised. She rarely paid attention to these two classmates, but now noticed that Chen Xiushi and Li Xingqian ranked 7th and 8th respectively, while their team captain Shan Shi was only 9th. Hee, not bad, we've been pretty lucky. Facing his crush, Chen Xiushi remained modest, though he couldn't quite hide his pride. Shan Shi sneered. Lucky indeed. While everyone else was lying low, you two rushed in recklessly and seized the initiative. But now that everyone's active, your rankings are dropping fast, aren't they? Chen Xiushi frowned. So what if they dropped? We're still ranked higher than you, aren't we? Huh, stop pretending. I know you're riding Long Yadan's coattails. Shan Shi looked around. Where is she? Don't tell me she got tired of you deadweights and dumped you? With her abilities, she could rack up points easily on her own. Why would she need to carry 2 burdens? You. Chen Xiushi flushed red with anger, but not wanting to embarrass himself in front of Shunrong, he clenched his fists and forced himself to endure it. Li Xingqian glanced at him dismissively and spoke coolly. Shunrong, join our team. The quota spots will definitely go to me and Fatty, but following us, you'll at least achieve impressive results, making it easier to join a good guild later. Shunrong was slightly stunned, not expecting Li Xingqian to extend such an offer. Chen Xiushi quickly chimed in. That's right, Shunrong. Even though the beast tide has passed, there are still 2nd and 3rd tier magical beasts roaming around. It's safer with us. Shan Shi and his companion Huang Kai burst into laughter. Haha, you two losers talking about safety? I'm ranked 4th. Huang Kai's fifth, how are we not better than you two? Shenrong would be safer with you? What a joke. Faced with their mockery, Shenrong lowered her head with an apologetic expression, but didn't refute them. Clearly, she shared the same opinion. Chimpanzee felt his heart being wrenched violently. Having secretly watched Shenrong for so long, he knew perfectly well that she had always harbored feelings for Dan Shi, but her introverted and shy nature had never allowed her to muster the courage to confess. Dan Shi sneered as he spoke. Li Xingqian, I heard your little fire fox evolved to great aptitude and reached tier 2. So what? You're still a waste at heart, and good luck won't favor you forever. Soon, talents like us will leave you far behind. Huang Kai picked up the thread, his tone growing more disdainful. Exactly. You, Li Xingqian, only have that one great fire fox. Your next spirit beast will still be great at best. We're different who dare to abandon our current grade beasts to gamble on the next grade. What do you have to compete with us? With that, Huang Kai summoned his spirit beast to tier 3 silverbacked giant wolf. The massive wolf stood taller than a person at the shoulder, stretching 4 to 5 meters in length, its gleaming fangs and silver-streaked spine radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chimpanzee gasped. Huang Kai, you actually chose the forced evolution path. The silverback giant wolf was the most common evolution for silverbacked wolves, abundant throughout the wasteland. But beast tamers usually avoided this route. Simple evolution that weakened potential wasn't worth it. Huang Kai snorted. What's so surprising? Competition is fierce right now, and spots at advanced academies are incredibly tight. Students from small places like us have to fight desperately to stand out. We dare to fight, does Li Xingqian. These words reflected most people's view of Li Xingqian Simone, who had received heaven-defying fortune, yet it offered limited help for his long-term beast tamer career. Meanwhile, Dan Shi also summoned his spirit beast. A tier 3 red-plumed giant-eyed bird spread its wings majestically, its blazing red feathers rippling in the wind, while enormous golden pupils gazed coldly down at everyone. Chimpanzee marveled. He hadn't expected the graduation practicum to become this competitive. Li Xingqian also frowned secretly. When had this trend of sacrificing beast aptitude through forced evolution for academy spots become so prevalent? If this situation was widespread, his and Chimpanzee's mere tier 2 beasts would have no advantage whatsoever. Shenrong, you haven't also? Chimpanzee inquired quietly. Shenrong shook her head. She hadn't reached that point yet. Only then did Chimpanzee quietly breathe a sigh of relief. If even Shenrong chose such extreme measures, he truly wouldn't know how to cope. Different paths cannot walk together. Let's go, Li Xingqian called out, leading Chimpanzee away. If they didn't act now, the gap would only widen. Chimpanzee looked back once more. Shenrong remained beside Dan Shi and Huang Kai, showing no intention of joining them. He sighed and could only hurry to catch up with Li Xingqian. Humph, two wastes actually dare venture deep into the wasteland, theory bound to die. Dan Shi spat venomous curses at their retreating figures. After getting some distance away, Li Xingqian pulled up the points leaderboard. Zhang Yao at the top was already approaching 700 points, and this was only the second day. At this pace, he'd probably break 2,000 before the third day ended. This year's graduation practicum was more competitive than previous years. With Long Yaden taking one spot, the battle for the remaining two had suddenly intensified. Likely others had also undergone forced evolution. Xingqian, what do we do? At this rate, there won't be any spots left for us. Chimpanzee fretted anxiously. Not necessarily. Li Xingqian's gaze was resolute. Beasts forcibly evolved to tier 3 already have weakened foundations, and the wasteland's power will suppress them further. How much combat strength can they really have left? They might not even be stronger than my fire fox. As they spoke, grass rustled ahead, and 4 tier 2 wolf beasts emerged from the bushes, their green eyes gleaming. Wolf beasts were already numerous in the wasteland, and traveling in packs was their norm. Chimpanzee immediately said, let's circle around them. Without the sparrow dragon's aura suppression, fighting 4 with 2 puts us at a clear disadvantage. His frost toad had nearly 40 of its power suppressed by the wasteland's force. Despite being grade quality, its actual combat strength was comparable to grade, barely stronger than randomly evolved beasts of the same tier. He estimated Li Xingqian's little fire fox was in a similar situation, possibly even more severely suppressed by the wasteland's force. While Chimpanzee was still secretly worrying, Li Xingqian had already dashed out of the battle circle with a swift stride. Firmament. Imbue the little fire fox with firmament power, just enough to counteract the wasteland's force, he commanded the system in his mind. As soon as the words fell, a faint luminescence appeared on the little fire fox's reddish-brown fur, like a thin mist enveloping its body. That radiance instantly dispelled the wasteland's force pressing down on it. The little fire fox suddenly perked up, pushed off the ground with all 4 paws, and became a blur. Cold wind swept past, and deadly intent arrived. The little fire fox lunged at the nearest grade 2 wolf beast, biting its throat while channeling scorching fire energy through its fangs, then tearing with tremendous force. With a sharp crack, it ripped the wolf beast's neck clean off. Hot blood splattered across the gravel, staining it a scalding deep red. What a brilliant move. Chimpanzee's eyes widened in amazement. By concentrating all the fire energy into its teeth, the fox not only made its fangs razor sharp, but could instantly burn through the tough hide of grade 2 wolf beasts, something ordinary spirit beasts could never bite through. After the first kill, the little fire fox didn't pause. It touched the sand lightly with its claws and flashed out again, repeating the same killing sequence on the second wolf beast with clean, efficient movements. In mere moments, 2 wolf corpses lay on the ground. Only then did the remaining 2 wolf beasts react, roaring in fury as they pounced toward the little fire fox. Chimpanzee. Li Xingqian called out in warning. Chimpanzee snapped to attention, quickly commanding his frost toad to lift its head and open its mouth. Cold air condensed into rapid-fire ice bullets. Two bang sounds later, the ice bullets intercepted the wolves' leaps, buying the little fire fox a chance to defeat them one by one. The little fire fox seized the opportunity to flash to their flanks, biting each wolf's throat, but deliberately not applying full force, leaving them with their last breath. Immediately after, the frost toad's ice bullets shattered both wolves' fragile rib cages, bringing this coordinated battle to an end. After a brief silence, Chimpanzee finally came to his senses, shock written all over his face. Even without the sparrow dragon backing us up, your little fire fox's strength is absolutely terrifying. He couldn't help but voice his biggest confusion. Brotherly, how is your little fire fox completely unaffected by the wasteland's force? If that were truly the case, the little fire fox might very well be from an ancient wasteland clan with extremely pure blood lineage. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly maintain peak condition under the wasteland's force. But fire foxes were common breeds cultivated in human laboratories. Such a thing sounded absolutely absurd. Li Xingqian merely smiled without offering much explanation. Words could completely dispel Chimpanzee's doubts, so it was best to attribute everything to a rare miracle. Firmament, can you sense nearby grade 2 beasts? Preferably alone or in pairs, the kind that the little fire fox and frost toad can handle. Li Xingqian inquired mentally while sorting through their spoils. The system responded. When firmament power is attached to grade 2 spirit beasts, it can detect beast auras within a 3-kilometer radius. What an excellent bonus. Li Xingqian's eyes lit up. Brother Jun from Tang Yuran's team served as the group's eyes precisely because of his 3-kilometer sensing range, showing just how rare this ability was. Now, with firmament power enhancement, the little fire fox could easily achieve the same feat. Let's go. There are 2 grade 2 beasts ahead, plus several grade 1 beasts. The team moved swiftly. At this moment, the number of beasts in the wasteland wasn't particularly high, so the optimal strategy for all teams was to kill grade 2 beasts first, then clean up grade 1 beasts for maximum efficiency. Therefore, whoever could find smaller groups of grade 2 beasts first would gain the advantage. Chen Fatty didn't understand how Li Xingqian had figured it out, but following along was the right move. Sticking with Li Xingqian always paid off. The two raced along the ravine for less than 2 kilometers before the air began to reek of blood. Near a pile of rocks ahead, 2 second-grade mutant beasts were hunched over, tearing at some Thinga human corpse that had been ripped in half, blood splattering the stones crimson. Chen Fatty's pupils contracted sharply. That's Wu Cheng from our school. He's actually dead. His startled cry alerted the beasts. Li Xingqian raised his hand, and with a mental command, the little fire fox leaped from his shoulder. Sharp claws sliced through the air, leaving a red trail of flame, and in the blink of an eye, both beasts collapsed, convulsing before falling silent. Unrestrained by the wasteland's suppressive force, it had few opponents unless facing elite mutant beasts. The blood was still fresh when Li Xingqian and Chen Fatty approached Wu Cheng's mangled body. He was clinging to his last breath, chest heaving violently, his shattered armor revealing glimpses of internal organs. Seeing the two, Wu Cheng forced a bitter smile. Never thought I'd end up like this. Sure enough, without forcing spirit beast evolution, it's impossible. Wu Cheng ranked 3rd in their school, even higher than Shan Shi, yet here he lay in such misery. Li Xingqian crouched down and asked quietly, "Where are your teammates?" "They ran, sold me out. When I turned around, they were gone." Wu Cheng coughed violently, spitting 3 mouthfuls of blood onto the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. "They tricked me, already bought off by Shan Shi, deliberately set me up to die." Chen Fatty's jaw dropped. Shan Shi could do something so cruel? Huh. For a spot in the advanced academy. You must be careful of him. He's a madman. The final word tore from his throat as Wu Cheng's head lolled to one side, his breath finally ceasing. Shen Rong is in danger. Chen Fatty immediately panicked. Li Xingqian nodded. If Shan Shi is truly willing to do anything for an admission slot, he won't move against Shen Rong immediately. Don't panic, we still have a chance. He patted Chen Fatty's shoulder. Searching blindly might cost us both the person and our spots. Stay calm. Chen Fatty could only agree, though anxiety still gnawed at him. Over the next several hours, the two traveled together, jointly slaying multiple mutant beasts, their coordination growing increasingly seamless. But along the way, They continued to encounter mangled corpses, students, military soldiers, even beast tamer guild members. The surrounding grass lay flat, the air oppressive, clearly indicating they had entered an extremely dangerous zone. In the spectator stands outside, parents were so tense they barely dared breathe. Of the 131 students who entered the assessment zone, 52 had already withdrawn, yet the red dots representing active candidates on the big screen numbered fewer than 30, meaning nearly 50 students would never return. With the graduation trial still ongoing, no one knew whether their child was still alive. The leaderboard only displayed the top 10 scores. Shin Eugene kept exclaiming periodically, watching his son Shin Fatty's points steadily climb, at least proving the boy was alive and in decent condition, though whether he could ultimately break into the top 3 remained to be seen. Li Lishan was also sweating nervously now, but Xingchen was still alive too. Today's graduation trial was far harsher than in previous years. It seemed that most students spared no effort or expense to push their spirit beasts to undergo forced evolutions. Zhang Yao, the top scorer on the leaderboard, was the most striking example. Right before everyone's eyes, his score skyrocketed by a full 100 points in one go. According to the school's rules, only by slaying a Tier 3 exotic beast could someone earn 100 points at once. This was as good as announcing to everyone that Zhang Yao's spirit beast, which had only been of a grade potential, had been forcibly elevated to an even higher level. Such boldness would be unthinkable for most people. After all, an A-grade spirit beast cub was worth at least several thousand spirit crystals, which translated to tens of millions in cash. For the Zhang family to invest such an enormous sum without hesitation made it clear that they were placing their entire future and fortune on Zhang Yao's shoulders. On the other side of the leaderboard, Tang Yiran was staring intently at Li Xingchen, who was still stuck in 7th place. Of the 6 people ahead of him, most had likely undergone forced evolutions as well, making it all the more challenging for him to catch up. Worse still, the gap between him and Zhang Yao in 1st place was growing visibly larger by the minute. She had originally arranged for Long Yadan to protect Li Xingchen, ensuring that he secured a spot for advancement. But while Long Yadan's name had still been on the leaderboard yesterday, today it had been completely pushed out of the top 10. Tang Yiran wasn't particularly worried about Long Yadan herself, but she knew all too well that without Long Yadan's cover, Li Xingchen had little chance of breaking into the top ranks. What made matters even more frustrating was that Li Xingchen, already struggling to hold his ground, was still dragging Qin Xiushi along as a deadweight. Their scores were almost identical after each tally, meaning they were splitting their spoils evenly. At this stage, such camaraderie was utterly useless for climbing the ranks. You fool. Protecting yourself should be your top priority. Your opponents are far too strong. There's no point in being so noble right now. Tang Yiran fumed silently, but there was nothing she could do to intervene. Meanwhile, Li Xingchen and Qin Xiushi were still racing through the forest at high speed, launching swift strikes against any exotic beasts they encountered, desperate to rack up points. The sharp crack of broken branches and the roars of beasts echoed through the woods, their movements leaving behind a trail of rapid, cutting winds. Legay, it seems like the gap between us and the others ahead is only getting bigger. Shin Fatty stared at the grade point leaderboard and sighed. Maybe you should just forget about me, or we could work together to focus on getting you a spot. I think that's what all those top teams are doing, theory, not trying to get spots for their whole team. They're definitely putting all the team's gains toward their own scores. He gazed at the string of skyrocketing numbers on the rankings, growing more suspicious by the minute. In each squad, only the captain's rank was shooting up while none of the team members even made it onto the board. This strange pattern was clearly no coincidence. They must have made some kind of deal. Fatty suddenly realized, his voice filled with indignation and frustration. Li Xingchen had actually noticed this pattern long ago. Even if everyone was giving their spirit beasts breakthrough evolutions, it wouldn't be possible to rack up such outrageous point totals. Listening to Fatty's complaints, he just shrugged. Do you really think that with just the 2 of us, even if we concentrated all our resources on me, we could farm points faster than them? Shin Fatty's anger flared even more. The second day is almost over. If this keeps up, you'll have no chance at all. Li Xingchen shrugged helplessly. We'll just do our best. If it doesn't work out, we can join the same Beast Tamer Guild and polish up our records a bit. Maybe a major guild will notice us. There's more than one path to getting stronger besides advancing to higher education. Well, that's true. Fatty glanced at the battle rankings, his mind churning. If Xingchen had been hoarding battle results since leaving Long Yadan's team, he'd be ranked at least 4th by now, and might actually have a real shot. Just as both were lost in thought, rustling sounds suddenly came from the forest ahead. The 2 exchanged glances, then simultaneously crouched down, held their breath, and crept forward. Not far away, the figures of Shan Shi and Shun Rong came into view. Looking further ahead, Huang Kai was cornered at the top of a tree by a python beast as thick as a bull, with nowhere left to retreat. His silverback giant wolf lay on the ground, covered in bloody wounds, barely having the strength to howl as it faced the relentless attacks of 2 third-grade beasts. forcing the silver-backed wolf to evolve into a silver-backed giant wolf had already dropped its original grade aptitude down to grade. When facing same-level beasts native to the wasteland that were barely affected by the wasteland's suppressive force, the result was naturally a one-sided crushing defeat. Though Shansher's red-plumed giant-eyed bird had only lost a few feathers and still retained its fighting power, Shansher showed no intention of coming to the rescue. Huang Kai screamed hoarsely, "Shansher, how can you abandon me and run away?" Shansher snorted coldly. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You've been pretending to follow orders from the start, but you won't give ground on grade points. You're planning to kill me at the last moment and use the bonus points for slaying a captain to climb up another rank, aren't you?" Huang Kai's face turned ashen. Having his scheme exposed, he roared furiously, "Shansher, you're so devious. You've been planning to kill me all along. What do you think?" Shansher's lips curved into a smirk, but his gaze fell on Shun Rong nearby. Shun Rong looked shocked. "Weren't you two good friends at school? Why are you trying to kill each other?" Shansher glanced at her, then let his eyes roam over her pretty face and figure, his tone playful. "Shun Rong, why do you always put on this good girl act? You join my team, but won't take anything, not even a single grade point. What exactly are you up to?" Shin Rong stared in disbelief at Dan Shi, whose face had completely transformed. "How could you say such a thing? You what? What exactly are you scheming?" Her question was coldly cut short by Dan Shi. He approached step by step, his voice sinister. "I heard you like me, but when I asked you to force evolve your spirit beast to help me secure a spot, you refused. This proves you don't actually like me that much, right?" Shinron was forced to retreat, shaking her head frantically. "That's not true. I just couldn't bring myself to do it." "Then go die." Dan Shi suddenly turned vicious, shoving her to the ground. The rainbow moon rabbit, a beautiful spirit beast with colorful moon patterns adorning its forehead, immediately leaped up to protect its master. Eek! The red-feathered giant-eyed bird dove from above, its massive wings stirring up fierce winds as it pinned the rainbow moon rabbit into the dirt with one claw. Its talons sank deep into the frail body, blood instantly gushing forth. "Don't hurt the rainbow moon rabbit," Shinron cried out. She couldn't understand why this once gentle and refined young man had suddenly transformed into a demoner. Perhaps that gentleness had been an illusion from the very beginning? Dan Shi licked his lips and sneered. "Instead of worrying about it, you should worry about yourself. With that school beauty level face of yours, if you had a more lively personality, you'd definitely be even more popular. I want to taste what a good girl like you is like, and make you a real woman before you die." As his words fell, he lunged forward, and Shun Rong's face turned pale with terror. Frost cold ice toad. Suddenly, an angry roar pierced the night. An ice projectile shot through the air. The red-feathered giant-eyed bird instantly spread its crimson wings to block it, frost spreading across its feathers before it shook them off with a violent tremor. Chimpanzee was seething with rage, his chest heaving violently. "Dan Shi, are you even a man? Knowing that Shinrong likes you, yet you hurt her like this." Dan Shi glanced over coldly and sneered. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's my useless buddy." His gaze then fell on the spirit beast beside Chimpanzee, and he raised an eyebrow. "You evolved a water toad into a frost-cold ice toad? Quite rare. No wonder you refused to force evil. Vethis is almost a grade, practically a descendant of the ancient wasteland clans. Pretty lucky, aren't you?" Jealousy churned in his eyes. How exactly had he managed to create such a rare species? Seeing Chimpanzee's arrival, Shunrong shouted after her initial surprise. "Chen Xiushi, take Li Xinshan and run. Dan Shi is dangerous, she'll kill you both." Chimpanzee snorted coldly. "We came here to kill him, right, brother Li?" Li Xinshan sighed helplessly. It seemed he'd have to take action after all, though he'd thought Chimpanzee wanted to face Dan Shi on his own. He stepped forward, his voice low and calm. "Dan Shi, we witnessed you murdering Huang Kai, bullying female classmates, and even Wu Cheng died by your hand. Someone like you deserves to die." Dan Shi lifted his chin, mockery dripping from his words. "Just you? You and this fat fool together aren't my match. Since you've stumbled upon this, you can all die together." With those words, the red-feathered giant-eyed bird shrieked and charged forward, its wings sharp as blades as it swooped toward Li Xinshan and Chimpanzee with terrifying force. Shinrong couldn't bear to watch anymore. She could already imagine the bloody scene of their heads being torn apart. "Little Firefox, attack now!" Li Xinshan commanded immediately, and Little Firefox reacted with incredible speed, charging forward without hesitation. Like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Shan Shi sneered, raising his hand dismissively. "A second-tier spirit beast facing a third-tier one is like a kitten meeting a tiger. What can you possibly use to stop my red-feathered giant-eyed bird?" Red-feathered giant-eyed bird. Tear it apart. Screech. A piercing shriek that nearly burst their eardrums exploded through the air as the red-feathered giant-eyed bird suddenly dove down, its crimson wings beating and leaving afterimages in its wake. Seeing this, Chimpanzee didn't dare let Little Firefox face the enemy alone and immediately commanded his frost toad to provide support. Several ice bullets whooshed through the air, but they could only graze the bird's feathers as they passed. Flying spirit beasts were indeed troublesome. Each wing beat made the red-feathered giant-eyed bird's form rise and fall unpredictably, its trajectory too erratic to track. Li Xingqian, your only grade spirit beast is about to die under my red-feathered giant-eyed bird. Shanshi laughed menacingly. Trash trying to make a comeback? They need to see if we geniuses will allow it. Many students in the stands gasped. Shinpengzi's face turned palely. A second-tier spirit beast against a third-tier one. The gap was obvious, and little Firefox was no match. Yet among everyone present, only Li Xingqian showed no fear, still commanding little Firefox to charge boldly forward. Burst! Li Xingqian suddenly roared. This wasn't just a command for little Firefox, but also the trigger to awaken the power of the firmament. The power of the firmament had two uses. First, to help attached spirit beasts resist the suppression of the wasteland force. Second, to dramatically boost the attached spirit beast's power for a short time. At this moment, Li Xingqian chose the latter. In the next instant, little Firefox was surrounded by a mysterious radiance. The light seemed like surging flames, causing its strength, speed, and internal fire energy to explode simultaneously. It leaped up fiercely, precisely pouncing on the red-feathered giant-eyed bird, its sharp claws digging deep between the feathers. With a swift turn, it pinned the bird directly to the ground. Screech! The red-feathered giant-eyed bird shrieked in pain, completely unable to understand why little Firefox had suddenly burst forth with such terrifying power. Little Firefox seemed transformed, flames dancing wildly across its body as its fangs clamped down on its opponent's neck, refusing to let go no matter how much the red-feathered giant-eyed bird flapped or clawed. Layer after layer of red feathers were scorched and fell away until flesh was exposed. Flying spirit beasts were typically built for agility, with naturally weak physical defenses, and the red-feathered giant-eyed bird was no exception. Before long, little Firefox had torn it open, blazing fire energy pouring madly into its body, torturing it until its giant eyes turned blood-red and seemed ready to burst. On the sidelines, Shanshi froze completely, his eyes nearly splitting with rage, while the spectators looked on in shock. How was this possible? His personally evolved red-feathered giant-eyed bird had been instantly defeated by a second-tier spirit beast? Many people, including Shanshi, were stunned. How could this be possible? How could his breakthrough evolved red-feathered giant-eyed bird fail to defeat even a second-tier spirit beast? Shinpengzi and Shunrong stood frozen in shock, as the events unfolding before them completely shattered their understanding of spirit beasts. According to common knowledge, a mere second-grade spirit beast should never be capable of unleashing such overwhelming combat power. Otherwise, Shanshi's group wouldn't have made the desperate decision to force their reasonably talented spirit beast into premature evolution. At this moment, Shinpengzi's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth hanging open. This was the first time he'd witnessed a second-grade spirit beast pinned down and brutally beat a third-grade one. Brotherly, incredible, he exclaimed, his voice bursting with excitement and admiration. Li Xingqian, however, felt far from relaxed. His attention was locked on the time constraint. The Azure Sky Force had strict time limits. The greater the consumption, the shorter the duration. Once time ran out, the little Firefox's body simply couldn't withstand the strain. As he focused intently, pale blue text appeared above the little Firefox's head. Azure Sky attachment remaining time, 35 seconds. 35 seconds, far shorter than anticipated. The burden of the Azure Sky Force on the little Firefox was clearly much greater than imagined. Li Xingqian's mind raced. They had to strike decisively and finish off the red-plumed giant-eyed bird now. If they allowed it to cling to life, once the Azure Sky Force wore off and the little Firefox entered a brief period of weakness, they would be at the mercy of the bird's slaughter. With this realization, he held nothing back. Blazing fire energy surged through the little Firefox's fangs, while its foreclaws ignited in flames. Like a fiery spike, it pierced through the bird's beak, tore through its wings, and drove straight into the red-plumed giant-eyed bird's chest and abdomen. The intense heat spread instantly, burning its internal organs with a sizzling sound. The mixture of acrid, charred stench and piercing shrieks echoed through the forest. Within mere breaths, the red-plumed giant-eyed bird convulsed and crashed to the ground, powerless to struggle. Meanwhile, Shanshi's face turned deathly pale as he clutched his head with both hands. Though he hadn't made the red-plumed giant-eyed bird his primary spirit beast, its death still triggered a backlash through the beast's seal. Excruciating pain shot through him like millions of silver needles piercing his nerves, leaving his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Almost simultaneously, Huang Kai was swallowed whole by the python beast. In the pitch-black throat, he actually grinned. Shanshi, you're cold-hearted and friendless. You deserve this, ha. His voice cut off abruptly. In the center of the battlefield, two third-grade mutant beasts were tearing apart the silver-backed giant wolf's carcass, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Li Xingqian glanced over and asked Shinpengzi in a low voice. Kill him, you do it? Or should I? The target was obviously Shanshi. Chimpanzee hesitated for a moment. Killing spirit beasts and killing fellow humans were fundamentally different matters. Spirit beasts were just animals, but humans were their own kind. Li Xingqian spoke rapidly. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I will. We absolutely cannot let him leave here alive. If he goes back and reports that we killed his spirit beast, we'll almost certainly lose our graduation practice advancement slots. He explained matter-of-factly. Graduation practice was inherently competitive. Everyone understood that besides competing for hunting points, the fastest shortcut was eliminating opponents. The teachers turned a blind eye, as long as no one could prove anything. But if Shanshi returned to school alive, a single accusation would be enough to destroy their futures. Hearing this, Chimpanzee's gaze suddenly hardened with resolve. I'll do it. He dared to bully Shun Rong. I'll finish him off with my own hands. Shanshi recoiled in terror. No, you can't kill me. I'm a genius at the school, an elite among humanity, a pillar in the fight against the wasteland. You absolutely cannot kill me. If you kill me, the school will never let you get away with it. Haha, save that speech for Wuqing and Huang Kai. You killed both of them, yet you expect others to spare your life? Where do you get such audacity? The frost-ice toad's thick tongue, covered in frost, suddenly lashed out like an iron chain, coiling around Shanshi's waist. With a thought from Chimpanzee, the long tongue snapped back violently, dragging Shanshi dozens of meters into the air before hurling him down brutally. The dull sound of shattering bones accompanied spurting blood as his entire body convulsed instantly. But this was only the beginning. The frost-ice toad's tongue retracted and lashed repeatedly in an endless cycle, smashing shallow craters into the ground, while Shanshi's bones broke into pieces under the continuous impacts, until all life finally left him. Shenrong's face turned deathly pale, clearly shocked by this brutal scene. Li Xingqian noticed the fear in her eyes and smoothly explained, Chimpanzee, you're really cautious, aren't you? Knowing someone will come to clean up later, you didn't use your ice abilities, so no one will suspect you. Chimpanzee scratched the back of his head, looking confused at first, then immediately understanding Li Xingqian's intention though, he had simply wanted Shanshi to die painfully. Seeing Shenrong's complex gaze, he quickly changed his tune. Oh, yes. I'm just that cautious a person. Only then did Shenrong's expression soften somewhat as she hurriedly knelt to examine the rainbow moon rabbit's injuries. How is the rainbow moon rabbit? Chimpanzee asked with concern. Fortunately you arrived in time. The red-feathered giant-eyed bird didn't take its life. Shenrong gently stroked the soft moonlight-white fur, her tone clearly relieved. That's good. Let's go quickly. Those 3 grade 3 beasts will come over once they finish eating. Before Chimpanzee finished speaking, he saw Li Xingqian crouching by Shanshi's corpse, searching for something. Moving closer, he watched Li Xingqian grip Shanshi's spirit crystal card, skillfully transferring the crystals to his own card. Most people found it troublesome and just used fingerprints as passwords. Li Xingqian succeeded after a few attempts. He had already processed Wuqing's spirit crystal card the same way. Everything in the wasteland was spoils of war. Spirit crystals included. Ding! Host has obtained 55 spirit crystals. The system notification rang in Li Xingqian's mind. He discovered with delight that Shanshi was indeed wealthy, much more prosperous than Wuqing. Combined with Wuqing's 23 spirit crystals, he now had 78 crystals. Just 22 more, and he could activate Heaven-Defying Transformation, second stage, skeletal evolution, for Little Firefox. System panel appeared. Heaven-Defying Transformation, second stage, skeletal evolution. Requirements: 100 spirit crystals, 1 million wealth points. Prediction: Firefox, three-tailed golden flame fox. The three-tailed golden flame fox was a true ancient wasteland clan, with bloodline far purer than near-ancient clans like the frost-ice toad, directly rated as a great aptitude. Thinking of this, Li Xingqian's eyes blazed with fervent anticipation. Unfortunately, Huang Kai had been swallowed whole by the python beast, making his spirit crystal card impossible to retrieve. And Little Firefox, having lost its azure sky power, had fallen into a 4-hour weakness period during this time. Any major moves would put them all in danger. Killing the third-grade red-feathered giant-eyed bird earned him 100 merit points, instantly propelling his ranking to 5th place. The 3 continued searching the wasteland for shelter, eventually settling on an abandoned cave in a rocky cliff. The entrance was overgrown with withered yellow grass and thick with dust, clearly deserted for years. Only such a place would be safe from a python beast suddenly lunging out at them. Inside the cave, the campfire was kept low, reduced to just a few glowing embers. Li Xingqian examined the little firefox's injuries while asking, Fatty, do you still have those 22 spirit crystals on you? Chimpanzee patted his pockets with an embarrassed grin. My dad's black card still has credit, but it's not cash. Will that work? Li Xingqian shook his head. The system doesn't accept credit cards. For the little firefox to advance to 3rd grade, he had to immediately complete the 2nd evolution of Heaven-Defying Transformation. But now Zhang Yao held 1st place with 1,300 points, while 2nd and 3rd place had each broken 800. Long Yadin had surged from outside the top 800 to 10th place. Hearst grade second-tier dragon sparrow could likely hunt third-grade beasts above its level. If he and Chun Pongzi couldn't surpass the top two in a short time, the outcome would already be decided. In the corner, Shun Rong hesitated for a moment before saying quietly, I have spirit crystals. You can have them. Li Xingqian was stunned, glancing at Shin Pongzi for confirmation. The latter shrugged. Don't worry, Shin Rong is our school's hidden little rich girl. Then 22 crystals, it isn't one more. I saved you, consider this repayment. Shin Rong's cheeks flushed slightly, but her fingers moved decisively across her bracelet to transfer the funds. Ding. Account balance jumped from 78 to 100. Panic and excitement surged through him simultaneously. The 100 spirit crystals he thought would take forever to save were now in his hands. Songqiong evolved the little firefox's heaven-defying transformation to the second level. Ding. Evolution in progress. His wealth instantly zeroed out. The 22 crystals plus his previous 78 were all drained, but only a fool would refuse to trade for an ancient wasteland bloodline at one of the market price. The Li family had spent over 100 million in Fengdu City equivalent to 10,000 spirit crystals just to buy Li Yueming, an ancient wasteland cub. System countdown, 3 hours 58 minutes. By the time evolution completed, the little firefox's injuries would be mostly healed. The three each found spots against the walls to sleep. They scattered scent-masking powder at the cave entrance and blocked it with rubble, leaving only a narrow passage. Occasional beast roars echoed from outside, but none caught their scent. Outside the examination grounds, several blood-soaked military beast tamers stumbled out of the tree line, causing parents in the stands to cry out in alarm. A young military officer rushed to meet them. What happened? Large numbers of third-grade beasts appeared in the north, the lead tamer gasped. Behind yesterday's beast wave, over 30 third-grade beasts followed. Some have already approached the northern perimeter of the examination zone. We're trying to intercept them. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, where over a dozen red dots flickered at the northern edge of the examination zone. Those were the gifted students who had voluntarily left the safe zones to compete for admission slots. Only true prodigies dared take such risks. Exact numbers? The young officer pressed. At least 30. A collective gasp arose from the parents' section. Over 30 third-grade beasts was practically a small-scale siege. Is the military just going to stand by and do nothing? One parent immediately demanded. Although they desperately wanted their children to secure admission spots, they certainly didn't want them to die. Faced with this overwhelmingly dangerous situation, admission had become secondary. Coming back alive was the only thing that mattered. Chun Yojin's face turned deathly pale as he nearly shouted, "Bring the children back immediately. What's the point of continuing this practical exam under these circumstances? This must be the most dangerous graduation practical exam in Jinkin Township in over a decade, right?" The crowd immediately echoed his sentiment. Absolutely. The last time was more than 10 years ago, when so many beast-taming prodigies died. I heard less than 1/10 survived. Li Lishan's brow furrowed deeply. I hadn't expected Li Xingqian to fall into such a perilous situation this time. Ever since Li Xingqian's score had shot up to 5th place 2 hours ago, his ranking had remained frozen without any movement. Being on the leaderboard meant he was temporarily safe from mortal danger, but over 2 hours of complete inactivity also suggested he was likely trapped in some predicament or entangled by a lurking threat. Facing the increasingly agitated parents, the young military officer stood before the monitoring screen, his tone calm to the point of being ice-cold. Everyone needs to understand one thing first: where exactly the military has designated the examination zone. His gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke word by word. As long as they remain within the examination zone, the military will do everything possible to eliminate any exotic beasts beyond the students' capabilities. But if they venture outside the examination zone, that's their own choice, and it has nothing to do with the military. The parents were furious, but dared not speak out. No one knew this officer's exact background, only that he had just been transferred from Fengdu City's military headquarters and was known for his iron-fisted, ruthless approach. Yet he was absolutely right. The graduation practical exam was strictly limited to the designated examination zone, and those who crossed the boundaries bore responsibility for their own lives and deaths. The officer continued his cutting remarks. The military isn't entirely heartless. Protecting beast-taming prodigies is our duty. But the moment we intervene, that students' results will be completely voided. If you agree to this, I can dispatch rescue teams immediately. The parents who had been indignant just moments before suddenly fell silent. Retreating now would render all their children's previous efforts futile. However, some seized the opportunity to raise their hands. They knew their children's limited abilities, and this year's competition was particularly brutal. It was already the second day, their children hadn't even appeared on the score leaderboard, and countless life signals had quietly extinguished. Rather than wait for tragic news, they preferred to first confirm whether their children were still alive. In previous years, the military typically waited until the practical exam ended before taking action, But this year's special circumstances prompted the young officer to make an exception and relax the conditions. Immediately, dozens of parents filled out rescue applications for their children. Liang Bo moved closer to Li Lishan and asked quietly, "Master, do you think young Master Xingqian is inside or outside the examination zone?" Before the young lady disappeared into the wasteland, Li Xingqian was the one she worried about most among the two children, and Liang Bo was now consumed with anxiety. Li Lishan took a deep breath. Outside the examination zone. Though he didn't want to admit this fact, it was inevitable. The exotic beasts released by the military into the assessment zone were mostly grade 1, so earning several hundred merit points required killing a great many of them. For this reason, Li Xingqian's most suitable prey at the moment would be grade 2 exotic beasts, and large numbers of grade 2 beasts only appeared in areas beyond military supervision. Uncle Liang gasped. If young Master Xingqian encounters a grade 3 exotic beast, that would be certain death. Li Lishan was equally anxious. However, Xingqian had already climbed to 5th place on the merit rankings, and with one more push, he could break into the top 3. Opportunity and danger coexist. If their decision caused Xingqian to fail at the crucial moment, the boy would likely be completely devastated. How could he not understand that Xingqian had always longed for a chance to completely leave the Li family in Jinshan Township, yearning to enter the Advanced Beast Tamer Academy in Fengdu City? But compared to being hated by his son for life, he couldn't bear the thought of his son dying in the assessment. That would be an irreparable debt and an inexcusable failure to his wife. We're going to bring him back. After much hesitation, Li Lishan finally made his decision. Just as he finished speaking, Tang Yuan interjected. Family head Li, why don't we wait a bit longer? Li Lishan looked puzzled at this young teacher from Fengdu with considerable reputation. Teacher Tang, didn't you favor Yueming before? Why suddenly? Tang Yuan looked apologetic but spoke firmly. It was my negligence for not recognizing Li Xingqian's potential sooner. But his talent as insight would be such a waste if he lost his chance at the Advanced Academy. There are over 30 grade 3 exotic beasts in their area right now. Li Lishan raised his voice. Xingqian's spirit beast is only grade 2. If he encounters them, he has no chance of winning. I understand. Tang Yuan stared directly at the large screen. Since I've taken notice of Li Xingqian, I won't let anything happen to him. On screen, the data for Long Yaden, ranked 7th, was rapidly changing. Clearly, she had begun hunting grade 3 exotic beasts, earning 100 merit points for each kill. Tang Yuan knew this was the Protect Li Xingqian mission she had given to Long Yaden. Though the girl was cold by nature, she always kept her promises. Seeing Tang Yuan's resolute attitude, Li Lishan had to postpone his action. Nearby, Li Yueming was also stunned. Hadn't expected teacher Tang to value his brother so highly. He vaguely sensed that his brother seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Deep in the cave, the firelight flickered dimly. Success! Suddenly an excited shout erupted. Chen Pongzi and Shun Rong jolted awake, eyes wide, staring at Li Xingqian, who had jumped up. Are you dreaming? Chen Pongzi rubbed his eyes. Li Xingqian could barely contain his excitement. You could say a dream has come true. The little fire fox was surrounded by dancing golden flames. Its 2 tails now transformed into 3, blazing brilliantly. It had finally evolved into a 3-tailed golden flame fox. A true ancient wasteland clan member. Generally, ancient wasteland clan beasts started at a grade aptitude, with a grade being more common since higher aptitudes commanded astronomical prices and were often priceless. The 3-tailed golden flame fox before Li Xingqian was clearly grade aptitude. It might even rival Long Yaden's sparrow dragon. Let's go, everything's ready. The two of us need to secure 1st and 2nd place, understand? Li Xingqian's gaze was steady, but his voice carried an undeniable authority. Hearing this, Shenrong was stunned for a moment, then nodded apologetically. Li Xingqian, I'm sorry, but I can't guarantee your ranking. You understand, right? Don't worry about me. She nodded emphatically again, appearing fully cooperative. However, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Chen Pongzi, puzzled by Li Xingqian's sudden surge of confidence. At that moment, the 1st and 2nd places on the leaderboard had already broken through 1,500 merit points, more than double their own scores. With only a dozen hours left until the graduation practicum ended, unless Zhang Yao's group suddenly stopped, overtaking them seemed virtually impossible. Chen Pongzi was more carefree. He trusted Li Xingqian and nodded earnestly. All right, I'll follow your lead. As for how Li Xingqian would pull it off, he didn't bother asking. Li Xingqian was never blindly confident. If he said he could do it, he would. Night fell completely over the wasteland, the most dangerous time period. Usually, students would find relatively safe caves or high ground to wait for dawn, but time was running short, and other teams were still desperately grinding for merit points. Even though most knew they had no chance at 1st or 2nd place, they still fought for good scores to join better beast tamer guilds after graduation. Therefore, no one was slacking off, and the wasteland was filled with teams either traveling stealthily or engaged in fierce battles. Li Xingqian glanced at the merit point rankings and announced gravely, from now on, we're targeting 3rd-grade exotic beasts, so this will be extremely dangerous. You must stay close to me. Third-grade exotic beasts? Both Chimpanzee and Shun Rong's eyes widened. For ordinary students, third-grade exotic beasts were nightmares to be avoided at all costs. Yet Li Xingqian wanted to actively seek them out and beat others to them. Can we really do this? Even the usually good-natured chimpanzee couldn't help but speak up. We have to. Li Xingqian stared at the leaderboard. Zhang Yao's team is also going after third-grade exotic beasts. We just need to be faster. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Rong voiced her concern. If we really encounter a third-grade exotic beast, with our three spirit beasts' combined strength, we wouldn't be a match for it, would we? Don't worry. Before Li Xingqian could finish, intense fighting sounds suddenly erupted from ahead. Block it. Once my lightning python catches up, it won't last much longer. We can't hold on anymore. If this drags on, our spirit beasts will be killed. You have to hold on. Or what use are you deadweights to me? Roars mixed with angry shouts exploded from deep within the forest as a golden-striped flame leopard burst out, its flame-like coat blazing brilliantly in the night. 3 students followed close behind. Li Xingqian immediately recognized them as the top 3 from the second academy, with strength comparable to Wu Cheng and Shan Shi, equipped with 1 third-grade spirit beast and 2 second-grade ones. The golden-striped flame leopard was incredibly fast, running like a ball of burning fire. Ordinary exotic beasts of the same rank couldn't keep up with it at all. To hunt one down, you either had to set traps or surround it with multiple people. These 3 had clearly chosen the latter approach. Even though the lightning python was fast, it couldn't catch up to a golden-striped flame leopard running at peak speed, which was why they needed the other 2 students' spirit beasts to coordinate a pincer attack. However, those 2 students were wary of the fact that the golden-striped flame leopard was ultimately a grade 3 exotic beast, and they hesitated to get close, allowing the injured leopard to successfully break through their encirclement. Li Xingqian's eyes suddenly lit up. The leopard's body was covered in blood, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Fatty, he called out in a low voice. Chimpanzee understood immediately, commanding his frost-ice toad to open its mouth and spray a series of finger-thick ice bullets trailing cold mist toward their prey. Shun Rong. Li Xingqian called out another reminder. The rainbow moon rabbit leaped from the grass, its slender form tracing a colorful arc through the air. Its 2 long ears, sharp as steel blades, spun rapidly, taking advantage of the ice bullet cover to cleanly sever both hind legs of the golden-striped flame leopard. Under excruciating pain, the leopard tumbled dozens of meters, and before it could steady itself, the frost-ice toad's massive mouth lunged forward, ending its life with a bone-chilling ice breath. A system notification popped up, and Chimpanzee's merit points skyrocketed by 100. His face flushed red with excitement as he instantly jumped to 6th place on the rankings, right behind Li Xingqian. How dare you steal my prey, Zhan Hongwei's prey? A furious roar accompanied by lightning approached. The lightning python's master Zhan Hongwei, currently ranked 2nd at the 3rd academy, had a face dark as iron. What should have been his key victory to close the gap with Zhang Yao had been intercepted by others. Chimpanzee recognized him and shrank his neck. Zhan Hongwei's reputation rivaled Zhang Yao's. The original first place from his school had already been admitted to a higher academy and wasn't participating in the graduation trial, so Zhan Hongwei had maintained 2nd place, only about 100 merit points behind Zhang Yao. Clearly, he had planned to use this golden-striped flame leopard to continue closing the gap, only to have Li Xingqian's group intercept and kill it directly. This is the wilderness, Li Xingqian replied coolly. Who made the rule that only you can kill exotic beasts? Zhan Hongwei was momentarily stunned, then his eyes turned cold. You're that waste Li Yueming's brother? Li Xingqian smiled bitterly to himself, not expecting his reputation to have spread even to other schools. Beside Zhan Hongwei, a boldly dressed girl sneered. Siblings with such vastly different talents won a grade, 1th grade. How ironic. Another young man added. But I heard this waste had an abnormal resonance when controlling his spirit beast, forcibly pushing his aptitude to grade 2 level. Zhan Hongwei waved his hand irritably to cut him off. None of that matters. Anyone who dares steal my prey must die. If the golden-striped flame leopard had fallen into his hands, his gap with Zhang Yao would have been reduced to just dozens of points, but now everything had come to nothing. His anger boiled over as he turned his attention to Chimpanzee. Qin Xiushi, you're a young master of the Qin family, yet you always hang around with this waste Li Xingqian. You just want to use him as a stepping stone to get close to Li Yueming, don't you? Too bad Li Yueming doesn't buy it. Besides earning a reputation for associating with trash, you've gained nothing. Am I right? Bullshit. Chimpanzee roared. I value Li Xingqian's potential, and it has nothing to do with Li Yueming. Potential? Haha, the potential of 9th grade. Zhan Hongwei's laugh was cold. He can barely protect himself. What can he give you? Since you dared to steal my prey, you all must die. In the wilderness after the beast tide, a few deaths are perfectly normal, aren't they? Before his words finished, he pointed forward, and the lightning python transformed into a straight bolt of lightning, lunging directly at the frost-ice toad. Chimpanzee's face changed drastically as he urgently ordered his spirit beast to dodge, but the frost ice toad's speed couldn't compare to the golden-striped flame leopard's, and in an instant, it was tightly coiled by the python's body. The rainbow moon rabbit rushed to help, its ears spinning into blade wheels, but it was swatted away dozens of meters by the lightning python's tail, landing heavily. Zhang Hongwei sneered coldly. What's the use of following Li Xingqian? Your spirit beast is about to die, yet he can't protect you. This is your choice. Crack, crack. The harsh sound of the frost ice toad's surface bones fracturing filled the air as the lightning python's constricting strangulation proved terrifyingly effective. Despite the Tianhan ice toad being a soft-bodied spirit beast with extremely slippery skin, it still couldn't escape the lightning python's coils. At this point, the Tianhan ice toad had no options left. The python's massive body, thick as a water barrel, reared high into the air. Purple lightning crackled along its scales, casting the desolate wilderness in a ghastly white glow. The Tianhan ice toad was wrapped tight, its ice-blue surface continuously seeping cold mist, yet unable to stop the searing electrical burns. Chun Pongzi trembled with anxiety, his chubby face twisted in anguish as his voice cracked with tears. We never should have stolen Zhang Hongwei's prey. Now look what's happened to the Tianhan ice toad. Stay calm. Li Xingqian squinted at the battle, though his fists clenched silently. Suddenly, he called out in a low voice, "Little fire fox." In an instant, flames erupted beside him from thin air, crimson gold tongues of fire reaching half a person's height. From the center of the flames, a blurred figure slowly stepped forward, each footstep leaving scorched marks on the ground. Zhang Hongwei burst into laughter, his voice dripping with disdain. Just a grade 2 spirit beast? You could bring several, and it wouldn't matter. My lightning python would eat them as snacks. You think rank lower grade aptitude is impressive? Let me tell you, any random grade 3 could easily crush a grade 2. The woman in his arms leaned against his chest, mockingly cooing. Brother Zhang's lightning python has brank upper grade potential. It's this powerful even before its breakthrough evolution watts, that little brank lower grade fire fox compared to that. Shin Pongzi waved his hands frantically. Brotherly, don't send little fire fox up there. The power gap is too huge. Idle, just be a meaningless sacrifice. Shin Rong urgently agreed. Right now preserving our strength and staying alive is what matters. Fighting the lightning python heathen makes no sense. Everyone chattered anxiously. But when that figure finally emerged completely from the flames, all voices fell silent. Little fire fox. Shin Pongzi's throat went dry. Where was the little in that? As the flames dispersed, the spirit beast standing there was 4 to 5 meters long, with 3 massive tails like 3 golden flames burning bright against the dark wilderness. Its orange-eared fur was adorned with intricate golden patterns that seemed to flow with light, while its narrow amber eyes gleamed dangerously, each breath releasing waves of scorching heat. Ancient Wilderness Clan. The same image from their spirit beast appreciation classes flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. This was an existence so rare even among the Ancient Wilderness Clan, with bloodlines so ancient they were nearly extincta 3-tailed golden flame fox. Legend spoke of this fire-type race as invincible within their tier, capable of instantly generating temperatures over 1,000 degrees at grade 3, hot enough to melt steel into molten iron. Zhang Hongwei's pupils contracted sharply, his former arrogance shattered by shock. How is this possible? This is Li Xingqian's little fire fox? Shin Pongzi and Shun Rong exchanged glances, both shuddering simultaneously. Just moments ago, they had regarded this spirit beast as an ordinary grade 2, only to witness its transformation into an Ancient Wilderness Clan member. Evolving an ordinary spirit beast into Ancient Wilderness Clan. While not unheard of, it only exists in legends. Shin Pongzi broke out in goosebumps. Generally speaking, the further spirit beast evolution progressed, the more likely aptitude was to decline. Any slight error by the evolution master would significantly reduce results. The common scenario was great advancement with decreased aptitude. Yet Li Xingqian's fire fox had leaped from initial frank aptitude all the way to Ancient Wilderness Clan status. This was nothing short of miraculous. Before the crowd's amazement could subside, Li Xingqian raised his hand to pat the 3-tailed golden flame fox's broad shoulder, a faint smile playing at his lips. Little fire fox, I'm hungry. Want roasted snake skin? The 3-tailed golden flame fox lunged forward fiercely, its sharp claws gripping the lightning python's body. Without even needing to unleash its fire energy, it relied solely on its razor-sharp talons to tear 3 deep, bloody gashes between the python's scales. The lightning python writhed in pain, releasing the frost ice toad, its serpentine body twisting as it tried to escape. But the 3-tailed golden flame fox was already prepared, instantly diving down to bite firmly at the python's vital 7-inch point, pinning it into the mud. The lightning python hissed and convulsed, its massive tail thrashing wildly, yet it was powerless against an opponent far superior in quality. Originally a high-grade brank beast, its forced evolution had dropped it to high-grade drank, barely stronger than Shansher's red-feathered giant-eyed bird. Meanwhile, The three-tailed golden flame fox before it was in shrank ancient wasteland clan beast. The gap was like heaven and earth. After the frost ice toad broke free, the golden flame fox immediately unleashed its fire energy. Magnificent golden flames engulfed the lightning python, golden tongues of fire clinging to the serpent's body as scorching heat waves caused the surrounding temperature to spike dramatically. Zhang Hongwei stared in shock, collapsing to the ground as golden firelight reflected in his pupils. It was over, completely over. He had paid an enormous price for the lightning python's forced evolution, gambling everything on this hope, only to watch his efforts turn to ash. His two companions beside him were equally terrified. They never imagined Li Xingqian could evolve his spirit beast into an ancient wasteland clan. They even suspected the Li family had secretly purchased such a bloodline for Li Xingqian, but quickly dismissed the thought. Li Xingqian only had frank beast seal talent. Unless he had personally evolved it, he couldn't possibly control a spirit beast of higher quality. This was an iron law among beast tamers. Li Xingqian glanced at Qinpengzi. Qinpengzi immediately understood. Eliminate all threats. He exchanged a look with Shenrong. Shenrong's pupils trembled slightly, but she quickly composed herself. She was now tied to the same boat as Li Xingqian and the others. Li Xingqian's killing of student spirit beasts absolutely could not be revealed, or she too would face punishment. While the three were still in shock, the Frost Ice Toad and Rainbow Moon Rabbit launched a lightning assault, first working together to kill a Tiger Clan spirit beast, then finishing off the insect-type spirit beast. With their spirit beasts destroyed, Zhang Hongwei and his two companions instantly became lambs for slaughter. Zhang Hongwei fell to his knees, pleading, "Don't kill me. I absolutely won't reveal a word." His two companions likewise kowtowed and begged for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Qinpengzi sneered coldly. Zhang Hongwei, you said following Li Xingqian wouldn't bring any benefits? Now Luqi, even more worthless than the waste you spoke of. With that, he signaled the Frost Ice Toad to end the three men's lives. Only the dead could truly keep secrets. Blood splattered on the leaves as Qinpengzi wiped the blood spots from his face, his heart uneasy. This was his first time killing, yet he understood there would be many more such moments ahead, and he could only learn to adapt. Shenrong was equally troubled, but since nearly being killed by Shan Shi, she understood that only by eliminating all dangers could she ensure her safety. Li Xingqian watched the two, gasping heavily, his heart stirring. Though the academy strictly forbade students from killing each other, it hadn't established tight surveillance, seemingly tacitly allowing students to learn the survival principle of decisive killing during graduation practice. This cruel truth wouldn't be explicitly taught by teachers. Students had to discover it themselves. Alright, come eat some meat. Third-grade spirit beast meat isn't bad at Alley here. It's considered premium ingredients in big city restaurants. Li Xingqian deliberately lightened the mood. As the three gathered around the fire eating heartily, Li Xingqian glanced at the merit point ranking. Second place, Zhang Hongwei had fallen, and with the 100 merit points gained from killing the lightning python, his ranking had jumped directly to third place, while Qinpengzi held fifth. After a brief rest, the three quickly departed, though they didn't venture too far. The tantalizing aroma of the lightning python's meat would surely attract other spirit beasts. The night wind swept across the wasteland, carrying the rich fragrance of roasted meat far into the darkness. Using a freshly killed third-grade spirit beast, still sizzling with crispy fat, as bait was practically carving the word extravagance into the night itself. To dare use a third-grade spirit beast as fishing bait, probably only our group in this entire wasteland would be willing to do such a thing. Qinpengzi grinned, though his voice carried unmistakable awe. His peripheral vision swept toward Li Xingqian, his mind churning like turbulent seas. Questions enough to fill an entire barbecue grill, but some were worth asking, while others would be asking for death. Just how terrifying Li Xingqian truly was, others might dismiss it as mere rumors, but he had witnessed it firsthand. His own Frost Ice Toad had been forcibly evolved by Li Xingqian himself. At this thought, Qinpengzi felt momentarily dazed. Li Xingqian, who had been called worthless since childhood, had now become a monster even he couldn't see through. Who could have imagined it? The savory aroma spread through the wild grass, and within moments, spirit beasts followed the scent. The first to appear were several first-grade creatures. Though they caught the fragrance, they dared not approach, only pacing and growling at the perimeter. The residual aura of the third-grade lightning python remained intimidating. Killing first-grade beasts now would be meaningless. They needed patience to catch the big fish. After waiting a bit longer, the real prize appeared. A third-grade spirit beast burst from the darkness, first roaring away the first-grade creatures, then pawing the ground with its hooves before succumbing to the aroma and charging toward the roasting rack. Li Xingqian's eyes sharpened, immediately releasing the three-tailed golden flame fox. As a member of the ancient wasteland clans, the three-tailed golden flame fox was already top tier among third-grade beasts, its bloodline power terrifyingly high. Even without the Sky Force enhancement, it was virtually unaffected by the wasteland's suppressive power. Golden flames rolled and surged, crushing the third-grade spirit beast to the ground in just 2 or 3 devastating moves. As the prey fell, the fox's shadow withdrew. Li Xingqian had it retreat into the shadows, once again waiting by the stump for rabbits. This time the bait was upgraded. The charred fragrance of roasted meat mixed with the sweet metallic scent of fresh blood, the air seeming to take on a thick, dark red tinge. Soon, more third-grade spirit beasts came one after another. The moment their front paws stepped into the scent's epicenter, their bodies were torn apart by the golden flame fox. Corpses piled upon corpses, quickly forming a small mountain. The blood scent grew so thick it seemed ready to condense into fog, making even the 3 of them tremble with fear. Brotherly, won't such heavy blood scent attract even bigger creatures? Like 4th-grade ones. Chimpanzee's voice was barely a whisper, yet still betrayed his anxiety. This was the wasteland, where a beast tide had recently erupted. Who could guarantee that among the stragglers, the highest grade was only 3rd? Li Xingqian was equally uncertain. He could feel danger approaching. If a monster stronger than the 3-tailed golden flame fox truly appeared, they would no longer be hunters, but prey. Tum, 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 tum. The earth suddenly trembled with a rhythm as heavy as war drums. All 3 faces turned pale in unison. This commotion clearly indicated some colossal creature crushing the grassland as it approached. Then they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A monster roughly 30 to 40 meters tall emerged from the dense forest in the darkness. The night was so pitch black that they couldn't make out what species it was, only able to judge by its silhouette and menacing or definitely a beast whose strength exceeded grade 3. Run! Li Xingqian turned and bolted without hesitation, while Chimpanzee and Shun Rong's legs went weak, but they still followed. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the night sky as the massive figure charged straight toward them. Damn it, there's fresh meat all over the ground, but it won't eat that. It has to chase us. What's wrong with it? Chimpanzee's voice trembled, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead. Li Xingqian made a split-second decision and summoned his 3-tailed golden flame fox. The fiery red figure carried the 3 of them as it raced forward, covering over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. However, the grade 4 beast behind them was even faster, and the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. What's going on? Do we have some grudge against it? Li Xingqian looked back and caught sight of their pursuer in the faint moonlight was also a golden-striped crimson flame leopard, but much more imposing, with golden stripes covering its body like burning flames. I get it now. It's probably the parent of that golden-striped crimson flame leopard from before, coming to avenge its cub. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. What had once been a trap they dug for beasts had now become their own grave. The power gap between higher-grade beasts was enormous, and their advantage and potential couldn't make up for it at all. Moreover, golden-striped crimson flame leopards were naturally known for their speed, and the distance between them was closing frantically. Wait! Chimpanzee suddenly shouted. What? We're going deeper into the wasteland. We're running in the wrong direction. No kidding, you think I don't know that? If we turn around now, can the little fox still accelerate in time? That leopard will pounce on us immediately. Li Xingqian growled. Then what do we do? Chimpanzee held on to Shun Rong tightly. Her face was deathly pale, her limbs ice cold, and she could barely breathe. Li Xingqian frantically looked around, hoping to spot a military patrol, but couldn't see a single shadow. The wasteland was too vast, and the military rarely ventured deep into it. Even a golden-striped crimson flame leopard dozens of meters tall was just a drop in the ocean in this boundless darkness, hardly noticeable. There was one last resort, channeling the power of the firmament. The little fox had already completed its evolution, and with the power boost, its explosive strength might be able to contend with a grade 4 beast. But Li Xingqian wasn't confident, and unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to stake all 3 of their lives on this single strike. Suddenly, he spotted human figures ahead to the left. Go that way. Li Xingqian patted the little fox. The figure ahead was actually someone from the military. The person appeared to be in their 20s, draped in a black cloak that hugged their form as they stood atop the highest treetop, like an extension of the night itself. Not far away, a massive black and white tiger crouched on a branch, its pristine white stripes particularly striking against the dark forest canopy. Li Xingqian attempted to use his system's spirit beast identification guide to lock onto the target, but received only a blank response. His guide could only identify 3rd-grade spirit beasts and below, which meant that black and white giant tiger was unmistakably a 4th-grade spirit beast. Go! Li Xingqian commanded in a low voice. The little fire fox flicked its 3 tails and swiftly carried them closer. 3 golden tail flames blazed brilliantly in the darkness, visible from 10 miles away. The giant tiger raised its head, and the military youth also turned his gaze toward them. Brotherly, it's someone from the military we saved. Chimpanzee exclaimed with joy, noting the opponent's formidable presence that clearly marked them as someone not to be trifled with. Shut up, Li Xingqian whispered. We'll pass right by them in a moment, and absolutely no mention of asking for help. Chimpanzee immediately understood. By leading the golden-striped Crimson Flame Leopard away without asking for assistance, they wouldn't be considered as receiving military interference, thus preserving their graduation practice scores. The strategy worked. The little fire fox swept past the treetop where the military person stood, stirring up fallen leaves with a wave of heat. The golden-striped Crimson Flame Leopard following close behind was suddenly pinned in place by the black and white giant tiger's overwhelming presence. Though both were fourth grade, the leopard's aptitude was far inferior to the tiger's, completely overwhelmed in terms of aura. The military beast tamer glanced sideways at Li Xingqian. This kid led the monster toward him but didn't flee far, instead staying on the periphery to watch the battle clearly, still hoping to scavenge some benefits. An interesting boy, actually possessing an ancient wasteland species. According to intelligence, only 3 students in Jinshan Township possessed ancient wasteland species: Long Yadan and Li Yueming from the first academy, and Xiao Zhan from the second academy. For this practice session, only Long Yadan had registered, but she was a girl. This young man before him clearly wasn't her. This meant he was a completely hidden dark horse. A third-grade ancient wasteland species, keeping such a low profile, exactly the type most likely to create miracles in the wasteland. Li Xingqian nervously noticed the youth's gaze sweeping over him, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Nobody likes being used as a weapon. Stay focused, retreat immediately if anything goes wrong, he reminded them. Chen Pongzi and Shun Rong nodded, their hearts still pounding. If Li Xingqian hadn't stopped, they would have fled long ago. Boom. The black and white giant tiger suddenly let out a deafening roar, its snow-white form twisting as it pounced down. The golden-striped Crimson Flame Leopard instinctively turned to flee, but how could it possibly escape? The giant tiger held complete advantages in both speed and strength, pinning the leopard into the mud in the blink of an eye. Sharp claws tore through flesh, dark red blood spattering across branches and leaves as the golden-striped Crimson Flame Leopard was pressed to the ground by the black and white giant tiger, being savagely mauled with chunks of bloody flesh torn away piece by piece. Absolutely brutal. All 3 of Li Xingqian's group felt their hearts racing with fear. After all, they had only seen footage of spirit beast battles at this level and school never witnessed one firsthand. The 2 massive creatures rolled through the forest, snapping tree trunks that crashed down with thunderous noise, shaking the ground as dirt and debris flew everywhere. Sweat beaded on Li Xingqian's forehead as he silently thanked himself for not having his little fire fox channel the sky force to clash directly with the golden-striped flame leopard. They weren't even in the same league. That fourth-grade beast could swat his fire fox away with a single paw. The fierce battle raged for over 10 minutes. Accompanied by heart-wrenching roars, the already sparse beasts in the area fled in all directions. Finally, the black and white giant tiger pinned the golden-striped flame leopard into the earth with one claw. After a few weak struggles, the leopard fell silent. The military beast tamer casually recalled his tigerate had been a complete crushing victory. Li Xingqian's eyes blazed with intense light. Killing a fourth-grade beast meant a full 1,000 merit points. If he could claim it, he'd immediately surpass first-place Zhang Yao. But this spoil clearly belonged to the military, leaving him to sigh inwardly. Just then, the military beast tamer suddenly stopped, glanced at them through the broken forest, raised his hand in acknowledgement, and had his black and white tiger turn and leave. Li Xingqian was stunned. Was he giving them the prey? He didn't rush forward recklessly, instead waiting until the man was completely gone before commanding, "Little Firefox, go." The Firefox's crimson flames swirled as it leaped toward the barely breathing golden-striped flame leopard, its claws slashing across the neck to deliver the final blow. The light screen flashed a notification: merit points 1,000. Chen Pongzi and Shun Rong gaped in amazement. What kind of luck is this? Money falling from heaven. Li Xingqian was equally puzzled but had no time to investigate further, his mind racing with calculations. He now had 700 more merit points than Zhang Yao. His spot was secure. All right, fatty, now let's boost your score. Chen Pongzi nodded vigorously. Originally, both their scores had been low, and for safety's sake, he'd planned to abandon personal competition and focus entirely on helping Li Xingqian. But now that Li Xingqian sat firmly in first place, he too saw hope. Outside the arena, wave after wave of gasps erupted from the spectator stands. Everyone had been certain the final spots would go to Zhang Yao, Chen Hao, and Long Yadan, especially Long Yadan, who had been unknown before but had now surged to fourth place with fierce momentum. Yet just moments ago, Li Xingqian had suddenly seized first place on the rankings with a massive lead. 8,000 merit points in one go. He killed a fourth-grade beast. Many parents were too shocked to speak, their gazes turning in unison toward Li Lixin, whose expression mirrored their own, stunned into rigidity. Zhang Yao's father's face turned ashen. Just moments before, he'd been smugly confident about his son's leading position, especially after second place. Zhang Hongwei's disappearance left no one to threaten Zhang Yao. Who could have predicted that Li Xingqian, whom he'd never considered a threat, would suddenly rocket to the top with such a commanding lead? Brotherly, you've truly raised 2 exceptional sons. Your younger boy Li Yueming earned a spot at a premier academy in the official examination, and now this older brother shows equal excellence. His admission to a premier academy is guaranteed. Chen Eugene immediately offered his congratulations. Li Lishan nodded with a smile, but doubts still lingered in his heart. The large screen in front of him continuously refreshed, displaying the real-time rankings of this year's graduation practicum like a jumping electrocardiogram, with rows of names surging upward from bottom to top. The more he watched, the more confused he became. Among the top 10, except for Xingqian and Chen Yujian's son, almost all other students carried third-tier spirit beasts that had undergone exceptional evolution. Logically speaking, with everyone having a third-tier spirit beast, achieving high performance points would be understandable. But Xingqian's was merely a second-tier fire fox with great aptitude, which theoretically could never take first place, let alone achieve such ridiculously high performance points. Forget about just a second-tier spirit beast. Even if student Yueming's notoriously fierce ancient wasteland clan beast went in there, it might not be able to rack up such scores. On the other side, Chen Eugene stared intently at the rankings, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ever since his son Chen Pongzi had stopped at 6th place, his ranking remained frozen like it was nailed down. If this continued, his chances of advancing to higher education would be virtually zero. He hadn't held much hope initially, but his son's sudden surge had given him a glimpse of light. Now he regretted not following other parents' example by gritting his teeth and directly evolving the water toad through exceptional means. If he had upgraded the spirit beast to 3rd tier earlier, perhaps it could really be charging toward the top 3 now. Ding! The rankings jumped again, and Chen Xiusher's Chen Pongzi's name moved up 1 spot. Chen Eugene's eyes widened. Incredible! My son can actually fight like this. But upon further thought, he became even more puzzled. With his son's water toad, even if it evolved into a great water toad, its combat power would still be limited. Water tribute spirit beasts had always been support-oriented and held no advantage in solo combat charges. How could it possibly squeeze into 5th place among a crowd of 3rd-tier spirit beasts? 9 times out of 10, Xingqian helped him. He quickly reached this conclusion. Recalling the past, when his son insisted on following Li Xingqian around, he actually disapproved. Though his own child wasn't exactly a genius, he was still a rich second-generation kid who should associate with peers of similar status. Yet his son insisted on sticking close to that universally acknowledged waste case, not only spending his allowance on him, but also getting excluded from elite circles as a result. At the time, he felt both heartbroken and resentful, though he didn't forcibly intervene. Looking at it now, yesterday's waste case, Li Xingqian had magnificently transformed into a great genius, and his son's judgment had been absolutely sharp. Every time he thought of this, he became so excited his nose tingled. The Chen family was finally going to produce a respectable beast tamer. Just then, the rankings jumped again. Chen Xiusher shot up to 4th place. Chen Eugene nearly had a heart attack, his chest tightening suddenly. Good heavens, could he actually break into the top 3? Meanwhile, the teachers at First Academy were in an uproar. The graduation practicum not only determined students' futures, but also concerned the reputation of Jinshan Township's 3 intermediate academies. At this moment, 1st, 3rd, and 4th places all belonged to their First Academy students, with 2nd place barely held by 3rd Academy's Zhang Yao, who was being gradually overtaken by 3rd place Long Yaten. If Chen Xiusher could also break into the top 3, First Academy would essentially sweep the championship. Runner-up and 3rd place it would be impossible not to dominate. However, Tang Yiran's expression grew increasingly strange. Based on the speed of Long Yaten's ranking advancement, she had basically determined that Long Yaten was acting alone, not bringing Li Xingqian and Chen Xiusher along. So then how exactly had Li Xingqian and Chen Xiusher managed to achieve this? Chen Xiusher's ranking has been climbing so rapidly because he earns nearly 100 points each time, with relatively short intervals between achievements. His ascent is almost matching Long Yaten's pace. This means that either Li Xingqian or Chen Xiusher has already developed the strength to easily kill 3rd-grade beasts. Tang Yiran couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly was happening? Had Li Xingqian brought another surprise? Deep in the wilderness, shadows of trees intertwined. Li Xingqian led the way while Chen Xiusher and Shun Rong followed behind, their steps urgent yet orderly. Chen Xiusher held the light screen. Grinning from ear to ear, his name had climbed to 4th place, with only the top-tier genius Long Yaten ahead of him. Along the way, Li Xingqian had his 3-tailed golden flame fox severely wound the beasts first, then his frost ice toad would deliver the finishing blow. The efficiency was astounding. What amazed Chen Xiusher even more was that Li Xingqian seemed to have a built-in compass. He could pinpoint 3rd-grade beast locations effortlessly, taking routes with virtually no wasted steps, like a living map of the wilderness. The sensitivity of his perception-type spirit beast combined with his own formidable combat power made him seem almost overpowered in the wilderness. During this expedition, Shun Rong could barely contribute. Her rainbow moon rabbit was useless in 3rd-grade battles, so she could only watch as Li Xingqian's 3-tailed golden flame fox swept through beasts of the same grade with its ancient wilderness bloodline and the suppressive power of wilderness force against peers, it was practically unstoppable unless facing 4th grade or exceptionally powerful 3rd grade opponents. After 7 3rd grade beasts fell, Chun Xiushi's points shot up to 1,700, propelling him to 3rd place. Long Yadan held 2nd, Li Xingchen remained firmly in 1st, and Zhang Yao was pushed down to 4th. I never thought I'd make it into the elite academy quota. Chun Xiushi was so excited his eyes were spinning. If my old man knew about this, he'd faint from joy. Enough, it's not over yet, Li Xingchen said sharply. Don't get too cocky before the final results. Hearing the reminder, Chun Xiushi quickly composed himself. The wilderness was full of dangers they couldn't let their guard down until they left. For concealment, Li Xingchen recalled his conspicuously large 3-tailed golden flame fox into the spirit beast space, and the three continued on foot. Rounding a cluster of shrubs, they encountered another team. Well, if it isn't the loser brothers. What a coincidence running into you here. It was Zhang Yao's 3-person team. Li Xingchen frowned slightly. Did you come looking for us specifically? Zhang Yao chuckled. What's that supposed to mean? Are you suggesting I want to eliminate you for the academy spots? Don't slander Muri good classmates who always act honorably and would never do anything so despicable. Besides, the graduation practice rules strictly forbid students from killing each other. Zhang Yao approached with a smile on his face. Chen Fatty reflexively summoned his frost ice toad, its plump body materializing through the icy mist as he shouted, Zhang Yao, we'll go our separate ways. Since you don't want to break the rules, don't bother us. Zhang Yao's gaze turned cold as he glanced at the frost ice toad and let out a disdainful snort. No wonder you dare act so arrogant in front of me. Turns out you've evolved a decent spirit beast. Too bad it's just a 2nd grade creature. How dare you bare your fangs at me? Have you lost your mind? The two teammates behind Zhang Yao exchanged jealous glances upon hearing this. A guy with just a 2nd grade spirit beast managed to get 3rd place? And accumulated so many merit points? Your luck must be absolutely insane. Zhang Yao frowned as well. He couldn't figure out how such a weak spirit beast could rack up such high merit points. After all, his team had spent a fortune hiring 2 supports, forcing each of them to upgrade their spirit beasts to 3rd grade. Then the 2 brothers would lead the attacks while he delivered the finishing blows, claiming all the merit points for himself. With this overwhelming strategy, he had managed to push his merit points past 1,500 in just 2 days. Yet now he was being overtaken by 2 2nd grade spirit beast tamers? This was unacceptable. The Zhang family had paid an enormous price to ensure his smooth admission to a prestigious academy. He could only succeed. Failure was not an option. If he failed, it would mean the Zhang family's investment would be completely wasted, and he would never allow that to happen. Chun Eugene, Zhang Yao said with a sideways glance, his voice dripping with cold mockery. I heard you insisted on befriending Li Xingchen. Now you two have both made it into the top 3. Did you benefit from his help? He stared suspiciously at Li Xingchen. Since merit points couldn't be faked, this was his only logical assumption. Another teammate scoffed dismissively. Impossible. It must be Long Yadan from the 1st Academy who helped them. Otherwise, how could these 2 losers have earned so many merit points? Zhang Yao suddenly understood and sneered coldly. Oh right, where's Long Yadan? Aren't you her teammates? Did she weaken the exotic beasts first, and then let you deliver the killing blows? As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his head mockingly. How stupid of me to even ask something so obvious. Without Long Yadan, you 2 are nothing. His companion urged him on. Brother Zhang, stop wasting time talking. Just take them out. Your ranking will immediately jump up 2 spots. Well said. Zhang Yao smirked. Hong Jin, Hong Sun, do I even need to lift a finger against these 2 nobodies? You handle them. Don't worry, leave it to us brothers. Hong Jin licked his lips. Our wolf beasts are starving. 2 massive wolf beasts leaped out from behind the brothers, their fangs gleaming white as they lunged toward the frost ice toad. Brotherly. Chen Fatty's face turned pale with fear, his voice trembling. Hong Jin sneered coldly. It doesn't matter who you call can't even save himself. You'll both end up in our wolf beasts' bellies. Boom. Suddenly, 3 golden flames shot skyward, blazing with dazzling light, as a snow-white 3-tailed golden flame fox burst forth. It immediately pounced and pinned down a wolf beast with 1 claw. In this moment, the 3-tailed golden flame fox perfectly demonstrated the true power of the ancient wasteland clan. Golden flames spread instantly as its 3 tails, formed of condensed light and fire, wrapped around 2 wolf beasts like chains, pressing them firmly to the ground. The golden flames erupted, their scorching temperature instantly surpassing 1,000 degrees. The wolf beasts fur sizzled as it was burned through, and tongues of fire climbed up their spines. The 2 creatures rolled about clutching their heads, howling in agony as the acrid smell of burning flesh and ashes filled the air. The Hong Jin and Hong Sun brothers stood mere steps away from the 3-tailed golden flame fox. Seeing this ancient wasteland clan member up close, once beautiful, but now transformed into a demon of destruction, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their faces turning deathly pale. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. That Li Xingchen, whom everyone considered worthless, possessed a spirit beast from the ancient wasteland clan? He blurted out instinctively. The Li family gave you an ancient wasteland clan member? Not Li Weming. As soon as the words left his mouth, he shook his head in denial. No, that's impossible. Ancient wasteland clan members have extremely high aptitude. You need top-tier beast taming talent to control them. Your beast taming talent is clearly frank. You only managed to get a brank spirit beast through a single resonance event. How could you possibly command an ancient wasteland clan member? Everyone says you're worthless, but you seem to be anything but. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and studied Li Xingqian carefully. Brother Zhang, please act quickly. Hong Jin cried out, his voice cracking with urgency. Our wolf beasts can't hold on much longer. If we delay anymore, they'll be burned alive. Zhang Yao merely chuckled coldly, his gaze still icy. Don't panic. So what if it's from the ancient wasteland clan? It's still just a third-rank spirit beast. The gap between third and fourth rank is enormous. Li Xingqian's expression changed dramatically. A fourth-rank spirit beast? He wondered if he had misheard. Zhang Yao raised his hand, and surging spiritual power tore through the air as a massive lion-like beast materialized, a flying snow flame tier lion. While this spirit beast wasn't as rare as those from the ancient wasteland clan, it was no weaker in combat power, possessing even more ancient wasteland clan bloodline than Chun Pongzi's frigid ice toad. Chun Pongzi's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. Zhang Yao, have you lost your mind? That's an A-rank aptitude spirit beast, and you actually forced it to evolve to fourth rank in one go? Its aptitude must have dropped terribly. Common sense dictated that once a spirit beast's aptitude fell below rank, it could barely evolve further. Yet Zhang Yao had forcibly pushed through using his original A-rank foundation. Any other spirit beast would have reached a dead end. Zhang Yao snorted coldly. To enter a prestigious academy, what's this small price? I'm different from you worthless fools. I have people willing to invest enormous resources in sponsoring me. Even if I lose the flying snow flame tier lion, as long as I get into a prestigious academy, they'll provide me with a true ancient wasteland clan member. Li Xingqian's brow furrowed deeply as he recognized Zhang Yao as a genuine threat for the first time. The slow growth in his opponent's performance scores might have been a deliberate concealment of his true strength, preparing to eliminate all competitors during the graduation practicum. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for others to surpass him. Li Xingqian, trash is trash. Even if you have the ancient wasteland clan, what difference can it possibly make? In the face of absolute power, you can only submit to your miserable fate. Zhang Yao crossed his arms over his chest, his laughter echoing across the desolate wilderness, as if he had already pronounced Li Xingqian's death sentence. Not far away, a fourth-grade spirit beast crouched among the scattered rocks, its low roar making the very air tremble. Chun Pongzi and Shun Rong were facing such a high-level spirit beast at close range for the second time, but the oppressive force emanating from its bloodline still left them feeling as if they had been soaked in ice water, their limbs stiff and their breathing labored. Zhang Yao, aren't you afraid that the military and the academy will strip you of your enrollment qualifications once they learn about this massive assault on us? Chun Pongzi managed to speak through gritted teeth. Haha, so you're begging me for mercy now? Zhang Yao lifted his chin, looking down at them condescendingly, each word dripping with mockery. Chun Xiushi, the young master of the Chun family nicknamed Chun Peng, zinnially ground his teeth to powder. The Chun and Zhang families had once been evenly matched in the business world, but ever since Zhang Yao's meteoric rise, the Zhang family had been climbing the ranks as if they were cheating. Former business partners of the Chun family had turned to the Zhang family instead, all because Zhang Yao was a beast-taming prodigy with enormous potential. Everyone believed that following the Zhang family would guarantee huge profits in the future. Thus, the Qin family was ruthlessly abandoned. Facing Zhang Yao, Qin Pongzi didn't want to bow his head, yet he had to admit the other's gaze had never lingered on him. Zhang Yao's true attention had always been focused on top-tier geniuses like Long Yadan and Li Yueming. This prolonged disregard had made Zhang Yao accustomed to looking down on others from his lofty position. Qin Pongzi suppressed the fury burning in his eyes and finally nodded in humiliation. Yes, I'm begging you to spare us. We'll give up our enrollment spots and make way for you. Make way for me. Zhang Yao's cold laughter intensified. Are you even worthy? I merely slowed down deliberately to let you worthless trash stay ahead of me. Surpassing you would be effortless. I can pay any price. Qin Pongzi said urgently, even if it means transferring most of the Chun family's assets to the Zhang family. You understand business compared to killing us. Having the Chun family yield would be far more profitable. He desperately calculated, trying to appeal to Zhang Yao's rationality through profit. Zhang Yao scoffed. Your Qin family's measly business will be devoured completely by my Zhang family sooner or later. Golden Silkworm Township will only have one prominent merchant family left, the Zhang family. Why would I need to make such a deal with you? As his words fell, Chun Pongzi's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tight, yet he was powerless. Without sufficient strength, there was no right to negotiate. Just as he was about to kneel, Li Xingqian suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Chun Pongzi's arm. Fatty, take Shenrong and go. Li Xingqian's voice was low but brooked no argument. Chen Pongzi was stunned. Brotherly, what are you saying? You want me to leave at a time like this? What kind of person do you take Qin Xiushi for? Having you here will only distract me. Li Xingqian's gaze was sharp as a blade, his tone resolute. He couldn't bear to see his brother bow and scrape before Zhang Yao, nor did he want them to die here alongside him. But Chen Pongzi still wanted to refuse. Li Xingqian's voice suddenly turned ice cold, each word ringing with finality. Do as I say. Chen Fatty had never seen Li Xingqian with such a serious expression before. After glancing at Zhang Yao, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, Chen Rong and I will wait for you at the entrance. You must come back alive. He knew clearly that his Frost Ice Toad and Shenrong's Rainbow Moon Rabbit were too weak. Not only would they be useless, but they would actually hold Li Xingqian back. After speaking, he quickly retreated toward the exit with Shenrongha had another plan, to find the military beast tamer who had secretly saved them earlier. Since Zhang Yao had openly violated the graduation practice rules, the military beast tamer would never stand idly by. Zhang Yao didn't try to stop them, merely watching Li Xingqian coldly with contempt curling his lips. Li Xingqian, have you lost your mind ever since getting that wasteland ancient? How can willpower make up for the gap in rank? Before his words finished, he gave a command, and the snow flame tier lion pounced fiercely at the three-tailed golden flame fox. The three-tailed golden flame fox had a fierce temperament. Its three golden flame tails swept across, striking heavily against the snow flame tier lion's white fur, and instantly leaving three charred black marks. The burn temperature reached over 1,000 degrees, yet the 20 to 30 meter long snow flame tier lion didn't retreat at all. Its massive front paws pressed down, pinning the 7 to 8 meter three-tailed golden flame fox firmly to the ground. The size disparity made the wasteland ancient appear exceptionally small. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from those rock-heavy beast claws. Li Xingqian, this is your confidence? Weak as paper. Zhang Yao's mocking laughter continued. Hiss. The three-tailed golden flame fox's three golden fire tails lashed out frantically, once again burning holes in the snow flame tier lion's shoulder blades, charring even the bones black. However, the snow flame tier lion still wouldn't budge an inch. Its bloody maw closed in, biting down on the three-tailed golden flame fox's neck, and golden blood immediately splattered. Golden blood, the symbol of wasteland ancients. The more golden the blood, the purer the bloodline. Seeing this scene, burning jealousy flashed in Zhang Yao's eyes. Such rich golden color at least shrank potential, right? What a pity it's wasted on a loser like you. Just how many resources did the Li family throw at you? They probably emptied their entire foundation. The Li family had once been a legendary beast tamer family, and also a leading commercial giant in Jinshan Township, with business extending all the way to Fengdu City. Although the Li family had always prided itself as a beast-taming household, their business acumen was no less than the Zhang and Qin families. To purchase this wasteland ancient, they must have paid an enormous price. The more Zhang Yao spoke, the more his heart itched with desire, cruelty flashing in his eyes. Having a master like you might be its tragedy, a magnificent wasteland ancient, ultimately becoming nothing more than food for my snow flame tier lion. As his words fell, the snow flame tier lion lowered its head again, fangs closing in. If this bite landed, the three-tailed golden flame fox would surely die. Its neck would be bitten clean through. Azure sky, grant me the power of the heavens. Li Xingqian suddenly roared with desperation. The battle had reached its most critical moment, and he could only throw caution to the wind with a last-ditch effort. Though the flying snow flame tier lion was a grade 4 mystical beast, it possessed only mediocre natural talent. If his little fire fox could borrow the power of the azure sky, victory might not be entirely out of reach. In the next instant, the three-tailed golden flame fox erupted with explosive force. A tremendous impact sent the massive flying snow flame tier lion tumbling across the icy surface. Azure patterns bloomed from the fox's forehead, spreading like intricate tattoos across its entire body, adding a fierce edge to its already elegant form. What? Zhang Yao's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly sense that Li Xingqian's spirit beast's aura had surged dramatically, yet its grade remained at level 3. Obviously, those azure patterns were the three-tailed golden flame fox's special innate ability. Roar. The thunderous howl shook the snowy valley as the three-tailed golden flame fox's roar matched the flying snow flame tier lions in intensity. The same azure patterns appeared on its three golden flame tails, instantly raising the fire's temperature. The blazing flame struck the flying snow flame tier lion's mane, leaving charred and cracked marks. The lion shrieked in agony, trying to turn its massive head for a counterattack, but the golden flames surrounding Li Xingqian's spirit beast made it impossible to get close. How is this possible? How can a grade 3 spirit beast possess such power? Zhang Yao cried out in terror and fury. Blizzard. Frigid currents burst from the flying snow flame tier lion's tear ducts as its innate ability blizzard activated. Icy winds swept up massive snowflakes, instantly plummeting the surrounding temperature as if winter had arrived in an instant. But as the snow curtain approached the three-tailed golden flame fox, it was immediately vaporized by the intense heat, creating billowing white mist. Zhang Yao gasped in shock. The battlefield's temperature had already exceeded 1,000 degrees, and now it seemed to have doubled again. The blizzard couldn't suppress that terrifying flame power at all. Burn through it, Li Xingqian growled. He poured all his azure sky power into the fire fox, watching the system countdown, showing only 5 minutes remaining. If he couldn't kill the flying snow flame tier lion within 5 minutes, he would surely die. The system had just come into his hands. His genius-level days had barely begun, and he still hadn't found any clues about his mother's disappearance. He absolutely refused to accept that this would be the end. Little fire fox. Following its master's battle cry, the three-tailed golden flame fox's flames boiled with fury. Charging through the ice and snowstorm, it pounced directly onto the flying snow flame tier lion, mounting its back and wrapping all three tails around the lion's neck. No matter how desperately the Feishua flame tier lion struggled, the three-tailed golden flame fox wrapped around it relentlessly, concentrating its golden flames to burn the lion's neck. This robust spiritual beast had few weaknesses, and the neck was one of its rare vulnerable spots. The flames burrowed inch by inch through its fur, filling the air with a scorching stench as the hair burned away and flesh melted, exposing charred bones that crackled ominously. Several hundred meters away, Zhang Yao was hit by waves of heat as he stamped his feet anxiously. He had expected the Feishua flame tier lion to end the battle swiftly, but instead it was trapped in a bitter struggle, even pushed to the brink of death. Feishua flame tier lion, you useless creature, he roared out of control. Do you know what price I paid to purify you to 4th grade? He was both furious and shocked. The three-tailed golden flame fox of the ancient wasteland clan was only 3rd grade, yet it was fighting toe-to-toe with a 4th grade beast. He could accept fighting 1 grade above, barely understand 2 grades, but a 3rd grade beast tearing apart a 4th grade one was completely beyond his comprehension. No wonder all beast tamers wanted to capture creatures from the ancient wasteland clan. They were truly invincible within their tier. Hearing the angry curses, the Feishua flame tier lion felt even more frustrated. It wasn't deliberately stalling, but the scorching golden flames were nearly melting it to ash. If not for its 4th grade vitality, it would have perished already. Worse still, its opponent's power had suddenly surged, and it could no longer suppress the three-tailed golden flame fox through brute force alone. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian's pupils contracted sharply. This is the power of the firmament. The power of the firmament not only comprehensively enhanced the three-tailed golden flame fox's strength, but also completely eliminated the suppression of the wasteland power upon it. The previous shackles vanished without a trace, and he was certain the three-tailed golden flame fox was capable of killing the Feishua flame tier lion. Roar! The Feishua flame tier lion let out a piercing howl, rolling frantically on the ground, its massive claws striking continuously and leaving large bloody gashes across the three-tailed golden flame fox's body. However, the fox's 3 tails coiled ever tighter, the flames making the cervical vertebrae brittle as bone fragments scattered everywhere. With a muffled crack, the Feishua flame tier lion's head was torn clean off, and its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The scene fell instantly silent. Zhang Yao stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. The most impossible thing had actually happened. His Feishua flame tier lion had been killed, and his ranking on the merit board still lagged behind Li Xingqian and Chen Xiushi, meaning he was destined to miss out on the advancement quota. His legs gave way as he collapsed onto the muddy ground in despair, staring blankly at the still twitching corpse and the three-tailed golden flame fox standing atop it, feasting heartily. Li Xingqian, who exactly are you? What kind of extraordinary being have you become recently? How can you create such miracles? Zhang Yao realized he had been utterly wrong before, or rather, everyone had been utterly wrong. They had completely underestimated Li Xingqian. The young man who had been called trash for years had now emerged as a top-tier beast-taming prodigy, securing 1st place in the graduation trial. At this moment, Zhang Yao didn't need to check the leaderboard to know that 1st place was already in Li Xingqian's grasp. The additional 1,000 points from killing the flying snowflame tier lion had pushed Li Xingqian's total score past the 3,000 mark. In previous years, 1st place typically scored around 1,500 points at most, but Li Xingqian had doubled theta complete domination. Meanwhile, the countdown beside the three-tailed golden flame fox reached 0. The golden flames on its body instantly dimmed, and its aura visibly weakened at an alarming rate. Li Xingqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had defeated the flying snow flame tier lion in those final seconds. Otherwise, it would have been the golden flame fox that fell. Life and death truly came down to a split second. Li Xingqian, brotherly, please don't kill me. Zhang Yao spoke rapidly, almost copying Chen Pengzi's earlier pleas for mercy. I'll agree to any conditions you want. I'll even merge all of the Zhang family's businesses under the Li family. Li Xingqian's gaze remained cold. People must pay the price for their choices. With such a powerful spirit beast, you should have completed the graduation trial honestly and easily secured your advancement spot. But you chose to take shortcuts. That was your downfall. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Zhang Yao kowtowed frantically, his voice trembling. I'll be like Chun Kieshi, your subordinate, following your orders. My beast taming talent is Amanus grade. I could definitely be useful to you. However, Li Xingqian remained unmoved. You're different from Chimpanzee. You're naturally rebellious, an ungrateful wolf that can never be satisfied. If I spare you today, you'll bite back tomorrow. Despair filled Zhang Yao's eyes. The next moment, golden flames engulfed him, and he instantly became a burning figure, his agonized screams echoing through the forest before fading away. Li Xingqian exhaled deeply, finally resolving this crisis. He looked up at the leaderboard. The first place that Long Yaden had briefly stolen was back in his hands. The top 3 positions in this graduation trial were now virtually set in stone. Himself, Long Yaden, and Chimpanzee. Starting from 4th place, the gap between them and the leaders was enormous, posing no further threat. In the lower half of the rankings, most of the well-known talents had already been eliminated. A third of the top 10 had died by his hand. This truth about students killing each other must never be revealed. Otherwise, forget about advancement spots. Li Xingqian wouldn't even be able to remain in Jinkan Township. Those he had killed were all precious heirs of local prominent families. In the distance, atop a tree, a military beast tamer in a black cloak had witnessed everything from beginning to end, but never intervened. Instead, he wore an expression of great interest. I never had much hope for this tiny Jinshan Township after all. Small places have such low ceilings. But who would have thought it would produce 2 astonishing beast-taming prodigies? Long Yaden, Li Xingqian. Quite interesting. Atop the low mountain, scorching blood still lingered among the broken rocks. Long Yaden recalled her sparrow dragon, its wings bleeding, feather blades still adorned with scales from that 3rd-grade exotic beast. She raised her hand to activate the light screen on her wrist, and the merit point rankings suddenly refreshed. Li Xingqian had overtaken her again with a staggering 3,400 points. Zhang Yao is gone. Zhang Yao's name had vanished entirely from the rankings. Long Yaden immediately understood. He was dead, and his killer was Li Xingqian. She frowned, recalling Zhang Yao's trump card at 2nd-grade Firefox. By all logic, it should have been impossible for him to defeat so many powerful enemies. Long Yaden had never been interested in her peers, but now her competitive spirit was thoroughly ignited. Rumors about Li Xingqian surfaced in her mind. Born with twin beast seals, the seal he transferred to his younger brother Li Yueming had reached a grade even after the transfer. If it was at least grade before transfer, that would be talent as rare as phoenix feathers in Fengdu City, not to mention that twin beast seals at birth was already 1 in 10,000. Recently, the chubby Qin Xiushi had been shouting around campus about the former genius making a comeback. Apparently, it wasn't just empty talk. At this thought, her lips curved slightly upward. If any classmate had seen this smile, they would have been stunned by its breathtaking beauty. Before the giant screen outside the wasteland, the parents' section fell into oppressive silence. From the first day of graduation practice, while others were still lying low, Li Xingqian and Qin Xiushi had already firmly occupied the top 2 spots. Back then, no one paid much attention, assuming that once the beast tide ended, the favored candidates would surely surge ahead and knock them off the leaderboard. Who knew that as the practice period neared its end, Li Xingqian and Qin Xiushi still held steady in the top 3, while several championship seeds had suddenly disappeared absent from the rankings, most likely meeting grim fates. The Zhang family members looked ashen, forming a stark contrast to Qin family patriarch Qin Youjin's excited boasting. Zhang Yao's spirit beast, the flying snow flame tear lion, was a 4th-grade spirit beast that the Zhang family had poured all their resources into evolving. They firmly believed it could sweep through his entire class. Now with Zhang Yao dead, the Zhang family's future seemed to have collapsed in an instant. Qin Youjin couldn't help but sneer. Brother Zhang, where did all that high spirits go? Weren't you completely confident in your son? And the result? Ha ha. Years of suppressed resentment were swept away in this moment. Though he modestly called his own junior limited in ability, he didn't forget to praise Li Lishan's eldest son. Brotherly, your excellent son is truly surprising 1st place in graduation practice. This achievement is absolutely solid. Li Lishan felt as if he were still dreaming. 3,400 merit points. Enough to break Jinshan Township's record of the past 20 to 30 years. Was that really his son? Tang Yiran gazed at the giant screen, her eyes burning as if trying to penetrate the display. She desperately wanted to know what had happened in the wasteland. Just how far had Li Xingqian grown? Why did it feel like he was even fiercer than Long Yaden? On the final night of graduation practice, everything had quieted down considerably. The holographic leaderboard at the center of the training ground had long been frozen in place. Zhang Yao, Shan Shi, Zhan Hongwei, and other top contenders who were once considered championship seeds had all dropped out one by one, leaving the competition without any suspense. The remaining students knew deep down that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't make a dent. What made it even more crushing was how incredibly competitive this year's class had become. First place Li Xingchen had actually broken through 3,000 points. Second place Long Yadan, though trailing by a significant margin, still managed to secure 2,500 points. Third place Chun Xiushi with 1,800 points, which was still far above previous year's championship thresholds. The overwhelming gap had completely crushed most people's fighting spirit. The camp was left with only the occasional crackling of campfires and the rustling sounds of students packing their belongings. After meeting up at the assembly point, Li Xingchen and Chun Xiushi made their way toward the examination zone exit along a path entwined with spiritual plant vines. The night breeze swept by, causing dewdrops on the grass to slide down their boots. Rounding the final boulder, they spotted Long Yadan standing quietly in the middle of the path. Clearly, she had been waiting for them. Seeing the suspicious look in Long Yadan's eyes, Li Xingchen couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Just a few days ago, this prodigy had voluntarily left their team, giving up her role as their golden finger. Now, both he and Chun Xiushi had made it into the top 3, with him even surpassing her. This sense of turning the tables made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. How did you manage this? Long Yadan asked directly. Li Xingchen shrugged. It wasn't that difficult, actually quite easy, wouldn't you say? This somewhat boastful response nearly made Long Yadan roll her eyes, though she had to admit Li Xingchen was no ordinary student. Not only had he secured 3,000 points for himself, but most of Chun Xiushi's points had come from his sharing as well. If you counted this spillover effect, Li Xingchen had essentially earned enough points for 2 people to make the rankings. She quickly calculated that to accumulate such an outrageous number, he would have had to single-handedly defeat at least 2 fourth-grade spiritual beasts. Beautiful Long. You have no idea. Chun Xiushi naively squeezed between the two, his voice full of pride. Our brother Li's bonded spiritual beast is also from the ancient Wasteland clan, and it's a 3-tailed golden flame fox. That's considered top-tier bloodline even among the ancient Wasteland clan. As he spoke, his face was practically glowing red like a ripe persimmon. Thinking back to when nobody believed in Li Xingchen, only he had felt they were compatible and had insisted on becoming brothers with him. The result? His life ceiling had been dramatically raised. From then on, he had not only secured early admission to Fengdu City's Advanced Beast Tamer Academy, but would also step onto a much grander stage. Elementary academies helped students grasp the basics of beast taming. Intermediate academies taught spiritual beast control, with only a select few exceptional students barely reaching 2nd grade upon graduation. Advanced academies doubled both resources and potential again, with the graduation requirement set directly at 5th grade. No one below 5th grade was allowed to leave. All of this was the opportunity Li Xingchen had brought him. After hearing this, Long Yadan's pupils visibly dilated. Ancient Wasteland clan, and a 3-tailed golden flame fox? Could it have evolved from a little fire fox? She couldn't help but gasp. Just a few days ago, she had been following Teacher Tang's team, accompanying Li Xingchen for practice in the Wasteland. Now, upon meeting again, he had left her far behind. Thinking of this, she felt a complex mix of admiration and regret. If she hadn't left the team back then, perhaps she could have gained more advantages in this battle of titans. Chun Xiushi looked at Long Yadan's expression and smiled, as if delivering a final blow. Beyond imagination, right? Li Xingchen touched his nose tip without responding, though a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Under the deep night sky, the 3 walked side by side toward the exit. The residual warmth of campfires, the coolness of the night breeze, and the surging emotions in their hearts weaving together into a strange tapestry. Teacher Tang really did have a keen eye. As the graduation trial came to an end, people began trickling out of the assessment zone one by one. Outside the zone, dust filled the air while bloodstains and shattered armor wove together into a shocking scene. Over 100 students had entered, but fewer than half emerged. The overwhelming beast tide on the first day had pushed this year's graduation trial difficulty to unprecedented heights. By all logic, breaking into the top 3 under such nightmarish conditions should carry immense weight. Yet an eerie silence pervaded the parents' section. Aside from Long Yadan's parents beaming with pride, everyone else remained puzzled about how Li Xingchen and the chubby Chun could possibly make it into the top 3, casting doubt on the true significance of this year's rankings. The Li and Chun families rushed past the security line almost simultaneously. Xingchen, Fatty, both families called out, but received vastly different responses. Li Xingchen merely glanced coldly at his father Li Lishan and younger brother Li Yueming before turning away and melting into the crowd, his retreating figure as cold as winter wind. Li Lishan's outstretched hand froze midair, complex emotions flickering across his weathered face. Words of congratulation stuck in his throat like muted sounds at his son's most triumphant moment. He could only watch in silence. Li Yueming watched his elder brother leave, his gaze equally complicated. Though the brothers rarely interacted at school, he knew his grade B seal had come at his brother's expense, filling him with both guilt and sympathy. Today, Li Xingchen had shattered the graduation trial's point record with crushing dominance, reaching heights that would likely remain unmatched for years to come. Regardless of the process, this achievement commanded everyone's attention. The scene grew awkward as the Li family elders, who had approached with enthusiasm, received only Li Xingqian's cold stare in return. What a rude child. So what if he's first place? Who knows what really happened in there? Probably just dumb luck. Exactly. And we're still expected to pay for his advanced academy tuition. Advanced academies aren't for ordinary people. Tuition, materials, evolution costs endless expenses. We've nearly emptied our coffers for that wasteland ancient, and scraping together more money for Xingqian is simply unsustainable. Besides, his beast-taming talent is so low. Even with a great little fire fox, he'd have no future there. I say let's just forget it. The persuasive voices rose one after another, all with the same goal, convincing Li Lishan to abandon funding Li Xingqian's education. Give up. Li Lishan's brow darkened instantly. Countless people would kill for this opportunity, and when it finally comes to Xingqian, you want him to abandon it? What has the Li family ever given him over the years? What can we offer him in the future? The crowd fell silent under his questioning, though their expressions remained unmoved in their view. Spending a fortune to send Li Xingqian to an advanced academy would only burden the Li family without benefiting its development. Li Lishan clenched his fists secretly, knowing he couldn't afford to antagonize these managers yet, as the tuition still required their approval. Meanwhile, the Chen family's atmosphere was entirely different. Chen's father lifted his son high in the air while family members cheered, surrounding the chubby boy completely. But when Chen heard the Li family's conversation, his heart suddenly turned cold. He pushed through the crowd and coldly dropped a single line. Actually, you're all overthinking this. Haven't you considered that Brother Li doesn't need your help at all? He can completely handle the advanced academy expenses himself, though. You really think no one would sponsor him? An elder from the Li family chuckled softly. Qiushi, how exactly did you and Xingqian manage to slip through the cracks? With your qualifications, you'd probably be at the bottom of any prestigious academy. Some departments might not even accept you. Though your situation might be slightly better than his after all, you have a grade beast-taming talent. But he only has an grade talent, which is an inherent disadvantage. You can't change your destiny just by switching educational environments, you understand. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Pengzi's face darkened, and he was about to retort when his father Chen Eugene raised his hand to stop him. Chen Eugene maintained his smile on the surface. Though he equally disliked the Li family's condescending tone, as a businessman, he was more skilled at handling problems diplomatically. He spoke up loudly. Brother Li, I know the Li family is facing some financial constraints right now, having invested all your accumulated resources in Yueming. That's fine, our Chen family can sponsor Xingqian. After all, my son got this opportunity largely thanks to Xingqian's help, and the two boys have a good relationship. What's the big deal? Huh? Li Lishan felt relieved and quickly clasped his hands together. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Chen. Don't mention it, consider it an investment. Chen Eugene laughed heartily, his tone exceptionally generous. I may not be a beast tamer, but I've got some skills in business, and I've never lost money on an investment. I'm putting my capital on Xingqian, and when he becomes a powerhouse in the future, don't be jealous of me. His hearty laughter echoed through the hall. Chen Pengzi didn't forget to give a thumbs up. Well done, Dad. A few sentences completely shifted the atmosphere. The Li family members looked embarrassed, made to appear petty by the Chen family's generosity, and could only find an excuse to leave hastily. As the crowd dispersed, Li Xingqian's figure appeared particularly lonely in the empty corridor. Long Yaden's eyes flashed, and ignoring the strange looks from others, she quietly followed him. Sensing someone following, Li Xingqian stopped and turned around. Such an important occasion, didn't your family come? I have no family. Long Yaden's voice was flat, yet carried a coldness that kept others at arm's length. Li Xingqian opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't press further. He had heard plenty of rumors about this mysterious girl when she first transferred. She was just a cold, beautiful newcomer in everyone's eyes, but she quickly became a dark horse, claiming the top spot across all three major academies' comprehensive rankings. She practically occupied a tier of her own, with Li Yueming and a few other geniuses trailing behind. Some had tried to investigate her background, but found nothing, suggesting her origins were unfathomably deep. However, at this moment, Li Xingqian was more concerned about his own future and had no intention of prying into others' secrets. When they reached a secluded spot, Long Yaden suddenly spoke meaningfully. Recently, you need to be careful. Li Xingqian's heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice. You mean those families that might seek revenge? The deaths of Zhang Yao and Shan Shi could easily lead suspicion back to me. After all, their deaths coincided almost perfectly with his dramatic point increase. Anyone would be suspicious. Long Yaden shook her head. No, those families in Jinshan Township can't stir up much trouble. I'm talking about the Great Wilderness Organization. The Great Wilderness Organization? What's that? A beast tamer guild. Long Yaden shook her head. The Great Wilderness Organization is a colossal entity whose influence has long surpassed that of ordinary guilds. They specialize in recruiting top beast-taming talents from various regions, with a particular preference for beast tamers with ancient wilderness bloodlines. She paused. Their reach extends to many places, and it's possible they have people in Gold Silk Township as well. Li Xingqian murmured in a low voice. The Great Wilderness Organization. This name was completely foreign to him, had never heard of it in Gold Silk Township. But from Long Yaden's description alone, he could sense their terrifying nature. If their target truly was the ancient wilderness clans, he would be at the very top of their list. I'll keep watch. But what level of powerhouses might they send? Li Xingqian asked. Hard to say. But one thing is certain, the Great Wilderness Organization has legendary beast tamers among their ranks. Legendary beast tamers. Li Xingqian gasped. Among all beast tamer ranks, legendary was the 6th tier. This meant possessing at least one 6th tier spirit beast creatures with mountain-like proportions whose casual breath could topple hundreds of giant trees, capable of conquering a major city in a short time. They represented the absolute pinnacle of combat power in the wilderness. 6th tier beasts were extremely rare even among wilderness creatures, making the cultivation of a legendary beast tamer extraordinarily difficult, requiring countless resources and powerful evolution specialist teams. In Gold Silk Township's centuries of history, only the Li family had ever produced a single legendary beast tamer. This achievement alone still earned the Li family respectful and fearful gazes from other families. Yet in the Great Wilderness Organization, such beings were merely members among many. This far exceeded Li Xingqian's imagination. Sensing his worry, Long Yaden softened her tone. Don't worry, the Great Wilderness Organization typically wouldn't send legendary beast tamers to such a small place. But with your current strength, even a random 4th tier beast tamer would be enough to crush you to pieces. She added a warning. You may have defeated 4th tier spirit beasts before, but a true Great Wilderness Organization 4th tier beast tamer is worlds apart from those artificially boosted to 4th tier. If you face one alone, you have no chance of victory. Li Xingqian nodded. He understood the difference. Possessing a 4th tier spirit beast and truly advancing to become a 4th tier beast tamer were two entirely different concepts. Zhang Yao had barely pushed his flying snow flame tier lion to 4th tier, essentially only boosting some basic attributes without completing true evolution. Moreover, in the wilderness, non-ancient wilderness spirit beasts suffered suppression from the wilderness force. The 3-tailed golden flame fox had only avoided this suppression due to its attachment to celestial power. If the battle moved outside the wilderness, those unsuppressed 4th tier spirit beasts would unleash their full strength and could easily overwhelm the 3-tailed golden flame fox. Therefore, rapidly improving his spirit beast strength was the right path forward. Strictly speaking, he couldn't yet be considered a true 3rd tier beast tamer. The 3-tailed golden flame fox had been forcibly evolved by the system, while his own comprehensive abilities lagged far behind. He even considered making the 3-tailed golden flame fox his origin spirit beast, which would allow him to share some of its power and perhaps gain control over flames. His thoughts shifting, Li Xingqian suddenly asked, by the way, what are the tuition fees for advanced academies in Fengdu City? He had never dared dream of entering an advanced academy and knew nothing about the costs. Long Yaden casually calculated, 200 spirit crystals per academic year for tuition, 300 for learning materials. Evolution costs vary by individual, plus accommodation, meals, spirit beast feed, and other miscellaneous expenses. She gestured as if tightening a belt around her waist. Tightening your belt, you'd still need about 100 spirit crystals per year. Long Yaden simply calculated the expenses for him, and Li Xingqian's eyes immediately widened in shock. The costs were far higher than he had ever imagined. Without even factoring in evolution expenses, the basic annual costs approached 700 spirit crystals. For ordinary families, this was an astronomical figure, and even wealthy households would need to be quite substantial to afford it. If he could graduate early, that would be manageable, but if it dragged on for several years, the accumulated tuition fees would be unimaginable. The real crushing burden, however, was the evolution costs that beast tamers had to pay for their spirit beasts. At this thought, Li Xingqian couldn't help but click his tongue. Looking at it this way, I might really not be able to afford school. Long Yaden glanced at him, but said nothing. At that moment, Tang Yaran caught up and stood beside Li Xingqian, smiling gently. Not necessarily. You're my team member now, so you can work while studying. It would indeed be difficult for you alone to earn enough for tuition, but this is a hardship you must endure. You were born in this small place. While 70% of the students at Fengdu City's advanced academies come from wealthy families, and their circumstances are certainly much better than yours. Li Xingqian tentatively asked, Teacher Tang, could you perhaps sponsor me? Even just a portion, I'll figure out the rest myself. As he spoke, his heart felt hollow. This was practically asking for the moon. The Li family had just purchased a young wasteland ancient bloodline, spending over 10,000 spirit crystals. Even without that purchase, the high annual tuition fees year after year would be difficult to sustain. Tang Yaran was just a teacher, and teacher salaries were far less than those of wasteland hunters. Most powerful beast tamers would venture into the wasteland to hunt exotic beasts. Those willing to be educators were mostly either risk-averse or somewhat weaker in ability. Li Xingqian only suggested sponsorship because he needed to gather at least the tuition fees before reporting to Fengdu City for enrollment. That's possible. Actually earning money isn't that difficult. Tang Yuan looked at him intently. Tell me, who exactly did you learn your evolution knowledge from? Last time, that boss's flying flower white steel pig used your evolution plan and actually evolved into a third-grade golden flame three-flower pig. You could absolutely make money with this skill. Even if you don't know many spirit beast species, you can still earn money. Maybe you should just pursue this path in the future. Long Yaden's eyes suddenly lit up. Flying flower white steel pig evolved into golden flame three-flower pig? That was a special evolution route. She had seen the boss's flying flower white steel pig a great aptitude, yet the golden flame three-flower pig had great aptitude. Though it didn't belong to the wasteland ancient bloodlines, as long as it didn't enter the wasteland and wasn't suppressed by wasteland forces, its combat power was nearly comparable to the wasteland ancients. Yes, it's indeed a special evolution route. Li Xingqian nodded. You really understand evolution? Long Yaden pressed further. She rarely showed such an expression. Long Yaden was astonished. Qin Xiushir's frost ice toad was also evolved by you. And your own three-tailed golden flame fox was evolved from a fire fox by you as well. Just what are you? Before Long Yaden could finish, Tang Yuan froze in shock. Three-tailed golden flame fox? Frost ice toad? What are you talking about? During the graduation practicum, Tang Yuan had remained outside the venue and wasn't privy to the internal details. These past few days, the campus had been buzzing with discussions, with almost everyone saying this year's top 3 lacked substance. Especially Li Xingqian and Qin Xiushir, lucky breaks, and picking up scraps, had become the prevailing narrative. Tang Yuan had secretly nodded in agreement until this moment when she learned that Li Xingqian's fire fox, which originally had only B-grade aptitude, had actually evolved into a three-tailed golden flame fox with grade aptitude. A direct leap from B to grade? Her mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. Long Yaden and Tang Yuan locked eyes, both reflecting shock in their gazes. The two beautiful faces stared at Li Xingqian from left and right, making his ears flush red. Well, it's not that impressive. Li Xingqian coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. I just happen to know some evolution methods for spirit beasts below 3rd grade. Nothing worth mentioning. Though his words were modest, he internally attributed the success to the 2nd level of Azure Sky, Defying Fate, Bone Transformation. This step had directly transformed the little fire fox, elevating it to an ancient wasteland clan member. The system currently had only the first 2 levels unlocked. 1. Flesh Transformation, 1st grade to 2nd grade, Aptitude enhanced upgrade. 2. Bone Transformation, Species Alteration, becoming an ancient wasteland clan member. 3. Blood Transformation, still locked. What the 3rd level of blood transformation could bring remained uncertain to him. Based on speculation, it might allow grade aptitude to break through to SS grade. The system likely hadn't unlocked it because his own level was too low to meet the activation requirements. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited about the future. Meanwhile, Long Yaden made mental comparisons. Li Xingqian had figured out multiple special evolution paths in a short time with an absurdly high success rate, already far surpassing many 3rd grade evolution masters. After a moment of silence, Tang Yuan suddenly spoke up. I can sponsor you. All expenses covered. Li Xingqian was stunned, not expecting Tang Yuan to be so generous. Including evolution costs? His eyes lit up. That's negotiable. Tang Yuan quickly waved her hands. No one could predict the evolution costs for ancient wasteland clan members, and if it turned out to be a bottomless pit, she didn't dare commit outright. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice in warning. The situation has been tense lately. The Great Wasteland Organization seems to have sent people here. If they suspect you also possess an ancient wasteland clan member, that would be trouble. Don't return to your dormitory for now, move to my place, and stay with Long Yaden. Huh? Live together with you too? Li Xingqian was dumbfounded. Living with the school's most famous beautiful teacher and beautiful campus belle? Just thinking about it made Li Xingqian feel his nose getting warm. Noticing Li Xingqian's subtle expression, Tang Yuan said irritably, Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only asking you to stay at my place to protect you. If the Great Wilderness Organization sends their experts after you, you won't stand a chance against them. After speaking, she crossed her arms and looked Li Xingqian up and down with the gaze one might give a little kid. Throughout the 3 years she had been his teacher, she had never considered this student a man who could pose any threat to her. Li Xingqian chuckled, but inside he was overjoyed. Having Tang Yuan, this super bodyguard, watching over him closely, could there be anything better in the world? Of course he wouldn't refuse. As a faculty member, Tang Yuan was entitled to teacher's quarters, but with her substantial wealth, why would she settle for less? She had long ago purchased an entire large villa in the most expensive residential area outside the academy, in Jinkin Township. That area was worth its weight in gold. Even the Li family hadn't established a foothold there, though of course, the Li family had their own private residential compound. Along the way, Tang Yiran led Li Xingqian and Long Yadan across meticulously manicured lawns to a three-story villa with exterior walls painted in flame patterns. From a distance, the entire villa looked like a cluster of burning flames, which surprisingly matched Tang Yiran's fiery temperament that came with her fire-based abilities. Keys, one for each of you. She handed over two exquisite electronic keys, then lowered her voice to remind them seriously. Although this villa district has security guards, they're completely useless against experts from the Great Wilderness Organization. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. If you really encounter danger, don't count on anyone else. You can only rely on yourselves. Understood. Li Xingqian and Long Yadan exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. They were now marked as priority targets and grouped together if the Great Wilderness Organization really set their sights on them. They could all be taken out in one sweep. The villa's front yard was spacious, but the main building wasn't particularly large, with only 4 bedrooms total. 2 on the second floor and 2 on the third floor. Tang Yiran directly claimed the second floor, letting Li Xingqian and Long Yadan each choose a room on the third floor. Stepping onto the third floor, Li Xingqian pushed open the left door while Long Yadan entered the right room. They had thought they could settle in separately, but unexpectedly, although the rooms were separate, they shared the same balcony outside. The balcony railing was crafted as one continuous curved tempered glass panel, with 2 glass sliding doors belonging to the respective rooms. Did this designer have rocks in their head? If they were going to connect the balcony, why bother with 2 doors and dividing it into 2 rooms? Li Xingqian muttered quietly while leaning against the railing. Long Yadan stood frozen in place, her gaze falling incredulously on the connected balcony before shifting to Li Xingqian. She didn't speak, just stared at him, her eyes full of awkwardness and embarrassment. Being stared at for so long, even Li Xingqian, who considered himself thick-skinned, felt his face growing hot. He awkwardly touched his nose and complained again. This villa designer really had rocks in their head, right? After all, he and Long Yadan were of opposite genders, and both were 17 or 18-year-old teenagers. This situation was really awkward. A dangerous glint flashed in Long Yadan's cold eyes. If you dare enter my room through the balcony, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. No, I wouldn't dare. Li Xingqian waved his hands frantically, his attitude as sincere as could be. Only then did he understand why Tang Yiran insisted on living alone on the second floor. The layouts of the second and third floors were nearly identical, with 2 bedrooms side by side and the balconies connected. For the sake of peace and quiet, Tang Yiran had simply stuffed him and Long Yadan onto the same floor. The curtains closed, and the room darkened. Li Xingqian collapsed onto the soft mattress and let out a long breath. 3 consecutive days of intense combat during graduation practice had drained both his physical strength and mental energy completely. Though fortunately the results were gratifying and Fatty Chun had successfully earned their qualifications to enter advanced academies. Finally, I can leave Jinkin Township. With his eyes closed, his mind filled with various fantasies about Fengdu City. Supposedly that city was as large as 100 Jinkin Townships, with rows of skyscrapers standing tall, powerful experts gathering like clouds, beautiful women everywhere, and a level of civilization far surpassing that of rural towns. Precisely because of this, the regular admission quotas for advanced academies were extremely scarce this year. Among the 3 major academies in Jinkin Township, only 7 people passed through regular channels, plus 3 who fought their way through graduation practice, making a total of just 10 spots. With a population of 1 million producing only 10 students each year, one could imagine how fierce the competition was. Supposedly those 7 regular students all possessed genuine A-grade beast taming talents, not the Amanus grade like Zhang Yao's. In other words, the Advanced Academy would gather a large group of genius-level A-grade beast tamers? With these thoughts, his mind gradually grew fuzzy as consciousness sank into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Had slept for a full 16 hours. Li Xingqian instinctively turned his head and froze completely on the spot. Laying beside him was a completely naked fox maiden. Compared to their last meeting, this fox spirit had not only grown 3 more tails, but her appearance had also transformed from originally pitiful and touching to more fashionable and captivating. Snow-white skin, delicate features, and eyes carrying a cunning charm. She lay on her side, propping up her head, her misty gaze almost melting enough to dissolve a person. Morning naturally brought vigorous blood flow, and now with an absolutely gorgeous fox maiden as company, Li Xingqian felt his throat tighten and his heartbeat spiral out of control. Master, I can see desire in the depths of your eyes. What do you want to do? I'll satisfy your every wish. Sanxiong's voice, seductive to the extreme, echoed in his ear, striking straight to the bone marrow. No way. Li Xingqian took a deep breath of cold air, forcing himself to maintain the rationality that a human male should possess. No matter how thirsty I am, I can't develop feelings for a beast. However, the more he tried to steady himself, the more brazenly the fox maiden incarnation of Sanxiong pushed her luck, her slender fingers lightly tracing circles on his chest with apparent familiarity. Bang Li Xingqian suddenly jumped out of bed, grabbed the blanket to cover the fox maiden, then rushed into the bathroom and turned on the cold water tap, pouring it over his head. The ice water was bone-chilling, and he finally managed to suppress his burning desire. When he returned to the room toweling his hair, the fox maiden was already sitting by the window with her legs crossed, having pulled open the curtains to admire the morning scenery outside. Her demeanor was leisurely, with 3 tails gently swaying. If not for those few tails giving her away, judging by her front view alone, she could completely qualify as a top-tier beauty, perhaps not even inferior to Long Yan. Why did you come out again? Li Xingqian questioned irritably. Sang Xiong had actually tried to seduce him. How could he tolerate this? The fox maiden wrapped the blanket around herself, revealing her delicate shoulders as she turned back. Her orange-eared short hair danced in the gentle breeze. In that wind-swept moment, her gaze turned cold, returning to her innate aloofness and pride. This was Sang Xiong's true nature. The icy demeanor was worlds apart from the seductive charm she had casually displayed moments before, as if with a single thought, she could make one forget that fleeting softness. Master, you should choose your origin spirit beast now. Sang Xiong reminded him in a low voice, her tone flat, yet carrying an unquestionable composure. A beast tamer's true weakness sometimes lies not in their spirit beasts, but in their own frailty. If the master is weak, death will inevitably follow. Her pale arm waved gently through the air, and a light blue screen suddenly materialized before Li Xingqian's ISIN information panel listing the options. Option 1. Sangxiong. Effect. Sangxiong is a non-combat spirit beast that can attach to the host's other spirit beasts or channel their power into herself. With Sangxiong as the origin spirit beast, the host can synchronously gain approximately 20 of other spirit beasts' abilities. Option 2. Three-tailed golden flame fox. Effect. The host can acquire approximately 10 fire abilities. I can actually choose Sangxiong. Li Xingqian was stunned, never expecting that what he had always considered his system was actually a spirit beast. He had previously thought the system was some independent ability, only now realizing it was merely one of Sangxiong's many talents. Sangxiong herself was the true spirit beast. Simply put, Sangxiong wasn't skilled in direct combat, but could borrow power. If he set Sangxiong as his origin spirit beast, he could gain strength from any new spirit beast he contracted in the future, not limited to just the three-tailed golden flame fox lineage. Her replication rate was higher too, reaching 20 double what beast tamers of the same level could achieve. At this thought, Li Xingqian's heart burned with excitement. Even entering any elite academy, he would have the confidence to stand alongside the top beast-taming prodigies. Of course, Sangxiong is also Master's spirit beast and will obey all of Master's commands. Master can do whatever he wants. The fox maiden's voice lifted at the end, suddenly carrying that ambiguous, teasing laugh again. Stop right there. Li Xingqian quickly halted her from sliding further in that strange direction. I choose Sangxiong as my origin spirit beast. Ding. The system notification sounded as blue light flashed intensely. Origin spirit beast selected. Please complete the following steps in sequence to truly possess your origin spirit beast. Step 1. Collect 3 drops of Bodhi transformation saliva. Liquid extract from 10 blood spirit grass stalks. Liquid extract from 3 azure mist grass stalks. 2 phoenix fire spirit fruits. 2,000 spirit ginseng roots. 3 blood python branches. 2 iron meridian ginseng roots. Red sand leaves. Jade mussel flowers. Fire spirit roots. Een spirit flowers. Fire yang spirit leaves. Step 2. Brew the medicinal soup with flames at 800 degrees. Step 3. Bathe together with Sangxiong in the medicinal soup for 8 hours to complete the origin fusion. Li Xingqian stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. He wasn't surprised by the complexity of the ingredients. Origin fusion had always required medicinal catalysts, but that final requirement of bathing together was truly face-reddening. Could it be that Sangxiong had secretly added her own touch, inserting such an absurd origin fusion method into the process? Previously, when his spirit beasts evolved, he only needed to provide spirit crystals. But now, he had no evidence in hand and couldn't confirm whether Sangxiong was truly deceiving him, so he could only suppress his doubts for the time being. All right, I'll go collect these medicinal materials. Li Xingqian hesitated for a moment in the living room, then put on his coat and headed out. The medicinal materials were crucial to the success or failure of the essence fusion, and since he wasn't proficient enough in their properties, if he entrusted someone else to purchase them, and they were cheated or bought inferior products, a single herb could ruin the entire batch of medicine, a risk he couldn't afford to take. The wind at the villa entrance was somewhat chilly, so Li Xingqian quickened his pace. A large quantity of medicinal materials meant high costs, yet he couldn't even produce a single spirit crystal. When he had the fire fox evolve into a three-tailed golden flame fox, he had to scrape together borrowed money from Qin Pengzi and Qin Rou. With this in mind, he headed straight for the materials trading post, where he might still be able to buy on credit. The trading post was bustling with activity as usual. Li Xingqian immediately spotted the owner behind the counter, a lean, middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The moment the owner saw him, his face lit up with smiles as he hurried over. Oh my! If it isn't our evolution master! What brings you to my humble shop? Ever since the flying flower white steel pig had successfully transformed into a golden flame three-flower pig according to Li Xingqian's evolution plan, raising its damaged aptitude from a grade to scrade, the owner praised Li Xingqian to everyone he met. The coldness from their first encounter had completely vanished. Li Xingqian didn't mind this mercenary attitude. People who put their interests out in the open weren't necessarily dangerous. The truly frightening ones were the friends who stabbed you in the back. Without much small talk, he directly handed over the medicinal materials list he had prepared in advance. The owner took the paper, glanced at it, and his expression immediately tensed as he lowered his voice. You're planning to fuse with a spirit beast's essence? Li Xingqian nodded. The man was a seasoned expert who could guess the purpose just by looking at a few key ingredients. This didn't surprise him. The owner frowned slightly. Have you chosen the spirit beast? Is it that three-tailed golden flame fox? You know about the fire fox evolving into a three-tailed golden flame fox too? Li Xingqian was surprised, thinking this was insider information only Tang Yuran possessed. The owner smiled and spread his hands. You'll understand eventually. While I appear to run a shop, I'm actually with the Divine Map Guild's logistics department, specifically liaising with Teacher Tang's team. I'm basically your teammate, so I know some things. No need to guard against me. At this point, the owner's expression grew complex, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Given your current situation, fusing with the three-tailed golden flame fox's essence is indeed the safest choice. With your grade talent, this might be the only high-aptitude spirit beast you'll ever be able to handle in this lifetime. Li Xingqian knew in his heart that while these words weren't pleasant to hear, they were the truth. The owner unfolded the paper again, his frown deepening. But isn't the cost of this formula ridiculously high? High? How much does it usually cost? Li Xingqian pressed. The owner gestured roughly with his hand. The standard version costs 20 to 30 spirit crystals, and even if you want better materials, it's only 70 to 80 spirit crystals. But the herbs you've listed here far exceed that amount. Thinking of the astronomical sum he was about to pay, the owner patted his chest and shook his head with a pained expression. This boss's heart is aching. Since Tang Yuran had already given her instructions that she would sponsor Li Xingqian, he wouldn't need to pay when buying spirit beast feed or evolution materials from the shop. However, if Tang Yuran had seen the medicinal ingredient list Li Xingqian handed over with her own eyes, she would probably start questioning whether she was being too generous. With good luck, gathering all the ingredients on the list would cost over 1,000 spirit crystals. With bad luck, when several rare items were in high demand and prices surged, it would cost at least 1,300 to 1,500 spirit crystals, dozens of times more expensive than the cost for ordinary people to fuse with spirit beast essence. Fine, Teacher Tang calls the shots, the shop owner said with a bitter smile as he put away the list. Since she's guaranteed to cover all your expenses, I'll prepare everything according to the highest standards. But it'll take at least 2 to 3 days to gather everything. During this time, don't show your face in public anymore. Keep a low profile until you head to the Advanced Academy. Li Xingqian nodded. Since he wasn't spending a penny, he naturally trusted that the owner wouldn't cut corners for petty profits. After all, one inferior ingredient could ruin all the other precious materials. Taking the opportunity, he also asked the owner for several hundred pounds of spirit beast feed. The 500 pounds from last time weren't nearly enough. A second-tier little fire fox and a third-tier three-tailed golden flame fox had completely different appetites. One meal could easily consume over 100 pounds. The feed quality the owner provided this time was slightly inferior to before, but this was perfectly normal in beast tamer circle. Spirit beasts needed fine feeding when young to build a solid foundation, but once their strength improved, they could hunt wild beasts in the wastelands themselves, making feed quality less critical. The more realistic reason was can't afford it. If you fed them dragon meat formula for every meal, even mountains of gold and silver would be devoured. The owner remained generous, directly providing 1,000 pounds of feed and promising to deliver it to Tang Yuran's villa later. Li Xingqian took the delivery receipt, quickly left the trading post, and when he returned to the villa, Tang Yuran wasn't home, her whereabouts unknown. On the third-floor balcony railing, Long Yadan stood with her arms crossed, looking down at the courtyard below. Teacher Tang said not to wander around. Where did you go? Her voice was cold. Ran out of feed, so I went to restock. Li Xingqian looked up with a smile to explain. Next time have the owner delivered directly. Going out on your own like this, you could easily be spotted by people from the Great Wilderness Organization. You don't just represent yourself. No, if you lead them here because of your actions, I'll suffer the consequences too. Her tone was stern. She seemed genuinely angry. Li Xingqian raised his hand with a cheeky grin. Did you notice? You're actually wearing a skirt right now. Long Yadan froze, glanced down to see her skirt hem lifted by the breeze, quickly pressed it down, her pretty face flushing red. And you kept looking. I thought you didn't care, Li Xingqian said as he slipped into the villa, heading straight for his room. Long Yadan snorted coldly and returned to her own room, also somewhat huffily. After waiting 2 days, the boss's medicinal herbs finally arrived. The delivery person was actually Meng San, who carried an alloy bathtub nearly half a person's height in his arms, with herbs piled up like a small mountain. This special alloy bathtub can isolate medicinal property assets, a special gift from the boss. His booming voice made the corridor tremble slightly. Oh, thanks. Help me carry it to the bathroom. Li Xingqian was already eager to begin. Being ordered around by Li Xingqian, the new team member, Meng San's expression darkened as he snorted coldly. I don't know why Tang Iran values you so much. I have no expectations. Even if you have a wasteland ancient beast, you'll probably only have this one for life. When you face a true beast master, with equal spirit beast quality, you'll be completely overwhelmed by numbers. Li Xingqian couldn't be bothered to explain. Should he tell him that he could evolve any F-grade spirit beast into a wasteland ancient beast? His F-grade beast taming talent was seen as a limitation by others, but to him, it was the perfect disguise to hide his true abilities. At that moment, Long Yaden emerged from her room. Catching sight of the herbs in Meng San's arms, she paused in surprise. You're going to perform Origin Fusion now? Before Li Xingqian could respond, Meng San jumped in with mockery. Other beast masters wouldn't rush into Origin Fusion unless they couldn't see prospects for stronger spirit beasts in the short term. But Li Xingqian doesn't need to worry about that. His only lifeline is this wasteland ancient beast, so of course he's in a hurry. Long Yaden had always been indifferent to Meng San's contempt and simply mused. Using the three-tailed golden flame fox as an origin spirit beast isn't optimal, but it's adequate. Her standards were extremely high. What others considered an incredibly rare wasteland ancient beast, she merely deemed acceptable. After all, her sparrow dragon was a dominant force among wasteland ancient beasts. Seeing that she hadn't even rushed to fuse with her sparrow dragon, Li Xingqian became even more convinced that this young lady's background was unfathomably deep. After Meng San placed the bathtub and left, Li Xingqian slammed the door shut. His clothes scattered to the floor in moments. Then he had the three-tailed golden flame fox ignite its demonic fire to maintain the medicinal bath at 800 degrees. The massive fox body nearly reached the ceiling, causing fine cracks to appear in the walls, but Li Xingqian couldn't care less as long as the wall didn't collapse. Long Yaden wouldn't witness his bathing scene with Song Qiong. At this thought, his heart pounded wildly. Last time Song Qiong appeared in the form of a mature woman, what would it be this time? Surely not a fox girl. Bubble white steam rolled as rich medicinal fragrance filled the bathroom. After the temperature gradually dropped, the entire tub of herbs dissolved into a deep purple medicinal soup. Li Xingqian stepped into the bath and called out, "All right, you can come in too." No response. Just as he began to suspect Song Qiong was toying with him, suddenly, two pale, slender arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Li Xingqian's entire body instantly stiffened. The sensation against his back was very distinct. When Li Xingqian turned around, he saw a long-haired beauty whose appearance was breathtakingly stunning, possessing an indescribable ethereal quality that was, in some ways, perhaps even more captivating than Long Yaden. The woman was embracing him from behind, her soft hair brushing against his shoulders and bringing with it a faint, elusive fragrance. Li Xingqian's heart pounded like thunder from this sudden embrace. Beating so hard it seemed to rush up to his throat, couldn't help but question. Are you sure this is how essence fusion is supposed to work? In fact, the moment he stepped into the bathtub, he had already begun to harbor doubts. The wooden tub the boss had sent was only large enough for an adult to sit cross-legged. Forget about a third-grade three-tailed golden flame fox. Even a second-grade small fire fox wouldn't fit. However, the boss was always reliable and couldn't have made such a mistake. Moreover, if they had used a tub large enough to accommodate a giant spirit beast, the medicinal liquid would have been diluted to something weaker than plain water. All these contradictions made Song Qiong's explanation seem full of holes. As long as we can achieve our goal, why worry about the method? Song Qiong whispered in his ear, her voice like celestial music from the ninth heaven, her warm breath brushing against his skin and sending tingles straight to his heart. Li Xingqian frowned and demanded in a low voice, "So you did deceive me? Fusing with a spirit beast's essence doesn't actually require bathing together with the spirit beast, does it?" His displeasure was unconcealed. Spirit beasts should be absolutely loyal to their masters, not toy with them. Splash. The medicinal soup splattered everywhere. Song Qiong straightened up, water droplets sliding down her perfect curves. Her expression was disdainful. Other spirit beasts, how dare they be mentioned in the same breath as me? Most spirit beasts today originate from the primordial realm, which is their ancestor, but I was born alongside the primordial realm itself. The moment her words fell, Li Xingqian nearly forgot to breathe. Despite the steam rising in the bathroom, he could still make out Song Qiong's human form. When she wasn't displaying her fox-maiden appearance, she was indistinguishable from a human woman, and could even be called flawless. Puffed blood gushed from his nose uncontrollably, and he quickly turned his head away, saying awkwardly, "I underestimated you. You. Please sit down." Song Qiong's eyes sparkled with amusement as she submerged back into the medicinal liquid, her arms once again encircling him, her fingertips gliding like feathers across every inch of his skin. Though you and the Lord of all heavens are both human, you are completely different beings. He was arrogant and domineering, with no one in the world worthy of his attention. Even the primordial realm and I were nothing more than pets to him. When mentioning the Lord of all heavens, her beautiful eyes revealed undisguised longing. Though countless eons had passed, those days of following him seemed to still shine brightly in her heart. Li Xingqian felt a surge of sourness in his heart. This Zhangqiang was too fickle, taking advantage of him while simultaneously praising the greatness of the Lord of all heavens. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. No matter how powerful the Lord of all heavens was, wasn't he still dead? And wasn't he killed by a sneak attack from the very primordial realm he considered his pet? How embarrassing. The firmament seemed to sense Li Xingqian's thoughts and spoke indifferently. You cannot comprehend the power of the Lord of all heavens, so you have no right to underestimate him. Back then, the wasteland wasn't the only enemy targeting the Lord of all heavens. The wasteland was merely a minor player. As her words fell, Li Xingqian's jaw nearly dropped. The wasteland was just a minor player? The very wasteland that was gradually eroding human territories and teeming with countless terrifying beasts, something he had long considered an insurmountable catastrophe, was now being called a minor player. The thought of even more terrifying enemies still lurking in the world made Li Xingqian's mind buzz, leaving him momentarily blank. The firmament leaned down, her thin lips almost brushing against his ear as she spoke in a low, soft yet unquestionable voice. With your current power, you wouldn't even qualify as dust before such beings. There's no point in pondering these matters. Her tone shifted, carrying a hint of regret. You were originally born to be the next Lord of all heavens, naturally possessing dual SS-grade beast seals. But your family forcibly stripped away one seal at your birth, causing both to be damaged simultaneously. One fell to a grade, the other reduced to F grade. Perhaps this is heaven's will, indicating it's not yet time for the next Lord of all heavens to emerge. As she spoke these words, her eyes seemed to reflect infinite stars, brilliant, yet melancholic. Are you saying I was supposed to have dual SS-grade seals? Li Xingqian's pupils contracted sharply. In his early years, he had speculated that his lost beast seal might have been S-grade at most, never imagining it could have been dual SS-grade. He sighed softly. After all these years, his resentment had long been worn away. If anyone was to blame, it was only his misfortune of being born in a remote place like Jinshan village. Had he been born into a wealthy family in Fengdu City, natural dual beast seals would have guaranteed massive resource allocation rather than cruel deprivation. After all, dual beast seals meant being able to contract one additional spirit beast at each stage compared to other beast tamers of the same rank. The higher the level, the more pronounced the gap, ultimately creating an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Since everything was already set in stone, dwelling on the past would serve no purpose. The firmament raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised that the young man before her could be so accepting. Just then, Li Xingqian suddenly felt his chest beast seal growing warm, as if some gentle liquid was gradually seeping into the mark. My essence is merging with yours, the firmament explained in a low voice. Experiencing her first fusion with a human beast tamer, her face flushed red as an indescribable flutter stirred in her heart, instinctively tightening her arms around Li Xingqian's waist. This unfamiliar yet intimate sensation made Li Xingqian's entire body stiffen. Not daring to turn and look at her, could imagine the contemptuous laughter she would make upon seeing his current expression. Meanwhile, the gates of the Li family estate had been tightly sealed, with all clan members on high alert. The halls were brightly lit inside and out, the atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. Li Yueming was about to merge with a spirit beast's essence. The Li family had gone through extensive negotiations, relying on old connections in Fengdu City and spending enormous sums to acquire this wasteland ancient clan cub. Without such efforts, an S-grade wasteland ancient clan specimen would never have made its way to a small place like Jinshan village. Even in Fengdu City, local wealthy families had to queue up to compete for such creatures. Yueming, are you certain you want to make the Thunder Martin your source spirit beast? Before the ancestral hall, Li Lishan's expression was grave, each word seeming carefully considered. Beside Li Yueming stood a second-tier Thunder Martin. Its purple fur bristled as electric arcs coiled around its body, the violet lightning crackling and casting alternating light and shadow across the faces of the surrounding Li family elders. Everyone was visibly tense. This was a crucial moment for the Li family. Once Li Yueming decided to choose the Thunder Martin as his origin spirit beast, it would have a tremendously significant impact on his future, and this decision was certainly not a bad one. After all, the Thunder Martin was an ancient wilderness clan creature with excellent A-grade aptitude. This Thunder Martin should have possessed S-grade potential, but due to unhealed old injuries, its aptitude had dropped by one level. In the eyes of top-tier geniuses, this might be an intolerable flaw, but for Li Yueming, it was precisely a rare advantage. As long as the injuries were healed, it could very likely return to S-grade. Li Yueming himself only had a great aptitude and might encounter better choices in the future, so Li Lishan had originally advised him not to rush into origin fusion. However, his brother Li Xingqian's dazzling performance in the graduation practicum had clearly stimulated him, making him eager to enhance his strength. He nodded solemnly. I favor the power of thunder attributes. If the Thunder Marten becomes my origin spirit beast, I too can wield the power of lightning. Hearing this, Li Lishan no longer tried to dissuade him. Since you've decided, I'll respect your choice. You've had clear goals since childhood and don't need us to say much. When it came to important matters, he always maintained tolerance and trust toward Li Yueming, never forcibly interfering. Good, then let's begin. With Li Lishan's signal, servants quickly threw bundles of precious medicinal materials into the stone pool at the center of the courtyard. This was a commonly used fusion formula, except the Li family had chosen all premium spiritual materials, aiming to maximize the success rate of origin fusion. The surrounding clan members looked at the chaotic spiritual light emanating from the medicinal materials with envy in their hearts. This was the privilege of genius. An ordinary formula would cost only 20 to 30 spirit crystals, but this set consumed a full 70 spirit crystals. Even so, everyone was willing to grit their teeth and support the entire future of the Li family now rested on Li Yueming's shoulders. They firmly believed that with his talent, after graduating from Fengdu City's Advanced Academy, even if he couldn't reach the pinnacle of legendary Beastmaster, he had an excellent chance of advancing to a 5th-grade Beastmaster. The returns he would bring to the Li family would be enough to compensate for all current investments. The medicinal soup churned and steamed with rising vapors. All eyes focused on Li Yueming. He was surrounded by people, some helping him remove his clothes, others adding firewood to stoke the flames, attending to his every need. As the core genius of the Li family, the premier clan of Jinshan Township, such treatment was perfectly normal. When the soup turned deep golden and medicinal fragrance filled the air, Li Yueming leaped into the pool, instantly enveloped by the hot waves. He closed his eyes in concentration, extending his spiritual power, and a Thunder Marten phantom no bigger than a palm appeared above his head. This was the spirit beast's manifestation. Beast masters normally monitored their spirit beast's condition through these manifestations, avoiding the mental burden of keeping the actual creatures with them at all times. Otherwise, the sudden increase in spiritual power consumption could cause beast masters to issue delayed commands at critical moments, or in severe cases, lead to complete mental collapse. The fusion of a spirit beast's essence also employs this manifestation method. Seeing Li Yueming's fusion gradually getting on track, Butler Liang beside Li Lishan leaned down and whispered, Master, should we also have young Master Li Xingqian undergo early essence fusion with his spirit beast? Given the young master's current beast taming talent, it would be difficult to encounter a better spirit beast. If he completes the fusion now, when he enters the Advanced Academy, he might still gain some advantage. As soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby immediately shook his head. I'm afraid that's inappropriate. You've all seen Li Xingqian's attitude. Clearly we had good intentions, but he showed no gratitude whatsoever. Moreover, the Li family has had enormous expenses recently, nearly depleting years of accumulated resources. We truly cannot spare additional resources to support him at this time. Li Lishan remained silent, his expression clearly wavering. The family's core strategy had always been to focus entirely on cultivating Li Yueming, and many had long planned to abandon Li Xingqian. However, he and Butler Liang still harbored a glimmer of hope. If Li Xingqian was willing to make up his mind and designate his current spirit beast as his core, combined with his special physical advantages, he might not be without a chance to rise. The key lay in whether the young man had that kind of determination. As for personally persuading him, he was determined not to do so. Li Xingqian already harbored deep resentment toward the Li family, and if he spoke up, it might instead provoke the child to make the opposite choice. When children act out, it's often not for fun, but due to lack of attention and recognition. Li Xingqian was exactly like this. Butler Liang believed that as long as someone communicated patiently with him, he would eventually come to understand. There's one more matter. Butler Liang looked up. I would like to request permission to return to young Master Li Xingqian's side. Please grant your approval, Master. Another senior member said urgently. Old Liang, didn't we agree before that you would accompany Li Yueming to the Advanced Academy, taking care of the young master's daily needs while serving as a guard? Why the sudden change of heart? Butler Liang sighed softly. Before the young lady disappeared, what worried her most was Li Xingqian. These old bones of mine are better suited to stay by his side. Li Yueming never lacks manpower and doesn't need me. Li Lishan sighed again. Butler Liang had originally been assigned by his wife's family, so he really couldn't force him to stay. Since the man was determined to leave, he could only assign another steward to accompany Li Yueming. On the streets of Jinkin Township, several figures dressed in black night clothes hurried through. Under the scorching midday sun, their pitch-black attire was particularly conspicuous, drawing sideways glances from passers-by, yet they remained coldly focused, paying no attention. Their sole objective: find Li Xingqian. Where the hell is that kid hiding? It's like he vanished into thin air. What exactly is the background of Li Xingqian, who ranked first in graduation practice? No one knew the answers. They urgently wanted to capture Li Xingqian and bring him back for thorough investigation to figure out what was really going on. Boss, where do you think Li Xingqian could be? We've been searching for so many days without any trace of him. Could he have already left Jinkin Township for Donghai City? The young team member responsible for reconnaissance lowered his voice while handing over the surveillance records to the middle-aged man before him. His tone carried frustration, yet he dared not openly question the captain's judgment. Over the past few days, this action squad from the Great Wilderness Organization had practically turned Jinkin Township upside down. Markets, inns, desolate country roads, and even the farmhouse courtyards where Li Xingqian had briefly stayed were all under covert surveillance. Yet Li Xingqian seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The young man couldn't help but speculate once more. Had their targets somehow bypassed the blockade and headed for Fengdu City? The middle-aged man tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the rain-soaked streets outside the window, his voice low but confident. No. There are only 3 routes from Jinkin Township to Fengdu City, and during this period, all vehicles and pedestrians leaving the town have been under our surveillance. Nothing unusual. Li Xingqian must still be in Jinkin Township. Most likely, he's already sensed our presence. Under the lamplight, the captain's weathered features were clearly visible. Coarse cloth clothing with patches on the shoulders. At first glance, he looked no different from any cart driver. But within the Great Wilderness Organization, he was the notorious wasteland hunter, captain of the Jinkin Township Action Squad. His superiors had given him 2 absolute orders. First, bring back at least 1 ancient wasteland clan member. Second, recruit 3 beast-taming prodigies to accept the organization's sponsorship. Failure meant the end of his captaincy. Captain, the young team member still harbored doubts. I think we should focus on Long Yadan and Li Yueming instead. Everyone says Li Xingqian's first place in the graduation practicum was just luck. Even if we capture him, what's the point? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Luck? I've reviewed all his records. A youth with only an grade beast seal managed to surpass Long Yadan and Li Yueming to claim first place? There's definitely more to this story. If we find him, we might bring the higher-ups an unexpected surprise. His attitude was resolute, and the other team members had no choice but to remain silent. After all, this captain possessed not only formidable strength, but also keen insight. Over the years, he had captured 3 ancient wasteland clan members and recruited over 10 beast-taming talents for the Great Wilderness Organization. His track record spoke for itself, commanding respect. Despite still feeling the operation's cost was too high, everyone ultimately refocused their attention on Li Xingqian. If the mission failed, their entire squad would likely face punishment, but no one dared question the captain at this moment. They could only methodically continue blockading every alley and exit. Achoo! Deep within the abandoned shrine, Li Xingqian sneezed several times in succession, rubbing his nose as if someone were mentioning his name in secret. But at this moment, he had no time for such thoughts. His entire focus was devoted to the beast seal before him. The essence of the celestial spirit beast surged like a raging tide into that grade beast seal. The mark, originally no larger than a fingernail, was stretched nearly transparent by the pure white radiance, its patterns undulating as if ready to break free and expand. The resistance caused by his poor aptitude made the essence fusion extremely inefficient. Every inch of expansion felt like tearing flesh. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Li Xingqian's eyes were bloodshot with exhaustion, yet he dared not relax for even a moment. He knew that once his concentration wavered, the essence would surge backward, shattering the beast seal and leaving him severely injured or even dead. Just hold on a little longer. He forced himself to maintain focus, his spiritual energy flowing laboriously through his meridians, working with the celestial essence to gradually erode the beast seal's constraints. Time stretched slowly within the dim shrine, the sounds of pursuit from outside seemingly blocked by the heavy wooden doors. Yet Li Xingqian knew the real danger came not from beyond the walls, but from that mass of celestial essence still surging wildly within. Li Xingqian was utterly exhausted, his eyes growing cloudy. If it weren't for Zhangxiong behind him occasionally jolting him awake, he would have probably passed out in the medicinal bath long ago. The liquid bubbled with pale golden foam, waves of heat assaulting Li Xingqian's nerves relentlessly, while Zhangxiong behind him was equally tormented according to the original plan. As long as Li Xingqian possessed dual SS-grade beast seals, she could barely manage to fuse her essence with his. But now, she had to forcibly cram her massive essence into a mere grade beast seal, which was practically asking her to do the impossible. Can you still hold on? Should we stop for now? Seeing Li Xingqian's muscles convulsing from the excruciating pain, she finally asked. But the young man just gritted his teeth fiercely and nodded vigorously. No problem. Keep going. Zhangxiong silently admired him. His top-tier talent had been stripped away, yet it had forged this boy's resilience instead. From childhood, He had been forced to compare himself with his genius younger brother, enduring mockery, never achieving any easy success, never daring to hope for good fortune. Those hardships had become today's armor of willpower. Then don't you dare die? Song Xiong released her final restraint, her overwhelming essence flooding into the beast's seal like a torrent. Ah! The agony tore through his bone marrow like iron hooks. Li Xingqian threw his head back violently, his eyes nearly bloodshot, his piercing scream seeming to tear through the roof. Next door, Long Yaden, who was soaking in her bathtub, was startled by the ear-piercing howl, even having the illusion that Li Xingqian was screaming right beside her ear. Is fusing with a spirit beast's essence this painful? She had never experienced it herself, but had seen others undergo fusion. It was definitely not easy, yet no one had ever screamed so heart-wrenchingly. Crack! Suddenly, fine cracking sounds came from the wall behind her. An ominous premonition instantly crawled up her spine. Crack! Another sound. The wall was somehow covered with spiderweb cracks, and intense medicinal fragrance seeped through the fissures into the steamy air. No, it can't be. Long Yaden hurriedly tried to get up and dress, but she was in the middle of bathing, slowing her movements by a crucial moment. Boom! The wall collapsed thunderously, billowing white mist and steam pouring into the bathroom. She froze in place, seeing through the fog Li Xingqian standing bare-chested in the metal bathtub, roaring wildly with bulging veins. In a daze, she seemed to glimpse a woman embracing him from behind, but when she blinked, there was nothing. Probably the steam was too thick, causing her to see things. Li Xingqian's final roar subsided. Ding! Host has completed essence fusion with Sangqiong. Sangqiong has become the host's origin spirit beast. Host has gained 20 of Sangqiong's abilities. The system notification exploded in his mind. His strength completely drained. He looked up to see Long Yaden beyond the collapsed wall, also staring at him in bewilderment. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Before he could finish speaking, he toppled straight into the bathtub. Only then did Long Yaden snap back to reality, screaming as she covered her vital parts. This is terrible. Even this guy has seen everything. When Li Xingqian opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed. Above him was an unfamiliar ceiling, and he could smell the faint scent of fresh paint from newly painted walls. He immediately realized he wasn't in his original room. This was the second floor, the spare room next to Tang Yiran's bedroom. Beside the bed, Tang Yiran stood with her arms crossed, wearing a bright red dress, looking down at him with a rather displeased expression. How did I end up here? I remember I should be in my own room. Li Xingqian propped himself up, looking confused. You punched straight through the wall of Long Yaden's bedroom. How could I let you keep staying there? Tang Yiran lowered her voice irritably. Just one day, and the room walls are covered with cracks everywhere. You nearly brought down the whole house. Only then did Li Xingqian notice he was covered with just a thin blanket. He pinched the corner of the blanket and secretly lifted it a crack, discovering he wasn't wearing anything at all. His heart skipped a beat. Teacher Tang, did you carry me over here? Get lost. Tang Yiran snorted coldly. You nearly demolished my house, and I'm supposed to carry you too? In your dreams. Li Xingqian immediately imagined the embarrassing scene of Meng San or Brother Jun carrying his naked body downstairs. The thought of grown men carrying his bare body made his face burn with shame. But then he noticed Tang Yiran's ears suddenly turning red. She turned her face away, lowering her voice even more. I dragged you over here, okay? Dragged you over. Did you really expect me to carry you? Dream on. Dragged over? Li Xingqian's mind automatically filled in the complete process of being dragged, and his ears instantly felt hot enough to smoke, his face glowing red. Seeing this, Tang Yiran couldn't help but chuckle softly, deliberately teasing him. Who would have thought that despite your young age, you're already quite the grown man? When you were unconscious, you kept mumbling something about maintaining the last bit of humanity. Absolutely won't unleash my beastly nature. So tell me, who do you want to unleash your beastly nature on? Long Yaden. No, that was just me talking to myself while unconscious. Li Xingqian waved his hands frantically. He suspected his words about maintaining humanity were from his mental conversation with Sangqiong, but Tang Yiran had overheard them. Thinking about how he had also smashed through Long Yaden's bathroom wall. If she reported him to the police, he'd probably end up in jail, and his admission to Fengdu Advanced Beast Tamer Academy would be ruined. After a brief silence, Tang Yiran suddenly became serious. Isn't it too hasty to decide on making the three-tailed golden flame fox your origin spirit beast? After all, this is your first spirit beast. But don't most beast tamers use their first spirit beast as their origin spirit beast? Li Xingqian asked back. That's only true for most ordinary beast tamers. Tang Yiran shook her head. But I am an ordinary beast tamer. Li Xingqian smiled bitterly. I'm even worse than most ordinary beast tamers. A poor student. I don't have better options, do I? His calm and firm acknowledgement of his own mediocrity stirred a sense of respect in Tang Yiran's heart. She was also a genius, but the more gifted someone was, the harder it became to accept their own ordinariness. To be honest, she felt that Li Xingqian shouldn't be so ordinary. After all, She had never seen any frank beast tamer who could possess an ancient wasteland clan creature, let alone take first place in graduation practice and set a grade point record that hadn't been broken in decades. Tang Yiran silently assessed the young man before her, convinced that Li Xingqian was hiding quite a few secrets. She lifted her chin and spoke seriously. Since what's done is done, stop dwelling on it. Once you choose your origin beast, we both know it's a lifelong bond that can never be changed. You'd better think carefully about what to choose for your second spirit beast. She reminded him. After you have an origin beast, your compatibility with it will quickly rise to 100%, and then your beast seal will open up a slot. That's an advantage for you. Li Xingqian nodded but remained unhurried. You know my situation. Even though I was lucky enough to obtain an ancient wasteland clan creature, my beast seal aptitude is still only frank. Even if I open up a new slot, I can only contract another frank spirit beast, which wouldn't mean much. The real reason he didn't voice aloud his origin beast wasn't the three-tailed golden flame fox at all, but Sangqiong. Sangqiong didn't occupy a beast seal slot. His current beast seal was still occupied by the three-tailed golden flame fox, and their compatibility was only 83, still short of the maximum. He couldn't possibly contract another spirit beast anytime soon. Tang Yiran waved her fingers and gave one final warning. Anyway, you'll stay in this room for now. Remember, don't you dare smash any more walls, or I really will kill you. With that, she left at an unhurried pace. The moment the door closed, Li Xingqian rolled out of bed and immediately checked the changes in himself after the origin fusion. He pulled up his attribute panel. Host, Li Xingqian. Beast Tamer Talent. F rank, grade 3. Strength, 110. Agility, 55. Endurance, 30. Spirit, 550. Spirit Beasts. Sangqiong, Three-Tailed Golden Flame Fox. Skills, Golden Flame Gale Slash. The numbers displayed on the panel had multiplied several times over from before, but the growth was still limited. Aside from his spirit value, his strength, agility, and endurance were all inferior to warriors who specialized in body cultivation. Li Xingqian understood Sangqiong itself wasn't a strength-type beast, and this enhancement was merely borrowing Sangqiong's power to transform the three-tailed golden flame fox's flame abilities. If he wanted to catch up in terms of physical prowess, he would eventually need to contract a physical-type spirit beast, and only then would his basic attributes skyrocket. As he pondered this, his communicator suddenly vibrated. After connecting, Fatty Chin immediately launched into complaints. Brotherly, where have you been these past few days? Not even a shadow of you. The Li family has been looking everywhere for you, saying they want to celebrate your first place in graduation practice, and I don't even know where you are. The Li family came looking for me? Li Xingqian frowned. When? Just now. So, without me, the Li family won't hold their banquet? Li Xingqian was puzzled. The Li family had always been lukewarm toward him, so this sudden concern seemed abnormal. Fatty Chun on the other end hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. The Li family already held it yesterday, and they called it a double joy celebration banquet. They were celebrating Li Yueming's admission to a higher academy and Li Yueming's origin fusion with the ancient wasteland clan Thunder Ferret. Li Xingqian sneered coldly. I knew it. Since you've already celebrated, yet you still come to me with this fake concern, you're probably just trying to convince me to give up my spot at the advanced academy, because you don't want to pay that enormous sum. But brotherly, this really is a practical issue. Qin Pengzi scratched his head, the flesh on his face trembling slightly. The expenses at the advanced academy are astronomical. Now that you've fallen out with the Li family, who's going to foot the bill in the future? Just as Li Xingqian opened his mouth to respond, Qin Pengzi cut him off. My father said he could cover your tuition fees. But you know as well as I do that while the tuition is frighteningly high, a full 300 spirit crystals, it's still just a small portion compared to accommodation, cultivation resources, and travel allowances. Without powerful backing, it'll be very difficult for you to survive smoothly at the advanced academy. 300 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian was stunned. For Qin Eugene, known as the ultimate penny pincher, to fork out such a massive sum all at once would be like plucking every feather from his body. Thinking of this, Li Xingqian felt a warm surge in his heart, but still waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about the funding. I've already found someone willing to sponsor me completely. He'll cover all my expenses at the advanced academy. My God, Qin Pengzi's eyes went wide. It's not the Li family. Jinshan Township is only so BG can count on my fingers all the families and clans capable of producing that many spirit crystals at once, but they have no reason to invest money in you. All the local elites say you have poor talent and low potential. Throwing money at training you now would be like tossing spirit crystals into the ocean without even hearing a splash. It's not a family. Li Xingqian spread his hands. It's a beast tamer guild. They're incredibly wealthy. I'll introduce you when I get the chance. Don't worry about the money, and don't pay my tuition. What you need to do now is focus on improving your strength. I hear the advanced academy is crawling with geniuses, and people like us from small places are bound to be looked down upon. I understand. Qin Pengzi nodded vigorously. I've already decided to make the frost ice toad my primary spirit beast, then see if I can acquire a second spirit beast before enrollment. Even after entering the advanced academy, someone like me might not be too shabby, right? Despite his words, he still felt uneasy inside. By all logic, someone with his qualifications shouldn't even qualify for the advanced academy. It was entirely thanks to Li Xingqian's help during their graduation practicum. Otherwise, he'd be stuck at the intermediate academy for life. Don't worry, I'll help you when the time comes. Li Xingqian patted his shoulder. Chimpanzee was his only true friend, and knowing they could advance to school together gave him considerable peace of mind. He also secretly resolved to do everything possible to improve Chimpanzee's strength. He didn't necessarily need Chimpanzee to become a prominent figure at the advanced academy, but at the very least, he couldn't let others look down on him. Brotherly, I'm with you from now on. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. On the other end of the phone, Chimpanzee's voice carried a hint of tears. He knew well that Li Xingqian had always kept a low profile, never mentioning to anyone, not even his own father, the shocking secret that Li Xingqian now possessed a wasteland ancient clan beast. In his eyes, Li Xingqian was definitely no ordinary person. Though he only had a superficial understanding of many inside details and couldn't see through most of it, staying by Li Xingqian's side all these years had made him utterly convinced of Li Xingqian's transformation. It was nothing short of miraculous, even divine. If Li Xingqian couldn't still recount their shared memories in vivid detail, he would have suspected that some ancient beast master had possessed his friend's body. After listening, Li Xingqian just teased Chimpanzee briefly before hanging up. Such mushy declarations came easily to the carefree Chimpanzee, but Li Xingqian simply couldn't bring himself to say them. After ending the call, he raised his hand and conjured a palm-sized projection of the three-tailed golden flame fox in his palm. The golden patterns on the fiery red tails flickered in his hand as he commanded the little fox to spin and roll, playing with his spirit beast. Such interactions could slowly improve their bond, but the efficiency was too low. To truly enhance it quickly, they needed to work together in real combat. During his graduation practicum, he had forcibly increased their compatibility by 17 in just 3 days through high-intensity consecutive battles. Thinking of this, Li Xingqian walked to the balcony and gazed at the dark wasteland in the distance, his heart itching with anticipation. If he could push his compatibility with the three-tailed golden flame fox to 100 before entering the advanced academy, he could contract a third spirit beast, and then find a way to evolve them all into wasteland ancient clan beasts. By then, facing even the most terrifying prodigies at the advanced academy, he would be completely confident. After all, it was impossible for everyone to possess 2 wasteland ancient clan beasts like him. Once his mind was made up, he took advantage of the falling night to change into black night clothes, pulled up his hood, and quietly left Tang Iran's villa. On the third-floor balcony, Long Yadan watched his figure disappear into the darkness, her brow slightly furrowed. This guy was still too impatient. The Great Wilderness Organization had confirmed their arrival in Jinshan Township, their exact strength unknown. If he got targeted, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, Li Xingqian's attire wasn't particularly conspicuous in Jinshan Township. For various reasons, night clothes were quite common here. He wrapped himself up tightly, and passers-by barely gave him a second glance. Passing by a roadside stall, he caught sight of a blond young man urging the vendor to hurry up, grilling beast hooves. That dazzling golden hair clearly indicated someone flamboyant and ostentatious, not something an ordinary person could pull off. But Li Xingqian had no interest in him and hurried past. Jinshan Township was only 50 kilometers from the wasteland, and occasionally outsiders would pass through here to venture into the wilderness. Li Xingqian hastily disappeared into the crowd. The blond young man suddenly seemed to sense something and turned to look in the direction where Li Xingqian had disappeared. He caught a glimpse of a figure in black night, clothes quickly vanishing into the crowd. His brow furrowed slightly in that instant. He had detected a faint trace of ancient wasteland clan aura. According to intelligence, only 3 ancient wasteland clan members were confirmed to exist in Jinkin Township. 1 controlled by Long Yadan, 1 in Li Yueming's possession, and 1 in Qi Hui's hands. All 3 were under strict surveillance by the Great Wasteland Organization, making it theoretically impossible for a 4th to appear. The figure had moved too quickly for him to get a clear look, but his instincts told him this was no illusion. To be safe, he pulled out his communicator and briefly reported his discovery. "Boss, I suspect I've found a new lead on an ancient wasteland clan member. Keep a close eye on them. If you confirm the target possesses an ancient wasteland clan member, retrieve it directly if within your capabilities." The voice on the other end was curt and calm. After ending the call, the blond young man smiled with amusement. "Roger that. I won't let you down." With that, he set off in pursuit, following the direction where the figure had disappeared. Just then, the street vendor had finished grilling a glistening beast hoof and placed it on the counter. Looking up, he saw only the golden-haired figure's back disappearing into the distance. "Damn it. If you can't afford it, just say so. What a waste of my time." The vendor cursed loudly, waving the beast hoof as smoke swirled chaotically in the night breeze. When night had fully fallen, Li Xingqian arrived at the entrance of the official Beast Tamer Guild. There weren't many people waiting for the wasteland bus at this hour, just a few scattered figures standing beyond the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. In the starless, moonless wasteland night, black night clothes served as perfect camouflage except for the cold gleam of a few metal buckles. The group nearly melded into the darkness. The others merely glanced at Li Xingqian with cold, restrained eyes before turning away. Those who dared venture into the wasteland at this hour were typically tough characters with confidence in their abilities, and they didn't appreciate being stared at. Li Xingqian, inexperienced with nighttime travel, had assumed he would be the only night traveler, but seeing this scene actually sparked his curiosity. A woman with a graceful figure ahead suddenly felt eyes on her back. She turned to look and caught Li Xingqian's gaze lingering on her shapely rear, causing her eyebrows to shoot up immediately. "Where exactly are you looking?" Caught red-handed, Li Xingqian awkwardly clasped his hands in apology without offering much explanation. Seeing his decent attitude in admitting his mistake, the woman snorted coldly and looked away. Li Xingqian shifted his attention to a burly man nearby. The man's muscles were clearly defined, like a moving wall of flesh, though still somewhat inferior compared to Meng San. After all, beast tamers as powerfully built as Meng San were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, not to mention that Meng San could no longer really be considered a beast tamer. Tang Yuran had briefly introduced Meng San's situation to him. Meng San was once a beast tamer who possessed quite powerful spirit beasts, but during a battle where he was severely outmatched, his original spirit beast died, causing his beast seal to shatter and leaving him unable to control other spirit beasts anymore. After losing his beast seal, he was forced to become a warrior. However, in this era, warriors were far less sought after than beast tamers, facing a difficult path ahead. To improve their combat strength, they could only rely on day after day of grueling, almost self-torturous physical training. Human bodies were naturally weaker than spirit beasts, so going head-to-head was practically suicide. Therefore, fewer and fewer people truly embarked on the martial path unless they had no other choice. No one wanted to tackle such a thankless task. Yet Meng San gritted his teeth and persevered. With his 4th-rank warrior body, he could actually go toe-to-toe with 3rd-rank spirit beasts, which made him exceptional among warriors of the same level. Thinking of this, Li Xingqian's respect for Meng San deepened even further. At this moment, the waiting area was sparsely populated, with the air thick with the unique tension that came before venturing into the wasteland. Li Xingqian couldn't help but glance toward a burly beast tamer not far away. The moment their eyes met, the man glared back fiercely without any courtesy, even lightly pounding his fist into his palm as if ready to strike at any moment. Li Xingqian quickly looked away, muttering to himself. They were all humans who would soon be risking their lives together in the wasteland, so why was there no sense of camaraderie whatsoever? Just then, someone gently tugged at his sleeve. Li Xingqian turned around to see a man about his own age. The stranger wasn't wearing night clothes or bundled up tightly, seemingly unconcerned about exposing his identity. Li Xingqian couldn't place this face among the list of talented individuals he'd heard about in Jinkin Township, clearly not a local celebrity. The man smiled and lowered his voice. "Brother, first time entering the wasteland at night?" Li Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. Was he that obviously inexperienced? Was it his unprofessional equipment or his movements that gave him away? Seeing through his confusion, the man pulled him aside to a corner and continued in a whisper. "In the wasteland, you need to be wary of more than just exotic beasts. Humans are even more dangerous. You never know if your companions are thieves eyeing your spoils." "Thieves?" Li Xingqian unconsciously repeated. "Exactly." The man nodded. "Some people find hunting exotic beasts too dangerous, so they lurk in the shadows playing the waiting game. After others fight tooth and nail to kill the beasts, they suddenly emerge and snatch all the spoils. We call these people thieves." He pointed toward the crowd in the distance, his voice dropping even lower. "Before entering the wasteland, thieves will observe potential targets to see who's easy prey. So experienced beast tamers never stare at others, and if they're being watched, they'll glare back fiercely to send a message: I'm no pushover, don't get any funny ideas. Do you understand now?" Li Xingqian finally realized. No wonder everyone seemed so unfriendly. They were all afraid the others might be thieves ready to steal their hard-earned prey. "I see, thank you for the advice. But why are you telling me all this?" Li Xingqian looked at him sincerely. The man smiled mysteriously, his tone light yet tinged with pride. "Because I'm actually a thief myself." Li Xingqian was stunned. Li Xingqian immediately stepped back several paces from the young man. The young man didn't seem to mind at all, instead moving closer step by step with a mocking smile on his face. "Why are you so wary of me? I'm a thief with standards, you know. I'm very picky about my targets." "What do you mean?" Li Xingqian frowned. The comment was insulting. Did this guy think he was so weak that he wasn't even worth robbing? The young man casually shook his wrist and waved his hand as if brushing away dust. "It sounds harsh, but it's the truth. Anyone can tell you're a newbie. When you go to the wasteland, you'll stick to the outskirts and edges at best, picking off isolated low-tier beasts. Don't blame me for looking down on you. You really aren't worth my time. Li Xingqian's eyes instantly turned cold. Believe it or not, I could tell everyone right now that you're a thief. Go ahead, the young man chuckled and shrugged. The moment you open your mouth, I'll tell everyone we're partners. Li Xingqian gritted his teeth. How can you be so shameless? What exactly do you want? Cooperation. The young man smiled mysteriously. Are you really content with just killing a few first or second-tier beasts and then slinking back home? I've been roaming the wasteland for years, and I can tell you responsibly you won't make much from collecting beast corpses. Those things are sold by the pound at trading posts. They're practically worthless. Li Xingqian's tense nerves relaxed slightly. The man was telling the truth unless you hunted high-tier beasts or found specimens with special body materials useful for forging weapons, making armor, or refining medicine. Corpses were only sold in bulk at 1 spirit crystal per 100 pounds. So tell me, what brings the biggest profit? He asked. The young man lowered his voice proudly. Capturing rare beast cubs, of course. A flicker of recognition crossed Li Xingqian's eyes. Tang Iran had mentioned that the Divine Map organization sometimes profited from capturing rare spirit beast cubs. Do you take me for a fool? He scoffed. Rare cubs are deep in the wasteland. You want me to venture in there with you? That's usually true. The young man held up one finger. But today's different. Someone spotted a wolf cub with snow blue fur and a third eye on its forehead about 10 kilometers into the wasteland. You should know what that is, right? 3. The word barely left his lips before the young man pressed a hand over Li Xingqian's mouth, dragging him further into the shadows. His voice dropped to barely a whisper. Are you insane? If anyone hears that, you won't survive 5 kilometers. Li Xingqian took a deep breath and confirmed in a low voice. Snow blue fur with an eye on the forehead. A three-eyed azure emperor wolf from the ancient wasteland clans. Well, you do have some knowledge, the young man clapped softly. That's a cub from the ancient wasteland clans. Care to guess how much it's worth? Li Xingqian shook his head. He only knew that buying an ordinary ancient wasteland clan cub cost at least 10,000 spirit crystals. But as for the price of a three-eyed azure emperor wolf, he truly had no idea. Let me tell you, an A-grade wasteland ancient beast goes for about 7,000 to 10,000 spirit crystals on the market, and the three-eyed azure wolf is an S-grade wasteland ancient beast, so it's worth at least 10,000 spirit crystals or more. Isn't that more valuable than killing thousands of regular beasts? Li Xingqian's pupils contracted slightly as he listened, surprised yet still maintaining his guard. How do you know this information is real? Normally, cubs of wasteland ancient beasts would never appear in a place like this. He quickly weighed his options. What was this young man's real purpose? If there truly was a three-eyed azure wolf in the outer areas, that would be classified information of the highest level. Why would he share it for free? There's no such thing as a free lunch. It wouldn't be unusual to be used, and then silenced afterward. The young man shrugged. I can't guarantee it's 100% accurate, but we have our own information channels, and the credibility is quite high. We? Li Xingqian pressed. Pretty sharp. The young man smiled. We are indeed a guild, but I'm alone in Jinshan Township today, which is why I'm looking for your cooperation. Otherwise, why would such a good opportunity fall to you? Li Xingqian replied mockingly. Then aren't you afraid I'll steal that three-eyed azure wolf cub? You? The young man seemed dismissive but still explained. If we actually manage to capture the wolf cub together, I'll pay you cash directly. After all, even if you're holding the cub, you won't find buyers willing to pay over 10,000 spirit crystals, right? Aren't you worried about being double-crossed? Li Xingqian pondered for a long time as a bus approached in the distance. After boarding, the cabin was nearly empty except for the few passengers from before. The atmosphere was so quiet they could almost hear the tires grinding against gravel. The young man still sat beside him, neither rushing nor pressing. Li Xingqian finally nodded. If we succeed in capturing it, how many spirit crystals are you prepared to give me? The young man held up 3 fingers. 3,000. I'm providing the intelligence, so it's fair that we take a larger share, right? 3,000 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian's heart stirred. If he could truly earn 3,000, he wouldn't need to rely on Tang Iran's financial support anymore, and could cover all his expenses at the Advanced Academy. There was no such thing as a free lunch from Tang Iran. Either she valued his ability to devise evolution plans for spirit beasts below 3rd grade, and this favor would need to be repaid eventually. Better not to owe if possible. Besides, he wasn't without his own sales channels. All right, let's do it. Li Xingqian finally shook hands to seal the agreement. The young man's narrow eyes showed no surprise, as if he had known all along that Li Xingqian would agree. The young man never asked for Li Xingqian's name or background, and Li Xingqian didn't volunteer the information when partnering with strangers in the wasteland. Maintaining some mystery was the best protection. The bus stopped at the wasteland entrance, doors opening wide as the passengers scattered in different directions. We'll go this way. The young man led Li Xingqian down a rarely traveled path. However, after walking for a short while, he suddenly turned back and changed direction. Sometimes he seemed familiar with the route. Other times he appeared completely lost, frequently circling back and retracing steps. making his intentions increasingly incomprehensible to Li Xingchen. Where exactly are you going? Li Xingchen asked, growing impatient. Shoo! The young man raised his finger and pulled him down into a cluster of waist-high bushes. The branches rustled against their clothes before falling silent in the night breeze. The young man pointed ahead, and Li Xingchen followed his gaze about 10 meters away. A burly figure was cautiously scanning left and right. It was the same muscular beast tamer who had traveled with them earlier. Aren't we supposed to be looking for the three-eyed azure wolf cub? Why are we following him? Li Xingchen whispered skeptically. The young man's lips curved into a smirk. Because he's also after that cub. The beast tamers who first discovered the wolf pup's trail were part of his team, but now they're all gone and he probably eliminated them. He wants to keep the prize for himself, so if we follow him, we're most likely to find the cub. Li Xingchen remained doubtful, feeling like he was being played for a fool. Just then, the burly beast tamer seemed to confirm the area was safe and pulled out a strand of fur from his chest. The fur was snow blue throughout, with faint silver light glimmering at the edges, as if it had its own luminescence. The young man whispered, "Wolf hair from a three-eyed azure wolf cub." Facts spoke louder than words, and Li Xingchen's doubts immediately diminished by half. Next, the burly beast tamer raised his hand to open his spirit beast space, and a tumtor-long wolf dog leaped out, muscular and solid, its nose constantly twitching. A third-grade mystic scent hound. Mystic scent hounds were born with extraordinary olfactory abilities. Though their combat power was average, they could lock onto a target scent from over 10 kilometers away. The burly beast tamer waved the snow-blue wolf hair in front of the hound's nose. The mystic scent hound spun in circles on the spot, then suddenly chose a direction and bolted on all fours. The burly beast tamer took a deep breath and followed closely behind. Li Xingchen held his breath. Let's go? He might have already locked onto the cub's location, but the young man remained unhurried. Don't rush. Following too closely will get us discovered. Even though the mystic scent hound is focused on tracking, it might still catch our scent. Li Xingchen calculated silently. The burly beast tamer was most likely 4th grade or higher, with more than one spirit beast. If he got to the cub first, they'd have to face a 4th grade beast tamer of unknown combat strength. Don't worry, he won't escape my sight. The young man raised his right hand, and a small gray-brown flying insect perched on his fingertip. Then he waved his sleeve, and dozens of flying insects quietly emerged from his spirit beast space, silently and invisibly tailing their target. Li Xingchen was stunned. An insect-type beast tamer. This specialization was extremely rare, as very few people were willing to use insects as spirit beasts. But in the darkness, these flying insects were more concealed than most reconnaissance spirit beasts. The bushes swayed gently in the wind as the two continued their stealthy pursuit, maintaining their distance from the target ahead. Yet Li Xingchen couldn't shake his surprise. Insects were still insects, inherently weaker than other spirit beasts. You're still too young and haven't even left school yet, so you've encountered very few types of beast tamers. This world is vast, and there are countless people you've never met. So don't show such expressions so easily. In the future it will make others look down on you. The young man's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of oppression. Li Xingchen's heart tightened, and he immediately restrained his gaze, returning to a composed expression. In that brief moment, he had only shown slight surprise, yet the young man had caught it crystal clear. Moreover, the stranger could accurately judge that he was young and still a student. Those eyes were truly sharp. Unable to gauge the young man's strength, Li Xingchen chose to remain silent. He wasn't truly afraid, but speaking more would only lead to more mistakes. His three-tailed golden flame fox was a third-grade ancient wilderness clan that could harness the power of the firmament in critical moments. Once activated, it wouldn't be suppressed by wilderness forces and could unleash combat power far exceeding its peers. However, before understanding his opponent's cards, he chose to keep his confidence hidden. After about 5 minutes, the two resumed their journey. Both traveled on foot, but the young man's pace was clearly faster, his breathing remaining steady throughout, making Li Xingchen grit his teeth to maintain the rhythm. He had already completed source fusion with the firmament, greatly enhancing his physical abilities. Ordinary beast tamers couldn't keep up with him. Yet before this young man, his advantages seemed infinitely diminished. This person was definitely not simple. The young man suddenly turned back with a smile. Little brother, you still need more training. He then continued forward without missing a beat. Li Xingchen followed silently, growing increasingly wary. Reaching a woodland area with drooping weeds, the young man suddenly stopped, his gaze shifting to the left front, his tone teasing. Tonight's going to be lively. We're not the only ones targeting that burly beast tamer. We might have already entered someone else's sight. Li Xingchen looked in that direction, but saw only thick darkness with nothing unusual. He understood the young man likely relied on those reconnaissance insects for their numbers. He could no longer judge, and could only heighten his vigilance further. Even with the possibility of being secretly watched, neither slowed their pace. The allure of the three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub was enough to make them temporarily ignore potential enemies. After running another dozen kilometers, Li Xingqian's leg muscles ached and his steps grew heavy, while the young man was only slightly winded. The difference in stamina was obvious. A thick ancient tree blocked the moonlight, and the two used its trunk for cover, finally spotting their target. In the clearing ahead, the burly beast tamer stood with a cold expression, cornering a wolf cub with snow-blue fur and soft coat. The cub raised its head, three pale green vertical pupils flashing with naive yet fierce light, growling adorably but menacingly. However, it only had first-grade cultivation. Even as an ancient wilderness clan, it had no chance of victory. Probably got separated while playing during the beast tide, the young man analyzed quietly. If its parents were here, who would dare bully it like this? The burly beast tamer didn't strike immediately, maintaining his guard, clearly aware of the presence behind him. The young man lowered his voice. He wants to wait for everyone to show themselves, then settle everything in one decisive battle before taking the wolf cub. We must be patient. Fighting is meaningless. What professional thieves should do is take things away without a sound. Li Xingqian nodded on the surface, but was calculating a different plan in his mind. From the beginning, he had never intended to share this three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub with the young man. However, he did agree with the young man's decision. If a real fight broke out, he would likely be the weakest among all the parties involved. To avoid being used as a pawn by the young man, he secretly resolved to flee immediately once he got his hands on the three-eyed azure emperor wolf. Thinking about the cub worth over 10,000 spirit crystals, Li Xingqian's blood was boiling. That was an astronomical sum. The dense forest remained silent. 10 minutes passed without anyone showing up, leaving everyone uncertain whether no one coveted the prize or if everyone was simply hiding deeper. Just as the deathly silence was becoming suffocating, the burly beast tamer suddenly made his move. Screech! A black shadow shot through the air. A hunting falcon with a wingspan of over 10 meters, like a black sword, dove toward the three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub, its silver gleaming talons flashing with cold light. The burly beast tamer merely snorted coldly and raised his hand to release a leopard beast radiating golden light from his spirit beast space. The golden leopard leaped into midair upon appearing, twisted its body, flipped in the air, and pinned the falcon to the muddy ground. Its sharp claws sent feathers flying as it bent the eagle's beak with a swift strike, then delivered a vicious bite. The falcon's neck snapped with a crisp sound, killing it instantly with clean efficiency. Just as Li Xingqian had predicted, this burly beast tamer was indeed a fourth-grade powerhouse. His long wait was simply due to his supreme confidence that his prey wouldn't escape. Before the falcon's death cry had even faded, he was already growling coldly. How dare you try to steal the golden leopard king's prey? Before his words finished, he began his own beast transformation. Golden patterns spread from his neck to his limbs. His legs became long and lean like a leopard's hind legs. With one push against the ground, dust exploded as his entire form became a blur. The golden leopard charged into the dense forest while he lunged directly at the three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub master, and beast attacking in perfect coordination. In the blink of an eye, the cub was pinned in his arms. This was the burly beast tamer's innate skill, the most common yet brutal form of beast transformation, directly imbuing himself with his spirit beast characteristics for explosive power. Shouldn't we make our move now? Li Xingqian watched anxiously as the three-eyed azure emperor wolf was carried away, only a golden shadow remaining in his sight. The young man frowned but still shook his head. It's not time yet. The others haven't fully revealed themselves. Remember that female beast tamer whose rear you were staring at? She's also after the wolf cub. Let's wait a bit longer. That burly guy won't get away. Li Xingqian nodded silently, a strange glint flashing in his eyes as he continued following the young man deeper into the forest shadows. Roar! The mountain forest shook as if struck by a massive hammer, a furious roar shattering the treetops. A purple-gold giant bear, dozens of meters tall, rose from the ground, its massive paws gripping the fourth-grade golden leopard's front and hind limbs before tearing violently. The bone-cracking sound made scalps tingle as the golden leopard was torn in half on the spot. On the giant bear's shoulder sat the female beast tamer. She calmly issued commands, directing the purple-gold bear to crush through the underbrush, carrying flying leaves as it pursued the burly beast tamer. She's here as expected. We need to act immediately and absolutely cannot let her catch up to the golden leopard king. Once the three-eyed azure emperor wolf falls into this woman's hands, we'll never be able to take it away, even if we fight to the death. Before he finished speaking, the young man shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Though he had been quietly observing before, he now unleashed his spiritual power without hesitation. A massive python dozens of meters long burst forth from behind him with a thunderous roar. The giant serpent was entirely dark green, its head and neck covered in steel-like scales that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. With a sweep of its enormous tail, debris scattered across the ground. Li Xingqian gasped in shock. Just as he had suspected, this was indeed the legendary steel python, with a great aptitude that had evolved to the fourth tier. In terms of raw power alone, It was nearly evenly matched with the female beast tamer's purple gold bear. Boom. The python coiled upward, its massive body suddenly wrapping around the purple gold bear. The bear roared furiously, its golden fur bristling as its limbs pounded the ground like drums. However, the steel python scales were as hard as refined steel, and it only tightened its grip further, completely immobilizing the bear king's movements. Any ordinary fourth-tier spirit beast would have suffocated by now. Kid, don't just stand there, the young man shouted. While my steel python holds the purple gold bear, quickly command your spirit beast to attack that woman. Capture the leader first. Once we kill her, the purple gold bear won't be a threat. However, Li Xingqian stared blankly at the two massive beasts tearing at each other, instinctively backing away as he stammered. I can't. You're all too strong. I'm just a two-entire beast tamer. I'm not even in the same league. Help me. Before finishing his words, he screamed and fled frantically into the depths of the forest. The young man Yushi was so furious his eyes nearly bulged out, grinding his teeth in rage. He hadn't expected that guy to turn the tide of battle, but he never imagined he'd be so utterly useless. The woman smiled contemptuously, her voice dripping with mockery. Yushi, did you really think you could control everything? Finding some random weakling and thinking you could steal prey from me? Facing her ridicule, Yushi sneered back. Sean Ilio, we've been rivals for years, you know our methods. We're determined to get this three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub. I may not be able to defeat you, but as long as I keep you busy, it's enough for the Golden Leopard King to escape with the cub. Sean Ilio's expression darkened as she pointed forward. Purple Gold Bear, tear this little snake apart. Roar. The purple gold bear's furious roar shook the forest as its golden claws violently tore at the serpent's body. But the steel python held its coil tight, sparks flying from its scales. Though the bear's strength was fierce, neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. Sean Ilio snorted coldly. Did you think I'd come alone just because you're working as a team? Yushi's heart sank, and after a moment of realization, his face turned pale. You mean, that person came too? What do you think? Sean Ilio's tone was mockingly playful. Ancient Wilderness clan cubs are in short supply these days. All the major families are willing to bankrupt themselves competing for them to train their genius beast tamers. A business worth tens of thousands of spirit crystals, of course, were determined to succeed. Yushi took a deep breath, his gaze anxiously sweeping toward the direction where the Golden Leopard King had fled. This was serious trouble. The original plan was for the Golden Leopard King to take the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf while he stayed behind to hold off Sean Ilio, then regroup after dealing with the enemy. But now, that useless fool he'd brought along had actually fled in terror. At this moment, Li Xingqian summoned his three-tailed golden flame fox and mounted it, racing swiftly through the dense forest. He first signaled the little fox to extinguish the brilliant golden flames at the tips of its tails. In the pitch-black wilderness, even the slightest glimmer of light could expose their position. Then he channeled a small amount of Azure Sky Force over the fox's fur to lock onto the exact location of the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub. Back when the little fox was only grade 2, this strand of Azure Sky Force could sense beast movements within a 3-kilometer radius. Now that it had advanced to grade 3, its sensing range had expanded directly to 5 kilometers. Though it couldn't match specialized reconnaissance beasts like the Mystic Scent Hound, it already exceeded the handsome man in Tang Iran's team by a full 2 kilometers. In the wilderness, a 5-kilometer early warning system could determine the success or failure of a chase or retreat. Enemies approaching from the perimeter would need quite some time to close the distance. Soon, the little fox's ears twitched as it detected an anomalous fluctuation, immediately changing direction and racing toward the northeast. As they neared their target, it slowed down and hugged the ground, stealthily advancing through bushes and rocks, making virtually no sound. The clash of metal and beast roars echoed from ahead. Li Xingqian pushed aside the bushes to see the burly beast tamer covered in blood, yet still clutching the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub tightly in his arms, a dagger pressed against the tender side of the cub's neck. 2 steps away from him, a grade 4 giant wolf measuring 20 to 30 meters lay on the ground, breathing weakly. The wolf's spine was pinned down by the massive claws of an even larger crocodile dragon, yet the dragon refrained from delivering the killing bite, clearly restrained by its master's command. The crocodile dragon's master wore a fanged ghost mask that concealed his features, but his low, raspy voice unmistakably belonged to a weathered middle-aged man. The burly beast tamer gasped for breath, the dagger pressed against the cub's skin as he roared, "Ghost face. Didn't the 3 of us agree? Serpent would hold off the pursuers while you provided backup here. Once we got the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub out, we'd sell it and split the profits equally. Why are you breaking your word?" Ghost face let out a contemptuous laugh. "You 2 worthless fools think you deserve an equal share with me? I said from the very beginning I want 80%, and you each get 10%. Since you refuse to agree, don't blame me for turning on you." The burly man trembled with rage. The plan had been flawless. Yet Ghostface's selfish desire to monopolize the prize had completely ruined every Fidget was nothing short of burning bridges after crossing the river. Aren't you afraid the higher-ups in the Thieves Guild will find out? They'll expel you from the guild. Ghostface scoffed. Huh. Once I make this fortune, I won't wait for them to kick me out, I'll quit the guild myself. Do you think I'd spend my entire life in a guild with such a tainted reputation? The burly beast tamer had run out of options. He could only make one last desperate gamble. Don't blame me for what happens next. Since you refuse to share with us, then you won't get it either. Ghostface remained impassive, the cold, gleaming dagger in his hand hanging at his side. As long as the burly beast tamer didn't actually strike, he would never draw first. The air seemed stretched into two taut threads, one end tied around the trembling neck of the three-eyed azure wolf cub, the other clutched in Ghostface's palm. Li Xingqian crouched behind the scattered rocks, witnessing this scene. His heart confirmed his earlier suspicions. That plainly dressed young man and the burly beast tamer were indeed working together, and their elaborate ambush had even stationed stronger backup here. Ghostface. His gaze fell on the crocodile dragon lying half-prone beside Ghostface's knee. It bore the bloodline of the Subdragon clan. Though only 4th grade, it was far more imposing than ordinary 4th-grade spirit beasts, with thick back armor and a tail like a steel whip that could send boulders flying with a casual sweep. Clearly, Ghostface was the most formidable of the three. Any one of these people is beyond what I can handle. Li Xingqian clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. But if he truly let the three-eyed azure wolf cub fall into their hands, this wilderness expedition would yield nothing. If he could just snatch the cub, he could make a fortune and escape his impoverished circumstances forever. So he began pondering what these people might fear most. The mother wolf. A flash of inspiration struck Li Xingqian. If the mother of the three-eyed azure wolf appeared now, not only the burly beast tamer, but even Ghostface's crocodile dragon would flee immediately. With this thought, he silently called out. Sanqiong, didn't you claim to be very advanced? Comparable to the master of the wilderness, can you simulate the mother of the three-eyed azure wolf? You should be able to, right? His mind fell silent. Sanqiong. Still no response. Sanqiong. After a long while, an icy voice finally exploded in his consciousness. You actually want me to simulate a mere three-eyed azure wolf? That's the garbage offspring of that promiscuous fool from the wilderness, bred through countless generations. You dare ask me to simulate such inferior bloodline? Sanqiong's tone was full of disgust. Li Xingqian's eyes suddenly brightened. Sanqiong hadn't refused outright, which meant this wasn't impossible. It was just that given Sanqiong's status, this would indeed be lowering itself by tens of thousands of generations. He needed to be clever. Taking a deep breath, he deliberately sighed. You're right. You can't compare to the wilderness after all. The wilderness is now the nightmare of all heavens, and probably doesn't consider you worth notice anymore. Asking you to simulate its offspring is indeed too much. What did you say? Sanqiong's voice was colder than winter wind. Li Xingqian put on an air of giving up. Don't force yourself. I'll think of another way. Actually, I think if it were the wilderness, it could easily simulate the mother of the three-eyed azure wolf. Huh, a mere provocation. Sanqiong sneered coldly. I could even simulate the primordial sky wolf. Li Xingqian immediately shook his head. No, no, no. A being like the primordial sky wolf couldn't possibly appear here, right? Would be too unbelievable. If you can really do it, just simulating the three-eyed azure wolf would be enough. Information about the primordial sky wolf flashed through his mind. It was one of the few colossal beasts ruling the wilderness, having transcended the 12-grade limit to become a saint-level exotic beast. Though exotic beasts were graded like spirit beasts up to 12 grades, the 12th grade was merely the limit of what beast tamers could control. Beyond that lay the saint level, untouchable by mortals. If Sanqiong really simulated the primordial sky wolf, it would probably be seen through as unreasonable before it could intimidate anyone. After a brief silence, Sanqiong finally compromised. Humph, a mere three-eyed azure wolf. In the next moment, a vast and ancient aura poured forth from his consciousness. Li Xingqian quickly summoned his little fire fox. Sanqiong transformed into an invisible fluctuation, attaching itself to the fox. Instantly, the little fire fox's body and aura underwent an astonishing transformation. His physique began to rapidly grow larger, emanating a snow-blue radiance. Li Xingqian's pupils contracted sharply. The little fire fox that had only reached his knees was now crackling with expanding bones and bristling fur, shooting up to nearly 100 meters tall in the blink of an eye, rising like a snow-blue mountain from the earth. The overwhelming pressure that could shatter heaven and earth crashed over them, so intense that even he, the instigator, felt his knees go weak. Fortunately, it was his contracted beast, so he suppressed his panic and immediately commanded, "Go." Snatched that three-eyed azure emperor wolf pup from the burly beast tamer's arms. The colossal fox thundered out of the dense forest. Giant trees snapped, vines flew wildly, and its sky-blocking silhouette instantly turned both the burly beast tamer and Ghostface deathly pale, even frightening the crocodile dragon into pressing its tail to the ground. As expected, The three-eyed Azure Emperor Wolf has come. Ghostface cursed through gritted teeth. The three-eyed Azure Emperor Wolf was an ancient wasteland clan with powerful bloodlines, but their pure heritage made reproduction difficult. Often only one pup was born every few decades. With a pup missing, it would inevitably come searching. Damn it. He had underestimated the tenacity of the burly beast tamer's wolf beast and hadn't anticipated that the man would threaten the pup's life before dying, thus delaying until the adult wolf arrived. Come back, Ghostface suddenly roared. Though the crocodile dragon had good potential, it was worlds apart from this fifth-grade, three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf before them. Trembling with fear, it rolled off the wolf's back and fled without looking back. The burly beast tamer watched the approaching snow-blue giant shadow with despair in his heart. It was over. But then he smiled bitterly. At least Ghostface hadn't succeeded. He closed his eyes, waiting to be torn apart. However, the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf merely swept past him, snatched the pup, and instantly vanished into the forest on the other side without delivering a finishing blow. The burly beast tamer opened his eyes in astonishment, and Ghostface stood frozen in place. What was happening? Ghostface had expected to face the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf's fury heat, but it had fled as if pressed for time. His confusion was fleeting as he suddenly caught a crucial detail. The snow-blue radiance had abruptly extinguished in the wasteland darkness, and the terrifying aura had evaporated with it. At a true three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf's speed, it couldn't possibly disappear from sight in an instant. There was only one explanation. That wolf had been fake. We've been tricked. Ghostface's eyes bulged with bloodshot veins as he roared. Crocodile dragon, pursue them. Only then did the crocodile dragon realize what had happened, howling as it lunged toward the other end of the forest. Among the swaying tree shadows, the real, fierce beast, the little fire fox, was racing along carrying Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian lay pressed against the blazing fur, his eyes stinging from the wind, vaguely sensing that the crocodile dragon had locked onto them. In desperation, he cursed. Couldn't you have held out a little longer? You exposed us so quickly. In his mind, Sanqiong's voice came lazily. It's not my fault the three-tailed golden flame fox is too weak. Its body couldn't handle the strain of mimicking the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf. Wasteland descendants are inherently weak, after all. With that casual remark, he didn't forget to add another jab. Li Xingqian broke out in a cold sweat. Now they were really in trouble. He hadn't expected his opponent to react so quickly. The crocodile dragon was a grade 4 spirit beast, and even with the suppression of the wilderness power, it far exceeded the little fire fox's capabilities. The three-eyed Azure wolf pup hung heavily in his arms as Li Xingqian rapidly weighed his options. To survive, theoretically he could only abandon the pup, store the three-tailed golden flame fox in his spirit beast space, weaken himself as a target, and then look for an opportunity to escape. But he was extremely reluctant to just throw away the three-eyed Azure wolf pup he had worked so hard to obtain. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the deafening sound of rushing water came from the distance. The little firefox's running steps faltered as a cliff appeared ahead. Halfway up the cliff face, a waterfall cascaded down from the mountainside, its curtain of water like white silk with a drop of several hundred meters. At such a depth, jumping down would shatter not only ordinary people, but most grade 4 spirit beasts as well. The crocodile dragon's breathing grew closer behind them. Li Xingqian glanced back, patted the little firefox's neck, and shouted, "Jump down and hold on to me." Without the slightest hesitation, the little fire fox leaped off the cliff, wrapping Li Xingqian tightly beneath its belly. The entire fox plunged like a ball of blazing flame into the deep pool at the waterfall's base, crashing with a splash into the black water hundreds of meters below. At the cliff's peak, the crocodile dragon charged to the edge and stopped, looking down at the pitch-black water surface. The ghost-faced man, carrying the burly beast tamer, also arrived and gazed down grimly, seeing only the churning dark water. Quite decisive. Jumping from this height, even a grade 4 spirit beast might not survive, and if there are rocks below, they'd be smashed to pulp, he panted with rage. The three-eyed Azure wolf pup that was within his grasp had just flown away. The cooked duck had somehow escaped. Growing angrier by the moment, the ghost-faced man grabbed the burly beast tamer's head and snarled, "You ruined my plans, so you can die." Crack. The sound of breaking bones rang out crisply as the burly beast tamer's skull was crushed in his grip, and the corpse was thrown into the abyss. After finishing this, he called to the crocodile dragon and swiftly departed. Below the waterfall, in the icy, turbulent undercurrent, Li Xingqian suddenly surfaced but was immediately swept downstream by the current. The little fire fox burst with the silvery white glow of azure sky power, desperately protecting its master and struggling to drag him ashore before collapsing powerlessly on the ground. It panted heavily, its spine seemingly injured from the impact, though not fatally. The additional burden of channeling azure sky power during the struggle in the water left it particularly exhausted. The three-eyed Azure wolf pup in his arms had long since lost consciousness, curled into a ball, whimpering like it was talking in its sleep, its body trembling uncontrollably. Phew! Li Xingqian sat back on the wet grass, looking up at the towering cliff. The vertical rock wall stretched hundreds of meters high without a spirit beast specialized in climbing. There was no way up, especially with the little fire fox injured. He immediately recalled the little fire fox into his spirit beast space to speed its recovery and conserve his own mental energy. Then he pulled out his phone, but there was no signal. The communication towers didn't reach this deep into the wilderness. Entering the wilderness meant being cut off from the outside world. Sitting and waiting for death wasn't in his nature. Li Xingqian surveyed his surroundings, beginning to search for vines or rope-like plants. The longer he stayed in the wilderness, the greater the danger, especially having ventured so deep. High-level exotic beasts could appear in this area at any moment. Unfortunately, there were no vines at the bottom of this cliff. Li Xingqian frowned, then had a sudden inspiration. He recalled his exhausted little fire fox into his arms and unceremoniously plucked out a large handful of its soft, fiery red fur. The little fire fox stared at its newly bald, shiny patch of skin, amber eyes nearly brimming with tears of blood. After all, it relied on its looks for survival. Under that resentful gaze, Li Xingqian felt guilty and could only laugh awkwardly. Don't glare at me like that. Once we leave the wasteland, I'll buy you spirit beast feed that promotes fur growth. I guarantee it'll grow back even thicker than before. The little fire fox nodded tearfully and retreated pitifully into the spirit beast space. Li Xingqian worked quickly, twisting and rolling the fox fur into dozens of meters of thin rope, then braiding 3 strands together to create a sturdy fur rope. By his calculations, he'd need several hundred meters of rope to safely navigate the entire cliff face, but he simply didn't have the time. He could only manage a few dozen meters for anchoring. He knew that during the climb, he'd have to tie the rope around himself if he slipped. Even if he didn't die, he'd be smashed to pulp. Half an hour later, one end of the crude rope was securely wrapped around his waist, with the unconscious, 3-eyed azure wolf cub strapped to his back. The other end was tied to a sharpened wooden stake. He then drew the dagger from his chest and drove it hard into cracks in the rock face, using his other hand to feel for stone protrusions as handholds. Fortunately, having merged with spirit beast essence, his muscles and bones had been strengthened. Otherwise, this kind of pure limb-dependent rock climbing would be suicide. Every 20 to 30 meters, he'd stop and drive the wooden stake with the rope into a rock crevice before continuing upward. This way, at least one slip wouldn't send him plummeting straight into the abyss. After more than 2 hours, his arms and calves were already aching and weak, but looking up, the cliff top still seemed 200 to 300 meters away, while he'd only climbed about 100 meters. The night sky was beginning to turn pale. Dawn was approaching. Though darkness was dangerous, it was also his best cover. Once daylight came, his pursuers might attack without restraint, making escape even more difficult. The instinct for survival forced him to grit his teeth. The thought of letting go never even crossed his mind. He gave himself a death order. Once he reached the top, he'd immediately leave the wasteland at maximum speed. As long as he crossed the border, he'd be safe. Over the next 2 hours, he clearly felt his speed slowing and his strength being drained to almost nothing. Worse still, the 3-eyed azure wolf cub on his back seemed to be waking up. If it truly awakened and bit his neck, he wouldn't even have the strength left to struggle. His breathing became labored, his knuckles turned white, and his palms began to bleed. At this moment, the cub's weight felt like a death sentence pressing on his spine. He even wondered if he could drag this little life any further. After struggling so hard to get this far, even making the little fire fox endure a shearing, was he really going to give up here? If he'd seen no hope from the beginning, he could have accepted it, but now that success seemed within reach, it was even harder to let go. Li Xingqian's fingers trembled slightly, his fingertips desperately clinging to the stone cracks, but his strength was ebbing away inch by inch. What should he do? Heaven above, think of something. I am about to die here. With no other options left, Li Xingqian could only see if Sangqiong had any solutions. If even Sangqiong couldn't help, he would have to abandon the 3-eyed azure wolf pup. Release the 3-tailed golden flame fox. Sangqiong's voice drifted down from above, calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Li Xingqian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked up at the cliff top. At least 200 meters remained. But the little fox can't climb up there either. If it were just a few dozen meters, it might be able to use its claws and brute force to make a final sprint, but at this height, it definitely won't make it. Just release it. Sangqiong remained confident. Li Xingqian muttered to himself. Sangqiong was his spirit beast after all. Surely it wouldn't lead him to his death. With this thought, he opened his spirit beast space. A crimson flame-like figure, a little fox, leaped out, only to freeze midair. Looking down, it realized it was suspended hundreds of meters above ground. Its 4 paws flailed wildly, its tail swishing frantically, wishing it could instantly sprout wings, yet it continued to plummet straight down. I knew this would happen. Li Xingqian's scalp tingled. Just as he was about to question Sangqiong, his vision suddenly blurred. The little fox's body instantly twisted and elongated, its fur retracting. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lithe fox maiden. Her snow-white fingers swiftly caught the dangling rope. Then her 5 fingernails extended like daggers, hooking into crevices in the cliff face. In moments, she had climbed to Li Xingqian's level. The fox maiden's eyes were cold and sharp, those were Sanqiong's eyes. "Hold on to me," she said flatly. "Huh? You can do that?" Li Xingqian was completely stunned. He complained. "If you had told me earlier that you could transform and carry me up the cliff, why did I exhaust myself like this?" "You never asked." The fox maiden revealed a sly smile, clearly getting back at Li Xingqian for his earlier provocation. Having reached his physical limit, Li Xingqian wasted no more words. He quickly climbed onto the fox maiden's back, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender, yet explosively powerful waist. The fox maiden surged upward, her 10 fingers dancing rapidly across the rock face, her 3 flame-like tails swaying and generating waves of scorching air. A mere 200 meters was like flat ground to the 3-tailed golden flame Fuxin. Less than a minute, they had crested the cliff top. Li Xingqian lay flat on his back on the rocks, gasping heavily, his throat filled with the taste of blood. "There were several moments when I really thought I was going to die." The fox maiden snorted lightly. "This is nothing. The Lord of all heavens once climbed the divine cliff with his bare hands. That place was 10,000 times more treacherous than here, yet he still reached the summit with ease and eliminated all the enemies on the divine cliff while he was at it. All right, all right. The Lord of all heavens was indeed formidable. But I'm not him, I am Li Xingqian." Being compared to other men by beautiful women always gave Li Xingqian a splitting headache. Sangqiong then left the fox maiden's body, a wisp of faint starlight dissipating as the fox maiden transformed back into the original 3-tailed golden flame fox. Li Xingqian sat up, climbed onto the fire fox's back, and patted its shoulder. "Let's go. Before dawn breaks, we need to leave the wasteland as quickly as possible." Thinking of the spoils in his possession, he couldn't contain his excitement. That 3-eyed azure wolf pup, which even a group of 4th-ranked beast tamers had fought tooth and nail over, had ultimately fallen into the hands of a nobody like him. As long as he could get his boss to help, this thing could be exchanged for at least 10,000 spirit crystals. The Li family was the premier clan in Golden Silkworm Township, and it would take them several years to accumulate such wealth. Yet he, Li Xingqian, had achieved it in a single night. Fortune truly favored the bold. Now he could attend a prestigious academy without needing anyone's financial support and could enroll with dignity. As dawn broke, Li Xingqian's 3-tailed golden flame fox became increasingly conspicuous. Its golden red fur gleamed magnificently in the first rays of morning light, making the creature absolutely stunning to behold. Apart from the newly bald circular patch on its back, this ancient wilderness beast was virtually flawless. In the cool dawn breeze, its long golden red fur rippled like flames, drawing every eye. Travelers along the path began to gather, their gazes locked onto that dazzling golden red figure. 3-tailed golden flame foxes were extraordinarily rare in the wilderness. While one might occasionally spot them at academies, perhaps 2 or 3 among 1,000 students at intermediate institutions, with slightly higher ratios at advanced academies, encountering one in the actual wilderness was nearly impossible. Consequently, every passerby instinctively stepped aside, filled with both admiration and wariness. After all, anyone capable of contracting an ancient wilderness beast at such a young age surely had powerful family backing and was not someone to be trifled with. However, Li Xingqian paid no attention to the surprised stares around him. He couldn't be certain whether Ghostface had clearly seen him and his 3-tailed golden flame fox that night. The moon had been obscured by clouds, giving him only a 50-50 chance of avoiding detection, but he couldn't gamble on such odds. His only option was to escape the wilderness before Ghostface could react. Every moment's delay increased the danger. The crowd ahead grew denser, a mix of players, hunters, and students. They instinctively made way upon seeing the 3-tailed golden flame fox, and Li Xingqian seized the opportunity to quicken his pace. His heart pounded as 2 towering trees finally appeared at the horizon's edge. Such massive ancient trees, several yards in circumference, were extremely rare at the wilderness's periphery. Only the Academy had deliberately preserved this pair as landmarks, allowing all returning travelers to spot them from afar and confirm their direction. Seeing them meant the exit lay just ahead. At this moment, the 3-eyed azure emperor wolf cub nestled within the little fox's fluffy fur slowly awakened. It hadn't suffered fatal injuries. Yesterday it had merely been stunned by the terrifying aura of the 2 giant beasts. Upon opening its eyes, it found itself suspended in midair, Li Xingqian's hand gripping its throat tightly. "Remember this," Li Xingqian whispered coldly. "Plenty of people want you dead. Make even the slightest sound, and you'll be torn apart. You remember those 2 beasts that fought to the death over you yesterday, don't you?" Though the 3-eyed azure emperor wolf wasn't of the highest tier, its intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary beasts, and it fully understood the threat. It fixed its 3 emerald vertical pupils on Li Xingqian in a fierce glare, as if ready to bite back the moment his grip loosened. With more and more eyes upon them, Li Xingqian abandoned all pretense. He channeled his source power, weak flames crawling up his arm. In the next instant, he forced that fire into the wolf cub's mouth, searing the flesh around its muzzle. The intense pain finally subdued the defiant little beast, reducing it to low whimpers. Li Xingqian knew his actions were drawing attention, but he had no choice if he didn't quickly subdue the wolf cub, and their secret was exposed. What they carried would become the treasure every soul in the wilderness would fight to possess. His prediction proved accurate. Today's wilderness was far busier than usual, with waves of adventurers and academy disciples arriving after hearing the news, hoping to try their luck. Word of the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub had spread like wildfire, and everyone harbored the same wishful thinking as Ghostface. What if? They all shared Ghostface's mentality. What if they actually managed to get their hands on the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub? They'd be set for life. For ordinary hunters, acquiring such enormous wealth would be extremely difficult, nearly impossible to achieve in a lifetime, unless they too had the backing of a landed gentry family, with some scale and influence like the Li family. Li Xingqian's heart nearly leaped into his throat as he pressed one hand tightly against the three-eyed azure wolf pup in his arms, his palm turning slightly pale from the force. He had survived all the crises encountered along the way, and now only a few dozen steps remained. If he failed at this crucial moment, all his previous efforts would turn to nothing. Not far ahead, several students from the same academy happened to be approaching. To be precise, they weren't really friends, just people who had attended the same institution. In the past, these individuals had always been arrogant and haughty, their gazes fixed firmly on Li Yueming and Long Yan, never considering him, this waste, worthy of their attention. However, today, when they saw the three-tailed golden flame fox on Li Xingqian's shoulder, their expressions instantly froze. Their pupils dilated in shock, clearly unable to believe their own judgment. Li Xingqian actually possessed an ancient wasteland clan beast. No wonder he could claim first place in the graduation practicum. Even more remarkable was that this ancient wasteland clan beast had already evolved to grade 3. Ancient wasteland clan beasts are inherently difficult to evolve, and each evolution requires extreme caution. If the direction is wrong, it will damage their bloodline potential, one classmate whispered rapidly. Usually, it costs a fortune to hire evolution masters for full guidance. Another person chimed in. When did the Li family become wealthy enough to afford such substantial funding? They just bought Li Yueming that a grade Thundermartin, which supposedly has the potential to recover to Scrade if the right evolution plan is chosen. Combined with its already rare lightning attribute, that alone must cost at least 10,000 spirit crystals. Add Li Xingqian's three-tailed golden flame fox, and pushing it to grade 3. Just how many spirit crystals did the Li family spend? In just a few sentences, everyone was stunned into silence. The Li Xingqian, who had once ranked last in academic performance, had now become a beast tamer of an ancient wasteland clan creature. This contrast left everyone momentarily unable to accept. Wait, someone suddenly remembered a crucial issue. Ancient wasteland clan beasts have at least a grade potential, but Li Xingqian's beast seal is grade. We were all present when his beast seal was tested. There was no way to fake it. How could he possibly control an ancient wasteland clan beast? Exactly. Low-grade beast seals can't control high-potential spirit beast stats, an iron law. Another person recalled the past, that time when he controlled the academy-issued grade Fire Fox. He resonated with it and elevated himself to grade. The three-tailed golden flame fox is also from the Fox clan. Could it be that same Fire Fox evolved all the way up? The suggestion was immediately refuted. Impossible. Fire foxes are almost entirely artificially bred, with less than 1/10th wasteland bloodline. Even following special evolution routes, they could never become ancient wasteland clan beasts. Discussions rose and fell, but Li Xingqian didn't respond to any of them. He had only one goal at this momento: leave the wasteland as quickly as possible. The existence of the ancient wasteland clan beast would be exposed sooner or later anyway. Letting people know earlier might even allow him to use his young master status to make certain ill-intentioned individuals think twice. The silhouettes of two towering giant trees became increasingly clear. They marked the boundary between the wasteland and the outside world. Li Xingqian's lips slowly curved into a smile. With just a few more steps, he would truly make it out. This high-stakes gamble had succeeded. Charged straight back. He had taken the bus earlier only to avoid exposing his ancient wasteland spirit beast. Other beast tamers shared the same concern. Once opponents saw their spirit beast characteristics clearly, they could be targeted and killed at any moment. Now that his identity was exposed, there was no point in hiding anymore. The three-tailed golden flame fox was far faster than any buse. As long as he could break into Golden Silkworm Town, he would be absolutely safe. Though small, Golden Silkworm Town held municipal status, and private fighting was strictly forbidden within the city. The military commander stationed there was a 5th-rank beast tamer, with several 4th and 3rd-rank beast tamers under his command. Normally, no one dared challenge the military's authority in the streets. The three-tailed golden flame fox's hooves thundered as it prepared to charge toward the city gates in one swift rush. Suddenly, two figures blocked the path ahead. Li Xingqian's pupils contracted sharply. It was Wandering Snake and Ghostface. Each leaned against a towering ancient tree, their gazes sharp as blades, particularly focused on travelers emerging from the wasteland direction. Damn it, Wandering Snake will definitely recognize me. Li Xingqian's eyes hardened as he chose to force his way through. Wandering Snake and Ghostface simultaneously noticed the blazing red fox. When Wandering Snake saw Li Xingqian on the fox's back, a strange gleam flashed in his eyes. Well, isn't this the kid who fled in panic yesterday? I thought you'd already escaped the wasteland. Didn't expect you to survive a whole night in there. And turns out you're an ancient wasteland beast tamer. If that's the case, why did you run last night? If we had joined forces, that woman on the purple gold bear's shoulder would already be dead. As he spoke, Wandering Snake stepped forward, directly blocking the golden flame fox's path. Li Xingqian hesitated for a moment, choosing not to force through. He quickly glanced at Ghostface by the other tree. A fight really broke out. Ghostface's crocodile dragon was extremely powerful and could tear the little fox apart in an instant. Li Xingqian feigned confusion. Strange, do I know you? Wandering Snake sneered. Don't play dumb. Yesterday we rode the same bus into the wasteland. Even with that mask, you can't hide your voice. I recognize you. Li Xingqian took a deep breath, secretly pressing down on the struggling three-eyed azure wolf cub in his arms while maintaining an honest smile on his face. Brother Wandering Snake, I did flee in panic last night. You guys were too powerful. It couldn't contribute anything. So I could only pick on some weak spirit beasts and bring back their corpses, bones, and pelts to fulfill my quota. He deliberately lowered his posture, hoping only to pass through safely. Is that so? Wandering Snake studied him suspiciously, then glanced behind him. Where's your prey then? Don't tell me that commanding such a powerful ancient wasteland beast, you couldn't even kill a single spirit beast? His tone grew increasingly aggressive, clearly trying to force Li Xingqian to reveal his true purpose from the previous night. Ghostface's hoarse voice drifted down from the tree. Do you know him? You serpent nodded. Of course he recognized him. Was the useless helper I told you about yesterday that I brought along. He ended up being so terrified by that woman's purple gold bear that his legs were shaking, and then he fled in panic. He paused, still unable to hide his mockery. What I didn't expect was that he's actually a beast tamer from an ancient wasteland clan. That kind of situation was enough to scare him off. Ghostface wore a pitch-black mask, his eyes cold as ice. He fixed his gaze on Li Xingqian, his voice sharp as a blade. Where did you go after you separated from you serpent last night? As he spoke, his eyes swept over the three-tailed golden flame fox on Li Xingqian's shoulder. While recalling the strange events of the previous night, a three-eyed azure emperor wolf had suddenly burst from the bushes, identical in aura, size, and fur color to the real thing. Yet it vanished abruptly after seizing the cub. Fox clan spirit beasts have always excelled at enchantment and illusion, he thought coldly. If it could disguise itself with an ancient wasteland clan aura beyond its own level, that wouldn't be surprising. Li Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. Ghostface was actually suspecting him from the angle of illusion technique, something he hadn't anticipated at all. Indeed, some Fox clan spirit beasts could create illusions, but his three-tailed golden flame fox didn't possess this ability. That was Tsang Qiong's specialty. The fact that Ghostface could think of this meant he harbored strong suspicions. Li Xingqian hastily defended himself. What are you talking about? After I fled last night, there were beast roars everywhere, and plenty of fourth-grade spirit beasts roaming around. I couldn't get involved at all, and could only find places to hide. As soon as dawn broke, I started running out. Is that so? You serpent squinted as he scrutinized him, clearly unconvinced. A rough analysis revealed numerous flaws when they had fought that woman initially. Only Li Xingqian knew the burly beast tamer's movements. And on the other side, the burly beast tamer and Ghostface had been attacked by the fake, three-eyed azure emperor wolf. Ghostface's gaze suddenly dropped, noticing that Li Xingqian kept one hand hidden behind his back. He immediately barked. What are you doing with your hand back there? Bring out your other hand. Now immediately. As his words fell, his crocodile dragon materialized with a furious roar, its heavy dragon cry stirring up wind pressure that left everyone around trembling with fear. You serpent hadn't fully confirmed the truth yet, but Ghostface's strength and perception surpassed his own, so he instinctively chose to trust Ghostface's judgment. Li Xingqian didn't dare let once he released his grip. The three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub in his arms would surely bite back. Seeing this, Ghostface knew he had caught him at his weak point and sneered. If I hadn't noticed you were covered in mud and scratches everywhere, I might not have suspected you. That mud it's from climbing up from the bottom of the cliff, isn't it? Li Xingqian looked down at the thick, wet mud on his clothes and the bloody scratches on his exposed skin, cursing himself for being careless enough to let these traces expose his whereabouts. Immediately after, you serpent also summoned his steel giant python. Two massive spirit beasts blocked the wasteland exit, their auras surging like thunderclouds overhead. The surrounding people hastily retreated. This level of confrontation between powerful fighters was extremely rare in the small wasteland, especially with both the crocodile dragon and steel giant python being spirit beasts of exceptional quality. Someone recognized the two men's origins and whispered in shock, "That's you, Serpent and Ghostface from the Thieves' Guild." "What? It's actually those two?" Another person immediately asked. "Didn't they say Usurpant usually works with a burly, muscular beast tamer on various missions? Don't even mention it's someone found a dead wolf beast about 20 kilometers out in the wasteland. That wolf beast was likely the burly beast tamer's spirit beast, and since his most powerful spirit beast is dead, the beast tamer himself must be dead too." The news spread like wildfire, and the hunters, merchants, and wandering warriors gathered around the crumbling rocky hill instantly erupted into chaos. Some marveled at the terrifying value of the ancient wasteland clan's cub, others whispered speculations about the burly beast tamer's cause of death, and still others' eyes gleamed as they calculated how to get their share of the prize. "That's a treasure worth over 10,000 spirit crystals." A sallow-faced mercenary licked his lips, gazing toward Fengdu City. "Take it there, and the major families in the city will definitely compete to pay top dollar for their elite beast-taming prodigies. If we pull this off, we can retire in luxury hode, want to keep being despised thieves." The discussions rose and fell, pushing the tense atmosphere to its peak. Everyone wanted to know whether that legendary three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub had truly fallen into the hands of the Li family's eldest young master, Li Xingqian. If the answer was yes, then Li Xingqian would likely find it difficult to escape unscathed today. More people poured in, forming a crescent-shaped crowd. Thieves like Wandering Snake and Ghostface, though accustomed to operating in shadows, had also been drawn out into the open by the allure of the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf, Cuba rare occurrence indeed. Otherwise, they would never attempt to seize prey in broad daylight. At this moment, Li Xingqian stood with his back against the wind-carved boulder, the flames wrapped around his right arm already dimming. Those flames came from borrowing power from his little fire fox through their celestial contracta technique he hadn't mastered, which consumed enormous energy, rapidly draining both his mental and physical strength. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to keep the blazing flames in front of the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub's fangs. But the burning had reached its limit, and the wolf cub seized the gap, suddenly biting down on the back of his hand before letting out a howl that, while not particularly loud, carried an oppressive presence. The brief wolf howl resonated through the air, and everyone around changed expression simultaneously. It seemed the rumors were true. The cub was indeed in Li Xingqian's hands. Ghostface and Wandering Snake exchanged glances, cruel smiles simultaneously appearing at the corners of their mouths. Wandering Snake raised his hand, signaling the surrounding crowd to close in, then fixed his gaze on Li Xingqian, his voice carrying both frivolity and coldness. "Looks like we found our target. You're quite capable. I think I know who you are now. The top graduate from this year's practical training at Wasteland Academy, right?" Li Xingqian no longer concealed his identity, his gaze cold and stern. "That's right, it's me. But I earned this through my own abilities. You want me to hand it over? The Thieves' Guild has always prided itself on stealing through skill. Why have you switched to outright robbery today?" His words carried mockery, but Ghostface remained unfazed, his sinister voice echoing between the stone walls. "Only children care about face. Since becoming thieves, we've abandoned dignity. I hear you're the Li family's eldest young master. We didn't want to offend the Li family, considering their influence around this small wasteland. But if you insist on blocking our path, we don't mind killing you." Wandering Snake put on a peaceful smile, though his tone carried unyielding firmness. "You're a beast tamer from the ancient wasteland clan with a boundless future ahead of you. Surely you wouldn't ruin your own prospects over a mere three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub, would you?" The two of them were playing good cop, bad cop, using both carrot and stick tactics to make Li Xingqian easily hand over the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub. Li Xingqian gritted his teeth in fury. Just a few hundred meters ahead, he would completely escape the wasteland. Victory had seemed within reach, and he'd practically been ready to celebrate with wine and meat, only to have a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. Rage burned up his spine straight to his skull. "Sangxiong, if you channel all your celestial power into Little Firefox, what are our chances of winning?" "Less than one." "That low?" Li Xingqian's brow furrowed tightly. They had already left the wasteland's boundaries, meaning the crocodile dragon and steel python were barely suppressed by the wasteland's power and could unleash their full strength. Fighting Hedon under these circumstances would be pure fantasy. The crushing humiliation made his chest feel tight. An opportunity he'd finally obtained would have to be handed over simply because his opponents were stronger. The onlookers around them only jeered and stirred up trouble. No one was willing to provoke the Thieves' Guild on his behalf. Being added to their thieves list would mean getting robbed of virtually any spoils he tried to claim in the wasteland from now on. He clenched his molars and lifted the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub. The little creature's snow-blue fur was silky and lustrous, and it blinked its three pale golden eyes adorably, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. This was a descendant of an ancient wasteland clan. Most common spirit beast cubs looked endearingly ugly due to their undeveloped bones, but this three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub already resembled a carefully carved gemstone. making people want to reach out and pet it. Ghostface and Viper's gazes were simultaneously drawn to that patch of snow-blue fur. Just then, Li Xingqian suddenly smiled at Viper. You trust him that much? He betrayed his own battle companion. Before, are you sure he'll split this cub with you fairly? Viper's brow twitched. This was exactly his biggest concern. Though Ghostface hadn't explicitly revealed what happened to the burly beast tamer, only claiming the man failed to show up at the rendezvous point causing the cub to go missing, Viper had already guessed the truth. The burly beast tamer was most likely dead. Originally, he'd planned to secure the cub first, then figure out how to steal it from Ghostface. But now that Li Xingqian had called him out, he decided to drop the pretense. Viper, don't listen to his nonsense. Ghostface spoke rapidly. I didn't kill the burly beast tamer. He didn't show up at the meeting point himself, probably trying to keep the cub for himself. If this kid has the cub, that proves he's the one who killed the beast tamer. Viper's face darkened. I wasn't planning to show my hand this early, but since it's all out in the open, there's no point pretending anymore. You say he killed the beast tamer? With just this spirit beast that's barely reached 3rd rank? Even if it's from an ancient wasteland clan, how could it possibly take down a 4th-rank wolf beast? Li Xingqian nodded vigorously and recounted everything he'd witnessed the night before in vivid detail. Though of course, he kept absolutely silent about having Tsangxiong disguise little Firefox as a 3-eyed azure emperor wolf. That was his ultimate trump card. Ghostface glanced coldly at Viper. You're not actually stupid enough to be played by some kid, are you? Are you really going to turn against me for his sake and let him steal the cub again? Viper shrugged. I'm not as classless as you. I know what matters most. Then he fixed his sinister gaze on Li Xingqian. Sorry, but your little divide and conquer scheme didn't work. Compared to Ghostface, you're the enemy I need to deal with first. Li Xingqian sighed. Was there really no way out of this situation? The two pressed closer to Li Xingqian, while their giant beasts used a pincer movement to corner the 3-tailed golden flame fox. The air reeked of blood and burning, and the tense atmosphere was almost suffocating. With nowhere to retreat, Li Xingqian could only tremble as he instructed the 3-tailed golden flame fox to hand over the 3-eyed azure emperor wolf cub from its embrace, hoping to buy a chance at survival. Just as the cub was about to fall into their hands, a furious roar exploded through the air. How dare you? You dare steal the spoils of our divine map, guild? Since when has the Thieves Guild grown so bold? The voice thundered across the wasteland as Tang Iran and Long Yaden appeared first, with Meng San and Junge following close behind, all striding shoulder to shoulder into the wilderness. Ghostface's brow furrowed. Divine Map Guild? You claim to be from the Divine Map Guild? How could the Divine Map Guild be in a place like this? Tang Iran laughed lightly, her voice crisp with disdain. Does the Divine Map Guild need your permission to go wherever we please? With those words, she raised her hand and summoned her spirit beast, the Crimson Fire Wolf wreathed in blazing flames, a 4th-grade ancient wasteland clan. Under the firelight, the wolf's fangs gleamed coldly, its size and presence instantly overwhelming the crocodile dragon and steel python. Meng San slammed his broad-backed great sword into the rubble, sending up clouds of dust. He licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile. I've been wanting to deal with the Thieves Guild for ages. Finally caught you. Pick how you want to die. The scales reflected an eerie gleam in the firelight, and Ghostface's pupils contracted sharply. These people really were from the Divine Map Guild, one of the 10 great guilds, with high standards and formidable combat power. What were they doing in this godforsaken wasteland? While the Divine Map Guild had an ordinary reputation in Jinshan Township, in major cities like Fengdu, they were legendary, filled with powerful experts. Li Xingqian's eyes lit up as he quickly clutched the 3-eyed azure emperor wolf cub back to his chest. Reinforcements had arrived. Ghostface snorted coldly. So what if it's a 4th-grade ancient wasteland clan? Can you handle both of us at once? Before he finished speaking, Meng San had already shot forward like a cannonball. Think you can ignore me? His greatsword swept toward the crocodile dragon with thunderous force, shearing off a chunk of thick scales. Those scales were like metal armor, yet they cracked brittle under the greatsword, blood spurting forth. The crocodile dragon roared skyward in pain, its broken armor sending shockwaves through its nerves as it writhed violently, its massive tail sweeping the ground and sending rocks and sand flying. The onlookers were stunned. In this age dominated by beast tamers, pure warriors had long declined. How could mortal flesh dare challenge spirit beasts directly? Yet here was Meng San, using brute force to cleave scales, chilling everyone to the bone. Wandering Snake's expression changed as well. Worthy of the Divine Map Guild, even their warriors are this monstrous. He surveyed the situation, saw how quickly things had turned, and immediately commanded his steel python to retreat. Madness flashed in Ghostface's eyes. This bastard was abandoning him to save himself. Utterly despicable. But he knew that reclaiming the 3-eyed azure emperor wolf cub was now impossible. He could only choose another direction to break through. Where do you think you're going? Meng San raised his sword to block the path, the greatsword thundering as it struck the ground. Dare to move against the Divine Map Guild? Don't expect to leave alive today. The crimson fire wolf advanced through flames, blocking the crocodile dragon's rear, fire churning between its fangs. Ghostface snorted coldly, his eyes bloodshot. You really think I'm so easily handled? Even if you're from the Divine Map Guild, defeating me won't be so simple. Ghostface was preparing to command the crocodile dragon in a desperate final battle, but at that very moment, several thick vines suddenly emerged from beneath the creature's feet. Like ropes, they wrapped tightly around all four of the crocodile dragon's legs. June is making his move. Li Xingqian's heart leaped. He had only known that June's vines were skilled at sensing before, but seeing it firsthand, he now understood these vines were like natural chains. Damn it! Ghostface roared, desperately urging the crocodile dragon to struggle. But the vines coiled tighter and tighter, and though the dragon's limbs creaked and groaned, it couldn't move even half a step. The wind-blade crimson firewolf lunged forward with fierce flames and wind, its fangs tearing open the crocodile dragon's throat as blood sprayed everywhere. Immediately after, Mengsan stepped forward and swung his heavy sword horizontally, causing Ghostface's head to explode under the tremendous force. In just a few breaths, the battle was decided. The onlookers stood slack-jawed. The mighty beast tamer Ghostface couldn't even last a few seconds against these three. All right, let's head back, Tangaran said, withdrawing her gaze and glancing at the three-eyed azure emperor wolf pup in Li Xingqian's arms. Her tone was stiff, clearly still annoyed. The pup immediately curled into a ball, its little tail tucked tight. Having witnessed the wind-blade crimson fire wolf's ferocity firsthand and feeling the bloodline suppression, it remained as still as a stone. Everyone returned to Tang Iran's villa. In the spacious, bright living room, the three-eyed azure emperor wolf pup was cornered against the wall, its round eyes filled with helplessness. I never expected you to be so bold. Meng San cheerfully patted Li Xingqian's shoulder, nearly scattering his bones in the process. He explained, we heard this pup appeared in the shallow areas of the wasteland and thought we'd try our luck. Too many people were watching, so we didn't hold much hope, but you ended up claiming the prize. At this moment, Meng San's opinion had completely changed. Anyone who could forcibly snatch a pup from the Thieves' Guild possessed courage and cunning worthy of respect. Li Xingqian secretly rubbed his shoulder and instinctively stepped 2 paces away from Meng San, fearing a few more pats might actually make him cough up blood. Tang Iran sneered, reckless fool. Did you really think having a third-grade wasteland ancient clan member meant you could run wild in the wasteland? If we hadn't arrived, you'd be dead already. Yes, thank you for saving my life, Teacher Tang. Li Xingqian nodded repeatedly. Tang Iran's expression softened. Your performance this time was commendable and deserves praise. But remember, you're no longer a lone cultivator fighting solo. When you have a team, you need to discuss things together, understand? Understood. Li Xingqian stood at attention, then suggested. How about this without all of you? I couldn't have kept the pup safe. Let's split the money from selling it equally among everyone. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances. Tang Iran raised an eyebrow. Li Xingqian, do you know how much this pup is worth? Probably. Over 10,000 spirit crystals? And you're still willing to split it equally? Of course. This isn't my spoils, Alanites, the result of our collective effort. Everyone's expressions showed slight hesitation. Over 10,000 spirit crystals was no small sum. Though they occasionally took on missions to capture high-aptitude exotic beasts, the chances of actually catching a wasteland ancient clan pup remained extremely low. Tang Iran shook her head. Forget it. The credit mainly goes to you. We just lent a helping hand, and I know you really need the money, so there's no need to split it evenly with us. However, if you want to sell this three-eyed azure wolf pup, you could ask the boss to handle it. He has powerful connections and can sell it quickly. Li Xingqian nodded and turned his gaze to Long Yaden, who had remained silent the entire time. He suggested earnestly, or I could give this three-eyed azure wolf pup to Long Yaden. She has strength beast taming talent, maybe she could raise it as her own spirit beast. Though well-intentioned, Long Yaden merely looked up and replied coldly with 3 words, I don't need it. Her tone wasn't just indifferent, it carried a hint of disdain, as if his goodwill meant nothing at all. Li Xingqian frowned slightly, his mind filled with confusion. How could his good intentions be so unwelcome? Tang Iran explained on Long Yaden's behalf. Long Yaden truly doesn't need it. She's different from you all. She doesn't want just any spirit beast. She only wants dragon-type spirit beasts. Only dragon-type spirit beasts. Li Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Long Yaden. For a beast tamer, spirit beasts from the ancient wilderness clans were already expensive, but dragon types were the cream of the crop. Their value was astronomical. Long Yaden clearly had no intention of explaining further and turned her face away in silence. Tang Iran continued, you still know too little. When you reach Fengdu City, you'll encounter many things you've never heard of, including the Long family, who are devoted exclusively to dragon-type spirit beasts. Li Xingqian nodded blankly, the shock lingering in his eyes. All right, I'll take this three-eyed azure wolf pup with me. Tang Iran brought the conversation back on track and warned seriously, from now on, don't go out anymore. You've caused too much commotion and caught some people's attention. Before heading to Fengdu City, you must keep a low profile, understand? The Thieves Guild is troublesome enough, but the Great Wilderness Organization is even more dangerous. They've definitely noticed you didn't expose yourself again. Li Xingqian's expression grew solemn as he nodded earnestly. Afterward, Tang Yiran took the three-eyed azure wolf pup away. As night fell, Li Xingqian returned to his room. After securing the doors and windows, he opened his system panel. His compatibility with the little fire fox had soared to 97. At this rate, he'd soon be able to control a second spirit beast. It seems improving compatibility isn't as difficult as I imagined, he murmured to himself. Just then, a seductive female voice whispered in his ear. Imbuing spirit beasts with celestial power has another benefit: it increases compatibility 100-fold. Otherwise, why do you think your progress has been so fast? Li Xingqian's eyes snapped open as he sat up abruptly, only to discover that the fox maiden was somehow lying beside him in an alluring pose. Fortunately, he had grown somewhat accustomed to such situations, or he would have had another nosebleed. I see. His confusion was finally resolved. He now understood why the outside world generally considered improving spirit-beast compatibility extremely difficult. After all, he had heard others mention before that raising compatibility with spirit beasts was quite challenging. This means he could achieve 100 compatibility with spirit beasts at a speed 100 times faster than others, then proceed to control new spirit beasts? Fireworks exploded in Li Xingqian's mind. To Zhang, this was merely an insignificant, minor ability. But to him, it was an earth-shattering opportunity. Once compatibility reached maximum, he wouldn't need to continue occupying his current beast seal, and the freed seal could immediately bind the next spirit beast. Continuing this cycle, when beast tamers his age still only had one contracted spirit beast, he could very well already possess 2, or even 3. In effect, this was virtually identical to being born with dual beast seals. The latter simply allowed beast tamers to gather 2 or 3 spirit beasts earlier, while he could achieve the same through this ability. His mind raced as he calculated the bloodline and species for his second spirit beast, pondering what type to choose to compensate for his combat weaknesses, when his communicator suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed Second Uncle Li. Li Xingqian frowned slightly, but still swiped to answer. Xingqian, I heard you caught a three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub in the wasteland? Second Uncle began with pleasantries. Yes, that's absolutely wonderful news. You know the Li family's cash flow has been cut off recently. We spent over 8,000 spirit crystals buying that Thunder Martin for your younger brother, forcing us to halt many business operations. Now if we sell that little wolf, the family can recover financially. Xingqian, you've done brilliantly. Second Uncle's praise sounded polite yet stiff, as if he himself wasn't accustomed to such a tone. Li Xingqian gripped his communicator tightly, almost wanting to laugh aloud. He said through gritted teeth, Second Uncle, you've truly opened my eyes. The three-eyed azure emperor wolf is something I risked my life to bring back from the wasteland. Why should I use it to subsidize the Li family? The voice on the other end darkened. Xingqian, that's going too far. The Li family is your clan. Now that we're facing an economic crisis, instead of helping, you want to be an ungrateful wretch. Ha ha ha. Li Xingqian's laughter carried a manic edge. Previously, you wouldn't give me a single spirit crystal for Advanced Academy, but now you're calling me family. Didn't you find that absurd? The voice on the phone immediately rose. Xingqian, you're an adult now and should consider the family's interests. The Li family has finally produced a beast-taming genius like your younger brother, while your beast-taming talent is merely grade. No one knows how you managed to evolve that fire fox into a three-tailed golden flame fox, but your second spirit beast will still only be grade, and there won't be another miracle. So directing resources to your brother is perfectly justified. What does that have to do with me? Li Xingqian couldn't be bothered wasting more words and hung up directly. He feared that listening any longer would make him explode in rage. The Li family was now completely dead to him. Within just a few minutes, his communicator lit up again with one familiar surname after another. He didn't answer, but could guess their purpose: to get a piece of the pie, or simply demand he give back to the Li family for free by surrendering that three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub. Yet in his memories, the Li family had never shown him even the slightest kindness. From the moment of his birth, they had stripped away one of his beast seals, and according to Zhang, he very likely possessed dual grade beast seals, a 1 in 10 million rarity. He was born to be a prodigy who could have commanded everyone's attention, yet he had been called worthless for over a decade. With great difficulty and Zhang's help, he had finally managed to fight his way into Fengdu City's Advanced Beast Tamer Academy, but the Li family refused to sponsor him due to the exorbitant tuition fees. Li Xingqian stood by the window, his fingertips lightly tapping against the glass. The setting sun stretched his shadow long across the floor, magnifying his disappointment with the Li family infinitely. He had already made up his mind once he left Jinshan Township. He would never look back. After completing his studies at the Advanced Academy, he would venture into the wilderness to search for his missing mother, the only person who filled him with guilt. His mother hadn't gotten lost back then. She had deliberately entered the wilderness to improve his constitution and had vanished without a trace ever since. At this thought, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. "What are you thinking about?" came a soft voice. The fox maiden lay on her side on the bed, her 9 phantom-like tails flickering in and out of visibility. She had sensed his melancholy ever since he received that call from his family. "Nothing." Li Xingqian shook his head. Before he could finish speaking, gentle knocking came from the door. "Who is it?" He raised his voice slightly. "It's me." Long Yaden's crisp voice came from outside. Li Xingqian glanced toward the bed from the corner of his eye. The fox maiden was lounging lazily. If Long Yaden pushed the door open now, she would immediately spot this humanoid spirit beast. There had never been a precedent of spirit beasts taking human form in this world. This was Tsang Qiong's unique ability and Li Xingqian's greatest secret. The consequences of exposure would be unthinkable. Long Yaden continued speaking from outside. "Teacher Tang asked me to keep an eye on you, worried you might sneak out again. I just saw some suspicious people from the window, lingering around the villa. They're likely from the Great Wilderness Organization. Keep an eye on me? That's not necessary. I promised Teacher Tang I wouldn't run away again." Li Xingqian responded, while signaling with his eyes for the fox maiden to quickly return to the spirit beast space. However, the fox maiden raised an eyebrow with interest, showing no intention of cooperating. "Could you go back first? It wouldn't be good if Long Yaden saw you." Li Xingqian lowered his voice. The fox maiden raised her index finger in a shushing gesture, her tail swishing lightly, as if testing his patience. The knocking outside suddenly grew heavier. "Who are you talking to? Is there someone else in the room? Who is it? Did you bring someone in without my permission?" Long Yaden's speech quickened noticeably. There was no time left. Li Xingqian gritted his teeth and lunged toward the bed, trying to shield the fox maiden with his body. Just as he pounced, a mischievous glint flashed in the fox maiden's eyes before she silently disappeared, returning to the spirit beast space. Naturally, Long Yaden, who had just pushed the door open, witnessed Li Xingqian's bizarre behavior in its entirety. She raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Why did you jump onto the bed? And who were you talking to just now?" Beads of sweat formed on Li Xingqian's forehead. He hadn't expected Long Yaden's hearing to be so sharp despite clearly lowering his voice earlier. She had still heard him from outside the door. I was talking to my spirit beast. It gets bored in the spirit realm and wants to come out, but I had to send it back. Otherwise, its body would burst through this room again." Long Yaden stood at the doorway with her arms crossed, her gaze lingering on Li Xingqian's face repeatedly, suspicion practically written across her brow. She couldn't shake the feeling that the young man was deliberately hiding something. When he had burst through the bathroom wall that day, she distinctly caught a glimpse of a snow-white figure through the rising steam, a woman with skin like snow who vanished in a flash, so quickly she wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her. But just now, when Li Xingqian spoke to his so-called spirit beast, his almost pleading tone made her even more wary. Spirit beasts should obey their beast tamer's commands absolutely, with no need for such humble entreaties. "Fine, as long as you haven't brought anyone else in here." She collected her thoughts, her voice calm and decisive. "From today until we leave for Fengdu City Advanced Beast Tamer Academy in 10 days, you must stay by my side at all times. Any mishap will make all our previous efforts worthless. Stay by your side. Isn't that unnecessary? I'm not a child, and I need some privacy." Li Xingqian frowned, trying to reason with her. Besides, this is the city district. Even the Great Wilderness Organization wouldn't dare make a move in the city, right? He indeed had his own plans. During these 10 days, he wanted to push his little firefox's compatibility to 100, then contract a second spirit beast, and with Sangqiong's evolution, break through to third-rank ancient wilderness clan. But if Long Yaden watched him constantly, how could he act freely? "It's precisely because you're naive that Teacher Tang is worried and asked me to watch you every step of the way." Long Yaden's expression grew grave. The Great Wilderness Organization has power comparable to a kingdom, with terrifyingly numerous top-tier beast tamers. The Jinshan Township garrison? They could wipe them out effortlessly. Wipe them out. Li Xingqian's head snapped up, his heart turning cold. The Jinshan Township garrison commander was a formidable 5th-rank beast tamer. Anyone who could defeat a 5th rank would have to be a legendary beast tamer. Perfectly normal. Long Yaden added casually. The Great Wilderness Organization spares no expense recruiting talent and plunders vast numbers of ancient wilderness clan spirit beasts. Their foundation is unimaginably deep. Li Xingqian drew in a sharp breath and said no more. If he truly encountered a legendary beast tamer, he wouldn't survive 3 moves alone. The room fell into silence. Long Yaden leaned against the wall, staring unblinkingly at Li Xingqian, while Li Xingqian sat on the bed's edge, feeling awkward. Sharing a room with the goddess of every male student's dreams, the situation felt surreal no matter how he thought about it. He used to only dare steal glances at Long Yaden from afar, but now they had to spend 10 days together in the same room. Why don't you sit on the bed?" he ventured reluctantly. Long Yaden's brow furrowed instantly. "What did you say?" Li Xingqian slapped his forehead and quickly explained. "Too mean standing must be tiring. It's 10 days you can't lean against the wall the whole time, right? You take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. The moment the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. She was the one forcibly monitoring him. Yet he was inconveniencing himself. How pathetically servile. But his actions were more honest than his mouth. He had already efficiently laid out bedding on the floor. Long Yadin observed for a few seconds before finally walking toward the bed, tacitly accepting his arrangement. And so, Long Yadin on the bed, Li Xingqian on the floor mat, with only their soft breathing filling the air. Li Xingqian smiled bitterly. If Li Muming knew that his goddess was lying in his bed, he would probably be quite resentful. Li Xingqian and Long Yadin were in their room, each absorbed in their phones, when Li Xingqian stumbled upon news about Little Desolate. A series of eye-catching headlines flashed across his screen. The genius returns. Young Master Li claims ancient clan beast cub from the wasteland. Will the once legendary beast tamer family finally rise again? Li Xingqian's talent may surpass Li Yueming and rival Long Yadin. Noticing he had become the center of attention, Li Xingqian couldn't suppress a smile. The media used to focus solely on his younger brother Li Yueming, but now they were actively featuring him. Then, a particularly striking headline caught his eye. Li Xingqian and Long Yadin suspected of cohabiting. Have the two become an item? He nearly spat out his saliva and almost dropped his phone, which made Long Yadin, who was browsing her phone on the bed, look up at him. Li Xingqian quickly tried to act nonchalant, but the articles became increasingly outrageous. Some media outlets were claiming he had deliberately stolen Long Yadin away from Li Yueming as revenge, knowing his brother had been pursuing her unsuccessfully. Cold sweat immediately trickled down Li Xingqian's spine. He stole a glance at Long Yadin beside him. Her fingertips had suddenly tensed, and her face was visibly darkening, clearly having seen these absurd reports as well. These unscrupulous media outlets are absolutely shameless. He spoke up first, deliberately making his voice sound angry and loud. Why don't they report on how I rescued the three-eyed azure wolf cub from the Thieves' Guild instead? Long Yadin looked up, her gaze cold as ice. Li Xingqian hurried to explain. Don't worry. Everything they wrote is pure rumor. How could I possibly pursue you just to get revenge on Li Yueming? I'm not that kind of person. Besides, I swore from childhood I would never want anything that belongs to Li Yueming. I don't belong to Li Yueming. Long Yadin frowned slightly, her voice sharp and cold. Yes, of course. Li Xingqian broke into a cold sweat. Cursing himself for his clumsy word, she had just hit a nerve with this proud genius girl who would never tolerate being treated as someone's possession. Anyway, don't believe what those media outlets say. I have absolutely no feelings for you. I'm not interested in you at all, he added hastily, speaking rapidly. Long Yadin stared at him coldly again, her gaze seeming to carry an inexplicable hint of resentment. Li Xingqian grew even more confused, completely unable to figure out which landmine he had stepped on this time. Just as the atmosphere reached peak awkwardness, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Long Yadin immediately went to the window to look down and saw several military personnel standing in the courtyard. Li Xingqian also peered out and recognized the young man in the black cloak leading the group. It was the same person who had commanded the black and white giant tiger to kill the 4th-grade golden-striped crimson flame leopard during their graduation practicum, and had let him deliver the final blow. Do you know him? Long Yadin asked. Yes, I met him once during our graduation practicum. When Li Xingqian and Long Yadin looked down from the window, the young man was also looking up at them, waving his hand. May I come in and sit for a while? Upstairs, Li Xingqian turned his head inquiringly, but Long Yadin frowned, her voice carrying a chill. I'm sorry, this is Teacher Tang's home. Teacher Tang isn't here, so we can't let anyone in without permission. Tang ran. The young soldier smiled, as if recalling something. I heard she left Fengdu City. I didn't expect she'd run off to a small place like Jinshan Township. Li Xingqian had a good impression of him. If this military beast tamer hadn't lent a helping hand that night, he not only wouldn't have been able to secure victory, but might have died in the chaos. So he spoke up. You know Teacher Tang? I do. The young soldier raised an eyebrow. We have some history. Anyway, you just need to know I'm her friend. If she were here, she'd let me in. That certainty was written clearly in both his tone and expression. Li Xingqian asked quietly. Since he says he's Teacher Tang's friend, should we let him in? He's a military beast tamer after all. Surely he can't be from the Great Wilderness Organization? Long Yadin hesitated for a moment, but still insisted. Teacher Tang isn't here. Come back another day. I'm not here to see Tang Iran. The military beast tamer made his purpose clear. I'm here to see Li Xingqian. The decision suddenly fell to Li Xingqian. Thinking of that life-saving favor, he really couldn't bring himself to turn the man away. Long Yadin retreated into the house without another word, while Li Xingqian hurried downstairs to open the door. At the doorway stood a young soldier, about 25 or 26 years old, in crisp military uniform. Beside him crouched a massive black and white tiger, its yellow vertical pupils quietly surveying the surroundings. It was a 4th grade, a level spirit beast, superior to Li Xingqian's ghost-faced crocodile dragon, with strength roughly equivalent to Tang Iran's wind blade crimson fire wolf. With such a configuration, He was likely a key prospect being cultivated by the military. Li Xingqian had never seen this person among the Jinshan Township garrison, so he guessed the man was only temporarily stationed there, his true purpose still unclear. Perhaps he had come for Tang Iran. However, he was certain the man meant no harm if the soldier had stood by and watched that night. It would have been easy for the golden-striped flame leopard to take his life, so there was no need to intervene and save him. Looks like you two really are together. The military beast tamer pushed through the door, his gaze moving back and forth between Li Xingqian and Long Yaden upstairs. Li Xingqian was startled. What? You and Long Yaden? Everyone's saying you're a couple. I didn't believe it at first, but now that you're sharing the same room, it seems the rumors are true. After speaking, his expression showed barely concealed surprise that the brilliant young woman Long Yaden would actually end up with Li Xingqian. Though Li Xingqian's reputation had risen recently, in the eyes of true experts, his rise was full of coincidence. At this stage, having one fairly powerful spirit beast allowed him to compete with his peers, but once they entered the mid to late stages, the number of spirit beasts would create a gap between them. In the later stages, getting any high-aptitude spirit beast to evolve another grade became extremely difficult and risky. At best, they'd remain stagnant. At worst, they'd regress to a lower grade, or even suffer damage to the spirit beast's aptitude. Therefore, beast tamers generally prioritize evolving their other spirit beasts to the same tier first. This way, even if one spirit beast fails to evolve, it won't significantly impact their overall combat strength. After all, in battles between the same tier, a single spirit beast could never withstand 2 or even 3 opponents simultaneously. This is precisely why everyone has always struggled to understand why a rare top-tier genius like Long Yaden would get so close to Li Xingqian. You've got it wrong. Li Xingqian immediately waved his hands upon hearing this. We're not together. All those rumors going around are false. The military beast tamer across from him chuckled softly, his scrutinizing gaze carrying a hint of encouragement. As a man, how can you lack confidence? Since you've managed to catch Long Yaden's special attention, you should stand tall and proud. Even if the outside world questions you, you must have the courage to stand before her. Li Xingqian broke out in a cold sweat from this lecture. He understood that the other party was standing up for him, thinking he had been intimidated into retreating by gossip and rumors. But the rumors about him and Long Yaden had already spread like wildfire. Not to mention the smoking gun, evidence of the two of them poking their heads out of the same window just moments ago. Any further explanations now would seem pale and unconvincing. What brings you to see me? Li Xingqian simply changed the subject. Haha, can I come without having business? The military beast tamer laughed openly, then extended his hand for a handshake. Let me introduce myself. I am Bai Ziming, the mobile deputy commander of Fengdu City, currently stationed in Jinkan Township. Oh, Commander Bai Ziming. Li Xingqian was secretly surprised, so young, yet already a deputy commander? In his impression, people who could sit in commanding positions were usually approaching 50, weather-beaten with scruffy beards, carrying the bloody scent of wilderness battles. This person before him clearly shattered his preconceived notions. Bai Ziming seemed to see through his thoughts and added with a light smile, Don't be surprised. I'm just a mobile deputy commander, not permanently stationed. Besides, I'm still a student at the Advanced Academy. From the looks of things, you'll soon become my junior. His words were gentle, but his smile carried a trace of barely perceptible coldness. Li Xingqian didn't mind after all. He had grown accustomed to others' cold stares since childhood. You're also a student at the Advanced Academy? Students can become deputy commanders. Li Xingqian pressed further. Yes, the Advanced Academy is different from the Intermediate Academy. The graduation requirement is reaching 5th tier beast tamer. Bai Ziming explained patiently. The threshold is too high, and most people can't complete it within the academic term limit, so they have to postpone graduation. Some people take on nominal positions to earn extra income while continuing their efforts. Tang Iran is also a student at the Advanced Academy, yet she's still your teacher? Li Xingqian thought of another familiar figure and couldn't help but be amazed. Bai Ziming nodded. Exactly so. In just a few sentences, the outline of the Advanced Academy had emerged clearly. Li Xingqian's understanding was refreshed once again, so even Tang Iran was still a student. This Advanced Academy truly was a place where dragons and tigers hid. I'm here to invite you to join the military. You must need money badly, right? Even though you already have a 3-eyed azure wolf pup, it's still not enough for you. Your only hope lies with the 3-tailed golden flame fox. Only by evolving it to an unbeatable level can you become a truly powerful beast master. But this process requires enormous amounts of money, possibly far exceeding 10,000 spirit crystals. Bai Ziming laid out his intentions and reasoning all at once, his gaze frank. I know you've already joined the Divine Map organization, but the military doesn't mind part-time work. As long as your contributions are sufficient, whether you're a student or a member of the Beastmaster Guild, we'll reserve a military position for you. Li Xingqian nodded slightly, his tone calm. If I join, what tangible benefits would I get? From what I know, military beastmasters don't earn much. Benefits? Bai Ziming smiled and pointed to the flowing deputy commander insignia on his uniform. Do you know why I left the guild to take this seemingly idle position in the military? I'm all ears. The military belongs to the kingdom and is the most powerful armed force within our borders. No Beastmaster Guild or other organization can compare. Once you join, you'll have the strongest backing possible. If anyone wants to move against you, they'll have to consider whether they can withstand the military's wrath. Having said this much, Bai Ziming was confident Li Xingqian wouldn't refuse. He thought to himself, for a young man who had achieved fame at such an early age, becoming a military beastmaster would sound incredibly cool, especially when he desperately needed resources. Li Xingqian pondered for a moment before raising another question. I see, but why me specifically? While public attention is indeed focused on me now, my beast-taming talent is only frank. Once I reach the advanced academy, this small advantage will likely disappear quickly. Bai Ziming leaned forward, his tone confident. Precisely because you have no way out, you need opportunities more than others. When your peers have second and third spirit beasts, your ancient wasteland clan beast will no longer be an advantage. You'll have to be more ruthless and more fearless than everyone else. These words instantly made Li Xingqian's favorable impression plummet. He could see that Bai Ziming's confidence, or rather, arrogance, stemmed from his advanced academy background, viewing the young man from a small place as an easily manipulated pawn. However, Li Xingqian suppressed his displeasure and forced a smile. Thank you for the kind offer, but I'm actually quite afraid of death, so I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I don't want to join the military for now. Bai Ziming's face instantly darkened. Li Xingqian, that night when you were being chased by the golden-striped crimson flame leopard, you dared to lead it to me, using me as a blade to kill the beast. I thought you were different, but now it seems you're no different from anyone else. Li Xingqian shrugged. Can't help it. I've been useless for over 10 years, and now that I can finally hold my head high, why would I willingly go to my death? I know the casualty rate for military beastmasters is quite high, and I'm not ready for that yet. So I'm sorry for wasting your kind intentions. Seeing that Li Xingqian had made up his mind, Bai Ziming decided not to linger any longer. As he turned around, he spotted Long Yaden coming down the stairs at the stairway entrance, casually tucking her long hair behind her ear with an indifferent expression. He curved his lips into a smile, his tone flippant. Miss Long, while you may be a first-rate genius in beast taming, your judgment when it comes to men leaves much to be desired. Long Yaden seemed to have already overheard the conversation upstairs. Without breaking her stride, she responded coolly to Bai Ziming's sarcasm. Everyone has their own choices. You can't make anyone act according to your wishes. Bai Ziming paused, his gaze lingering on her face for several seconds before raising an eyebrow slightly. You're not even going to argue back? Long Yaden looked up with a puzzled expression but remained silent. Bai Ziming continued on his own. I just said your judgment of men isn't great, yet you haven't said a word in your defense. Don't tell me you've actually fallen for this guy? Just because he has an ancient wasteland clan beast? As a member of the Long family, surely you wouldn't be interested in him for such a simple reason. Li Xingqian, who had been relatively friendly toward Bai Ziming earlier, now found his brow furrowing at this direct mockery. What's wrong with this guy? Rather than being moody, he's more like a child, wearing all his emotions on his face. Long Yaden's expression remained cool, though a barely perceptible ripple passed through her eyes. She offered no explanation. Li Xingqian understood her silence. She had always been proud, too lazy to defend herself against misunderstandings, let alone remaining silent out of affection. A girl like her would probably be nearly impossible for anyone to truly win over. After Bai Ziming stormed off, the entrance hall fell silent. Long Yaden looked at Li Xingqian, her voice flat. You were right to refuse him. With your current strength, joining the military would likely get you killed. The wasteland is currently in a period of unrest and could erupt into danger at any moment. Li Xingqian nodded. Thanks for the warning. Though I didn't refuse him because I'm actually afraid of death, it's just not the right time yet. I need to build up stronger abilities first before heading to the wasteland. Long Yaden didn't try to dissuade him further, but there was a hint of sympathy in the way she looked at him. Back at school, she had shown virtually no interest in Li Xingqian. Only after becoming temporary teammates did she gain a rough understanding of his situation. Li Xingqian's mother had gone missing in the wasteland while searching for a way to reconstruct his beast seal, falling into danger for his sake. Because of this, he constantly blamed himself and made finding his mother his life's mission. Unfortunately, his beast-taming talent was a natural weakness. Just as everyone discussed, his only hope for advancement lay with the three-tailed golden flame fox, and the success rate of such a desperate gamble was truly slim. After a moment of silence, Long Yaden suddenly added, From now on, don't open the door for anyone else. With that, she turned and headed upstairs with steady steps. Li Xingqian nodded and locked the door again. As he closed it, he caught sight of several shadows outside, some suspicious figures lurking in the dim corners of the hallway. When his gaze swept over them, they all chose to avoid his eyes upon meeting his stare. If these people were indeed from the desolate wilderness organization, his situation would be truly perilous. The villa was practically surrounded. Li Xingqian stood by the window, his brow furrowed deeply. Pushing Little Firefox to 4th rank in such a short time wasn't realistic. The system had yet to unlock the 3rd level of Celestial Evolution, and he couldn't afford to wait. The only way to break this deadlock was to quickly obtain a 2nd Spirit Beast and advance it to 3rd rank Ancient Desolate Clan status. With this thought, he turned away from the window and headed toward the bedroom. "I'm going to take a shower," he called out to Long Yadin in the living room before closing the door behind him and slipping into the bathroom. The moment he latched the door, he called out to Tsangqiong in his mind. In the next instant, a spiritual light settled on Little Fire Fox, and Tsangqiong appeared in her fox maiden form, graceful and ethereal. With Tsangqiong's attachment, the compatibility rate could skyrocket 100-fold. Even without combat, it would rapidly max out. The fox maiden materialized with her slender waist and long legs, bare feet touching the damp tiles as she sat on the edge of the bathtub. She crossed one leg over the other and regarded Li Xingqian with an enigmatic smile. Li Xingqian quickly turned the shower to maximum flow, letting the rushing water mask all sound. He frantically gestured, "Don't speak." Long Yadin was right outside in the bedroom, and her hearing was extraordinarily sharp. Any whisper would penetrate the walls. But the fox maiden deliberately leaned close to his ear, her voice soft as a feather. "So afraid of that girl? Could it be you actually like her?" "Nonsense." Li Xingqian lowered his voice. Long Yadin's voice immediately came from outside. "Who are you talking to?" Just talking to myself." Li Xingqian coughed, then whispered to the fox maiden. "Right now the most important thing is getting the compatibility to 100's top being a chatterbox." The fox maiden pouted and simply untied her sash, slowly sliding into the bathtub filled with warm water. The surface rippled gently as she half closed her eyes and stretched her limbs contentedly. Li Xingqian's face instantly burned red as he covered his eyes with both hands. After being teased by the fox maiden repeatedly, he genuinely worried that one day he'd lose control and become history's first beast to make a move on his own spirit beast. But the more flustered he became, the more deliberately she lifted her legs and turned her body, displaying her allure to the fullest. Time slipped away quietly in the steamy mist, and he nearly dozed off leaning against the corner. Suddenly, knocking sounded. "Li Xingqian, what are you doing in there?" He jolted awake. Staying in the bathroom too long was indeed suspicious. The fox maiden had vanished at some point, and Little Fire Fox lay quietly in the corner. He glanced at the system panel compatibility at 99, just one step away. He quickly opened the door with a smile. "The bath was so relaxing, I almost fell asleep." "Did you actually take a shower?" Long Yadin's gaze lingered on his dry hair and clothes. "Huh, you're completely dry." Long Yadin narrowed her eyes. "If you didn't shower, what were you doing in the bathroom?" Li Xingqian's mind raced, but he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Just as the awkwardness peaked, Long Yadin suddenly spoke in a knowing tone. "I've heard you men like to do certain indescribable things in the bathroom. You weren't also." Before she could finish, Li Xingqian's neck had already turned red. Unable to deny it or find words to explain, he could only nod stiffly in acknowledgement. Men are all the same. Long Yadin's face darkened as she turned and slammed the door. The door crashed shut in the hallway, and Li Xingqian let out a long sigh. "What heinous crime did I commit in my past life to end up in such an embarrassing mess?" As night fell, Li Xingqian was browsing through online beast taming manuals, seeking inspiration to decide which species to choose for his 2nd spirit beast. The screen glowed softly as his fingertips glided swiftly across the touchpad. Most beast tamers exercise extreme caution when selecting their 2nd spirit beast. The first one is often considered practice, inevitably flawed due to inexperience, so people hope to make up for those regrets with their 2nd choice. Beast tamers are generally physically frail, which is a common trait in this profession. To avoid becoming the protected one in battle, many choose physically robust spirit beasts as their 2nd contract target, gaining constitution-enhancing abilities through essence fusion. This strategy is reliable and perfectly covers a beast tamer's greatest weakness. After all, spirit beasts are limited in number, and when facing numerous enemies, opponents are likely to bypass the spirit beasts and attack the tamer directly. If the tamer possesses some close combat capability, their survival chances increase significantly. However, Li Xingqian had no intention of following conventional approaches. Compared to others, his spirit beast compatibility improved at an extraordinary rate, allowing him to rely on more spirit beasts to compensate for physical weaknesses. Moreover, there were constitution potions refined from exotic beast bodies available on the market that could dramatically enhance human physical abilities. Though expensive, for Li Xingqian now, any problem money could solve wasn't really a problem. The shop owner was about to sell that 3-eyed azure wolf pup, and he would receive over 10,000 spirit crystals from the sale, enough to cover expenses for quite some time and purchase several constitution potions. Therefore, he absolutely refused to choose something too conventional for his 2nd spirit beast. The more conventional a spirit beast, the more thoroughly it had been studied, making it harder to achieve surprising effects in actual combat. "Uncommon," he thought to himself, then pulled up the complete list of rare spirit beasts. Before his eyes appeared scarce categories like insects, fish and turtles, plants, and even rare attribute systems such as light, shadow, gluttony, and curse. The beast tamer profession had developed to the point where spirit beast classifications were extremely complex, with even the uncommon species being dazzlingly diverse. After browsing for a while, he developed a strong interest in shadow attribute spirit beasts. These creatures naturally excelled at hiding in darkness or launching surprise attacks from shadows, possessing excellent assassin potential. The wilderness battles had taught him a profound lesson. Relying solely on frontal firepower was far from enough, as enemies were often stronger than imagined. If he could coordinate with sneak attacks, his chances of victory would multiply. Li Xingqian quickly outlined tactics in his mind. The little firefox would launch a frontal feint, its blazing flames illuminating the night. The shadow-type spirit beast would slip into lightless areas, silently circle behind enemies, and deliver a killing blow. The entire process was simple and direct, with high operational feasibility. However, he learned that shadow tribute spirit beasts were exceedingly rare and generally possessed decent aptitude after all. Any spirit beast capable of manifesting such a rare attribute couldn't possibly have poor potential. However, he could only control F-grade spirit beasts, which was a major limitation. This meant he might not be able to choose many rare attribute spirit beasts, as F-grade ones were extremely hard to find. Recently, he had become increasingly fascinated with shadow-type spirit beasts, almost obsessively so. Whenever he had free time, he would ponder the tactical advantages that shadow abilities could bring. With this thought, he immediately dialed his dealer's number. "How's the sale of that three-eyed azure wolf pup going?" Li Xingqian got straight to the point. "Still on its way to Fengdu City," the dealer replied, while checking shipping information. "It'll participate in the auction in 2 days once it arrives. It'll definitely sell that day." Only then did Li Xingqian voice his real request. "When the time comes, please keep an eye out for any F-grade shadow-type spirit beast cubs. Ideally, buy one for me directly." There was a second of silence on the other end, followed by the dealer's somewhat helpless voice. "Are you sure you want an F-grade shadow type? You know shadow types are already rare, and to truly move freely through shadows requires at least a grade aptitude. F-grade, it would probably struggle to move even 10 meters in the shadows." "I understand. Please just keep an eye out for me." Li Xingqian remained firm. His confidence actually came from the second level of sky evolution. As long as the evolution succeeded, even starting from F-grade, he could gradually climb to S-grade. The key was whether he could find one, not whether it was worth it. The dealer still warned him. "Rare is rare, but the price won't be low either. I'm telling you up front, F-grade shadow-type cubs are always in demand, but rarely available. When you do find one, it won't be cheap." "Really? Is it that expensive? Will the money from auctioning the three-eyed azure wolf pup be enough?" Li Xingqian felt uncertain. "Should be just about enough. No matter how rare it is, it's still F-grade, nowhere near an S-grade ancient wasteland bloodline." The dealer gave a definitive answer. Knowing his funds were sufficient, Li Xingqian hung up with relief. But less than 2 minutes after putting down the phone, the screen lit up again. Tang Yiran was calling. "Li Xingqian, what on earth are you thinking?" As soon as the call connected, Tang Yiran couldn't contain her anger. "Why are you having the dealer buy an expensive and useless F-grade shadow-type spirit beast? What do you think I should buy instead, Teacher Tang?" Li Xingqian's tone was sincere. Tang Yiran was momentarily speechless. She had originally wanted to say, F-grade is F-grade, different attributes don't change the fundamental limitations. Instead of spending big money on a shadow type, why not save the money and focus on improving your three-tailed golden flame fox's abilities? Besides, shadow type information is scarce, making evolution inherently difficult. What's the point of buying one? Having a first-tier shadow type by your side is meaningless. Li Xingqian could tell she cared about him, but he also knew they had different goals, so he simply explained, "I'm very interested in shadow types. I want to give it a try." Tang Yiran sighed. "You little rascal, spending money recklessly the moment you have some. Don't come running to me when you're broke." She hung up in frustration. Looking at the darkened screen, Li Xingqian smiled wryly. He understood that others found his obsession hard to comprehend, but whenever he imagined shadow-type spirit beasts appearing like phantoms in the wasteland or under cover of night, silently circling behind enemies for a lethal strike, that vision became incredibly vivid and perfect. From then on, Li Xingqian eagerly awaited the dealer's response. Finally, early the next morning, the boss called Li Xingqian. His voice was hoarse from running around all night. "I've been busy all night and finally found a failed breeding dark-type spirit beast at a massive spirit beast breeding facility in Fengdu City. But they're asking for an outrageous price, 4,000 spirit crystals. I spent ages negotiating and managed to bring it down to 2,500 spirit crystals. Do you want it? If so, I'll front the money for you." Li Xingqian bolted upright. 2,500 spirit crystals. The price was hundreds of times more than an ordinary frank cub, but dark-type spirit beasts were inherently rare. He had already researched online and knew that artificial breeding success rates for these creatures were extremely low, making them instantly snatched up whenever they appeared on the market. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Buy it. Fine. It's your money anyway, just don't regret it." The boss immediately followed up. When do you need it? The little fox's compatibility will max out in the next couple of days. I need a second spirit beast as soon as possible. Li Xingqian's voice was urgent. Then I'll pay right now. They rarely catch such a big sucker. Ahem, such a big deal, so they'll definitely ship immediately. If all goes well, it should arrive in Jinkin Township today. I'll deliver it directly to you. No need for you to make the trip. Great, thank you. After hanging up, Li Xingqian's heart pounded with excitement, eager to see the true power of a third-grade dark-type ancient wasteland clan. Thinking about how long Yadin had left with a livid expression last night and hadn't shown up since, he felt somewhat regretful. Who wouldn't be moved by the chance to share a room with such a top-tier beauty? Although he knew he was just an ordinary guy from a small place, and such a woman could never truly be interested in him, a person had to have some fantasies. But it was better she didn't come now after all. The fox girl was currently sprawled across his bed sleeping. The firmament attachment on the little fox had limited daily duration and refreshed each new day, so he needed to seize the time for training. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard gate. Several Li family members burst in, including Li Lishan. Their clothes were stained with mud and blood, their expressions weary and grave. Li Xingqian had originally been too lazy to pay attention, but seeing the wounds on everyone, he frowned, suspecting something had happened to the family. In fact, the Li family had called him repeatedly last night, but he had assumed they wanted him to hand over the three-eyed Azure Emperor wolf cub to the family again, so he simply hadn't answered. Now that the situation seemed wrong, he hurried downstairs to open the door. Xingqian, are you alright? Li Lishan grabbed his shoulders the moment he saw him, his voice carrying unprecedented anxiety. Me? I'm fine. What happened? Li Xingqian had never seen his father look like this before. Uncle Liang jumped in to explain, his tone heavy. Young master, something terrible happened last night. Several people in black broke into the Li residence, attempting to kidnap young Master Yueming. Fortunately, we discovered them early and fought desperately to foil their plan. People in black. Li Xingqian's frown deepened. With their identities untraceable and virtually no clues, this was clearly no ordinary petty theft. Liangbo nodded. Yes, but their target is young Master Yueming, or possibly even young Master Yueming's Thunder Martin. So we suspect this might be connected to the Dahuang organization, which symbolizes terror and darkness. They specialize in capturing geniuses and those with ancient wasteland bloodlines from various towns. Young Master Xingqian, you also possess ancient wasteland heritage, so we wondered if they might come for you. Li Xingqian sat at the tea table, raising an eyebrow at these words. He had long heard of the Dahuang organization's cruel methods. They specifically targeted geniuses with ancient wasteland bloodlines, and he was exactly that type of person. Not yet. Li Xingqian shook his head calmly. What's their strength level? Li Lishan stood nearby, reporting in a low voice. 2 fourth-ranked beast tamers came to the Li family. They made their first move last night, but it seems they deployed in 3 groups simultaneously. Not only our Li family, but both the Northern Shao family and Southern Shao family were also attacked. The genius from the Northern Shao family has already been captured reportedly. They faced 3 fourth-ranked beast tamers there. The situation at the Southern Shao family remains unclear. Li Xingqian was secretly shocked. Last night, the enemy had deployed at least 5 fourth-ranked beast tamers, and these tamers' spirit beasts were of excellent quality, some even possessing ancient wasteland bloodlines. Li Lishan continued. The military has begun responding, but your situation remains dangerous. Coming back to the Li family with us would be safest. Li Xingqian pondered briefly, then shook his head. No need. I can protect myself. Liang Bo stepped forward anxiously. Young Master Xingqian, in these critical times, please don't be stubborn. Even if you have other plans later, please return to the Li family for now to take shelter. Before the mistress disappeared into the wasteland, Li Xingqian was her greatest concern. Thinking of this, Liang Bo felt even more anxious. Li Xingqian waved his hand. The Li family isn't necessarily safe either. Besides, I have strong protectors here too. As you know, I've joined Teacher Tang's guild and team. Teacher Tang is extremely powerful. She'll protect me. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Several Li family elders whispered among themselves. See? I told you he wouldn't accept. Ever since he got his ancient wasteland bloodline, he doesn't take the Li family seriously and still won't contribute that three-eyed Azure wolf pup. Since that's the case, why bother? Another chimed in. Exactly. Since he's so determined, he can't blame us for being heartless. Lishan, even though you're the family head, you must respect the family's decisions, right? We barely managed to protect Yueming last night. If we bring Xingqian back and attract the Dahuang organization again, causing them to seize the Thunder Martin we bought at such a high price, can you take responsibility? Li Lishan's brow furrowed deeply. Though the family head held authority, he couldn't put the entire Li family in danger again for personal reasons. He understood he had to consider the whole family. Seeing Li Xingqian wouldn't budge, Liang Bo immediately suggested, Young Master Xingqian, please allow me to stay by your side. Before Li Xingqian could answer, Li Lishan spoke up, let old Liang stay. Xingqian, you feel the Li family has wronged you, and we won't argue. The facts are clear: the Li family has indeed failed you, and has no right to demand anything. But old Liang has cared for you since childhood, and you should remember his kindness. Let him stay with you, all right? These words both acknowledged to the clan that the Li family owed Li Xingqian and positioned Liang Bo as someone Li Xingqian couldn't refuse. The Li family members fell silent. They had already angered the family head these past few days by demanding the three-eyed azure wolf pup, and further provocation would only make Li Lishan turn completely against them. Li Xingqian looked toward Liang Bo. If anyone in the Li family was still trustworthy, it was only this old man before him. Moreover, Liang Bo himself was no weakling, also a fourth-rank beast tamer. It was said that Liang Bo was the steward who had come with his mother years ago. Uncle Liang had been exceptionally kind to him since childhood, treating him even better than Li Yueming. Li Xingqian understood that he would eventually need someone to handle mundane affairs while he could still boss around his old man for now. Once he reached Fengdu City, there would be no one to rely on. If he had to handle everything personally, then it would be far too troublesome. After weighing his options, he nodded. All right, Uncle Liang can come with me. Uncle Liang's heart leaped with joy, and Li Lishan also breathed a sigh of relief before leading the Li family members away. The room immediately fell quiet. Despite having watched Li Xingqian grow up, Uncle Liang still felt somewhat uneasy since Li Xingqian had started boarding at school. They'd had little contact, and given Li Xingqian's consistent coldness toward the Li family, he deeply feared saying the wrong thing and being sent back. Uncle Liang, no need to be formal. Make yourself at home here. Li Xingqian smiled at him. Teacher Tang doesn't usually stay here, so it's just me and Long Yadan now. Even so, Uncle Liang remained respectfully standing beside him, reluctant to take a seat. Li Xingqian had been like a wild child since young, never having anyone attend to him, so he felt somewhat awkward too. After several attempts at persuasion, Uncle Liang insisted, a master is a master, and a servant is a servant. I've lived this way for most of my life, I can't change now. Li Xingqian sighed and stopped trying to persuade him, turning back toward his bedroom. When he pushed open the door, Long Yadan was already sitting on the edge of the bed. Fortunately, the fox lady wasn't there. You let someone else in again? She raised an eyebrow. No choice, he's a steward who's always been good to me. Li Xingqian shrugged. Even if I hadn't agreed, he would have stood guard outside. Rather than let him freeze, better to let him in. Besides, it benefits us too. Uncle Liang is a fourth-rank beast tamer. Steward, fourth-rank beast tamer. Long Yadan repeated in a low voice. The Li family has such resources. Not the Li families, Li Xingqian explained. He came with my mother when she married in. Long Yadan nodded slightly. Your mother's background is significant. Even stewards of some top-tier prestigious families in Fengdu City don't necessarily have fourth-rank beast tamer strength. Really? I honestly have no idea. Li Xingqian spread his hands. My mother's family is taboo in the Li household. No one ever mentions them. I don't even know where they're from. It seems your identity is also full of mysteries, Long Yadan mused thoughtfully. Li Xingqian chuckled. How mysterious could I be compared to you? That Long family of yours sounds impressive just from the name. So why did you run to a godforsaken place like Jinshan Township? Just to compete for a spot at a prestigious academy? With your talent, you could probably secure a spot even in the highly competitive Fengdu City, right? When the conversation touched on the Long family, Long Yadan's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. We need to be careful tonight. The Great Wilderness Organization already made one move last night, and they'll come again tonight. Since they've alerted the military, they'll only deploy stronger forces and where their targets. Long Yadan reminded Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian nodded. I understand, and that's exactly why I asked Uncle Liang to stay. With Uncle Liang, a fourth-rank beast tamer, holding down the fort, plus the two of us as third-rank beast tamers, they might not succeed so easily. Still, we need to stay vigilant. Evening descended, and the entire city grew much quieter than during the day. Last night's chaos had clearly frightened the citizens. Few pedestrians walked the streets, and shops closed early. As Li Xingqian and Long Yadan changed into lightweight armor suitable for combat, the pet shop owner personally delivered the shadow-type spirit beast. He set down the cage and hurriedly took his leave, seemingly aware that this villa was about to face danger. Shadow-type spirit beasts were extremely rare, and those capable of evolution were even rarer. Uncle Liang and Long Yadan couldn't help but gather around. Is this a shadow claw rat? Uncle Liang examined it carefully, his tone still carrying some uncertainty. Li Xingqian nodded with confirmation. That's exactly what it is. I never expected someone to actually find one with great aptitude. The price of 2,500 spirit crystals is acceptable. Upon hearing 2,500 spirit crystals, Uncle Liang and Long Yadan exchanged a meaningful glance, their eyes lingering on Li Xingqian's face as if the words, easy mark, might materialize at any moment. When the cage door opened, the shadow claw rat was barely larger than a palm. Its gray-brown short fur clung to its body. Its extremely long claws gleamed coldly, and its two mung bean-sized eyes were filled with terror and trembling. The moment it touched the ground, it darted into a nearby shadow with a whoosh. Li Xingqian's heart tightened. worried that his 2,500 spirit crystals had just gone down the drain. The next second, the shadow claw rat tumbled out of the shadow in embarrassment, landing on its back with all four paws in the air. It tried again and again, but each attempt at shadow diving lasted barely an instant before it was ejected back out. After several rounds of this struggle, it looked anything but graceful. The air suddenly grew thick with tension. Long Yadin couldn't help but chuckle, her words carrying a sharp edge. This is what you spent 2,500 spirit crystals on. It can't even stay in a shadow for a full second. What use is that? It doesn't matter, Li Xingqian replied nonchalantly. As long as it can evolve, the results will be completely different. Long Yadin was speechless at his confidence. Though she remembered Li Xingqian's exceptional knowledge of evolution, she still shook her head. Shadow-type beasts were too obscure, with very little available research, and with great aptitude. This one had virtually no chance of successful evolution. Uncle Liang remained silent throughout. As a steward, he had no right to question his young master's decisions. All right, I'm going back to my room now. Don't disturb me. Li Xingqian picked up the shadow claw rat with one hand, turned, and entered his room, firmly closing the door behind him. The moment he shut the door, he eagerly pulled up the little fox's compatibility panel, still at 99, but his instincts told him it was infinitely close to 100. If Long Yadin hadn't suddenly barged in, forcing the fox maiden to return prematurely to the spirit beast space, it might have already reached full capacity. Just summoning the fox maiden for a few more moments should be enough. Snap! The villa suddenly lost power. Darkness engulfed everything. Immediately after, the sound of breaking glass rang out sharply. Something had just entered through the window. Little Fire Fox. Li Xingqian's mind stirred, and the massive little fire fox leaped out from his soul space. Its enormous body nearly burst through the roof, its heavy paws making the wooden floorboards creak and groan. But Li Xingqian had no time to worry about that. A great wilderness organization's people had already reached his doorstep. Roar! The moment little fire fox appeared, it let out thunderous roars, its three tails blazing with golden flames like three giant torches, illuminating the entire room. Outside the window frame lit by the firelight, a massive triangular snake head crashed through the window lattice and thrust inside, its snow-white scales gleaming like cold steel armor. The steel python. Atop the serpent's head, Yushi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile playing at his lips. Li Xingqian, it's been a while. Surprised to see me? Li Xingqian's expression turned icy. In what capacity are you here? The Thieves' Guild, or the Great Wilderness Organization? A working man like me serves whoever pays the most. Yushi spoke casually. Right now, the Great Wilderness Organization offers the highest price. So you're here to kill me on behalf of the Great Wilderness Organization? Li Xingqian's gaze was sharp as a blade. Don't misunderstand. Yushi raised a finger and wagged it. The Great Wilderness Organization is quite benevolent. They cherish talent above all else. The condition is that you're willing to cooperate and join them, become a glorious member of the Great Wilderness Organization. As long as I join, they won't harm me, Li Xingqian confirmed. Exactly. You've heard of the Great Wilderness Organization's reputation, haven't you? Though they're known for their brutality, their more prominent trait is an abundance of geniuses. These talents were all recruited from various places. You are also someone they find interesting. Before he could finish speaking, Li Xingqian nodded. Fine. I agree to join the Great Wilderness Organization. What did you say? You agree. Yushi was stunned, not expecting Li Xingqian to accept so readily. Isn't your mission to recruit me? I've already agreed, so you can leave now. Take those people who broke in downstairs with you. Li Xingqian's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He could clearly sense intense auras from below. Powerful spirit beasts had broken through the door and were confronting Butler Liang and Long Yadin. Yushi stared at him. You say you agree, then what? Then what? Then you leave. Li Xingqian shrugged. Huh. Yushi chuckled softly. What do you think the Great Wilderness Organization is? Something you can join just by moving your lips? How naive. Then what else must I do? Li Xingqian remained puzzled. When I joined the Divine Map Organization, I only had to say one sentence. Yushi laughed softly, shaking his head with a sigh. Brother, I'm not looking down on you, but you're at most an outer member of Divine Map right now. As one of the 10 great guilds, Divine Map has extremely high standards. Suri, still lacking. Oh, Divine Map, is that impressive? Are these so-called 10 great guilds stronger than the Great Wilderness Organization? Li Xingqian raised an eyebrow in response. Of course not. The Great Wilderness Organization is a transcendent force above all guilds. They could even topple a kingdom. Tell me, who's more powerful? I'm really curious about this. Could you please explain it to me properly? Li Xingqian's eyes were filled with an eager thirst for knowledge, like a blank sheet of paper waiting to be written upon. Yushi's face suddenly darkened. Are you trying to stall for time? Think someone's coming to rescue you. He sneered coldly. Li Xingqian, last night was merely a probe by the Great Wilderness Organization. Today, all members lurking in Golden Silkworm Village have been deployed. The military, Tang Aran, and the others are all tied up with their own battles. Even your Li family can barely protect themselves. You have no way out. Before his words finished, he swung his hand violently, and the steel python shot through the air like lightning. The little fire fox reacted swiftly but didn't dare dodge if it retreated. Li Xingqian behind it would be crushed to pulp by the python. Boom! The python struck the little fire fox like an iron mountain, the thunderous impact collapsing several walls and hurling both creatures out of the villa. Li Xingqian seized the moment to roll through the breach and land safely, narrowly avoiding the python's crushing follow-up attack. Landing downstairs, he saw Liang Bo and Long Yadan surrounded by 4 fourth-grade spirit beasts. Including Yu Shi, this assault team had a full 5 fourth-grade beast tamers and even more formidable force than last night's attack on the Li family. Young Master Xingqian, run! Liang Bo roared hoarsely. Liang Bo's spirit beast, a 4th-grade stone bear, was encased in rock armor that should have been impregnable, but now under relentless assault from 2 same-tier spirit beasts, fragments of stone cascaded down, and a crack had been torn across its chest, threatening to collapse at any moment. Though Liang Bo had already resigned himself to death, he still fought desperately to block the path for Li Xingqian. On the other side, Long Yadan's dragon sparrow spread its wings and breathed scorching flames, the ancient dragon clans might ready to emerge. But the opposing water-type spirit beast, an armored beast, coordinated perfectly. The water beast coated the armored beast's thick shell with a flowing water membrane, allowing it to charge while repeatedly weakening the flames, leaving the dragon sparrow in dire straits. Li Xingqian, still trying to worry about others? Yushi's voice hissed like a venomous snake. To take your life, I alone would suffice. We deployed 5 4th-grade beast tamers because of Long Yadan, just a bonus. With that, he commanded the steel python to attack again. Li Xingqian leaped onto the little fire fox and shouted, "Go!" Flame's spiritual power erupted explosively as the little fire fox carried him in a swift breakout. Seeing Li Xingqian finally break free, Liang Bo still couldn't shake his burden. The steel python pursued relentlessly, its combat power ranking among the top of the 5 4th-grade spirit beasts. Young Master Xingqian, you must escape. Liang Bo roared, commanding his stone bear to fight to the death. Meanwhile, his own muscles bulged as a layer of gray-white radiance appeared on his body. This was Liang Bo's origin skill. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Liang Bo roared furiously as he lunged toward the nearest beast tamer. He knew that with the odds stacked against them, only by swiftly eliminating the beast tamers could they turn the tide of battle. But the opposing beast tamer sneered coldly. Heh, not a bad origin skill, but do you really think my spirit beast will let you get close? Almost simultaneously, a 4th-grade tiger beast that had been entangling with the stone bear beast pounced forward. Though Liang Bo's petrified arms were as hard as rock and his strength had surged to an astonishing degree, he was still easily knocked to the ground by the tiger beast. As the stench of blood filled the air, the tiger beast's massive jaws snapped down. Liang Bo gritted his teeth and raised his stone arms to block the fangs, relying purely on brute force to resist, yet he was still being pressed down inch by inch. His strength ultimately fell short of the tiger beast's. Seeing its master in peril, the stone bear beast roared and tried to come to his aid, but the brown bear it was grappling with possessed equally impressive physical prowess and gave it no chance to break free. Meanwhile, Long Yadan's brow furrowed deeply. Though Liang Bo was merely Li Xingqian's steward, he had always been loyally protective of his master. Yet at this very moment, Li Xingqian had turned and fled, leaving her feeling utterly disappointed. During their graduation practicum, Li Xingqian had risked danger to protect Qin Qiushi, and she had once believed that showed true loyalty. Now it seemed that loyalty was selective in his eyes. She and Liang Bo were clearly not worth it. Perhaps when Li Xingqian had nothing, he was willing to fight desperately for his friends. Now that he had achieved some success, he had begun to value his reputation and avoid taking risks. With Teacher Tang and the others still nowhere to be seen, clearly held up by enemies elsewhere, if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on themselves. Lightning flashed suddenly as deep purple thunder erupted around Long Yadan's body, and a suit of purple armor instantly materialized, outlining her graceful figure. As the thunder armor took shape, her form transformed into a streak of purple lightning and vanished on the spot. In the next moment, she had crossed several hundred meters and was bearing down on another beast tamer. The opponent had never expected her to suddenly unleash such explosive speed. He only felt a chill approaching as a thunder spear had already condensed in Long Yadan's palm. The spear's gleam flashed like lightning piercing the sky, and with a soft thud, it penetrated his body. The beast tamer's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Even in death, he couldn't understand how he had been killed so instantly. The remaining beast tamer was shocked and quickly recalled his spirit beast to guard in front of him, crying out in alarm. Long Yadan, what kind of magical treasure is that? He had seen many armor-type magical treasures before, but had never encountered such an extraordinary item that, once worn, could comprehensively boost the wearer's speed, strength, and thunder power. He knew full well that if this type of armor could be mass-produced, it would be the perfect magical treasure for beast tamers. Long Yadan stared coldly at her opponent, who remained highly alert and immediately recalled his spirit beast to his side. However, her own sparrow dragon couldn't be freed, because although one beast tamer had died, his spirit beast remained alive but uncontrolled, attacking the sparrow dragon even more ferociously. Even so, she couldn't kill a second beast tamer while protected by only the remaining grade 4 spirit beasts. Lightning flashed as she raised her hand, conjuring a thunder spear with its tip crackling with purple electricity, and thrust it forward with tremendous force, sending the tiger beast pinning down Liang Bo flying. The tiger beast's claws gouged deep furrows in the earth as it rolled, scattering debris everywhere. Liang Bo's arms were mangled and bloody. Without that timely strike, his throat would have been instantly crushed by those razor-sharp fangs. "Thank you for saving me, Miss Long. Without your help, this old man would have met his doom," Liang Bo gasped, still shaken by his near-death experience. Long Yaden glanced at him and reminded him coldly, "The young master you loyally serve has already abandoned you to save himself. Don't you find that heartless?" The two stood back to back, her purple lightning armor crackling around her body, while his half-petrified form displayed skin with granite-like textures. Two grade 4 spirit beasts crouched low on either side, their sharp claws and fangs scraping against the ground with ear-piercing friction. Directly ahead, 3 grade 4 beast tamers who had also activated their origin techniques slowly closed in, surrounding them completely. The disparity in combat power was painfully obvious. Liang Bo shook his head, his voice hoarse but resolute. "This old man's duty is to protect the young master's safety. As long as the young master and the caravan are safe, I have no regrets even if I die in battle. I just never expected the Great Wilderness Organization to be so powerful, sending beast tamers and spirit beasts of such exceptional quality. Had they grown up in Golden Silkworm Township, they would surely have been hailed as geniuses." He was reluctant to speak ill of Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian had been isolated since childhood, developing a withdrawn personality, and was the weakest among them. Staying behind wouldn't have changed their defeat, it would only have given the enemy another weakness to exploit, making their situation even worse. "Indeed, this is the Great Wilderness Organization," Long Yaden said with a grave expression. The enemy's assault this time exceeded all expectations beyond the 5 grade 4 beast tamers before them. There were over 10 more experts of the same rank in other areas, capable of simultaneously restraining both military forces and various gentry families. Never before had the Great Wilderness Organization deployed such a formidable lineup in a place like Golden Silkworm Township. What was the reason? Was it because of the sudden surge of talent in Golden Silkworm Township, or because her long family bloodline had attracted their attention? "Miss Long, we truly don't wish to harm you," the lead beast tamer said, restraining his killing intent. His tone was gentle, yet brooking no refusal. "Our superiors have instructed us to persuade top-tier talents like yourself with kind words. If you're willing to join the Great Wilderness Organization, you'll surely become a rising star. Your talent combined with our resources might even lead you to become a legendary beast tamer." He spread his arms, gesturing to their surroundings. "As you can see, no one can save you. This alone proves that the Great Wilderness Organization is worth your allegiance." Heh. Long Yaden let out a cold laugh, lightning dancing in her eyes. "Why should I join? Without the Great Wilderness Organization, I can't obtain resources. My talent can't be realized." The opponent shrugged. "Then there's nothing we can do. We understand that mere words are unlikely to sway you. After all, talents like you are sought after wherever you go and never need to worry about lacking resources." His expression darkened, and his tone turned icy cold. "So we'll have to take offense." The 2 4th-grade spirit beasts charged at incredible speed, colliding head-on. Long Yaden's exceptional agility allowed her to dodge, but Liang Bo had no such luck. His petrified body was struck, sending chunks of stone flying everywhere. Purple lightning crackled as a brilliant violet spear light shot from Long Yaden's palm. The thunder spear instantly pierced through the spirit beast's thick hide, burning a charred hole in its chest. However, 4th-grade spirit beasts were notoriously tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. The pain only made it more ferocious as its massive tail swept horizontally, slamming into Long Yaden's waist. The young woman was sent flying dozens of meters, twisting midair to land on her feet. Her boots carved deep furrows over 10 meters long before she finally stabilized. Searing pain spread from her lower back, and she could barely stand upright with one hand supporting her waist. Her thunder armor offered no protection against such brute force. Roars drew closer as the wounded spirit beast charged frantically. Long Yaden gritted her teeth and raised her spear, though the weapon was merely condensed lightning that could dissipate at any moment. The spear tip met the beast's fangs as she was forced to her knees, stone fragments scattering around her. "Miss Long," Liang Bo cried out hoarsely, though he was equally helpless. His half-petrified body was caught in the jaws of another tiger-shaped spirit beast, its fangs embedded in his rock-like skin with grinding sounds. The tiger beast was preparing to crush and devour him. Grief and helplessness overwhelmed the old man. Young Master Xingqian was likely in even greater danger, as Yushi's steel python naturally countered the three-tailed golden flame fox. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black alley, Li Xingchen rode his little fire fox racing inside. Behind them, iron armor scraped against the ground as the steel python pursued relentlessly. The firelight at the alley entrance suddenly stopped as Li Xingchen had his little fire fox halt, and the python coiled nearby as well. Yushi stood atop the serpent's head, smiling mockingly. Why aren't you running anymore? Have you given up resistance? Don't disappoint me so quickly. Li Xingchen ignored the taunts, immediately pulling up his little fire fox's data panel. The system's earlier notification was indeed correct 100% compatibility. The panel displayed compatibility, 100, and simultaneously, he clearly felt the little fire fox had completely separated from his beast seal, making the vacant seal available again. He quickly untied the Dark Knight Claw Rat from the little fire fox's back and whispered, "Control Dark Knight Claw Rat. Determining spirit beast ownership. Capture successful. Control successful." The system process was as straightforward as always. Unfortunately, the Dark Knight Claw Rat was too weak, with its only ability, Shadow Infiltration, lasting merely 1 second before being forced back into visibility. Dark Knight Claw Rat. Aptitude, grade lower. Race, Rat Clan. Level, 1st grade. Strength, 25. Speed, 30. Endurance, 20. Life, 25. Skill, Shadow Infiltration 1 second. Special talent, none. Bloodline power, none. Normal evolution path, Shadow Ghost Rat. Azure Sky evolution path, Heaven Defying Transformation. Heaven Defying Transformation 1st stage, Physical Evolution. 2nd stage, Skeletal Evolution. 3rd stage, Blood Evolution. The interface information flashed by as Li Xingchen continued contemplating his next move. Yushi squinted at Li Xingchen's quiet operations, finally losing patience and shouting angrily. "Li Xingchen, how dare you ignore my words?" Yu Serpent grew angry when he noticed Li Xingchen was ignoring him. "Then go die," he roared, waving his hand to command the steel-armored python, whose metallic scales gleamed coldly through the gaps, to lunge forward. The serpent's tail slammed heavily into the stone pavement, sending debris flying everywhere. Li Xingchen maneuvered his three-tailed golden flame fox through the narrow alley, weaving left and right as its fiery tail feathers left a trail of afterimages. At the same time, he whispered commands to the system. "System, initiate heaven-defying transformation, 1st stage evolution for the Shadow Claw Rat." The 1st stage evolution only required 10 spirit crystals. Though his pockets were light and he hadn't yet sold the three-eyed Azure Emperor Wolf Cub, he had managed to accumulate over a dozen spirit crystals during this period by venturing into the wasteland to hunt exotic beasts and selling their carcasses at his stall just enough for what he needed. Ding! Firmament Heaven-Defying Transformation 1st stage evolution successful. Similar to the little fire fox's evolution before, the Shadow Claw Rat's appearance didn't change dramatically. At first glance, it had simply grown a size larger overall. Its short, dense black fur now gleaming with a subtle luster, significantly improved in both hardness and texture. On the status panel, its aptitude jumped from frank to brank, and its tier advanced from 1st to 2nd grade. In the skills section, Shadow Infiltration, duration skyrocketed from 1 second to 30 seconds. 30 seconds, that's enough? Li Xingchen calculated silently. Under the cover of night, Shadow-type spirit beasts naturally held the advantage in darkness. He gently patted the rat's back. The Shadow Claw Rat's eyes lit up, and in the next moment, its form dissolved into the shadow beneath its feet, spreading like spilled ink before vanishing completely. This narrow alley was already poorly lit, with shadows crisscrossing everywhere behind wall corners, scattered objects, and drainage ditches creating a natural hunting ground for the Shadow Claw Rat. Yu Serpent remained completely unaware, still driving his steel python to frantically attack the three-tailed golden flame fox. The serpent's jaws snapped open and shut, the harsh sound of metal grinding echoing through the alleyway. Suddenly, he caught a faint sound behind him and spun around, nothing there. Just as he turned back, an icy sensation touched his neck. Looking down, he saw 2 razor-sharp claws like obsidian blades. "This is a shadow type." Before he could finish speaking, cold light flashed. Blood sprayed as Yu Serpent's head was cleanly severed, his expression of shock frozen in midair as his body crashed to the ground. He never understood what had happened until his dying breath. Got him! Li Xingchen couldn't suppress his elation. Choosing the Shadow Claw Rat had indeed been the right decision. Secondier combat power had taken down an opponent far stronger than himself. With its master reduced to ash, the contract was torn apart. The masterless steel python didn't die, but writhed in agony from the severing of their bond, entering a brief state of frenzy. Li Xingchen seized the opportunity to have his three-tailed golden flame fox carry him away quickly, heading straight for Tang Iran's villa. On the way, he called his boss. "Lend me 100 spirit crystals first, deduct it directly when I sell the three-eyed Azure Emperor Wolf Cub." The boss asked no questions, meeting him at the agreed location to transfer the funds via card. The light screen confirming the spirit crystal's arrival flickered and disappeared instantly. Without hesitation, Li Xingqian invested all 100 spirit crystals into the shadow claw rats, heaven-defying transformation second stage evolution. Once it reached the second stage, it would advance to third-tier wasteland ancient clan status like the little fire fox, making it nearly unstoppable. When he reached the villa, firelight and beast roars filled the courtyard. Butler Liang's long blade was covered in cracks as he was forced into a corner, while Long Yaden stood guard nearby, equally battered and wounded. A striped tiger beast with its bloody maw wide open was lunging toward Butler Liang. Butler Liang. Li Xingqian's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted. Young Master Xingqian, why did you come back? Run quickly. Liang Bo was nearly frantic with worry. Though he had no idea how young Master Xingqian had managed to shake off Yu Shi, since he'd finally escaped. Why on earth was he coming back? The beast tamers from the Great Wilderness Organization frowned, one muttering under his breath. What the hell is Yu Shi doing? He actually let you get away? What a useless piece of trash. Another sneered, adding insult to injury. I told you from the start that defector from the Thieves Guild couldn't be trusted. But Li Xingqian had not only escaped, he'd actually turned back, making the beast tamers dismiss him as a fool with a death wish. Long Yaden, recalling her own contempt when Li Xingqian had fled earlier, couldn't help but shake her head. There was no way he could turn the tide now. Yet Li Xingqian remained remarkably calm. He glanced at the Shadow Claw Rat's evolution panel time remaining 30 minutes. Last time, evolving Little Fire Fox's heaven-defying transformation to the second level had taken a full 4 hours, but that was because Little Fire Fox had been in a weakened state. Now, with the Shadow Claw Rat in good condition, it would only take half an hour. Though this was much faster than ordinary evolution potions that took over 10 hours, on such a perilous battlefield, 30 minutes was more than enough for the Great Wilderness Organization to tear them to shreds. Save him first. Li Xingqian focused his thoughts, pointing toward Liang Bo who was trapped in the jaws of the tiger spirit beast. Little Fire Fox. Whoosh, the three-tailed little fox shot forward. Li Xingqian secretly channeled the azure sky power, covering the fox's body with its force. Instantly, the golden flames that normally burned at around 1,000 degrees surged dramatically, their temperature soaring close to 1,300 degrees, wrapping the tiger beast in a blazing golden shroud. Damn, the ancient wasteland clan is truly terrifying. One of the great wilderness beast tamers gasped. His grade 4 fire rhino's flame jets had always been his pride, but now this golden fire matched his own spirit beast's temperature. And this is only a grade 3 fire-type spirit beast. The group was visibly shaken, truly grasping the gap that strength aptitude created for the first time. Long Yaden and Liang Bo were also witnessing the three-tailed golden flame fox at full power for the first time, their hearts filled with awe. No wonder this person had claimed first place in the graduation practicum. Under the searing flames, the tiger beast howled in pain, its jaw loosening. Li Xingqian darted forward, hauling Liang Bo onto Little Fire Fox's back. Liang Bo's stone bear had long since been forced back into its spirit beast space, but there was no time to worry about that now. Go! Now! Li Xingqian shouted to Long Yaden, then rode Little Fire Fox charging through the encirclement. He knew that Little Fire Fox's flames could only suppress the grade 4 fire rhino thanks to the temporary boost from the azure sky power. Once that enhancement faded and the temperature dropped, they would discover the weakness. Long Yaden faced less pressure on her end. The dragon sparrow had wings, and once airborne, none of the ground-based spirit beasts without flight capabilities could catch up. Roar! Sure enough, a dragon's roar echoed through the air as the sparrow dragon forced back the two spirit beasts before it, then carried Long Yaden away through the sky. The night wind howled, and only the splashing sound of footsteps in puddles could be heard in the dilapidated alley. The little fire fox sprinted through the narrow passage, its flaming tail feathers trailing an orangered glow. Above, the sparrow dragon spread its dark golden wing membranes, gliding close to the eaves. Li Xingqian, where are we going? Long Yaden called back while airborne, her bangs pressed against her cheek by the night wind. Li Xingqian surveyed their surroundings. This was the most sparsely populated area of Jinkan Township, where several pitch-black abandoned buildings stood like gaping monsters in the darkness. He raised his hand toward those ruins. We're going there. You want to go to the no man's land? Long Yaden frowned. Shouldn't we be heading toward crowded places for safety? Going there will trap us in a dead end. Li Xingqian chuckled softly. You saw it, Tujinsan Township isn't just fighting in this one spot. There are at least 3 other places in the distance where giant beasts are battling. I even glimpsed what appeared to be 2 5th-grade giant beasts fighting, which means the Great Wilderness Organization has stronger forces. Even if we rush into crowds, others will be too busy saving themselves, making it even more dangerous. You mean, you want us to eliminate those people chasing us? Exactly. 3 of us. 3 of them, the advantage is ours. A flash of shocked coldness crossed Long Yaden's eyes. Are you insane? They're 3 4th-grade beast tamers. Our only 4th-grade fighter has lost combat ability, leaving just you and me, yet you claim we have the advantage. She almost thought Li Xingqian had been driven to incoherence by pressure. Li Xingqian's expression remained resolute. That's right, our advantage lies in the deep night. Deep night. Long Yaden pondered these words, suddenly sensing something amiss. Their spirit beasts weren't particularly skilled at night combat. Her eyes widened suddenly. Li Xingqian, have you already tamed that shadow claw rat as your spirit beast? Li Xingqian merely smiled with pursed lips. After the three of them swept into the cave-like abandoned buildings, he immediately recalled the little fire fox into his spirit beast space. Long Yaden followed suit, and they quickly crept deeper inside. This place was already remote, without a single streetlight, with occasional vagrant figures huddled among the broken walls and beams. Li Xingqian and his two companions crouched behind a half-collapsed brick wall, holding their breath. Boom. The thunderous crash of an iron door being kicked open exploded through the empty building the three fourth-grade beast tamers had broken in. Where did they hide? Do they really think coming in here will shake us off? The voice carried mockery. Spirit beast's sense of smell far exceeds humans no matter where you're hiding. You can't escape. Three fourth-grade spirit beasts raised their heads to sniff, following the scent step by step. Long Yaden held her breath and listened intently, whispering. They're already heading this way. A bead of cold sweat slid down Li Xingqian's forehead. The earlier chase hadn't created much distance, and their pursuers had clearly seen them dive into this building, following almost immediately behind. The Shadow Claw Rat's evolution still needed 5 more minutes. Move. This way. Li Xingqian summoned the little fire fox again and charged toward the staircase first, with Long Yaden close behind. As the fire fox ran, it scattered sparks of light, and that bright glow immediately caught the attention of the three fourth-grade spirit beasts. Their opponents immediately gave chase. However, this was a building under construction, so there were many twists and turns, and the larger the spirit beasts were, the more inconvenient it became for them to move around here, stumbling and actually slowing down their speed. Damn it, they actually picked such a difficult place to navigate. The leading beast tamer spat harshly. His contracted spirit beast was an iron armor bear with shoulders nearly 2 meters wide, and every time it passed through a narrow corridor, it had to squeeze through with the walls creaking and groaning. His companion lowered his voice to reassure him, stay calm. We'll be the ones laughing in the end anyway. Don't forget, there are only 2 of them, and they're dragging along an injured person. How far can they possibly escape? You're right. Li Xingqian glanced back around the corner and noticed that the pursuers weren't rushing forward, but rather closing in like hunters tightening their net, gradually shrinking their space to maneuver. This suited him perfectly. I needed time. Once the time came, this dark, cramped, unfinished building would become the tomb for all 3 of them. Long Yaden sat on the little fire fox's back, her gaze fixed intently on Li Xingqian's figure. What exactly are you scheming? Are you really planning to pin your hopes on that shadow claw rat? Its shadow stealth lasts less than a second. It can't threaten anyone. You'll understand when the time comes. Li Xingqian offered no explanation. Shadow claw rat evolution countdown 2 minutes remaining. Boom. Behind them, the iron armor bear swung down with its claw, sending brick fragments flying everywhere. The floor height was only 7 or 8 meters, and even as it hunched over running on all 4s, it kept smashing into the ceiling, causing debris to rain down. Idiots. Li Xingqian sneered inwardly. The opponents clearly intended to smash the entire unfinished building into ruins, leaving them nowhere to hide. But he had never planned to hide from the beginning. 1 minute. Li Xingqian suddenly ordered the little fire fox to stop and turned to face the 3 fourth-grade spirit beasts pursuing them. The 3 Great Wilderness Organization beast tamers approached unhurriedly. Keep running. Run some more, one of them sneered. What's wrong? Tired of running? Or have you run out of places to go? Another shook his head. Li Xingqian, I really can't tell if you're smart or stupid. Escaping from you, she shows you have some skill, but then you corner yourself like this. It seems your so-called intelligence was just good luck. Li Xingqian also smiled. By the way, exactly how many people did your Great Wilderness Organization send? You're interested? The leader raised his chin. I don't mind telling you 24th grade beast tamers and 1 5th grade beast tamer. If we wanted to, we could flatten Jinshan Township at any time. Be smart and join us, or you'll all die today. Oh, so impressive. The legendary Great Wilderness Organization truly lives up to its reputation, dispatching so many 4th grade beast tamers at once. I'm truly impressed. Li Xingqian clasped his hands together, looking completely awestruck. The 3 men were slightly stunned, seemingly not expecting Li Xingqian to be so easily swayed. Then why had he bothered running so far? Since you've come to your senses, stop struggling pointlessly. Order your spirit beast back to its space right now and come with us. We'll take you to meet our boss, and with just 1 word from him, you can join the Great Wilderness Organization. Li Xingqian surveyed his surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. The enemy had sent 24th-ranked beast tamers, while his side only had 5 people. Despite being outnumbered by what should have been a manageable force, they were still completely surrounded. The lead beast tamer spoke with arrogant confidence, continuing his recruitment pitch. With Long Yaden here, our leadership values her extremely highly. They even believe one Long Yaden is worth more than all the talents in Jinshan Township combined. But don't be discouraged as long as you show enough loyalty to the organization, your resources won't be any less than Long Yaden's. Hearing this, Li Xingqian's eyes lit up with a smile. With such a promise, joining the Great Wilderness Organization isn't impossible. However, you'll need to agree to one condition. A condition? One beast tamer sneered coldly. We praise you a little, and you're already getting cocky? You're not Long Yaden, and you rank pretty low on our target list. If it weren't for that ancient wasteland creature, you wouldn't even qualify for the organization's attention. And you dare make demands. Another beast tamer stopped his companion, speaking more gently. Go ahead, speak. If it's beyond my authority, I can report it up. The Great Wilderness values talent as long as your condition matches your worth. The organization will definitely consider it carefully. A third beast tamer muttered impatiently under his breath. Boss, why waste words with him? He's cornered and has no right to make demands. A beast tamer who had remained silent spoke flatly. What do you know? Boss wants to keep him stable and drive a wedge between him and Long Yaden. As long as we keep this kid calm, we can focus on dealing with Long Yaden. The group exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. Though Li Xingqian couldn't hear their whispered discussion clearly, it didn't stop him from speaking. My condition is simply as long as you can stay alive, I'll acknowledge you and consider joining the Great Wilderness Organization. As his words fell, the three beast tamers froze simultaneously, as if they'd heard the world's greatest joke. Do you know what you're saying? The leader narrowed his eyes. Not just them Long Yaden and Liang Bo, who had just awakened from unconsciousness, were equally stunned. Li Xingqian's tone sounded exactly like a hunter pronouncing judgment on his prey. Liang Bo whispered a reminder, his face full of worry. Young Master Xingqian, what are you planning to do? He knew well that Li Xingqian was no match for the three opponents and feared the young man might do something rash. The beast tamers burst into laughter. How absurd. Are you trying to say you have the ability to kill us? Their laughter was filled with disdain. I heard you were once a despised waste who only got an ancient wasteland creature through some heaven-defying opportunity. Has this made you so arrogant that you're spouting nonsense? Li Xingqian smiled slightly, his tone calm. Who said I only have one ancient wasteland creature? With that single sentence, the air seemed to freeze. What do you mean? The lead beast tamer stared at him. Besides the three-tailed golden flame fox, do you have other ancient wasteland creatures? All eyes focused on Li Xingqian. Long Yaden and Liang Bo both had the same thought. They knew Li Xingqian had also contracted in Frank's Shadow Claw Rat. While that thing was rare, its combat power was virtually zero, and it certainly wasn't an ancient wasteland creature. Could young Master Xingqian be bluffing? Liang Bo wondered secretly. It was possible. However, the opponents weren't fools either. If young Master Xingqian possessed and Scrayed Beast Seal, then perhaps after making the three-tailed golden flame fox his origin spirit beast, he might be able to control a second ancient wasteland creature. But as everyone knew, young Master Xingqian's beast seal was merely Scrayed, making it theoretically impossible for him to possess a second ancient wasteland creature unless that second spirit beast, like the three-tailed golden flame fox, embarked on an extraordinary evolutionary path that defied heaven itself, a chance perhaps 1 in 10,000. The problem was, such fortune was already heaven-defying once. Throughout history, no one had ever encountered such luck a second time. Beast tamers who had previously achieved resonance with their spirit beasts almost always experienced such miraculous divine favor only during their first taming. Any spirit beasts contracted afterward never replicated such remarkable comebacks. What a load of nonsense, Li Xingqian. Do you really think everyone else in the world is stupid except you? More than one ancient wasteland creature? Then bring it out and show us. The three beast tamers from the Great Wasteland Organization sneered continuously, their mocking laughter rising and falling. Haha, look how seriously he tells his lies. One of them shook his head dismissively, his tone full of contempt. When a little kid finally works up the courage to boast, we adults should give him some face. Let's not burst his bubble immediately, at least let him feel some sense of accomplishment. The mocking laughter grew louder as they were certain Li Xingqian couldn't possibly possess a second ancient wasteland creature. Facing the noisy skepticism, Li Xingqian still smiled as he raised his hand. With spiritual energy surging, a dark shadow leaped out from his spirit beast space. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spirit beast stood only half the height of an adult man, thin and slender, shaped like a child, with a dark blue-black body that looked frail and powerless, completely lacking any killing intent. Ha ha ha, what kind of worthless thing is that? I've never seen such a weak spirit beast before. The three beast tamers laughed so hard they doubled over, their laughter making the very air vibrate. Li Xingqian, however, observed with interest this spirit beast that had evolved from a shadow claw rat. Based on appearance alone, it indeed showed no signs of combat ability. Its thin limbs, dark skin, and humanoid silhouette all resembled a chronically malnourished child. Most beast tamers had probably never seen, let alone heard of, such a form. Long Yadin and Liang Bo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Just moments ago, they had seen this creature maintain its shadow claw rat appearance, measuring just over a foot long. Though its size hadn't dramatically increased, its entire structure had completely transformed. The spirit beast's skin was dark blue-black, blending seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. From a distance, its presence would be nearly imperceptible, but at such close range, both could clearly see that beneath its frail form lay a faint, ethereal divine radiance, the unique glow belonging to ancient wasteland creatures, merged with darkness and nearly impossible to detect without focused attention. Li Xingqian hadn't lied. He truly possessed a second ancient wasteland creature. Moreover, this ancient wasteland creature had evolved from an ordinary shadow claw rat. As for its current specific species, even the well-traveled Long Yadin couldn't identify it. Shadow-type spirit beasts were already rare to begin with. The shadow claw rat was barely recognizable, but in its current form, she had no idea what it had become. This spirit beast is called the Shadow Hunter. It appears humanoid, but it's actually a primate-type spirit beast, so from a distance, it looks like a thin, short human. Li Xingqian stood on the dim wasteland, patting the spirit beast beside him, and introduced with a smile to everyone. This is the evolutionary result of my second level of fate transformation, the Shadow Hunter. I love this name. It sounds like a top-tier assassin, which perfectly matches my original intention of purchasing a shadow-type spirit beast. Shadow Hunter? Is that the name of a spirit beast? A young man frowned. I've never heard of it. Another person nudged him. Big brother, have you heard of it? Both of them turned their gaze to their leader, only to see him standing frozen, pupils constricted, clearly shocked. After a moment, he said with a trembling voice, "So, this is the Shadow Hunter. Big brother, don't scare us. Is it really that impressive?" The leader tried to steady his emotions and whispered, "I heard that in the Great Wilderness Organization, there's a genius beast tamer who owns a Shadow Hunter. They say this type of spirit beast can merge into shadows at will, appear instantly, and take someone's head with a single strike. They silently bypass spirit beasts and directly target the beast tamer himself, earning them the title of Beast Tamer's Nemesis." As his words fell, his heart suddenly sank. The Shadow Hunter beside Li Xingqian had somehow vanished. Long Yadin and Liang Bo also showed expressions of horror. It was right there in front of them. How could it just disappear? The leader shouted urgently. "Quick, find a way to illuminate this place. Don't leave a single shadow." Without shadows, the Shadow Hunter has nowhere to hide. But this is wasteland far from the city center. There aren't even streetlights around here. How could we possibly dispel all the darkness? Both subordinates shouted almost simultaneously. Swoosh. A muffled sound of a blade cutting through air suddenly echoed. Warm liquid splashed onto the leader's neck, and his blood instantly turned cold. "Fire Tiger," he roared. "Burn with full power and light up the surroundings." The Fire Tiger roared, its entire body blazing with intensified flames, dispelling large patches of shadow nearby. Big brother, save me!" The other subordinate cried out desperately. The leader spun around, only to see the Shadow Hunter silently emerging from the shadows at the man's neck, a giant scythe gleaming coldly in its hand as it struck down. Blood sprayed, covering the leader's face in red. The Shadow Hunter made a throat-slitting gesture at him, its gaze ice-cold. After the two beast tamers were killed, their spirit beasts immediately went berserk and lunged at the Fire Tiger. The Fire Tiger roared continuously but couldn't break free for the moment. The leader was terrified beyond measure when he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind his head. He stiffly turned around. A scythe from the black shadow was already slashing down diagonally. His head flew up and rolled into the dust. In his dying vision, only resentment and hatred toward Li Xingqian remained. Long Yadin and Liang Bo were filled with rage, but couldn't utter a single word. Li Xingqian's Shadow Hunter was incredibly powerful, the nemesis of beast tamers in the dark night. The reputation is well-deserved. The Shadow Hunter's claws seemed to emerge from an invisible veil, turning the darkness into its hunting ground, harvesting lives in complete silence. It was hard to imagine who could escape its pursuit in such an environment. Compared to the three-tailed golden flame fox, the Shadow Hunter's terror lay not only in its destructive power, but more in its rarity. Information about shadow-type spirit beasts was extremely scarce, and people couldn't even explain how they completely merged their forms into shadows before suddenly striking with deadly precision. Long Yadin's gaze fell deeply upon Li Xingqian. This guy was far too abnormal. And grade little fire fox could steadily evolve into a three-tailed golden flame fox in his hands. Chen Xiushir's water toad was pushed by him to evolve into a heavenly frost ice toad. Even the boss's flying flower white steel pig could leap to become a golden flame three-flower pig. Now, the shadow claw rat had transformed into a Shadow Hunter under his control. His evolution success rate was ridiculously high, and it seemed completely replicable. This ability was simply terrifying. Liang Bo also widened his eyes, staring at Li Xingqian's back in disbelief. Was this really young Master Xingqian? He didn't understand how the young master had enabled the Shadow Claw rat to break through, but the facts were right before his eyes. Li Xingqian now possessed two 3-grade wasteland ancient clan beasts. At market prices, a single wasteland ancient clan cub was worth tens of thousands of spirit crystals, not to mention the resources needed to push them to 3rd grade. This meant that even without using a single cent of the Li family's support, young Master Xingqian had accumulated an astonishing fortune on his own. The Li family had misjudged. They had placed all their hopes on young Master Yueming, never expecting that the one truly lying low was young Master Xingqian. 18 years of enduring humiliation, and now finally came the moment of counterattack. That young master from the Chen family proclaimed everywhere about a genius's rebirth. These words couldn't be more fitting now. Except young Master Xingqian was probably even more brilliant. From the corner of his eye, Liang Bo caught sight of Long Yaden, the top-tier genius known as the only one to monopolize an entire grade level in Jinshan Township. Even her eyes were filled with shock, showing that Li Xingqian's performance had exceeded her understanding as well. After dealing with those 3 enemies, Li Xingqian immediately called to Little Fire Fox. Blazing flames supported wind wings, carrying the 3 of them swiftly away from the battlefield. The 3 4th-grade spirit beasts of the Great Wilderness Organization had now lost their masters and were falling into a rampage. Without beast tamers to restrain them, they were instead unleashing more primitive, pure destructive instincts. Their next move would inevitably be an instinctive attack on human settlements, which would become the military's problem. With their current strength, they were completely powerless to handle those 3 out-of-control spirit beasts and could barely preserve their own lives. Let's go rendezvous with Teacher Tang and the others first, Li Xingqian commanded while saying in a deep voice. I think they must be intercepted and trapped in some battle. Long Yaden made the suggestion, and Li Xingqian nodded in agreement. Their immediate priority was to reunite with Teacher Tang and the others as quickly as possible. Looking across the entire Jinshan Township, dozens of battlefields had emerged, large and small. Besides the numerous Grade 3 spirit beasts, the most eye-catching were the Grade 4 spirit beasts dominating the battles, along with 2 Grade 5 spirit beasts clashing in the sky above. Stay away from those 2 Grade 5 spirit beasts at all costs, Long Yaden whispered as a reminder. If not for the military commander-level beast tamers forcibly drawing the battle circle to the city's edge, the central area of Jinshan Township would likely have been reduced to ruins already. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian felt his scalp tingle. Those 2 Grade 5 spirit beasts were like 2 moving 100-meter buildings, their overwhelming pressure blanketing the entire urban area. In comparison, the fighting between Grade 3 and 4 spirit beasts seemed like children's play. We don't need to worry about the battles between Grade 5 beast tamers, Long Yaden added. Beast tamers capable of commanding military forces are no ordinary individuals. Even if their opponent comes from the Great Wilderness Organization, they're most likely no match for the military commander. What truly worried her was the confrontation between Grade 4 beast tamers. The number of Grade 4 beast tamers the Great Wilderness Organization had deployed this time already exceeded the total local count in Jinshan Township. If this tier quickly determined a victor, Jinshan Township might fall directly tonight. Li Xingqian was shaken to his core. With his current understanding, it was hard to imagine that a city district with administrative status could fall so easily, yet the current battle situations everywhere were indeed extremely perilous. By the shores of Jinshan Lake, fierce winds whipped up waves. Tang Iran's wind blade Crimson Fire Wolf was surrounded by 3 Grade 4 spirit beasts, forced to step into the lake water with both paws. With hissing sounds, the crimson flames were extinguished the moment they touched the water's surface, sending up clouds of white steam. Tang Iran, I was quite surprised when I heard that people from Shinto had appeared in this godforsaken Jinshan Township, spoke a young beast tamer with blue-purple long hair from across the way, his voice lazy, yet carrying familiar mockery. Later I learned that you're actually the only official member. Those 2 beside you are just outsiders you brought in, aren't they? Tang Iran's brow furrowed slightly. The opponent was right. The Shinto Guild couldn't possibly dispatch a full, organized team for a grassroots battlefield. Meng San and Brother Jun were just friends she had recruited, not official members. The young man pressed closer step by step. He was no simple opponent originally from Hongchuan Township. He had been hailed as the most brilliant local talent 5 years ago, holding a status equivalent to Long Yaden in Jinshan Township. But after being captured by the Great Wilderness Organization, when he reappeared in public, he had become one of their most loyal members. Tang Iran, I heard back then that you were a somewhat famous talent in Fengdu City, but unfortunately never had the chance to spar with you. The young man's lips curved into a smile. Originally, I wanted to persuade you to join the Great Wilderness Organization. Later you chose the Shinto Guild. That's not bad either. Except Shinto ultimately can't compare to the Great Wilderness. So the path you chose might be the wrong one. The purple-haired young man spread his arms wide. Come on, it's not too late to awaken now. If you join the Great Wilderness Organization, you can receive the same recognition I have. Surely you can see the gap in strength between us now. Maybe you were stronger than me 5 years ago, but you're no match for me anymore." His eyes flickered with pale purple lightning, brimming with confidence as if victory was already written in stone. Tang Iran's brow furrowed deeply. The Great Wilderness Organization had even deployed this reserve-level genius, clearly determined to claim either Jinkin Village or Long Yaden at any cost. She weighed the situation silently. Long Yaden possessed the kind of talent worth dozens of top-tier beast tamers, as evidenced by this purple-haired youth's rapid growth. She looked toward the villa, where the earlier intense commotion had fallen silent. The enemy had sent 5 fourth-rank beast tamers, while only Long Yaden and Li Xingqian remained there. The disparity in combat power was overwhelming. Long Yaden had likely been captured, and Li Xingqian was probably in grave danger. "Meng San, Jungu, can you still fight?" she whispered. Meng San's massive sword lay broken in 3 pieces, wounds covering his entire body. Relying solely on physical strength to clash with 4th-rank spirit beasts, he could burst with matching power briefly, but his endurance was ultimately insufficient. Human limitations were now magnified infinitely. Junji's vine spirit beast could sense and bind, belonging to a rare category, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the purple-haired youth's uncommon thunder-type spirit beast. That thunder beast had not only evolved to 4th rank, but maintained great aptitude, with electric light dancing between its scales and water vapor crackling into arcs around its body. The other 2 great wilderness beast tamers accompanying the purple-haired youth also commanded a great spirit beasts, making the situation even more dire. Now Tang Iran was left to support them almost single-handedly. Her wind blade Crimson Fire Wolf was forced into the water, its fire attributes completely suppressed in the aquatic environment. Meanwhile, the Thunder Spirit Beast's momentum surged due to electrical conductivity, sending currents racing across the water's surface in pursuit, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning and steam. Meng San and Jun Ge felt utterly frustrated, unable to help Tang Iran escape as her teammates, wishing they could trade their lives for even a sliver of hope for her survival. Meng San even swore silently. If someone could save Tang Iran now, he would gladly serve them for the rest of his life. "I can still fight." Meng San gasped heavily, raising his broken blade. "I'll carve out a bloody path for you. Take Jun Ge and leave. This terrain is too disadvantageous for us. We must break free immediately." Meng San volunteered himself for the task. Tang Iran took a long, deep look at Meng San. She knew exactly what he was thinking, but she didn't try to stop him. What would be the point of stopping him? The situation was far too dire for them. If this standoff continued, none of the 3 would escape, and Zijian would surely finish them all off. To prevent the entire team from being wiped out, someone had to step forward. "Huh, you follow the martial path. What makes you think you can carve out a bloody escape route for her?" Zijian sneered as he looked Meng San up and down. Since Meng San wasn't a beast tamer, he was practically worthless in combat in Zidian's eyes. "I still have to try." Meng San snorted coldly, gripping his broken sword with both hands. The blade hummed as a sharp burst of energy exploded outward, using his mortal flesh to force out his true chi. This very ability was why he could serve as Tang Iran's teammate. Meng San charged toward the thunder python, hoping to catch it off guard and use his broken sword to slice through the serpent's body, creating an opening for Tang Iran's Crimson Wind Wolf. But before he could get close, the thunder python flicked its tongue and shot out a brilliant purple lightning arc. 1,000 volts of electricity instantly engulfed Meng San. The sounds of convulsing muscles and the smell of burning flesh erupted simultaneously. Even spirit beasts would struggle to endure such power, let alone a human. "Ah!" Meng San screamed in agony, yet he forced himself forward step by step through the lightning. Tang Iran and Brother Jun could barely watch at this rate. Meng San would be reduced to ash by the thunder before he even reached the python. Zidian's eyes were full of mockery. "Tang Iran, this is your teammate? Pathetically weak. If you joined the Great Wilderness Organization, we'd give you better companions. I might even team up with you myself. Just imagine how terrifying we'd be together." Tang Iran snorted coldly and patted her Crimson Wind Wolf's neck. The wolf swept its tail, sending dozens of crimson flame-wreathed wind blades slicing through the air, severing the thunder python's lightning arc and allowing Meng San to break free. Zidian's face darkened at having his attack broken. "Since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for what comes next. Attack together. Tear her Crimson Wind Wolf to shreds." The other 2 beast tamers obeyed immediately, commanding their spirit beasts to charge. One was an earth attribute mountain suppressing turtle, the other a poison attribute blood venom scorpion. The truly deadly one was the blood venom scorpion, which used the turtle's earth tremor ability to burrow underground, then suddenly thrust its venom-dripping stinger up through the surface. The Crimson Wind Wolf had already fallen victim to this combination attack. One of its hind legs remained numb, which was why they'd been forced to retreat to the water's edge. Rumble, the mountain-suppressing turtle's earth tremor, activated again, causing mounds of earth to suddenly bulge up from the ground. The blood venom scorpion hid among them, making it impossible to tell which mound concealed the venomous stinger. Crimson Wind Wolf. Tang Iran shouted. The wolf's tail whipped frantically, sending waves of crimson wind blades sweeping across the area, slicing the mounds flat. Brother June controlled vines to root themselves around the perimeter, trying to reinforce the ground and limit the turtle's earth-moving abilities. But the grade 4 rank giant turtle's strength far exceeded that of the vines. The restraining effect was negligible. As the cracks and mounds in the ground drew closer and closer, Tang Iran gritted her teeth. Was this really where it would all end for her? Tang Iran abandoned all hope. At this moment, no one can save you unless you're willing to join the Great Wilderness Organization. Before Zidian could finish speaking, an urgent shout suddenly cut through the night wind. Teacher Tang, are you over there? Tang Iran whipped around toward the voice, her pupils contracting. That familiar voice belonged to Li Xingqian. Everyone around them turned toward the sound in unison. Under the pitch-black night sky, 3 clusters of dancing golden flames tore through the darkness, rapidly approaching. The flames touched down, revealing graceful and agile figures, 3-tailed golden flame foxes. You're Li Xingqian, the top graduate from today's practical exam at Golden Silkworm Village? And Long Yadan too. Zidian raised an eyebrow, surprise evident in his expression. How could they possibly be here? The beast tamer of the mountain-suppressing turtle immediately exclaimed. Did our people on that side fail? Impossible. Including the wandering snake who just joined them. They had 5 grade 4 beast tamers over there. How could they let these 2 grade 3s escape? Tang Iran felt equally shocked. She had sensed earlier that the battle on the other side had stopped and had assumed Li Xingqian and Long Yadan had been defeated. Yet now she saw both of them appearing unharmed. Could they have actually defeated their opponents? How had they managed that? Zidian sneered, his voice carrying disdainful echoes. It doesn't matter what happened. Since you've come here to die, I'll grant your wish. 2 grade 3 beast tamer 7. If you each control ancient wilderness clans, what difference can you make? Tang Iran sighed and urged them gravely. Xingqian, Yadan, don't worry about us. Leave immediately and bring the military. All 3 of them are elite grade 4 beast tamers. Li Xingqian and Long Yadan exchanged glances but made no move to leave. Tang Iran grew anxious and turned directly to Long Yadan. Yadan, you understand the situation better than anyone. You two are no match for them. Staying here is pointless. Take Li Xingqian and go quickly. You're the target of the Great Wilderness Organization this time. Long Yadan remained calm. Teacher Tang, battles have erupted across all areas of Golden Silkworm Village. Though the military beast tamers have deployed in full force, they're still at a disadvantage, and virtually no one can come to our aid. We're here to fight alongside you. Fight alongside. Tang Iran frowned. Even someone as rational as Long Yadan seemed unusually stubborn at this moment. Even counting Long Yadan's sparrow dragon and Li Xingqian's 3-tailed golden flame fox, they would struggle against the mountain-suppressing turtle and blood-poisoned scorpion. The 2 of them together might not even be able to hold off one of those beasts. Li Xingqian nodded firmly. That's right, Teacher Tang. We're here to help you. Not to call for backup. Calling for help would be too late. Ha ha ha. Zidian burst into laughter. Tang Iran, they call you teacher. Are these the students you've taught? They can't see the gap in power despite knowing they're outmatched. It seems you failed as a teacher too. Before Tang Iran could speak, Li Xingqian immediately retorted angrily. What do you know? Teacher Tang is an excellent teacher. The first practical lesson she taught us was this: if you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, you must find a way to escape at all costs. That's the top priority. Oh, you're quite protective of your teacher. Zidian chuckled lightly, her gaze carrying a hint of mockery. Then why aren't you running? Li Xingqian smiled as well. Because I don't think you're unbeatable opponents. What? Zidian was stunned, then looked down at the 3-tailed golden flame fox at Li Xingqian's feet. With your 3rd grade wasteland ancient beast? Tang Iran, Long Yadan, and Liang Bo exchanged glances, equally puzzled by Li Xingqian's confidence. Tang Iran secretly observed Long Yadan, wanting to see her reaction. Surprisingly, the usually cautious Long Yadan showed no sign of alarm at this seemingly boastful statement. There was even a hint of agreement flickering in her eyes. What was going on? Li Xingqian smiled slightly, but remained silent. No one noticed that a small figure had quietly slipped from behind the 3-tailed golden flame fox into the darkness. The night became its perfect camouflage. The shadow hunter's form seemed to merge with the shadows, moving with incredible speed, without even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. At this moment, even Long Yadan and Liang Bo weren't sure if the shadow hunter had begun its move. Only Li Xingqian could clearly sense its position through their contract. His first target for the shadow hunter wasn't Zidian. Zidian's thunder python was surrounded by intense lightning power that could shock the shadow hunter out of the shadows at the slightest approach. The first target wasn't the beast master of the mountain-suppressing turtle either. Although the mountain-suppressing turtle posed little threat to Tang Iran's group, it could provide cover for the blood-poisoned scorpion to lurk underground and potentially deliver a fatal surprise attack. Li Xingqian ultimately chose the blood-poisoned scorpion's beast master as his primary target. The blood-poisoned scorpion was currently hiding behind the dust clouds kicked up by the mountain-suppressing turtles' earth tremors. Li Xingqian calculated that if he eliminated the blood-poisoned scorpion's beastmaster now, the creature would likely lose control and turn to attack the nearby mountain-suppressing turtle. The blood-poisoned scorpion's beastmaster had a pale complexion and sinister expression, giving off an aura of cold malice. His gaze was dark as he dismissed the suddenly appeared Li Xingqian, still focusing intently on the battle, waiting for the right moment to command his scorpion to ambush the wind-blade crimson fire wolf. Suddenly, a chill crept up the back of his neck. Instinctively turning around, he caught a glimpse of a blue-black shadow flashing by, thinking it was just his imagination. The next second, an ice-cold sensation spread instantly. He reached up to touch his neck, and his hand came away covered in blood. How could? Before he could finish speaking, his head had already rolled from his neck. Only then did the other two beastmasters realize their companion was dead. Simultaneously, the now uncontrolled blood-poisoned scorpion became violently agitated, its venomous tail stinger striking viciously at the nearby mountain-suppressing turtle. The turtle bellowed in pain, and even its earth tremors ceased. Indeed, the turn of events happened so suddenly that even Tang Yiran couldn't react in time. It wasn't until Li Xingqian shouted at her that she finally snapped back to reality and commanded her wind-blade crimson firewolf to break through the mountain-suppressing turtle's blockade. The mountain-suppressing turtle's greatest asset was its rock-walthic armor, which could withstand even the full-force attacks of fourth-grade spirit beasts. Unless it faced lightning attribute attacks with strong penetrating power, other physical moves could barely leave a scratch. Just when everyone thought the situation would reach a stalemate, the blood-poisoned scorpion suddenly raised its tail stinger and struck viciously at the mountain-suppressing turtle's unguarded tail base. Dark red venom seeped into its bloodstream like a burning fuse, and agonized wails echoed from within the massive shell. Under excruciating pain, the mountain-suppressing turtle completely ignored its beast tamer's commands and instinctively retracted its head and limbs into its shell. The ground tremors ceased accordingly. By losing its mobility, it had essentially locked itself into a natural cauldron. Tang Yiran seized the opportunity to have her Windblade Crimson Firewolf launch an offensive, unleashing over 100 Crimson Fireblades in succession. Blazing flames immediately rose around the turtle's shell, engulfing even the blood-poisoned scorpion in rolling heat waves. Zidian, quickly, have your Thunder Python save my mountain-suppressing turtle, the turtle's beast tamer shouted anxiously. Zidian merely frowned. At that moment, he was in perfect sync with his Thunder Python, his entire body wrapped in electric arcs. But his attention was focused on the battle's periphery earlier. He had caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure darting into the darkness. That was a shadow-type spirit beast. Capable of freely traversing shadows and extremely difficult to detect, it was one of the most feared existences among all beast tamers. He ignored the mountain-suppressing turtle's plea for help and instead narrowed his eyes to study Li Xingqian and Long Yaden. Whose shadow-type spirit beast was it? His gaze finally locked onto Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian's earlier confidence clearly stemmed from this. Is it yours? Zidian lowered his voice, electricity crackling at his fingertips. We investigated you and know you underwent origin fusion with the three-tailed golden flame fox. You were so eager to obtain the Academy's assigned spirit beast, was it just to make way for the shadow-type spirit beast? But how did you manage to elevate a shadow-type spirit beast to this level in such a short time? Zidian's curiosity grew stronger. He had encountered many shadow-type spirit beasts, but most were hardly impressive. Only upon reaching 3rd grade could they stably utilize their shadow abilities, which was precisely the fundamental barrier preventing many beast tamers from choosing shadow-type spirit beasts. Now, Li Xingqian had clearly enabled his shadow spirit beast to break through to 3rd grade. Whether it was higher, he couldn't tell, could only catch glimpses of shadows in the darkness, unable to discern even its specific form. In the battle circle, Tang Yiran continued commanding her Windblade Crimson Firewolf to incinerate the mountain-suppressing turtle and blood-poisoned scorpion while secretly observing Li Xingqian. She understood perfectly Li Xingqian had initially bought only an 5th grade Shadow Claw rat at a low price from a vendor, and she had even advised him not to harbor unrealistic expectations, thinking that creature wouldn't be of much help. But now it seemed she had underestimated Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian wasn't acting on impulse from the very beginning. He was confident that the Shadow Claw rat could become a valuable asset to his combat strength. Li Xingqian, take out that beast tamer. Tang Yiran's sharp command rang out from the edge of the battle circle. Her strategy was crystal clear. Once the Jinhua Mountain Turtle's tamer was eliminated, the turtle would temporarily lose control due to damage to its origin source, allowing the Windblade Crimson Firewolf to seize the opportunity and finish off the steel behemoth. Li Xingqian nodded slightly, his gaze turning cold. Shadow Hunter. A pitch-black silhouette stretched soundlessly, and in the next second, the Shadow Hunter had already leaped through the air to appear behind the Jinhua Mountain Turtle's tamer. However, the tamer had been prepared. A layer of deep green turtle's hell armor quickly materialized across his body, fitting against his skin like rock strata. The Shadow Hunter's obsidian scythe, pulled from the shadows, struck down heavily with sparks flying, but could only leave a shallow scratch on what appeared to be thick armor-like skin. The Shadow Hunter's scythe excelled at cutting through flesh and blood, but once the opponent had any solid protection, its sharpness was immediately diminished. The Jinhua Mountain Turtle's tamer chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with mockery. Kid, you're still too green. You should have killed me immediately instead of just thinking about having the blood-poison scorpion ambush the Jinhua Mountain Turtle. Once I activate my origin defense, your Shadow Hunter can't touch me. With this failed strike, Li Xingqian frowned darkly. He had indeed miscalculated the beast tamer's reaction. Speed, his lack of experience, had allowed his opponent to complete their defenses in advance. Over the following dozens of seconds, the Shadow Hunter repeatedly appeared, vanished, and struck again, but the turtle's hell armor wrapped the tamer so tightly that there were virtually no gaps. Don't rush. Tang Yiran's voice came through the tactical earpiece. His origin skill may be connected to the Jinhua Mountain Turtle, but no matter how high the defense, it's not absolutely unsolvable. The most terrifying thing about shadow-type spirit beasts is their unpredictability. The more they appear, the less intimidating they become. Pull back the frequency and wait for the opportunity to reveal itself. Outside the arena, Long Yadan quietly observed this scene. Teacher Tang's attention to Li Xingqian was clearly different from before, even faintly surpassing her treatment of this dragon family prodigy. It wasn't really surprising. Li Xingqian was this year's most brilliant talent from Jinkan Township, and his extensive evolution knowledge had nearly eliminated the supposed shortcomings in beast-taming talent. But at this moment, Li Xingqian was becoming somewhat restless. The Shadow Hunter had attacked dozens of times, with each scythe strike stopping at that turtle's hell exterior, completely blocked. He had originally placed high hopes on the Shadow Hunter, but now found himself repeatedly hitting walls. Long Yadan sighed inwardly. Perhaps the early smooth sailing had given Li Xingqian the wrong impression. Possessing a beast-tamer killer didn't mean he could dominate the rankings at will. This Jinhua Mountain Turtle's tamer had taught Li Xingqian a lesson. I'll have Sparrow Dragon assist you, Long Yadan suggested, as they clearly held the advantage overall. At that moment, the Jinhua Mountain Turtle and its beast master had both retreated into their thick shells, adopting a completely defensive posture. Meanwhile, Tang Yiran's Windblade Crimson Fire Wolf was locked in combat with the purple-haired youth's Purple Lightning Python, holding its ground without falling behind. This left Long Yadan's Sparrow Dragon and Li Xingqian's Three-Tailed Golden Flame Fox as free combat forces working together. Hunting down the Jinhua Mountain Turtle's beast master wouldn't be difficult. No, I want Shadow Hunter to take him down solo. Li Xingqian shook his head firmly, his tone leaving almost no room for negotiation. He understood this insistence might seem stubborn, but he also knew this was the perfect opportunity to synchronize with Shadow Hunter. Only Real combat could quickly reveal Shadow Hunter's battle rhythm and rapidly improve their compatibility. Long Yadan frowned. Li Xingqian was too independent, always wanting to solve everything alone. But since he insisted, she could only redirect Sparrow Dragon to support Tang Yiran's Windblade Crimson Fire Wolf. Li Xingqian's mind stirred, and he immediately called out to Sangqiong in his heart, attached Sangqiong's power to Shadow Hunter. Today, the little fox had already enjoyed Sangqiong's power once, but Shadow Hunter had yet to benefit. He finally understood there was no need to be stingy with Sangqiong's power. He should attach it whenever possible, because during attachment, compatibility increased 100-fold. As long as compatibility soared, even with just one beast seal, he could achieve the effects of 2 or even 3 beast seals. Sangqiong's power descended from above, instantly enveloping Shadow Hunter. Others couldn't sense the change, but Li Xingqian clearly perceived it. Shadow Hunter moved even faster through the shadows, its form flashing like black mist. Unfortunately, its shadow scythe was still blocked by the thick shell, unable to break through the Jinhua Mountain Turtle Beast Master's defense. He recalled Teacher Tang's reminder. The Jinhua Mountain Turtle Beast Master's innate skill granted him the turtle's defensive power. However, just like a real Jinhua Mountain Turtle achieved near-absolute defense when fully retracted into its shell, once the shell couldn't completely cover the body, defense would be significantly weakened. Perhaps this principle applied to the Beastmaster as well. With this thought, Li Xingqian studied the Jinhua Mountain Turtle Beast Master carefully. He discovered that while the shell patterns on the man's body appeared seamlessly connected, tiny gaps were actually hidden between them, gaps most people mistook for mere texture. There, he thought, directing Shadow Hunter to target those gaps. Powered by Sangqiong's force, Shadow Hunter silently merged into the shadows, then suddenly leaped out the next second, its black scythe striking precisely at the most minute weakness. With a squelch, the blade embedded deeply into the gap. Ah! The Jinhua Mountain Turtle Beast Master let out a piercing wail, never expecting his opponent to find his weakness so quickly. In panic, he called to the purple-haired youth for help. Save me. However, the Purple Lightning Python was being attacked from both sides by the Windblade Crimson Fire Wolf and Sparrow Dragon, its scales scorched black by flames and lightning scattered. It had no capacity to help. If not for the thunder python's thick hide, it might have already been burned through by the flames. The Jinhua mountain turtle beast master could only remain trapped in his rigid defenses, being savagely slashed by the shadow hunter. Blood poured from his wounds like a fountain, creating a truly pitiful sight. The shadow hunter's dark blade repeatedly tore through his defenses, and his blood formed glaring spots under the moonlight. In the end, this beast master who was once hailed as an impenetrable fortress finally collapsed with a thunderous crash and fell silent. Long Yaden withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Li Xingqian had done it. Tonight, several fourth-rank beast masters had already fallen at Li Xingqian's feet. Such a record was rare even among third-rank practitioners, something even she had never achieved. What concerned her more was that Li Xingqian's spirit beast seemed to always unleash power completely different from its usual strength at critical moments. That sudden and fierce dominance was truly chilling. Tang Yuan, you've won today. Zidian knew the situation was beyond salvage. Seeing that only he remained on his side, he wouldn't linger even for half a breath. His thunder python crashed through an opening with tremendous force, and he himself vanished into the night like lightning. Long Yaden wanted to pursue, but Tang Iran stopped her. Dealing with a fourth-rank ancient wasteland clan member was no easy task, especially since Zidian had received resource support from the Great Wasteland organization, making his thunder python incredibly resilient. Tang Iran's judgment was to take the long view and first deal with the still rampaging Jinhua mountain turtle and blood-poison scorpion. Following her command, everyone surrounded the beasts. After a fierce battle lasting a full quarter hour, they finally slaughtered the berserk Jinhua mountain turtle and blood-poison scorpion completely. The air was filled with a mixture of burnt and sickeningly sweet scents. Only then did Tang Iran breathe a long sigh of relief before turning her attention to Li Xingqian. When did you evolve your shadow claw rat into a shadow hunter? I remember shadow hunters are extremely rare ancient wasteland clan creatures. Among all the major factions currently, only the Great Wasteland organization has succeeded in this. Li Xingqian's heart suddenly tightened. The question had finally come. Today, he had obtained the shadow claw rat for the first time, and in less than a few hours, he had elevated it to a third-rank ancient wasteland clan creature. This was indeed difficult not to arouse suspicion. He paused, then steeled himself to explain. Actually, I had been researching shadow hunter evolution for a long time. I had prepared all the materials in advance, just waiting for a shadow claw rat to come into my hands. So you were 100% confident it would evolve successfully from the start? Tang Iran pressed. I wouldn't say 100%, Li Xingqian pretended to recall. I once read a book that detailed the steps for evolving a shadow claw rat into a shadow hunter. If it were a different shadow-type spirit beast, that method wouldn't work. Was it a book from the Intermediate Academy Library? Tang Iran narrowed her eyes. I forgot exactly where I saw it. Li Xingqian shrugged. Tang Iran asked no more questions. Everyone actually understood that Li Xingqian's words were half-true. At best, his strength came from some unspeakable secret. In this era, who didn't have their trump cards? Since he was unwilling to speak, no one felt comfortable pressing further. Liang Bo's eyes were now red with emotion. Who could have imagined that the young master from years past had now grown so powerful? Tonight, the number of fourth-rank beast masters who had died at Li Xingqian's hands already exceeded the total number of fourth-rank practitioners the Li family currently possessed. If Li Xingqian considered the Li family his enemy, the Li family would probably be destroyed in an instant. It was such a pity that the lady had passed away early and couldn't witness the young master's mighty rise with her own eyes. Tang Yuan surveyed the smoke-filled golden silkworm village and said, you should find somewhere to hide. The Great Wasteland organization's real target is the various talents. As long as they can't find you, they'll retreat. They have no interest in conquering Golden Silkworm Village. She paused for a moment, then added with a grave expression. On our way here, we saw several fourth-rank beast masters besieging the Li family. The Great Wasteland organization is extremely interested in Li Yuming aside from Long Yaden. He's the most outstanding beast master talent in Golden Silkworm Village. Since they can't capture Long Yaden, they'll probably do everything in their power to take Li Yuming away. Li Xingqian frowned slightly. Hadn't the Li family already been targeted once? Yes, Butler Liang explained in a low voice. Last night was just a training exercise by the Great Wilderness Organization. They deliberately let the Li family lower their guard after one failure. The Li family would naturally assume that young Master Yuming was out of danger. But this is exactly the Great Wilderness Organization's usual tactic. First they ease up, then they strike with thunderous force to crush their opponents. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice into the hall, casting cold white light across Li Xingqian's profile as he remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. Butler Liang stood beside him, clenching and unclenching his fists, wanting to speak, but hesitating. He knew young Master Xingqian harbored resentment toward the Li family, and he also knew the Li family had indeed been heartless over the years, but it seemed only young Master Xingqian could save the Li family now. Before the words could leave his lips, Li Xingqian said coldly, the Li family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Hearing this resolute tone, Butler Liang could only sigh helplessly. He was merely a steward, had the right to advise, but no stronger position from which to pressure his young master. Young Master Xingqian, Butler Liang persisted. The Li family was indeed excessive toward you back then, but they are still the family that gave birth to you and raised you. Their decision was made out of desperation. A once legendary beast tamer family can now only cling to survival through ancient glory. When they finally saw a glimmer of hope in young Master Yueming, they made mistakes. This is understandable. If you want understanding, let others understand. Li Xingqian's voice turned ice cold. Who will understand me? Was my birth a mistake? Is my natural dual beast seal a sin? The moment the Li family stripped away one of my beast seals, I owed them nothing. With those words, he turned away decisively, giving Butler Liang no chance to continue his persuasion. Butler Liang stood frozen in place, his chest heaving, left with only a deep sigh. On the other side of the living room, Long Yadin and Tang Iran exchanged glances. Tang Iran stepped forward, her tone steady. Li Xingqian, we outsiders may not see the full picture of what happened in the past. Perhaps even you don't possess the complete truth. I only hope you won't regret today's decision. The Li family's current crisis will not be easy to overcome. With that, she left alone to support other strongholds. Meng San and Brother Jun remained at Tang Iran's villa to recover from their injuries. Having just experienced an intense battle, this villa was unlikely to be targeted again by the Great Wilderness Organization in the short term, making it a temporarily safe refuge. Late at night, in a second-floor guest room, Li Xingqian sat by the window, staring at the cold moon in contemplation, his fingertips lightly tapping the window frame. Light footsteps echoed in the hallway as Long Yadin leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. I hate my family too, she said bluntly. That hatred is probably no less than yours. But if the Long family were in danger today, I would still act to help them. Li Xingqian turned around, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you here to persuade me to? That depends on how you interpret it. Long Yadin met his gaze directly. I just think you might not truly hate the Li family. You're more like a neglected child ignored for over a decade, overshadowed by your so-called genius brother. What you really want might not be the Li family's destruction, but to stand before them as a powerful figure and tell them they've been wrong all these years. Li Xingqian remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly stood up. That's actually not a bad idea. Now that I've finally become this powerful, I should at least show them what I'm capable of before they're destroyed. Let them see what a true genius looks like. Without hesitation, he leaped through the open window. The wind howled outside as Long Yadin watched his swift figure disappear, a faint smile playing at her lips. Butler Liang entered the room with a solemn expression. Miss Long, thank you. Without your guidance, given young Master Xingqian's personality, he would have watched the Li family fall and spent the rest of his life consumed by guilt. Long Yadin shook her head slightly. He just needed a way to save face. Boys remain boys until they die. Give them a reasonable excuse, and they'll naturally know what to do. Butler Liang felt deeply moved. As young Master Yueming's steward, he knew better than anyone how Yueming had been pursuing Long Yadin, yet she remained cold toward him while treating Xingqian like a casual friend. Despite his mixed feelings, he immediately hurried after Li Xingqian, struggling to keep pace. When they reached the Li family estate, the once magnificent compound lay in ruins, trampled by massive beasts. Collapsed walls and charred beams were scattered everywhere, blood and broken tiles intermingled, and the air reeked of sickening sweetness. Countless clan members lay among the debris, their fate unknown. Outside the courtyard, beast tamers from the Great Wilderness Organization stood in formation, their black robes fluttering in unison. 7 dark figures created a suffocating sense of oppression. Just as Tang Iran had predicted, the Great Wilderness Organization was determined to capture Li Yueming. Only 3 fourth-rank beast tamers remained to defend the Li family. It should have been 4, but Butler Liang had come with Li Xingqian. Li Yueming was nowhere to be seen, clearly protected by the clan elders who would guard their last hope with their lives. The devastating scene stirred Li Xingqian's emotions. Butler Liang whispered, Young Master Xingqian. Li Xingqian raised his hand to stop him. I know. The Li family has placed all their hopes on Li Yueming. Though his words were calm, his expression showed acceptance. He had decided never to return to Jinshan village or the Li family. If Yueming could support the clan, perhaps that wasn't such a bad thing. He gestured, and the shadow hunter instantly melted into the surrounding darkness, its presence completely concealed. Past experience had taught him that once enemies became alert, even the shadow hunter would struggle to succeed, so the first strike had to achieve maximum impact. This had to be a decisive blow. On the battlefield, Li Lishan's spirit beast stepped forward, a 4th-rank wolf with silver-gray fur, sleek lines, and a robust yet elegant frame that radiated the fierce authority of an alpha. Across from them, a great wilderness beast tamer in a black cloak spoke in a hoarse voice, his face hidden in shadow as he studied the wolf. Truly worthy of the Li family's most promising candidate for legendary status in the previous generation. And a great wolf beast, you must have invested considerable effort to evolve it to this level. As he finished speaking, his own spirit beast appeared, also fourth rank, but an ancient wasteland sub-dragon with bulging muscles, far more imposing than Li Lishan's wolf. Li Lishan's expression grew grave. Against 7 fourth-rank beast tamers, if they couldn't break through, the Li family would perish today. Just as both sides reached the breaking point. Flash, flash, 2 streaks of dark light simultaneously cut across the battlefield. In the great wilderness formation, 2 fourth-rank beast tamers' heads were instantly severed by blade-like shadows, blood spraying high into the air. Time seemed frozen as everyone's movements stopped mid-action. When Li Lishan saw the figure on the wall, he was completely stunned. Xingqian. Li Lishan's first reaction was to immediately scold Liang Bo beside him. Old Liang, what kind of steward are you? How could you possibly let Xingqian come here at a time like this? He thought about how everyone had already paid a heavy price to prevent Yue Ming from being captured. Yet Liang Bo had brought Xingqian right under the nose of the Great Wilderness Organization. It was like delivering a lamb to the wolves. Before Liang Bo could explain, members of the Great Wilderness Organization were already letting out contemptuous laughter. What a pleasant surprise. Let's deal with this guy first. Although this kid's beast-taming talent is weak, he managed to evolve an great spirit beast into an ancient wasteland clan creature. Our superiors are very interested in his beast seal and are preparing to extract it for research. Before the words had finished, another head hit the ground heavily, blood splattering on the grass leaves as the metallic scent instantly spread. Combined with the previous 2 corpses, in just a few breaths, 3 fourth-grade beast tamers had died silently, without even catching a glimpse of their killer. Under the moonlight, Li Lishan and several Li family elders' pupils contracted sharply as they seemed to catch sight of a pitch-black shadow streaking past the corpses. A shadow-type spirit beast? This thought flickered in their minds, but the rarity of shadow-type beasts made it hard for them to believe that Li Xingqian or Liang Bo could possess such a creature. With the 3 fourth-grade beast tamers down, their contracted 4th-grade spirit beasts immediately lost control, roaring as they turned to attack their companions. Strike now, Li Xingqian roared. Liang Bo immediately summoned his stone bear beast, its massive fist crashing into the shoulder blade of the Great Wilderness Organization's 4th-grade wolf beast with an audible crack of breaking bones. The Great Wilderness Organization's overwhelming advantage was instantly reversed. What's happening? How did those 3 die? Someone screamed in terror. Since the dead were at the back of the formation, those in front hadn't seen the process at all. They only saw heads rolling, leaving them completely bewildered. It seems like a shadow-type spirit beast did it. Ridiculous. We investigated the beast tamer capabilities in Jinshan Township beforehand. No one possesses a shadow-type spirit beast. Another person whispered, unable to suppress their trembling. However, there's intelligence from Fengdu City. And F-grade Shadow Claw Rat was purchased from the spirit beast breeding facility, whereabouts unknown. An F-grade Shadow Claw Rat. The middle-aged man leading them furrowed his brow deeply. That's just a juvenile that only arrived in Jinshan Township last night. How could it instantly kill 3 4th-grade beast tamers? The Great Wilderness Organization was clearly showing signs of wavering, their previously orderly formation revealing gaps. The Li family members all turned to look at Li Xingqian in unison, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief. Could it be that he hadn't come here to die, but to rescue them? That Li Xingqian, who had been called worthless for over a decade and abandoned by the clan, had actually become their hope at this moment? This meant that Li Xingqian now not only possessed the 3-tailed golden flame fox, but might even have a shadow-type spirit beast as well. And he took out 3 grade 4 beast tamers from the Great Wilderness Organization right off the bat? Li Lishan's heart trembled with shock. Frenzied spirit beasts never distinguished between friend and foe, and this should have been an uncontrollable disaster. Yet at this moment, when the Li family was at a complete disadvantage, it had unexpectedly become the weight that could tip the scales. What shocked him even more was that the one who had orchestrated all this was Li Xingqian, who had previously been dismissed by everyone. What exactly had Li Xingqian experienced in just a few short months? At this moment, his performance had far exceeded everyone's expectations, even overwhelming Li Yueming in terms of presence. The Li family had poured all their resources into Li Yueming, yet now he could only lie low. In contrast, Li Xingqian had taken the initiative, instantly dealing heavy damage to powerful enemies and achieving remarkable military feats. Coordinate with Xingqian and launch a counterattack. Li Lishan suddenly roared his command. Following the order, the Li family's beast tamers seized the opening and pressed forward with full force. Li Lishan's gray wolf howled as it pounced toward the middle-aged man's much larger subdragon. The power gap was obvious, and the wolf beast was still being forcibly suppressed, but Uncle Liang's stone bear beast turned and blocked in front of the wolf. The stone bear beast was massive with a jagged shell and wall-like defense. It raised its entire rock-like body upright, forcibly serving as a shield. Cooperating with the wolf beast in a two-known fight, they finally stabilized the situation. The other beast tamers from the Great Wilderness Organization wanted to provide support, But they first had to deal with those 3 rampaging Grade 4 spirit beasts while constantly guarding against sneak attacks from Shadow-type spirit beasts. Night had fallen, shadows were like ink, and shadow spirits lurked within them. One moment of carelessness could cost them their heads. In the darkness, Shadow-type spirit beasts were simply a nightmare for beast tamers. Take out that kid first. His Shadow-type spirit beast is too much of a hindrance. We can't keep defending against sneak attacks forever, the Subdragon beast tamer coldly commanded. Hitting upon the key point of the battlefield, Li Xingqian was currently the greatest threat. Li Xingqian's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't expected them to be so decisive. There were other Grade 4 beast tamers on the field, yet they had specifically locked onto him, a mere Grade 3, as their primary target for elimination. Young Master Xingqian, run quickly! Uncle Liang cried out in alarm. His stone bear beast was working together with the wolf beast to tie down the subdragon and couldn't return to help. Although Li Xingqian possessed 2 Grade 3 ancient wasteland clan beasts, if the enemy was determined to kill him, he would still be in grave danger. Humph, after causing us such massive losses, you still want to escape unscathed? Do you really think the Great Wilderness Organization is just for show? A beast tamer roared furiously, driving his Grade 4 tiger beast to pounce fiercely. The tiger beast crossed dozens of meters with lightning speed, its thick front claws wrapped in howling wind as they slashed down from above. If the 3-tailed golden flame fox hadn't desperately blocked it, that single strike would have turned Li Xingqian into mincemeat on the spot. The 3-tailed golden flame fox was struck so hard it coughed up blood. Fortunately, as a member of the ancient wasteland clan, its physique was naturally stronger than ordinary 3rd-grade spirit beasts. Otherwise, it might have been killed by that single claw strike. Crimson blood splattered across the wild grass, sticking to the charred ground and glowing faintly. Across from them, the tiger beast covered in black gold patterns raised its sharp claws, blood droplets still hanging from the razor edges, its hot breath scorching like flames. A convulsive rage surged through Li Xingqian's body, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Damn it! You really think I'm afraid of you? He roared, his voice exploding through the night. I've already killed several 4th-grade beast tamers tonight. All the others you sent are dead. I don't mind killing a few more. Anyone not afraid of death can come at me. The 3-tailed golden flame fox's breathing came in fiery sparks. Its 3 tails supported its weary body, yet it still stood protectively in front of its master. Li Xingqian could see clearly that his companion had been fighting non-stop since the battle began. The intense combat had nearly exhausted its strength. There was no chance of victory in another direct confrontation with the tiger beast. He raised his hand, and the golden flame fox transformed into a streak of red light, returning to the spirit beast space. In the next moment, he spun around, his feet crushing the ground as he sprinted through the gaps in the broken walls and ruins, constantly taunting those behind him, baiting the members of the Great Wasteland Organization until they were burning with frustration. High above, the dragonclan beast tamer spread his translucent dragon wings, looking down at Li Xingqian's figure. Several companions beside him wore grim expressions. What an arrogant brat. He says he's already killed those we sent? How is that possible? One frowned. Maybe it's true, the dragonclan beast tamer replied gravely. According to our plan, we sent 5 4th-grade beast tamers to deal with Li Xingqian and Long Yadan, and 3 more to intercept Tang Iran. But now Li Xingqian appears here, which means all 8 are dead. You mean, our Great Wasteland Organization lost 8 4th-grade beast tamers in one night? Another gasped. Of their 20 warriors of the same rank, nearly half had been cut down by their opponent. Who would dare underestimate him now? He has shadow-type spirit beasts. Any ambush could be turned against us. The dragonclan beast tamer stared intently at the distant figure. Li Xingqian would sometimes stop, seemingly waiting deliberately for pursuit, other times disappearing into shadows only to reappear suddenly, moving like a blade harvesting lives in the darkness. If we rashly pursue him, we might really be killed. Then what do? Just let him keep causing havoc. A pale streak appeared on the horizon. The dragonclan beast tamer narrowed his eyes in assessment. Their tactical window was closing. Once dawn broke, reinforcements from various towns would arrive, and their plan would completely fail. Retreat, he ordered without hesitation. The massive dragon beast spread its wings, carrying them instantly skyward. The remaining forces also turned their mounts around, departing at maximum speed, leaving only 3 barely breathing Great Wasteland Organization spirit beasts abandoned on the ground. Seeing this, the Li family beast tamers immediately surrounded them. On the damaged streets, the sounds of blades and beast roars rang out continuously. In just moments, those 3 spirit beasts crashed to the ground. As the smoke cleared, the Li family members leaned on their knees, breathing heavily. When they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Many had been prepared to die with their family, never expecting to survive, though the cost was devastating. The Li family had lost more than half their beast tamers tonight, the heaviest blow the family had suffered in centuries. Beyond their shock, they turned their gaze toward the young man who had saved them all from the brink of death. Li Lishan rushed to Li Xingqian, his eyes taking in the wounds covering his body. Cracked armor, blood-stained sleeves, charred handprints on his arms, all evidence of the deadly battles he had just endured. You must have fought an incredibly brutal battle before coming here. Li Lishan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes full of heartache. You're injured almost everywhere. Li Xingqian said nothing, his expression appearing completely blank. The other members of the Li family quickly gathered around, their expressions incredibly complex. After all, just recently they had repeatedly contacted Li Xingqian, trying to get him to contribute the three-eyed azure wolf cub to the Li family. After Li Xingqian refused, they had even hurled harsh words at him more than once. Now, however, they crowded around him one by one, their voices carrying a tone that was both flattering and cautious. Xingqian, where did your shadow-type spirit beast come from? Aren't shadow-type spirit beasts very difficult to evolve? Second uncle spoke first, his eyes fixed intently on the shadow spirit beast at Li Xingqian's waist that flickered in and out of the shadows. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed further. Do you know an evolution master? You joined the Divine Map Guild through Tangaran, and as one of the 10 major guilds, Divine Map must have abundant resources and many evolution masters, right? Li Xingqian frowned deeply. He couldn't understand what second uncle was really after by suddenly bringing up evolution masters. Xingqian, second uncle spoke faster, flashing what he thought was a warm smile. Could you have that evolution master help Yueming evolve his Thunder Weasel? As for the price, it would be best if we could negotiate. The air seemed frozen solid. The temperature on Li Xingqian's face dropped sharply. He had originally felt somewhat moved by his own act of saving the Li family, hadn't expected their gratitude, but at least they should respect him and treat him as a true powerhouse. He never imagined that their first request would be so outrageous. Expecting him to make connections and get a discount? Evolution masters made their living by selling evolution plans. The real reason the Li family couldn't hire an evolution master was simple: they wanted top-tier evolution masters, but weren't willing to pay top-tier prices. Under such conditions, who would bother with them? Second uncle's true intention was nothing more than using Li Xingqian's connections to pressure an evolution master into lowering their prices. I don't know any evolution masters. I'm not even a formal member of the Divine Map Guild, just an peripheral member that Teacher Tang recruited. Li Xingqian's voice was as hard as a blade, his attitude making it clear. This favor, he didn't want to do. But second uncle wouldn't give up, instead speaking even more directly. If Divine Map didn't value you, how could you possibly have obtained a shadow-type spirit beast and evolved it to combat-ready level? For the Li family, for your brother, you should put in some effort. Help Yueming's Thunder Weasel reach 3rd grade, and you brothers can look out for each other when you enter advanced academies. Before he could finish, Li Xingqian couldn't listen anymore. Why should I? Anger instantly surged to his throat, and he nearly ground his molars to dust. He clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently. The shadow-type spirit beast was something he had exchanged for with enormous amounts of spirit crystals. Everything he currently possessed was earned through desperate struggle. What had the Li family ever given him besides reaching out for things? Xingqian, how can you say such things? Third uncle interjected, his tone both barbed and self-righteous. Since you came today, it shows you still have feelings for the Li family. Just help your brother out. Find an evolution master. This small favor isn't too much to ask, is it? Besides, you have money now. Third uncle had been thoroughly humiliated by Li Xingqian before, and now finally had a chance to strike back, his voice full of resentment. A flash of cold hatred flickered in Li Xingqian's eyes. He looked around at everyone and found the same greed and arrogance written on each face, causing him to laugh coldly. I really regret coming to save you. I shouldn't have listened to what others said. You people are so used to being high and mighty that you never know how to be grateful or show me respect, so I should have just sat back and watched you all be destroyed today. Li Xingqian's words sent shockwaves through the Li family members. Second uncle's face turned ashen as he stepped forward abruptly, raising his hand to strike. Xingqian, how dare you say such things? Are you even worthy of being a Li family descendant? Before the slap could land, an aged but powerful hand intercepted between them. Butler Liang forcefully blocked it. Second master, please calm down. Don't forget that young Master Xingqian is the Li family savior. Savior? Second uncle sneered coldly. The Li family gave birth to him and raised him. Shouldn't he naturally serve the Li family in times of crisis? Must we kneel and kowtow in gratitude? Third uncle chimed in with a sinister tone. I could tell from childhood that he was born rebellious. Now that he's holding the Li family's debt of gratitude over us, his tail must be wagging sky high, right? The temperature in the hall plummeted instantly, and the joy of surviving the ordeal froze in an instant. The focal point of confrontation now rested solely between the Li family elders and Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian remained calm, slowly scanning the crowd. Second uncle, third uncle, let me state this one final time. Owe the Li family no debt of gratitude. From the moment you stripped away my beast seals all those years ago, I settled all accounts with the Li family. Did you really think I knew nothing? I was originally born with dual strength beast seals, 1 in 10,000. But during your stripping process, Both seals were damaged simultaneously, turning me into the waste you called me. The Li family members fell silent. Several elders, knowing they were in the wrong, hung their heads speechlessly, while the younger generation exchanged bewildered glances. This old affair had become almost taboo within the Li family, and they knew none of the details. Now that the truth came crashing down, everyone was stunned. Naturally born dual-strength beast seals? Even a single-strength seal would make one a peerless genius above 10,000 others, let alone dual-strength. If Li Xingqian hadn't been damaged, he might have become a legendary beast tamer, and the Li family had personally destroyed this path to greatness. Li Lishan's throat bobbed as his voice trembled. Xingqian, are you saying you were truly born with dual-strength beast seals? He recalled the circumstances from years past, but that renowned evolution master guaranteed he could strip the beast seals without harm, without damaging your potential. Li Xingqian laughed coldly. That person, was he a close friend of the Li family? Someone absolutely trustworthy? Li Lishan shook his head. Not exactly a close friend. We found him through connections in Fengdu City. Could it be that he deceived us all? Li Lishan suddenly turned, his gaze fixed on second uncle. Second brother, weren't you the one who said that man was absolutely trustworthy? Second uncle's eyes flickered with uncertainty, even trembling slightly. He knew better than anyone that once today's accusations were proven true, he would become the scapegoat despised by the entire Li family, the epic-level sinner, who caused the Li family to lose their chance at rising again and returning to the ranks of legendary beast tamer families. He spoke urgently, his words rushing out. Right now, this is just Xingqian's side of the story. None of us really know what happened. What could a young man in his 20s possibly know? Perhaps Tang Iran whispered something in his ear. Tang Iran is just a young girl herself, only a few years older than Xingqian. Her words aren't necessarily trustworthy. Seeing second uncle still making excuses, several young members of the Li family could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward. Second uncle. The first to speak was the squad leader from the Li family's training grounds. He clenched his fist and declared firmly. Just looking at the facts, brother Xingqian used an grade beast seal and forcibly evolved his contracted spirit beast into an ancient wasteland species, and he even possesses a shadow-type spirit beast. This is unprecedented in all of Jinshan Township. Looking at his entire generation, who else could achieve this? He's a 1 in 10,000 genius. Second uncle was speechless, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to find a rebuttal. At this moment, Uncle Liang stepped forward slowly and delivered the final blow. Young Master Xingqian is indeed a genius among geniuses. He doesn't just have the three-tailed golden flame fox now, he also possesses a shadow-type ancient wasteland species, a grade 3 shadow hunter. Among beast tamers of his generation in Jinshan Township, he's already far ahead, beyond anyone's reach. This is the most direct evidence. What? The hall erupted in astonishment. Shadow hunter? I've never heard of such a spirit beast. And it's a shadow-type ancient wasteland species? Young Master Xingqian already has 2 grade 3 ancient wasteland species? Exclamations rose one after another. Li Yueming, who had been the Li family's great hope, could only clench his sleeves tightly. His main companion, the Thunder Weasel, had barely reached grade 2, a full major realm behind Li Xingqian. Li Lishan forcibly suppressed his excitement and asked urgently, Xingqian, is everything old Liang said true? Has your shadow-type spirit beast also evolved into an ancient wasteland species? Li Xingqian raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. Huh? What? Do you want me to introduce another evolution master to the Li family? That single cold laugh was as good as confirmation. Li Lishan was so shocked he couldn't speak, his mind echoing with one thought. How absurd the Li family's previous choices had been. Back then, just because Xingqian had great talent, they had placed all their hopes on Li Yueming. Who could have predicted that Xingqian wasn't bound by talent limitations at all? His growth rate might have already surpassed those grade geniuses. In terms of the possibility of becoming a legendary beast tamer, Xingqian might even have greater potential than Yueming. After a long silence, he suddenly looked up, his voice hoarse but resolute. Xingqian, don't come back anymore. Since you feel the Li family can't accommodate you, then soar on your own. Let us see how high you can fly. This statement left all the Li family members stunned. Uncle Liang was also taken aback, but then understood Li Lishan's good intention. She didn't want the Li family to hold back Xingqian, wanting this true genius to cast off his burdens and soar to the heavens. Many others in the hall gradually understood as well, their expressions complex. Li Xingqian's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Li Lishan to voluntarily cut ties with him. Just as everyone fell silent, second uncle snorted coldly and twisted his lips into a sneer. You're all thinking too simply. This so-called lead means nothing right now. Everyone can easily cross the threshold before grade 3. The real test of a beast tamer's qualifications comes after grade 3. Then you'll understand just how difficult it is to progress with grade beast taming talent. Li Lishan interrupted his second uncle, speaking in a calm tone. Xingqian owes the Li family nothing. On the contrary, it's the Li family that owes Xingqian. So from now on, I don't want to hear anyone using Xingqian owes the Li family as an excuse to force him into anything. Just as the second uncle opened his mouth, the third uncle raised his hand to block him, signaling him to stop. Continuing this argument would only completely offend Li Lishan. The living room was dimly lit, with wall lamps casting light on everyone's faces, revealing their expressions clearly. Li Lishan's gaze was calm, yet carried an unquestionable determination. He didn't want the Li family to continue being shackles that hindered Li Xingqian's growth, so he would rather sever ties with Li Xingqian entirely. The second uncle gritted his teeth, his voice filled with suppressed fury. Li Lishan, you're Li Xingqian's father. I can understand not wanting others to hinder him, but you're also the head of the Li family. Others might not understand the Li family's current predicament, but don't you? If Yueming still can't recover his talent even after evolving the Thunder Marten to 3rd grade, we'll have paid such an enormous price only to end up within a great spirit beast. How can Yueming become a legendary beast master then? The Li family's senior members exchanged glances, silence spreading among them. For Li Yueming's sake, they had invested almost everything, yet now they could only protect him. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian, whom they had once abandoned, was now shouldering the burden of supporting the Li family. Countless people in Jinkan Township were treating the Li family as a joke. Li Lishan looked around at everyone, his voice low but clear. That was our own choice, and we should bear the consequences ourselves. Why should Li Xingqian pay for our mistakes? Just because he's distant from the Li family, we should try every means to exploit him? Everyone have some shame. Each word struck like a hammer blow. Li Lishan, usually reserved and restrained, had completely dropped his gentle facade for Li Xingqian's sake. The second and third uncles fell silent. At this point, they could no longer influence Li Xingqian. Everyone knew that Li Xingqian's strength was now formidable. Li Xingqian quietly watched his father, his emotions complex. He had thought he would need to steel himself to cut ties with the Li family, but Li Lishan had made that decisive cut for him. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled softly, his voice indifferent. Then it settled. From now on, I have no relationship with the Li family whatsoever. Tell Li Yueming to fend for himself. With those words, he turned and left. Butler Liang sighed at the doorway, taking one last look at Li Lishan and the family members. Today was both the day young Master Xingqian saved the Li family and the day he completely broke with them. Knowing he probably couldn't return to the Li family anymore, he silently followed in Li Xingqian's footsteps. When Li Xingqian returned to Tang Iran's villa, dawn had already broken. The sounds of battle from various areas gradually subsided. Military beast masters from neighboring townships had arrived as reinforcements, finally driving back the Great Wilderness Organization. Many people had died in Jinkan Township, not only beast masters, but countless ordinary civilians. Several city districts had been reduced to ruins, with the smell of burning and gunpowder still lingering in the air. It was reported that the military had been forced to deploy heavy artillery the previous night because the Great Wilderness Organization had more than one 5th-grade beastmaster. Without heavy firepower, Jinkan Township might have truly fallen. In the chaos, 2 prodigies were kidnapped by the Great Wilderness Organization, while 2 others were killed during attempted kidnappings. These 4 prodigies had all earned their advancement spots through official examinations and were among the most talented individuals in Jinshan Township. Losing all 4 at once was a devastating blow. At dawn, Tang Iran returned, travel-worn and exhausted. The previous night, she had worked alongside military beast tamers to eliminate 3 4th-rank beast tamers from the Great Wilderness Organization, temporarily stabilizing the situation. You 2 need to pack up, she said, her gaze sweeping over Li Xingqian and Long Yaden. The military recommends that all students who have secured advancement spots depart immediately for Fengdu City. It's a major metropolis. Once you reach Fengdu, you won't need to worry about the Great Wilderness Organization anymore. This urgent. Li Xingqian raised an eyebrow. According to the original plan, they still had 7 days before departure, and registration at Fengdu City's Advanced Beast Taming Academy hadn't even begun yet. It's not mandatory, but it's a rare opportunity, Tang Iran explained. Military beast tamers will provide full escort. Unless you have lingering attachments to Jinshan Township, I suggest leaving immediately. Her inquiry was mainly directed at Li Xingqian. Long Yaden wasn't originally from Jinshan Township and naturally had no ties holding her back. After yesterday's assistance to the Li family, Li Xingqian had completely severed ties with them, news that had spread throughout the township overnight. He pondered for a moment. I have no attachments here and can leave. But I'm unfamiliar with Fengdu City, and the academy hasn't started registration yet. Where would I stay once I arrive? That's not really a problem. Tang Iran considered briefly. Don't you already have quite a bit of money? You can easily find a hotel for a few days. Li Xingqian smiled and shook his head. I heard the Divine Map Guild also has significant influence in Fengdu City and is one of the top 10 guilds. Can't you arrange accommodation for me? Not possible, Tang Iran replied straightforwardly. You're not an official member of the Divine Map Guild yet, and the Fengdu City office is already at full capacity. Either find your own lodging or wait until the academy opens. But I really think there's no need to delay. Li Xingqian nodded. Jinshan Township's defenses had nearly been breached by the Great Wilderness Organization in a single night. Staying would indeed be dangerous. After ending the call, he immediately contacted Chimpanzee. Chimpanzee wasn't originally on the Great Wilderness Organization's radar, but upon hearing he could go to Fengdu City early, he became as excited as exploding fireworks. It was a super metropolis, after all. What teenager from Jinshan Township wouldn't want to broaden their horizons there? The phone call was made in the morning, and by noon Chimpanzee had arrived at the meeting point with large bags in tow. He didn't even drive, deciding directly to take the military vehicles. Chun Eugene followed behind, tears and snot streaming. This is so sudden, I thought we'd have a few more days together. Dad, give me more living expenses. Chimpanzee wasn't affected by the emotional farewell at all, only concerned about his wallet. This time, Chun Eugene was exceptionally generous, directly stuffing a credit card with 100 spirit crystal limit into his son's hands. Don't shortchange yourself. I heard Fengdu City is full of rich kids. The Chun family may not be the wealthiest, but we can't let people look down on us. Chimpanzee was so excited his face turned red. 100 spirit crystals, equivalent to a full million in cash. Even in a place like Fengdu City, it would be enough for him and Li Xingqian to live comfortably for quite a while. Xingqian, I heard about what happened to you. I won't try to talk you out of anything, but don't be polite with Qiushi. Whatever you need, just have him tell me directly, and I'll do my best to help. As he spoke, Chun Eugene pressed a dark gray credit card embossed with spirit patterns into Li Xingqian's hand. Li Xingqian looked down and saw the number 100 prominently displayed in the bottom right corner. A full 100 spirit crystal credit limit, renewable monthly. Uncle Chun, this. He instinctively tried to push it back. Chun Eugene waved his hand dismissively, his voice low but carrying an unmistakable firmness. Take it. I heard from Qiushi that you helped him evolve his frost toad to high rank. This small gesture is nothing compared to that. I always worry when Qiushi goes out alone, but with you by his side, I can rest easy. He then handed over another identical credit card. You both have the same limit, and I'll pay it off on time every month. It's your first time in Fengdu City, so you're bound to be tempted by all the novelties. Remember, don't let people look down on us folks from Jinshan Township, but don't spend recklessly either. Fengdu City has more wealthy elites than you can imagine, so spend wisely. Li Xingqian wanted to refuse again, but knowing Chun Eugene's notorious reputation as a penny pincher, his current generosity made him feel even more embarrassed. Brotherly, just take it. Chimpanzee squeezed over with a grin. My old man has plenty of money, and besides, I'm not like that spendthrift Li Yueming. I'll be careful with it, it's really nothing. In the end, Li Xingqian tucked the card away. Without money in hand, he truly lacked confidence. He'd heard that prices in Fengdu City were outrageous worlds apart from Jinshan Township. In the afternoon, all the young people heading to Fengdu City gathered together. Among the 20 or 30 people, 5 had secured admission spots, while the rest were either going to work or joining the Beast Tamer Guild in Fengdu City, conveniently catching a ride with the military convoy. The military convoy waited at the township Entrancia single regulation bus, painted in camouflage. Li Yueming arrived surrounded by Li family members, his face barely concealing his arrogance. With only one bus available, he had no choice but to board with everyone else, regardless of his reluctance. In the back row of the bus, Li Xingqian, Long Yadan, and Chimpanzee sat side by side. Long Yadan took the window seat, gazing quietly at the distant fields. Li Xingqian sat in the middle, his expression calm. Chimpanzee occupied the aisle seat, bouncing his leg while looking around. As soon as Li Yueming boarded, he immediately became the center of attention. In their eyes, he remained the second-ranked genius of Jinshan Township, second only to Long Yadan, and the most likely among their group to make a name for himself at the prestigious academy. Since Long Yadan was always aloof and ignored attempts at conversation from fellow townspeople, they could only curry favor with Li Yueming, hoping he'd look out for them in the future. Chimpanzee curled his lip and muttered under his breath, "These guys have no idea who the real powerhouse is. Brother Li is probably even stronger than Long Yadan now." He had a vague feeling that Li Xingqian's current strength likely matched anyone in the village. Amid the commotion, Li Yueming's gaze swept over the back row. His eyes met Li Xingqian's, his expression momentarily stiffening before shifting to Long Yadan beside him. He wondered when his brother had grown so close to Long Yadan. Based on what everyone knew about Long Yadan, she would never sit this close to anyone, yet now she was practically pressed against Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian's elbow was naturally encircled by Long Yadan's arm, and at first glance, it really looked like she was holding onto his arm. A few people in the front rows noticed Li Yueming's dejected expression and immediately whispered, "Brother Yueming, I heard that certain someone has already been expelled from your Li family." "Serves him right," another chimed in. "He's just getting cocky because he picked up some spirit beast from an ancient wasteland clan, but beast-taming talent is what really matters. With his pathetic abilities, he won't even be qualified to shine your shoes in the future, Brother Yueming." Actually, it was Li Lixin who had taken the initiative to cut ties with Li Xingqian the night before, so outsiders generally believed the Li family had abandoned Li Xingqian. No one knew that Li Xingchen had saved the Li family that very night. But Li Xingchen didn't care. Keeping a low profile suited him perfectly right now. Brother Li, you should rest. I heard the journey takes over 10 hours, so we've got a long way to go. Fatty Chin noticed Li Xingchen's eyelids drooping so heavily he could barely keep them open. Li Xingchen nodded. Good idea. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Wake me if anything happens. With that, he leaned back in his seat and quickly drifted off to sleep. Before long, Fatty Chin casually glanced back and his eyes widened instantly. Li Xingchen's head was resting on Long Yaden's shoulder again. The last time, during their graduation practicum night, he had done the same thing and Long Yaden had pushed him away. Today he was trying the same trick again. Fatty Chin broke into a cold sweat on his behalf. What left him even more stunned was that this time, Long Yaden didn't push him away. She simply gazed quietly out the window, as if completely unaware of the extra weight on her shoulder. The previously quiet atmosphere in the bus was no longer peaceful. Long Yaden's beauty naturally drew attention, with people glancing back from time to time, and now they witnessed this scene, immediately sparking hushed discussions. Li Yueming in the front caught fragments of the whispered conversations and couldn't help turning around. He saw it immediately. Li Xingchen not only had his head resting on Long Yaden's shoulder, but his arms had unconsciously wrapped around her slender waist. Bang! Li Yueming shot to his feet, drawing everyone's attention. His feelings for Long Yaden were well known, and his several public confessions had all been rejected. This scene completely shattered his composure. He strode over to Li Xingchen, unable to contain his fury. Li Xingchen! His shout jolted Li Xingchen awake. Li Xingchen had been sleeping deeply, his eyes still bloodshot. After commanding spirit beasts in battle all night yesterday, his mental energy was completely drained. Startled awake by the yell, he was momentarily dazed, then looked up to meet Li Yueming's furious glare, his brow immediately furrowing. What? His tone carried the irritation of being disturbed. Let go of your hands. Li Yueming was practically breathing fire. Usually mild-mannered, he could no longer suppress his rage. Only then did Li Xingchen realize that somehow his arms had wrapped around Long Yaden's waist, and he was practically half-leaning against her. Startled, he quickly sat up straight. Long Yaden remained calm, as if his actions didn't exist at all. Li Yueming pointed to the empty seats in the back. You? Get away from here. Go sit over there. Li Xingchen frowned. Why? Because you're bothering Miss Long. In the train car, Li Yueming lifted his chin with a sharp tone. I'm bothering her. Li Xingchen was amused and pointed at himself, asking back. Did she say that herself? The three of us have been sitting together since we got on the train. Why should I give up my seat just because you said so? You. Li Yueming's face turned pale with anger as he gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Miss Long just doesn't want to say anything harsh. She doesn't like having boys sit so close to her, so I'll say the unpleasant words for her. Haha. Li Xingchen leaned back lazily in his seat and sneered. Li Yueming, you talk as if you really understand Long Yaden. Do you know that these past few days, Brother Lithit's Meha's been living with Long Yaden? If we're talking about close relationships, it's between me and Long Yaden. Isn't your whole performance a bit unnecessary? Fatty Chun, who had long been fed up with Li Yueming, immediately chimed in. He's obviously bullying Brother Li. Li Yueming snorted coldly and glared at Fatty Chun sideways. Chen Xiushi, do you even deserve to talk to me? How did you get your admission spot? Don't you know in your heart? Ha ha ha. Chen Xiushi crossed his arms and didn't back down. Of course I know, but it definitely has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to question me? No matter how talented Li Yueming was, his Thunder Weasel was reportedly only grade 2. Although Chen Xiushi's Spirit Beast was just a grade 2 Frost Toad, when it came to background everyone understood, without saying the two weren't even in the same league. At this moment, Li Xingchen was riding high with his strength on full display, and with Chen Xiushi as Li Xingchen's follower, even though many people weren't convinced by Chen Xiushi, no one dared to speak up. Li Xingchen was too lazy to continue arguing with Li Yueming and turned to look at Long Yaden, his tone casual, but with hidden probing. You say you're speaking for her, but did you ask Long Yaden? Does she mind? After speaking, he unconsciously held his breath. Given Long Yaden's usual nature of not liking to be touched, if she could publicly say, I don't mind for his sake, that would be quite face-saving. Li Yueming seized the opportunity and immediately reached out to Long Yaden. Miss Long, come sit on my side. I have an empty seat there. Everyone's eyes fell on Long Yaden in unison, and Li Xingchen's heart jumped to his throat. If he got rejected, he'd really die of embarrassment on the spot. Long Yaden glanced at Li Xingchen indifferently, then shook her head. No need. I don't mind. The train car instantly fell silent, and Li Yueming froze in place, too stunned to speak. No one had expected that Long Yaden really didn't mind sitting so close to Li Xingchen. Fatty Chun was the first to react, dramatically giving a thumbs up. Brother Li is mighty. Even Long Yaden has been won over. Not to mention others. Even Li Xingchen himself was dazed. Long Yaden actually gave him this much face. Li Yueming, now you know who the clown is, right? Li Xingchen waved his hand smugly with a dismissive tone. If there's nothing else, stop bothering us. After saying this, he simply rested his head on Long Yaden's shoulder again. The moment the soft sensation reached him, Long Yaden's shoulder clearly trembled. Li Xingqian instantly sensed that suppressed killing, intent, accidental contact, and deliberate closeness were completely different things. He quickly sat up straight with an awkward laugh, then leaned to the other side, directly resting against Fatty Chin's sturdy shoulder. Fatty Chin swayed from the impact and shook his head helplessly. Why bother? You should have quit while you were ahead. Now you've overplayed your hand and shown your true colors. Li Yueming felt relieved seeing this scene, realizing that what happened earlier was just Long Yaden cooperating with Li Xingqian in an act, and their relationship hadn't actually progressed to that level. Li Xingqian slept soundly through the night, and when he opened his eyes again, morning light was streaming through the car window while the cabin buzzed with excitement. Over a dozen classmates were crowded against the windows on both sides, chattering excitedly as they pointed outside. The barren wilderness along the highway had been replaced by towering buildings stretching endlessly, and the wide, clean streets were bustling with traffic. Brotherly, you're finally awake. Chen Pengzi poked his head over, his face flushed with excitement. This is still just the outskirts of Fengdu City, but look how prosperous it is. Li Xingqian rubbed his sleepy eyes and turned his gaze toward the window. Glass curtain walls reflected blinding light in the morning sun, rows of street trees flashed by, and electronic billboards along the roadside flickered constantly. If he hadn't known their location, he would never have guessed this was merely the suburbs. The level of prosperity already rivaled the town center of Jinkan Township. Wow, so this is Fengdu City. I've finally made it here. Unable to contain his excitement, he simply stepped over Long Yaden's legs and pressed himself against the window. Long Yaden found this troublesome and leaned back against her seat, tilting her head to make a bit of room, her tone indifferent. It's just more buildings, that's all. Li Xingqian laughed and countered. You don't understand people like us from small places. Being able to reach this point means we've fought tooth and nail against fate. You came down from a big city, so naturally your perspective is different. Such dramatics. Long Yaden chuckled softly but didn't push him away. A few minutes later, the driver smoothly pulled up in front of a bus transfer plaza. Students, this is as far as we go. We need to head straight to the military camp. Fengdu City is full of tricks, so don't let your guard down. Contact your people quickly. As soon as the door opened, people were already waiting outside. Most classmates were immediately picked up, and even a well-dressed young woman appeared beside Li Yueming, looking like a wealthy young lady from Fengdu City based on her attire. Li Yueming pulled Long Yaden closer. Miss Long, is someone coming to pick you up? Why don't you come with us? This is my second aunt from the Qin family, Qin Siyu. You might have heard of her. Qin Siyu appeared to be in her 20s, about the same age as Tang Aran, and the gentle smile in her eyes momentarily stunned Li Xingqian. Those features so reminiscent of his mother made his heart skip a beat. His mother's sister. Qin Siyu nodded slightly. You must be that spirited young lady from the Long family? I've heard so much about you. Would you like to visit the Qin residence? Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I have my own arrangements. Long Yaden politely declined. Having heard about her stubborn nature, Qin Siyu didn't press further. She turned to Li Xingqian, her tone gentle. Xingqian, I've heard about your situation from the Li family. Although you've severed ties with them, you're still my sister's son. Would you like to visit your grandparents? They miss you very much. Chen Pengzi beside them was speechless with amazement. The Qin family of Fengdu City. A truly prestigious clan. So the rumors were true. Brother Li's mother was actually a daughter of a prominent family. If Brother Li agreed, wouldn't he be able to command wind and rain in Fengdu City from now on? After a moment of silence, Li Xingqian slowly shook his head. Second aunt, I also have somewhere to go. Qin Siyu sighed. I don't know how Li Lishan managed to ruin the father-son relationship like this. I won't force you, but remember you're not alone in Fengdu City. The Qin family will always be your support. Fengdu City is massive, divided into 13 districts, each comparable in size to dozens of Jinshan townships combined, with an incredibly high population density. They say Fengdu City has over 100 million permanent residents. I used to think that number was exaggerated, but after actually arriving here, I believe it's true. There are just too many people standing beneath the sprawling overpass. Everywhere you look, there are bustling crowds. High-speed rail trains roar overhead, while glass curtain walls reflect blinding sunlight. Amidst it all, Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi, laden with bags large and small, look like two small creatures lost in a steel jungle, so tiny they're nearly swallowed by the human tide. I thought Long Yaden could be our guide, but she's disappeared somewhere. Chen Pengzi muttered while wiping sweat from his brow. Brotherly, when are you going to win over Long Yaden? She's the precious daughter of the Long family. If we could get in with them, we'd own this city. Is that so? Li Xingqian remained non-committal, gazing up at the massive advertising screen on the street corner with an indifferent tone. Social status matters. Without it, you'll only be looked down upon. The Li family is a perfect example. Sure, Qin Siyu came to pick up Li Yueming, but few in the Qin family truly care about him. The Qins have always looked down on the Lis all these years. Everyone in Jinshan Township knew the Li family situation, Despite being in-laws with the Qin family of Fengdu City, they never received equal respect. The Qins never visited during holidays, while the Lis had to travel thousands of miles to pay their respects, only to be met with lukewarm attitudes. Well, you never know. Chen Pengzi puffed out his chest. Li Yueming is a top-tier beast-taming prodigy. Even the Qin family should treasure him, right? Besides, those of us who got admission spots are the cream of the crop from Jinshan Township. We shouldn't be inferior even in Fengdu City. Li Xingqian nodded. The selected students certainly had reason to be proud. Just then, a lazy female voice drifted from the roadside. You too. Are you students from the countryside? A woman in a qipao leaned against an advertising board, a cigarette held between her slender fingers, smoke curling softly under the neon lights. Her high-slit qipao accentuated every curve of her voluptuous figure, and her every gesture carried an indescribable allure. The two young men, being approached by a stranger for the first time, stood frozen, their cheeks flushing. Just as Li Xingqian was about to respond, Chen Pengzi suddenly grabbed him. Brotherly, let's go. My dad warned me that in Fengdu City, anyone who approaches us first is probably trying to scam money or set a trap. Hee hee, little fatty. The woman dropped her cigarette, but with an amused tone. Think so poorly of people? Do you have anything worth coveting? Students like you from the countryside usually only carry a credit card. Your elders worry that cash is dangerous, so the cards have limits of just 100 spirit crystals. You really think anyone would bother? Her words hit their insecurities perfectly. Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi exchanged glances, embarrassment creeping across their faces. Indeed, they each carried exactly one credit card with 100 spirit crystal limit. Clearly, this woman had seen too many students just like them. I saw you two just arrived and seemed unfamiliar with Fengdu City, needing a place to stay and someone to show you around, so I thought I'd talk to you. The woman at the street corner flicked her cigarette ash and spoke with a smile. Li Xingqian casually asked, Are you a hotel owner? Not exactly a hotel owner. The woman shook her head and raised an eyebrow. I just run a small family guest house with fair prices. You could keep walking and find a few hotels ahead, but they're all expensive. You're both students from the countryside, you need to spend your money wisely. Her repeated references to them being from the countryside made both Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi's hearts sink. Chen Pengzi was particularly bothered. While his family in Jinkan Township wasn't among the wealthy elite, they were well off and even owned several hotels. How could she casually assume they couldn't afford proper accommodation? He pulled Li Xingqian forward with a grunt. No thanks, we'll stay at a hotel. The environment's bound to be better than a guest house. The woman didn't insist, simply exhaled a puff of smoke and watched them leave. The two soon found a respectable-looking hotel. The lobby was brightly lit with smartly uniformed staff, but the front desk prices shocked them: 3 spirit crystals per night for a standard single room and 5 for a twin room. With half a month until registration at Fengdu City's prestigious academy, staying the whole time would cost 75 spirit crystals just for accommodation. Fengdu City's prices were at least dozens of times higher than Jinkan Township. No wonder many new students arranged connections in advance. The hotel prices alone were enough to deter most people. Li Xingqian quickly calculated. Back in Jinkan Township, evolving a first-grade spirit beast to second grade cost only a dozen spirit crystals, which would cover just 3 nights here. While they hesitated, about 10 more young people their age entered the lobby. The well-dressed leader inquired about prices and immediately paid for half a month without hesitation. Though the others only booked 4 rooms, all 10 newcomers would stay, as the leader shared a room with 2 girls, including one with twin ponytails. During checkout, the twin ponytailed girl sneered at Li Xingqian and Chen Pengzi in a thick rural accent. Broke losers, what are you doing at a hotel if you can't afford it? Stop pretending to be big shots, hee hee. Chen Pengzi's face immediately darkened. He'd never lost face when it came to showing off. He slammed the counter. Book us a twin room too. Just as he finished speaking, the receptionist calmly placed a no vacancy sign on the counter. Sorry, those 4 remaining rooms were just taken by them. You might try elsewhere. Chen Pengzi's face turned black instantly. The group burst into laughter, with the girl shrilly mocking. Country bumpkins, how lucky for you. Even if there were rooms, could you afford them? The more she taunted, the more smug the leader became, his face radiating a victor's smile. Chen Pengzi's anger flared. You. Li Xingqian grabbed his wrist and whispered, Let's find another place. Getting angry here is pointless. He quickly regained his composure. This was peak accommodation season in Fengdu City, with few rooms and doubled prices. If they delayed further, prices would only climb higher, and they might end up with nowhere to stay at all. They needed to find lodging quickly. The longer they waited, the higher prices would go, and they might even end up sleeping on the streets. Although Chen Pengzi was reluctant, seeing that Li Xingqian couldn't be bothered to argue with them, he had no choice but to follow Li Xingqian and leave. Haha, acting all high and mighty when you don't even have money. Do they really think everyone can compare to young Master Huang? The ponytailed girl snuggled against the young man's shoulder with an adoring expression. Young Master Huang, thanks to you, we can stay in such a nice hotel. Young Master Huang's eyes gleamed with contempt as he lifted his hand to pinch the girl's chin. Serve me well these next few days, and this little expense is nothing. Yes, yes, I understand. The girl nodded obediently. After the two walked away, Chen Pengzi spat disdainfully at their retreating figures. She's just a prostitute. What's there to show off about? If I run into them back at school, I'll definitely bash his head in. He cursed under his breath, then looked thoughtful. Speaking of young Master Huang, could they be from Huanglong Township? I heard Huanglong Township is bigger than Jinkin Township, and the Huang family is incredibly wealthy, supposedly not much different from some of the prominent families in Fengdu City. Li Xingchen nodded. It's possible. That guy spends money like water for rooms for half a month. That's at least over 200 spirit crystals. He's definitely not short on cash. Li Xingchen had just arrived in Fengdu City and didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. Teacher Tang had warned him long ago this city ran deep, with powerful families everywhere, and he shouldn't bare his fangs before establishing a firm foothold. The two asked around at 2 or 3 more hotels. Fengdu had a dense population but few hotels, and the prices were universally shocking. Ordinary rooms cost 7 spirit crystals per night, with higher-end ones reaching 10 spirit crystals. Even the most basic accommodation is this expensive. Chen Pengzi clutched his palm in distress. We'll have plenty of other expenses ahead, so we need to save where we can. Li Xingchen was also troubled. If it weren't for the three-eyed Azure Emperor Wolf Cub still being unsold, he wouldn't be so strapped for cash right now. Expensive or not, he could endure it for half a month. He thought for a moment. How about we go back and check on that family-style guest house? Maybe the landlady is still there. I was thinking the same thing. Chen Pengzi nodded eagerly, secretly relieved that the previous hotel had no vacancy, or they would have been real suckers. The two returned to the alley where they had encountered the kippa-wearing woman. The landlady was chatting with 2 girls dragging suitcases. Seeing them appear, she smiled and asked, "Finish checking prices? You think my place is the best deal, right?" Li Xingchen got straight to the point. "How much for one night?" "Not expensive at all, just 1 spirit crystal, and that includes 3 meals." The landlady smiled as she held up one finger. Li Xingchen and Chen Pengzi exchanged glances. It was indeed the best option. The 2 girls also immediately booked rooms. The 4 followed the landlady through the streets, turning into a residential area. The stairwell lighting was dim, but the old building was clean, and they could hear street vendors calling out from the windows. As they walked, Li Xingchen made small talk with the landlady. "Landlady, do this many people come to Fengdu looking for accommodation every year around this time?" The landlady explained while leading the way. "Actually, it's not just now. Some students who didn't get into advanced academies this year are preparing to try for guilds or other institutions, so they rent long-term. Others who are struggling to graduate feel too much pressure living at school, so they move out. Fengdu City has many opportunities. Advanced academies aren't the only choice." She smiled and added over her shoulder, "Anyway, there are all kinds of situations, so I never lack for tenants." The 4 of them followed the innkeeper into a spacious room, clearly a large house that could be divided into several bedrooms. As soon as they stepped through the door, 7 or 8 young men and women had already arrived, some sitting cross-legged on carpets, others leaning against sofa armrests, chattering away in various regional accents. The room buzzed with activity like a boiling pot. "Innkeeper, looks like business is good for you this year." From the crowd, a young man who appeared a few years older stood up to greet them. He was surrounded by the others, and as he spoke, the light hit his profile perfectly, making him look like a natural stage focal point. The innkeeper nodded and joked, "Are you giving another lecture? Don't mislead these kids with your failed experiences." The young man didn't mind at all and corrected with a smile. "Let me clarify, this isn't failure. It's the ordinary experience of most people." He surveyed the crowd and continued, "When I first arrived in Fengdu City, I felt exactly like you all do, thinking I was some kind of prodigy, believing I'd shine just as brightly in a new place. But once I entered the Advanced Academy, I quickly learned what 'there's always someone better' means. You might be a big fish in your small pond back home, but here you might not even qualify as the tail of a phoenix." Those few words dampened the atmosphere considerably, and unease appeared on many newcomers' faces. "Brother Qing, how talented do you have to be to count as a genius in the Advanced Academy?" A male student in the corner couldn't help but ask. The young man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Put it this way, if you're ranked 1st or 2nd in your hometown, or have an A-grade B seal, you're at most above average. Add ancient wasteland clan bloodline, and you can move up 1 level. As for being recognized as a top-tier talent, you need an S-grade B seal. If you combine that with S-grade aptitude from an ancient wasteland clan, then you're among the elite of the elite." The room fell silent instantly, everyone exchanging glances. Most had only a grade B seals and considered themselves 1 in 1,000. But this ranking system left them feeling somewhat breathless. Someone persisted, "Does Fengdu City really have that many S-grade beast taming geniuses?" "Of course. Don't forget, Fengdu City gathers all the top talents from the surrounding 28 towns and villages. The Advanced Academy selects 500 students from those 28 areas each year, plus students from Fengdu City itself, totaling about 1,000. A grade B seals make up the majority, with grades being roughly 1/10 about 30 to 40 per class. His sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the room. Li Xingqian and Shun Pengzi's mouths fell open. Their Jinshan village had only one grade student, Long Yaden, who was an outsider. Without her, they had none at all. Yet the advanced academy had dozens each year. The young man continued in his experienced tone, delivering the final blow. So keep your expectations realistic, otherwise you'll get hit so hard you might just give up entirely. At this point, he turned his gaze to Li Xingqian and Shun Pengzi. By the way, where are you two from? How did you get your admission spots? We're from Jinshan village, through graduation practicum, Li Xingqian answered honestly. Upon hearing graduation practicum, the young man's expression clearly cooled. That's a low starting point. What grades are your beast seals? I'll help predict your future. I'm F grade, he's grade, Li Xingqian replied with a smile. The air seemed instantly sucked out of the room as everyone turned to stare at them in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even the innkeeper was stunned. Blevel and Flevel? Brother Qing clicked his tongue in disbelief. You guys aren't pulling my leg, are you? Even if Jinshan Township is small, surely it wouldn't give admission spots to people like you. As soon as he finished speaking, surprised gazes from all around fell upon Li Xingqian and his companions, and murmurs erupted like hot oil hitting water with explosive pops. Everyone found it hard to imagine how these two young men, one tall, one fat, both with ordinary Oriskal, possibly be standing in the same waiting hall as them. I heard the Great Wilderness Organization nearly overran Jinshan Township and killed quite a few people. Someone in the crowd whispered speculatively. Did they have too many vacancies, so you guys got bumped up to fill the spots? This theory immediately gained support. So that's it. They were just lucky fill-ins. The atmosphere carried contemptuous laughter, and Fatty Chen's face flushed bright red. Having been mocked at the hotel earlier and now publicly humiliated again, he couldn't hold back any longer. Puffing out his cheeks, he retorted, we officially earned our spots through graduation practicum. Jinshan Township did suffer heavy casualties, but as far as we know, there were no fill-in positions. Brother Qing raised an eyebrow with a half-smile, summarizing, that just proves Jinshan Township standards are pretty low. If even you guys can pass, I should remind others to take their exams. Their difficulty must be laughably easy. His implication cut sharper than a blade, and even the usually composed Li Xingqian's eyes flashed with coldness. He didn't know who this Brother Qing was, but the man's condescension had gone too far. I don't know about the difficulty level, but I do know I ranked first in the graduation practicum with over 3,000 merit points, Li Xingqian said calmly. Yet his words hit the crowd like a boulder. The hall fell instantly silent. Brother Qing's pupils contracted slightly. Having taken the formal examination route, he hadn't participated in graduation practicum, but the rules were the same everywhere. Grade 1 beast equals 1 merit point. Grade 2 equals 10 points. Grade 3 equals 100 points, right? Yes, Li Xingqian nodded. Then how did you, with inflevel beast seal, rack up over 3,000 merit points? The questioning voices grew louder. Fatty Chun lifted his chin, his voice even more boisterous than before. Our brother Li may be Flevel, but he achieved a rare resonance with his spirit beast and directly evolved a grade 3 ancient wasteland clan creature, the three-tailed golden flame fox. Ever heard of it? A genuine Slevel ancient wasteland clan. Hiss, everyone collectively gasped. The three-tailed golden flame fox? That wasn't a name you could just casually throw around. Several young examinees exchanged glances, both shocked and incredulous. And Flevel beast seal can evolve into a three-tailed golden flame fox? And it's grade 3? Someone murmured with a trembling voice. Li Xingqian shrugged, as if this matter wasn't particularly noteworthy to him. Not that difficult. Brother Qing fell silent, his previous flippancy completely gone from his face. But the persistent young man who had been questioning them still wasn't satisfied, snorting coldly. Anyone can brag. If you've got the skills, demonstrate it right here. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to demand a demonstration from Brother Li? And what would you offer in return if he did? Fatty Chun immediately shot back, his chest heaving with indignation. As the standoff continued, another voice spoke up cautiously. I'm from Qianwei Township, also here through graduation practicum. I barely managed to squeeze into the top 3 by pushing my spirit beast to grade 3 through exceptional evolution. Even if you have a grade 3 three-tailed golden flame fox, it should still be very difficult to earn over 3,000 merit points, shouldn't it? Come on, buddy, since you've all gotten admission to prestigious academies, there's no need to brag anymore. We're all going to be classmates from now on, seeing each other every day. Everyone's true abilities will become crystal clear soon enough, so lying now is completely pointless. In the lobby, the crowd chattered noisily, forcing Li Xingqian to retreat against the sandalwood front desk with nowhere to go. As soon as the words fell, the cacophony mixed with doubt and cold mockery, subtly pushing him into the eye of the storm. The innkeeper's wife had been watching from the corner and finally couldn't help but step forward, slamming her palm on the counter. What are you all doing? Why are you so determined to accuse him of bragging? He has grade B seal aptitude, yet secured admission to a prestigious academia. Isn't that already proves something? You just can't stand seeing others do better than you. The crowd was stunned by her anger, their voices instantly dropping several octaves. The innkeeper's wife composed herself and smiled, beckoning to Li Xingqian and Chen Pongzi. Don't mind them theory, just jealous. I'll arrange a standard room for you too, just the two of you. Everyone else gets four-person rooms. This arrangement was both special treatment for Li Xingqian and respect for his identity as a wasteland ancient clan beast tamer. As soon as she spoke, the previously hostile gazes gained a hint of wariness. No one dared speak up again, and they could only watch as the two carried their luggage into the standard room at the end of the corridor. Once the door closed, Chimpanzee locked the bolt and barely dared to breathe loudly. Brotherly, what's going on? Why is everyone so unfriendly? Li Xingqian casually placed his luggage by the bed and said calmly, it's normal. They're just like us newcomers to Fengdu City. Before coming here, they were all geniuses in their hometowns. They're just comparing themselves to each other. Having grown accustomed to skeptical looks since childhood, his mindset had long been tempered into steadiness. Chen Pongzi scratched his head and nodded, accepting the explanation. In the evening, lights came on in the dining hall downstairs as the innkeeper's wife called everyone to eat. A large round table laden with hot dishes was already prepared. As soon as Li Xingqian and Chen Pongzi sat down, all eyes focused on them, and the atmosphere grew tense again. A buzzcut young man proactively raised his glass with a friendly smile. I'm Qing. After introducing himself, he directed the conversation toward Li Xingqian. Having evolved into the wasteland ancient clan, your family background must be pretty solid, right? Why stay in this kind of guest house? As soon as he finished speaking, the innkeeper's wife tapped her spoon against a porcelain bowl with a crisp sound. What's wrong with my guest house? Who says people with money can't stay here? Ah Qing, instead of being nosy, you should think about how to graduate. His spirit beast is already third grade before he's even officially enrolled. While you've been studying for so many years and only reached fourth grade and you're not even wasteland ancient clan. The innkeeper's wife and Ah Qing were clearly familiar with each other. Publicly called out like this, his smile stiffened, and he could only laugh awkwardly while scratching his head. Hee, I should advance soon. My spirit beast is special, it's difficult to evolve, but once successful, ordinary 5th grade beast tamers won't be my match. I don't want to damage my spirit beast's aptitude. My goal isn't just 5th grade. After smoothing things over, Ah Qing continued the conversation with more sincerity in his eyes. There's an auction tomorrow, and I heard there will be wasteland ancient clan cubs for sale. Want to check it out? I can be your guide, I know the way. This was the very auction the innkeeper had mentioned, where his three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub would appear. Li Xingqian's heart stirred, curious about what price it might fetch, so he raised his glass and nodded readily. Sounds good. Thanks for the trouble. Li Xingqian agreed having a free guide wasn't bad at all. The next day, the three of them set out after some simple disguises. The auction wasn't open to just anyone without an invitation. Even those willing to pay were turned away at the door. Brother Qing explained with a hint of pride. However, as students from a prestigious academy, getting an invitation isn't too difficult for us. Li Xingqian pressed further. Do academy students have many privileges? Brother Qing waved his hand dismissively. There are privileges, sure, but it depends on your grade level and abilities. The academy admits 1,000 new students each year, and the gap between strong and weak is enormous. The stronger ones get more benefits. Don't think that just because we're a grade beast taming prodigies, advancing to 5th rank beast tamer will be easy. Back in the countryside, 5th rank represents the peak of combat power, but here in Fengdu City, it's merely the minimum threshold to earn people's respect. You'll understand eventually that being an academy student isn't really something to be proud of. As they talked, the three arrived at the auction entrance. The Muse auction house was only mid-tier in Fengdu City, yet luxury vehicles still packed the entrance, with beautifully dressed women in elegant gowns regularly entering on the arms of wealthy men. Brother Qing lowered his voice. The main customers here are men, and when they have beautiful women accompanying them, they spend much more lavishly. That's a scientifically proven conclusion. Li Xingqian and Fat Chen Chen exchanged knowing looks. Jinshan village had similar escort services too. Suddenly, a pretty girl dressed as a bunny girl approached them gracefully. She appeared to be around their age, with a hint of innocence still on her face. Would you gentlemen like a shopping guide? She asked with a smile. Both looked toward Brother Qing, waiting for him to decide whether to pay for the service. In an auction house, not having a guide beside you made you look somewhat lacking in status. Brother Qing rubbed his nose. No thanks, we're just browsing. The girl quickly added, I'm not expensive. Today's my first day on the job, so there's a discount. Li Xingqian raised an eyebrow. You're so pretty that even as a newcomer, you shouldn't lack for clients, right? We're just students who definitely won't spend as much as those wealthy people. The more clients spend, the higher your commission, correct? Shopping guides were indeed part of the hospitality industry, though not everyone looked down on them. Some who chose the right clients could earn dozens of spirit crystals or more from a single auction. It was work that the rich disdained and the poor couldn't afford. The girl nodded, then lowered her gaze. Other clients have approached me too, but they look at me strangely and get handsy. I just want to earn tuition money, nothing more. The girl seemed somewhat ashamed, which came across as a bit hypocritical. As hostesses, they're supposedly there to provide detailed auction materials to clients. But in reality, most clients already know exactly what they're bidding on and have their targets picked out. In these situations, hiring a hostess often serves just one purpose: having a pretty ornament to keep them company during the actual bidding. If others heard this, they'd probably mock the girl for being naive. But Li Xingqian and Shen Pengzi both came from small towns and knew their status was nowhere near that of those wealthy bidders, so they actually felt some sympathy for her situation. How much does it cost to hire you as a hostess? Li Xingqian asked casually. Brother Qing frowned. He could tell Li Xingqian's bleeding heart was acting up again and sighed inwardly. So young. At auction houses, there are countless girls putting on this pitiful act. They're not actually innocent. If they were truly naive, they wouldn't wade into these murky waters. Their purity and virtue are performances for poor men, while they save their wildest sides for the wealthy. The girl immediately straightened up, trying to make her voice sound steady and confident. I'm not expensive, 10 spirit crystals per hour, and I'll give you the most detailed item descriptions. Li Xingqian and Shen Pengzi froze on the spot, their mouths opening and closing as they struggled to find words in their embarrassment. Brother Qing burst out laughing, his face full of schadenfreude. Huh? How's that for a reality check? In Fengdu City, even when you want to show kindness, you'd better first consider whether you can afford the price. Seeing their awkward expressions, the girl quickly added, Of course, I could give you a discount. I just want to earn some living expenses. I just got into the advanced academy this year. I only need enough to cover daily expenses. She spoke with complete sincerity, clearly seeing them as fellow students and feeling they posed no threat, so she was being especially considerate. Haha, we're also freshmen, so. Li Xingqian was about to politely decline when a stern-faced mature woman suddenly approached. The woman glanced at the girl, her voice full of impatience. Why are you still here? It's almost full inside, and you still haven't found clients? The girl visibly trembled, nodding pitifully. I'm trying my best. What good is trying? I told you before, wear something more revealing. You're all bundled up like that. Was going to take you. The woman scolded mercilessly. The girl's eyes immediately reddened, nearly bringing her to tears. Li Xingqian felt uncomfortable. This girl, like them, was a student who'd gotten into the academy this year, which meant she should be an A-level beast tamer prodigy. Yet here she was working as a hostess and enduring this kind of humiliation. Her talents went unrecognized, and she couldn't even get basic respect. The woman continued coldly. I only let you work as a hostess because you're a new student at the advanced academy. If you can't handle it, go serve tables as waitstaff instead. The pay's lower, but at least you'd be competent. Not everyone can be a hostess. Just as the woman was about to reassign the girl, Li Xingqian suddenly spoke up. Let her be our hostess. The girl's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at Li Xingqian with gratitude. You guys? The woman looked them up and down, a sneer forming at the corner of her mouth. No matter how they tried to dress up, they couldn't hide their impoverished aura. Fine. Since she found clients, she can continue for now. But remember your performance targets. If you don't meet them, you still won't pass your probation period. The woman left with that parting shot, clicking away in her high heels. The girl nodded frantically, clutching her folder of materials tightly. Brother Qing leaned over and whispered, That woman is the customer service director at Muse Auction House Middle Management. She used to be a hostess herself, and now that she's worked her way up to leadership, she's found all sorts of ways to exploit the hostesses. Li Xingqian asked the girl, Are you really short on money? Why work in this industry? It's obviously not suitable for you. The girl pressed her lips together and lowered her eyelashes helplessly. I heard that working as a hostess at auction houses pays well. I wanted to earn some extra tuition money before school starts. Thank you so much for what you did earlier. I might have been fired on the spot otherwise. Don't worry about it. It's just a few hours, right? Li Xingqian smiled reassuringly. 10 spirit crystals per hour isn't too expensive. Just a few hours? Brother Qing, who had been leading them, chuckled. A formal auction usually lasts 6 hours. During those 6 hours, you'll not only pay the hostess fee, but also need to eat and drink at the auction house. Even if you don't bid on anything, you'll spend about 100 spirit crystals for the whole event. As his words sank in, both Li Xingqian and Fatty Chen's faces turned ashen. Brother Qing noticed their expressions, but didn't mock them further. He understood that these hot-blooded newcomers to Fengdu were prone to heroic impulses when they saw a beautiful woman being bullied. This was their first lesson in Fengdu. The group entered the auction hall, greeted by a soaring marble lobby. The venue had 3 floors. The public hall on the first floor, section smaller halls on the second floor, and VIP private rooms on the third floor. Customers without hostess companions were all directed to the bustling first floor. Since Li Xingqian's group had hired a hostess, they were arranged in the much quieter second floor hall. Here, the clientele was well-dressed, each accompanied by a hostess. Li Xingqian noticed a portly middle-aged man brazenly groping his hostess's buttocks, while her collar was stuffed full of cash. He instinctively turned to look at the girl beside him. Her pretty face was tinged with a light blush, her fingers tightly twisting the hem of her hostess uniform. Well, if it isn't the pauper who couldn't even afford a hotel room yesterday, too poor for accommodation but rich enough to hire a hostess, came a familiar mocking voice. Li Xingqian looked toward the sound and saw young Master Huang's group from yesterday, who had lavishly booked out the entire hotel. Young Master Huang now had a hostess on each arm, both girls practically pressed against his body, their collars opened lower than the others. You know each other? Brother Qing raised an eyebrow. Yeah, we met yesterday, Fatty Chin immediately added with irritation. We were planning to book a hotel, but they reserved all the rooms. Brother Qing looked stunned. So you guys really do have money booking hotels, hiring hostesses yet you're staying at a family guest house? Don't tell me you're rich kids slumming it. Hearing that Li Xingqian's group was staying at a family guest house, young Master Huang's crew burst into laughter. So you save money on the hotel just to hire a hostess. Hearing this, the girl felt increasingly guilty. Staying at a guest house showed they were also tight on money. Hiring a hostess clearly wasn't in their original budget, yet they had incurred this significant expense just to help her. Li Xingqian frowned slightly, glanced at young Master Huang who had remained silent, and said coldly, I didn't want to stoop to your level yesterday, but if you keep provoking me repeatedly, don't blame me for being impolite. He hadn't come to Fengdu City to be pushed around. With two ancient wasteland clan cubs that had advanced to grade 3 and a record of personally killing several grade 4 beast tamers, there was really no need to continue enduring this. The ponytailed girl beside young Master Huang immediately spoke up in a shrill voice. Young Master Huang, look at him. He actually dares to threaten us. Doesn't he know who our boss is? How dare someone like him act so arrogant? Her tone was sharp and piercing, yet her eyes were secretly sizing up Li Xingqian, as if trying to find traces of fear on him. Young Master Huang's expression turned slightly cold, but he forced himself to maintain his usual composure, raising his hand slightly to signal his female companion to be quiet. My friend, why bother arguing with a girl? His tone was gentle, but his attitude was condescending, as if he were more gentlemanly than Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian thought to himself what a pretentious act, and didn't give him any face. Who I argue with is none of your business. What are you anyway? This outburst completely shattered young Master Huang's smile. His brow furrowed tightly, clearly unaccustomed to anyone daring to speak to him this way. The other young people accompanying Huang from Huanglong Township were also shocked, their mouths hanging half open. The ponytailed girl immediately added sarcastically, haven't you heard of the Huang family from Huanglong Township? Young Master Huang is the Huang family's top genius in class beast taming prodigy. How dare you speak to him like that? The surrounding onlookers all turned their heads upon hearing this. Obviously many had heard of the Huang family's influence in Huanglong Township. Looking at the entourage of guards around young Master Huang, the display was indeed impressive. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Brother Qing gave young Master Huang a meaningful look and smiled as he tried to smooth things over. So you're a genius from the Huang family. However, this is the Muse auction house, and no matter how powerful your background, you must follow the rules. Besadeso, what if you're in class beast taming genius? This brother of ours is in class beast tamer who controls grade 3 ancient wasteland clan creatures. Why don't you two arrange a spirit beast battle for another day? As his words fell, the onlookers gasped again. Grade 3 ancient wasteland clan. Evolving such ancient wasteland clan cubs that don't harm aptitude to grade 3 wasn't cheap. Just one cub would cost over 10,000 spirit crystals, plus evolution materials and evolution master fees at least 20,000 spirit crystals. This wasn't something ordinary wealthy families could afford. Young Master Huang's eyes widened suddenly, clearly caught off guard by Li Xingqian's trump card. The ponytailed girl was about to speak again, but was stopped by young Master Huang's raised hand. Just then, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and the auction officially began. Spotlights converged into a beam of light hitting the auction platform on the first floor, and everyone turned their attention away. The girl beside Li Xingqian lowered her voice and said in amazement, you actually already possess grade 3 ancient wasteland clan creatures. With your talent, you should have secured a spot at the academy long ago, right? Li Xingqian just smiled slightly without explaining. His situation was too special. This ancient wasteland clan creature had gone from grade 1 to grade 3 in just a few days. If outsiders knew, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. He opened the auction catalog in his hands, and his three-eyed Azure Emperor Wolf Cub was prominently listed, marked as a key auction item with a starting bid of 9,000 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian looked around but couldn't find the boss who had originally promised to personally host the auction. According to the catalog, 1/3 of this auction consisted of spirit beast cubs, 1/3 was rare spirit beast evolution materials, and the remaining third was various magical treasures. Overall, spirit beast cubs commanded higher prices, as most attendees were targeting cubs with a class or higher aptitude. Sometimes, an A-class spirit beast cub with outstanding attributes was even rarer than beast taming geniuses of the same level, and if the attributes were particularly special, it could easily fetch a high price. However, Li Xingqian noticed two evolution materials, the Ice Dragon Fang and the Azure Cold Spirit. These were extremely rare evolution materials for Ice-type spirit beasts. He quickly sorted through the information in his mind. If Chimpanzee's Heavenly Cold Ice Toad wanted to follow the special route to transform into the Lunar Cold Toad, it would need to gather several rare materials, including these two. Earlier, when he accompanied Chimpanzee to the shop to inquire about prices, even the well-informed shopkeeper had shaken his head saying, hard to get. No one expected to see them at today's auction. The starting bid for the Ice Dragon Fawn was set at 700 spirit crystals, and the Azure Cold Spirit at 300 spirit crystals together, totaling a full 1,000 spirit crystals. By comparison, when a typical second-tier spirit beast followed the ordinary route to advance to third tier, the average cost was only about 500 spirit crystals. The price was staggering, but the rewards were equally tempting. The Heavenly Cold Ice Toad was currently around B2 a grade, but once it evolved into the Lunar Cold Toad form, it could firmly reach a grade, with an extremely high chance of breaking into grade in the future. Li Xingqian lowered his voice and said to Chimpanzee, later, we'll bid on these two materials for your Heavenly Cold Ice Toad's evolution. Chimpanzee's eyes nearly popped out. Brotherly, you've got to be kidding. They're so expensive, where would we get the money? Don't worry about the money for now. I have a plan. Li Xingqian patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Chimpanzee became even more anxious. But our two credit cards combined only have a limit of 200 spirit crystals. I heard that if you bid recklessly at the auction house and can't pay, they'll cut your tendons. Li Xingqian smiled. Relax. These two materials are extremely rare. Encountering them is pure luck. Whether a spirit beast can reach high tier largely depends on its evolution plan and materials. Spending money on you is worth it. I can't always fight alone in the future. If you become stronger, it benefits me too. Chimpanzee felt uneasy, but thinking that Li Xingqian had recently joined the Divine Map Guild, he guessed that perhaps the guild had provided support, so he nodded. The atmosphere in the auction hall was calmer than they expected. The auctioneer on stage had shouted himself hoarse, yet the bids remained within reasonable range. Fengdu City had abundant resource channels. If prices were pushed too high, often no one would follow. The hostess who was serving them, seeing that Li Xingqian and his companion had no immediate intention to bid, still dutifully explained each auction item. When the Azure Cold Spirit was brought out, the lights in the hall converged, and the blue-green crystalline material lay quietly under the crystal dome. The auctioneer announced a starting price of 300 spirit crystals, with minimum increments of 30 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian didn't raise his paddle immediately. He knew very well that someone would want this item. 330 spirit crystals. Someone in the crowd suddenly raised their paddle. Following the voice, the bidder turned out to be none other than young Master Huang. Young Master Huang, your Ice Soul Divine Sparrow needs the Azure Cold Spirit to evolve to Tier 3. Since young Master Huang has made his move, anyone with half a brain should know better than to bid again. After all, who could possibly outbid young Master Huang? The auction hall was ablaze with lights as hundreds of bidders exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. When the genius from the Huang family of Huanglong Township suddenly raised his paddle, many people privately weighed their options. This wasn't some dealer trafficking evolution materials. Once he got involved, it meant he had an urgent evolutionary need for the Qinghan spirit. The auctioneer stood on the elevated platform, waving for the spotlight to illuminate the tray. Ladies and gentlemen, this Qinghan spirit is a full 800 years old. The owner urgently needs spirit crystals, which is why they're offering it at such a low price. Keep in mind, a 500-year-old Qinghan spirit previously sold for 450 spirit crystals. His voice boomed, clearly trying to stir up more bidding enthusiasm. However, ice element spirit beasts were already rare, and even fewer people could use this material. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy instead. Apart from young Master Huang, no one else raised their paddle. The auctioneer sighed, raising his gavel to close. 360 spirit crystals. The crisp bid exploded through the quiet hall. The auctioneer perked up immediately, shouting excitedly. Someone has bid 360 spirit crystals. Any other bids? Young Master Huang raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the source of the voice. Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian's sudden entry into the bidding left both Brother Qing and the girl who came with him stunned. They hadn't heard his earlier muttered comment to Fatty Chun. Brother Qing lowered his voice in warning. Xingqian, your spirit beast is a three-tailed golden flame fox. This high-grade ice element material isn't suitable at all. If you just want to annoy young Master Huang, that's one thing, but don't actually buy it. Li Xingqian didn't respond, simply looking calmly at young Master Huang. 390 spirit crystals. Young Master Huang raised his paddle again. 420 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian followed immediately. 500 spirit crystals. Young Master Huang gritted his teeth, jumping straight to 200 above the starting price, already seeming unprofitable. 530 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian announced the new figure flatly. Fatty Chin's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a fist. Brother Li is actually serious? That's 530 spirit crystals. I never seen that much money in my entire life. Young Master Huang's face turned ashen, grinding his molars. More backbone than I expected. Since you want this Qinghan spirit so badly, I'll grant your wish. The auctioneer brought down his gavel. Sold. Mr. Li Xingqian wins the 800-year Qinghan spirit for 530 spirit crystals. Just minutes later, a uniformed young staff member approached Li Xingqian carrying a jade box, wearing a professional smile. Hello, sir. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Li Xingqian froze. I have to pay now. The young man nodded. Yes, our auction house has always required immediate settlement. But I don't have the money right now. Li Xingqian had assumed payment would be collected after the entire auction ended. The young man's expression instantly turned cold, his gaze sharp. So you're deliberately causing trouble? That's not what I meant. I genuinely want to buy it. I just don't have the money now. I can pay after the auction ends. Li Xingqian hurriedly explained. Young Master Huang let out a mocking laugh. Not loud, but clear enough for those nearby to hear. What do you think this place is? Somewhere you can run wild? Or are you openly challenging the auction house's rules? He turned to the young man. If he can't pay, I can buy the Qinghan spirit. But not for 530 spirit crystals. I'll give 330. You can ask the owner if they're willing. The young man looked troubled. But the auction closed at 530 spirit crystals. The 200 crystal difference. That's between you and him. Young Master Huang cut him off coldly. You can recover that 200 crystal loss from him. His goal was always to obtain the Qinghan spirit, not to help Li Xingqian out of his predicament. A cold gleam flashed in the young man's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Li Xingqian, enunciating each word. Sir, you'd better give our muse auction house a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today. The small hall on the second floor fell completely silent. Rarely did anyone dare to openly provoke an auction house. Any auction house that could establish itself in Fengdu City was backed by powerful forces, not to mention that Muse was recognized as the premier mid-tier auction house. Even the top-tier families in Fengdu City wouldn't dare act recklessly toward Muse, let alone ordinary guests seated in the second-floor general section. In Muse's eyes, these people were nothing more than ants beneath a giant wheel. Brother Qing and Fat Chen sat on either side of Li Xingqian, their bodies tense with anxiety. Li Xingqian was clearly short on funds, yet he insisted on bidding for expensive materials. Wasn't this tantamount to publicly treating Muse auction house like fools? Young Master Huang leaned back in his chair and sneered. A country bumpkin who doesn't even understand auction house rules dares to bid recklessly. How foolish. All eyes focused on Li Xingqian. The uniformed young man from the auction house wore a dark expression as he warned again. Whether you're playing games or have ulterior motives, you'd better contact your friends and family to raise the money immediately, or you won't be walking out of here today. Li Xingqian was secretly alarmed, having clearly underestimated Muse's operating style, but he remained composed in his response. I have an item that will be auctioned soon. After the auction ends, I'll naturally be able to pay. Could you wait a moment? You have an item too? The young man's expression shifted slightly. What auction houses valued most were consignor good items attracted more bidders. He lowered his voice. What's your item? Let's hear it. Come closer. Li Xingqian gestured with his hand. As the young man leaned in, he spoke in a volume only the other could hear. A three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub. However, I'm not the registered seller. Ask the person who registered it, and you'll understand. A three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub. The young man's heart jolted. That was one of the most significant items in the entire auction. Such ancient wasteland clan cubs typically came from large spirit beast breeding facilities or exceptionally powerful hunting teams. They absolutely couldn't originate from this young man before him. Besides, if he were the actual consignor, he should at least be seated in a VIP room on the third floor, not in the second floor hall. However, Fengdu City was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with no shortage of people who played the fool to catch the wise. If he misjudged someone's identity, he might offend a major client the auction house couldn't afford to antagonize. The young man didn't dare be negligent and hurriedly left to verify the information. Seeing him leave after hearing just one sentence from Li Xingqian, everyone was stunned. Brother Qing asked in a low voice, Brother, do you really have something to auction? What kind of item is it? Unless it's something impressive, the auction house wouldn't make an exception for you. Li Xingqian merely smiled without speaking. Young Master Huang watched coldly, his sneer growing heavier. Can't even come up with a mere 530 spirit crystals, yet dares to claim he has good auction items? Once they investigate, you'll still get your limbs broken and be thrown out. Fat Chen's forehead broke out in sweat as he whispered urgently in Li Xingqian's ear. Brotherly, should we run while we can? Otherwise, I'll call my dad and have him cover the money. Before Fat Chen could finish speaking, people from the auction house returned. This time was different from before. Besides the young man, there was also a middle-aged man with a stern expression. This middle-aged man was clearly an important figure from the auction house, possessing the kind of authoritative bearing that couldn't be easily faked. Obviously, he had come specifically to handle the malicious bidding incident involving Li Xingqian. Brother Qing frowned deeply. He had originally just wanted to use the auction to build a good relationship with this beast tamer from the ancient wasteland tribe and let Li Xingqian broaden his horizons. Who would have thought it would cause such a huge mess? If this didn't end well, he himself might end up on the Muse auction house's blacklist. In the private box, Huang Shaoyi spoke righteously, almost aggressively confronting the middle-aged man. Your auction house must give us an explanation. We came to participate in this auction because we trusted you. If there are incidents of malicious bidding followed by refusal to pay spirit crystals, how can we trust Muse in the future? The middle-aged man first bowed apologetically to young Master Huang, his attitude humble. Please rest assured, we will handle this properly. Young Master Huang nodded with satisfaction, then cast a cold glance at Li Xingqian. You're finished. The onlookers either felt pity or schadenfreude in their eyes. Li Xingqian was most likely a country genius who didn't understand the rules. But in Fengdu City, no one indulged anyone. Rules came with consequences. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the middle-aged man suddenly turned to Li Xingqian, his tone polite to the point of being respectful. I apologize. Our poor handling has caused you to be misunderstood. I have already required him to apologize to you. The young auction house employee immediately bowed. Sir, we sincerely apologize. After verification, we have confirmed that you are indeed the actual owner of that auction item. As an apology, this Azure Cold Spirit will be compensated to you by the auction house, and you need not pay any spirit crystals. The air instantly froze. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The auction house was actually taking the initiative to apologize. Brother Qing and Fat Chen's eyes widened. What exactly had Li Xingqian said to the auction house? How did he manage to make them willingly give away an auction item worth 530 spirit crystals just to seek his forgiveness? Li Xingqian himself was also stunned. You're giving it to me for free? The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. As long as you're willing to continue consigning your items to us in the future, this cost is worthwhile. He then added, your consignment agent invites you and your friends to take seats in VIP room 3. Having gotten such a bargain, Li Xingqian naturally didn't mind and readily agreed, casually tucking the Azure Cold Spirit into his robes. At this point, young Master Huang could no longer sit still and shot up. This is your approach? He violated the rules, yet you're covering for him. Can others also maliciously bid and then refuse to pay in the future? The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged as he responded calmly. As long as young Master Huang has premium auction items worth over 10,000 spirit crystals consigned to our Muse auction house in the future, you can also enjoy the privilege of bidding first and paying later. 10,000 spirit crystals. Young Master Huang was completely dumbfounded. The ponytailed girl and others who had come with him also instinctively held their breath. That was an enormous fortune that ordinary people couldn't earn in a lifetime. Even for a top-tier rich young master like young Master Huang, it would be very difficult to obtain such a vast amount of wealth. Are you guys out of your minds? How is this even possible? He can't even afford a hotel room. So how could he possibly have auction items worth tens of thousands of spirit crystals? Young Master Huang questioned loudly in the hallway, his voice filled with disbelief. The middle-aged receptionist no longer responded, simply raising his hand in a please follow me gesture as he led Li Xingqian's group to a private elevator that took them straight to the third floor. Compared to the second floor, the third floor's carpeting was even more luxurious, with chandeliers adorned with delicate crystals and walls made entirely of lapis lazuli blocks. The level of opulence was in a completely different league. Arriving at the door marked VIP Suite Heaven Number 3, the middle-aged man respectfully stepped aside. Please, go in. He then remained stationed outside the door without another word. Li Xingqian pushed open the door to be greeted by the subtle fragrance of sandalwood. In the center of the private room sat a deep purple leather sofa, and on it was Boss Bao, the man handling his auction business. Boss Bao, I knew you'd be here. Li Xingqian spoke first. Boss Bao set down the catalog in his hands and nodded at him. With such important items up for auction, of course I had to oversee things personally. Though I really didn't expect you to show up too. Li Xingqian took a seat across from the sofa and got straight to the point. I'm interested in 2 items in there, especially the Ice Dragon Fong. Can you help me secure it? Boss Bao quickly flipped to the corresponding page. Starting bid is 500 spirit crystals, not cheap at all. Are you planning to use this to evolve that fat guy's frost ice toad? This kind of material is usually for high-tier ice-type spirit beasts. Can you second-rank guys even handle it? He knew Li Xingqian's situation well. 1 fire-type, 1 shadow-type spirit beast. The Ice Dragon Fong clearly wasn't meant for Li Xingqian's own creatures. Li Xingqian nodded. Building a solid foundation brings greater returns later. As long as the evolution plan is correct, no material is wasted, no matter how valuable. Boss Bao nodded approvingly. All right, consider the Ice Dragon Fong handled. You're about to be a wealthy man anyway. He smiled and closed the catalog. Your 3-eyed Azure Emperor Wolf Cub is generating quite a buzz. With the new student enrollment season upon us, all the wealthy families in Fengdu City want to equip their prodigies with top-tier pheromone spirit beasts. Plus, Emperor wolf bloodlines are already rare to begin with, the competition will only be fiercer. How much do you think it'll go for? Li Xingqian asked. At least 12,000 spirit crystals. Boss Bao held up one finger, then bent a second. Conservative estimate. Li Xingqian gasped. That high? Fatty Chin's eyes nearly popped out. Brotherly, are the rumors true? You really got your hands on a three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub. Li Xingqian smiled lightly. I told you before, we're not short on money. It just hasn't arrived in our account yet. Brother Qing looked completely bewildered as he grabbed the catalog and frantically flipped through it, finally stopping at an entry marked starting bid, 8,000 spirit crystals. He muttered, how did you even get your hands on this thing? Before Li Xingqian could answer, Fatty Chin proudly slapped the table. Who do you think our brotherly is? He snatched that cub right out from under several fourth-rank beast tamers. What a scene that was. Brother Qing's jaw dropped and stayed that way. Brotherly, you're absolutely incredible. His mind rapidly processed the information he knew. And Frank B. Seal that somehow evolved into and shrank ancient wasteland species. Top performance in graduation practicals. And now stealing an emperor wolf cub from fourth-rank beast tamers. Just what kind of monster was this guy? Brother Qing suddenly had a strong premonition. This person was probably going to cause quite a stir at whatever advanced academy he attended. The girl who had come along with Li Xingqian was so stunned she didn't know what to say. Soon, the ice dragon Fong went up for auction. That young Master Huang remained a formidable competitor, but Li Xingqian was determined to win the ice dragon Fong at all costs. In the end, he secured it for the hefty price of 1,000 spirit crystals. The auctioneer presented the two treasures in sequence, the translucent blue, bone-chilling azure cold spirit, and the ice dragon Fong gleaming with sharp, cold radiance, and handed them to Fatty Chun. The total came to 1,530 spirit crystals, nearly equivalent to the Chun family's entire yearly income. Fatty Chin's hands hung suspended in midair, his face etched with shock and disbelief, too stunned to accept them. Li Xingqian patted his shoulder with a smile. I'll keep these for now. Once we gather all the materials, I'll help you evolve your sky-cold ice toad. Fatty Chun could only nod mechanically, as if his soul had been frozen solid. Brother Qing beside them stared with undisguised envy. Is this really someone from a small place? Spending this much money just to evolve a mere second-grade spirit beast? Even top-tier, noble families wouldn't be this extravagant. The auction continued, and the true climax arrived: a three-eyed azure emperor wolf cub. Starting at 8,000 spirit crystals, it instantly ignited the entire venue. The bidding voices from the first and second floors fell silent, replaced by the measured yet intense calls from the 4 VIP boxes on the third floor. In just 3 rounds, the price soared to 10,000 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian's heart raced wildly. If the hammer fell now, he would have already made a fortune. This cub was his unexpected windfall, essentially free money. The bidding showed no signs of stopping. The 4 boxes competed fiercely, quickly pushing past 12,000 spirit crystals. Boss Bao rubbed his arms, lowering his voice. I really underestimated this item's value. Should have gone to a premium auction house. The extra commission would have been worth it. 13,000 spirit crystals. A crisp female voice rang out from the neighboring box, decisive and determined, clearly intent on claiming the cub. From another box, a male voice immediately countered. 14,000 spirit crystals. Li Xingqian felt dizzy. Those were his spirit crystals. Fatty Chin muttered beside him like he was chanting a spell. Higher. Go higher. As the auctioneer raised his hammer to close, the female voice rose again. 15,000 spirit crystals. Boss Bao was utterly stunned, raising the bid by 1,000 spirit crystals at once. This lady next door really wants to take that cub home. At 15,000 spirit crystals, the price far exceeded Li Xingqian's expectations and finally silenced the other competitors. The hammer fell. Sold. Li Xingqian exhaled deeply, calculating in his mind. After deducting what he owed Boss Bao and the fee for helping bid on the ice dragon Fong, he would still net 11,000 spirit crystals. However, the next moment, he understood why Muse Auction House had been so generous earlier, offering the 530 spirit crystal azure cold spirit as compensation. Intermediate auction houses took a 15 commission. So, Muse Auction House had directly deducted 2,250 spirit crystals from his auction proceeds. Li Xingqian could hardly believe it. Just by serving as an intermediary in the auction, he had made so much money in one go. In his eyes, the Muse Auction House had swallowed up a total of 2,250 spirit crystals at zero cost. Today, this was almost equivalent to the entire annual revenue of a first-tier prestigious family in Jinkin Township, perhaps even slightly more. However, running an auction house wasn't a business just anyone could handle. Besides gathering quality auction items and high net worth bidders simultaneously, one also had to bear the responsibility of intermediary guarantee. If anything went wrong in the process, the losses would have to be shouldered alone. Boss Bao was obviously accustomed to this, showing not the slightest ripple of emotion on his face. Li Xingqian couldn't help feeling somewhat unsettled. However, after deducting the auction house's commission, He still had 8,500 spirit crystals left, which he supposed was acceptable. The subsequent auctions held no appeal for him, so he simply left early, calling the receptionist aside and handing her 50 spirit crystals, 20 calculated by working hours, with the remaining 30 as a tip. The girl accepted the spirit crystals and told him she was planning to quit her job at the auction house. After leaving, she naturally couldn't continue living in the employee dormitory, but fortunately Brother Ching invited her on the spot to move into the family-style guest house they were sharing, which she readily agreed to. On the way back, the night breeze carrying the scent of sea salt blew through the street corner. Brother Ching looked Li Xingchen up and down with a half smile. Brotherly, you've been hiding your true colors quite well. With your financial resources, you could easily afford to stay at top-tier hotels, yet you come to our place playing the poor student, truly a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Li Xingchen shrugged. Just good luck. Money should still be spent where it matters most. Back at the guest house, Brother Ching didn't spread word about the auction house incident, but his enthusiasm toward Li Xingchen obviously skyrocketed, his intentions crystal clear. Everyone was polite to Brother Ching, but they all understood. This senior wasn't doing particularly well at the advanced academy, consistently failing to meet graduation standards. To put it bluntly, he was just an old hand coasting along. The landlady came by daily to clean and help wash clothes for the tenants, though she mainly looked after the female residents while the male students had to manage on their own. During casual conversation, she mentioned having a daughter who had just entered the advanced academy last year and had even made it onto the newcomers' Sun Moon rankings. Through Brother Ching's explanation, Li Xingchen finally understood. The so-called Sun Moon rankings were excellence lists for new students, divided into the Sun rankings and Moon rankings, taking the top 100 and 200 respectively, for a total of 300 names. Those who made the list could receive substantial rewards. He expressed amazement and praised the landlady's daughter for being impressive enough to squeeze into the top 300 newcomers. The landlady waved her hands repeatedly. It's actually not as impressive as you think. The truly outstanding newcomers all aim for the Dragon Tiger rankings. Only after the Dragon Tiger rankings do they turn to the Sun Moon rankings, so the Sun Moon rankings have considerably less prestige and much smaller rewards. Brother Ching nodded and said, the Sun Moon rankings are essentially a welfare system established by the Advanced Academy, similar to scholarship lists. The entry threshold isn't that high, though making it onto the Sun rankings still carries decent weight. Li Xingchen made a mental note of this. He would need to make good use of the various reward systems at the academy when the time came. He wasn't looking to make a fortune, but at least he wanted to avoid being strapped for cash. Although Teacher Tang had already offered financial support, Li Xingchen preferred not to ask for help unless absolutely necessary. Asking for favors always came with strings attached. He had always been good at keeping accounts straight. When Boss Bao helped him list the three-eyed azure wolf cub at the auction house, he readily paid the 1,000 spirit crystal commission fee. It was all about give and take this way. He could approach Boss Bao for help securing resources again in the future. Over the next few days, he got to know his roommates better. The girl who shared the mixed-gender dormitory was named Xunyu, from Lan Township. Lan Township was much like his hometown of Golden Silkworm Township, both remote and underdeveloped. Xunyu came from a modest background and had to apply for work-study programs at school to cover her living expenses. Li Xingchen understood all too well rural students from ordinary families struggled at every turn in the bustling city of Fengdu, having to carefully budget every aspect of their daily lives. Meanwhile, he gained new insights into the firmament system. The system indicated that to unlock the third evolution of heaven-defying fate transformation, he needed to contract at least 3 spirit beasts before the next function would become available. Currently, he only had the Shadow Hunter and the three-tailed golden flame fox, which forced him to frequently have firmament attached to the Shadow Hunter to boost their compatibility at 100 times the normal rate. But in a dormitory with people constantly coming and going, how could he casually summon the Shadow Hunter? Maybe I could try at night. Deep into the night when the lights were out, Fatty Chen's snores rose and fell in rhythm. Li Xingchen lifted his blanket and silently summoned the Shadow Hunter. The creature was small in stature, crouching in the shadows at the corner of his bed, blending seamlessly with the darkness and remaining virtually undetectable. Firmament, attached to the Shadow Hunter. The system remained silent. After calling out several more times, Firmament finally responded with obvious reluctance. It's so ugly, I don't want to attach to it. Ugly. Li Xingchen turned to look, seeing the Shadow Hunter with its head lowered like a small figure wearing a bamboo hat, its pitch-black skin faintly gleaming with gray light, shoulders bearing a crescent-shaped scythe. It certainly wasn't as beautiful as the three-tailed golden flame fox, but could that really be a valid excuse? Stop making excuses and hurry up. Otherwise, just skip the spirit beast quantity requirement and unlock the third evolution directly. You originally had dual Shrank beast seals, making 3 spirit beasts a breeze, but now you're stuck with Frank. How is that my fault? Firmament complained mournfully. Li Xingchen clicked his tongue inwardly. Forget dual Shrank. Even single Shrank would be great. Shrank beast seals improved compatibility rates far faster than Frank, and he wouldn't need to constantly rely on Firmament's attachment. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to persevere. Sensing Li Xingqian's genuine anger, Firmament sighed helplessly and reluctantly attached to the Shadow Hunter. Li Xingqian immediately began training. He repeatedly commanded the Shadow Hunter to use Shadow Stealth, practicing sliding and concealing movements in the darkness over and over again, watching the compatibility meter visibly climb. From that night forward, he followed the same routine daily. In just a few days, the compatibility rate shot up to 54. Once formal classes began and he could engage in real combat training, the progress would only accelerate. Li Xingqian grew increasingly excited about the third evolution of heaven-defying fate transformation. It would most likely evolve the Shadow Hunter to 4th grade, and might even improve its aptitude. After all, there should be levels beyond strength, just like Long Yadin's Dragon Sparrow. The new students staying at the guest house agreed to go together on registration day, figuring they should look out for each other. Having spent 3 years at the academy, Brother Qing volunteered to be their guide, could recite every step of the freshman registration process with his eyes closed. When the landlady heard about this, she readily agreed to let her daughter help out too. This proved their decision to stay at this guest house was absolutely right. Low rent, great perks, and even guided assistance for registration. At the thought of soon entering Elite Academy mode, everyone was chattering excitedly in the living room. In contrast, Li Xingqian, sitting by the window, seemed unusually calm. Brother Qing noticed this and laughed. You're really something special. Most freshmen I've met are full of anticipation before starting school, but you seem to have zero expectations. Li Xingqian looked up, his tone steady. What's the point of expectations? This is a world where strength rules supreme. The Elite Academy's reputation won't put food on the table. If you want dignity, you have to seize it yourself. At this, he rubbed the beast mark on his wrist, his gaze sharp. Right now, I just want to quickly contract 3 third-grade spirit beasts, complete the 3rd level of heaven-defying fate change, and break free from 3rd-grade limitations as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll never cross that threshold. Brother Qing's expression grew serious upon hearing this. You're quite clear-headed. I always tell freshmen that getting into an elite academy is just the first step. The path to becoming truly strong is like crossing a single-log bridge. If you can't make it across, you'll only end up as. Not necessarily. Li Xingqian smiled lightly. The masses you're referring to are 4th-grade beast tamers. But 4th-grade beast tamers in rural towns are still revered as top-tier powerhouses. Haha, true enough. Brother Qing laughed heartily, then shook his head. But who among those admitted to elite academies would be content returning home to play big shot? Our stage should be much grander. He placed both hands on the table, his voice filled with longing. When I was in my hometown, I yearned endlessly for Fengdu City. Only after arriving in Fengdu did I learn it's just one of the kingdom's 13 major cities, and not even the strongest. The stage is infinitely vast. Let's see how far we can go. Li Xingqian felt a stir in his heart. He had underestimated Brother Qing, who hadn't limited his goals to just Fengdu. Over the past few days, he had also gotten a clear picture of Fengdu City's true power. Multiple legendary beast tamer families held sway within the city, which alone demonstrated the depth of these prestigious clans. The Wasteland organization's near conquest of Jinshan Township that day wasn't actually that impressive. If any legendary family from Fengdu City had intervened, Jinshan Township would have fallen instantly. At this thought, Li Xingqian's fighting spirit ignited, making him even more eager to quickly join the ranks of true powerhouses. He pulled up the Shadow Hunter's compatibility panel. A number had jumped to 61. The 100-fold acceleration was truly remarkable. Probably even Scrayed beast mark holders couldn't keep up. At this rate, he'd reach full compatibility in another half-month. Next, he needed to think about which species to choose for his 3rd spirit beast. On registration day, everyone at the guest house dressed in their finest clothes and set off for the prestigious academy with high spirits. The morning streets were still shrouded in mist, and suitcases made rapid clicking sounds against the cobblestone pavement. Li Xingqian and Fatty Chun had also put on their newly purchased suit jackets. Li Xingqian chose a sleek, well-fitted charcoal gray that made him look even more upright, while Fatty Chun wore a cream-colored 3-piece suit with an exquisitely crafted copper button pinned to his chest. Both men now had money to spare and could finally afford to invest in themselves. Along the way, Brother Qing kept reminding them, most students at the academy are locals from Fengdu City, and they've always looked down on country folk. Dress respectably, and at least you won't be immediately labeled as poor students. Wealthy country boys often find it easier to get resources and help. Li Xingqian didn't want others to fawn over him. He simply wanted to avoid encountering people like young Master Huang, who judged others by their appearance. Such people might not be able to hurt him, but they were certainly disgusting enough. When they arrived at the academy gates, the expected crowds were nowhere to be seen. The magnificent bronze gates stood majestically, fronted by a plaza that could accommodate over 1,000 people. The ground was paved with freshly waxed obsidian tiles that reflected the morning light. Scattered new students dragged their suitcases as they filed through the entrance. Brother Ching calculated. This year's freshman class totaled only about 1,000 students, with 7 full days for registration. Not many people would come on the first day to save on accommodation costs. The crowds would arrive gradually over the following days. Wow, those senior girls over there welcoming new students are really pretty. Their skirts are so short, how bold. They're totally my type. A rather handsome male student's eyes were glued to several senior girls in the distance. They wore the school's standard light blue short skirts, full of energy as they handed out materials to new students. Brother Ching coldly burst his bubble. Save your energy. When upperclassmen pick partners, only country boys from wealthy families have a chance. Those of us staying at family-style goose houses shouldn't even dream about it. The boy immediately deflated like a frostbitten eggplant. Indeed, those senior girls couldn't even be bothered to spare them a glance, instead clustering around new students who were obviously from wealthy backgrounds, accompanied by their stewards, showering them with attention and care. We're just keeping a low profile. Fatty Chin protested, lifting his round chin defiantly. Li Xingchen smiled without comment. Truth be told, Fatty Chun was also a young master from a wealthy family, except his father was stingy with money. The Chun family operated mines in Jinshan Township and, while not among the top gentry, were certainly far above ordinary people. You must be the tenants my mother mentioned, right? A gentle female voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned around to see a girl in a blue uniform skirt approaching them. She had bright eyes and white teeth, more outstanding than the previous senior girls, yet with an added touch of gentle elegance. Her steps were light and graceful as she smiled at them with poise. Brother Ching was stunned. Jiangwan, you're the landlady's daughter. The girl nodded. Yes, didn't she tell you? She did, but I never imagined it would be you. Brother Ching looked incredulous. He had been staying at the landlady's guest house for 2 years and was only now learning that Jiangwan was her daughter. Everyone looked toward Brother Ching, waiting for further introduction. Only then did Brother Ching snap back to reality, hurriedly saying, "This is quite unexpected indeed. Jiang Wan is a celebrity figure, a campus beauty of Luofeng Academy, ranked 8th on the daily rankings. The landlady really kept this under wraps, having such an amazing daughter." Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Jiang Wan laughed softly, her expression modest. It's not that impressive really. The truly capable people are all competing for the Dragon Tiger rankings. The Sun Moon rankings don't count for much. Brother Ching scoffed. Easy for you to say when you're 8th on the daily rankings. Those ranked lower on the Sun Moon rankings certainly don't think so. Li Xingchen and the others could hear the envy, jealousy, and resentment in his tone. Haha, I never expected the famous Qing Feizhong to actually know me. Looks like I'm doing pretty well for myself, Jiang Wan said with a playful grin. As soon as her words fell, everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Qing Feizhong. What's going on? Someone whispered quietly. The 8th-ranked genius on the daily rankings is actually happy, just because Brother Qing recognizes her. Qing Feizhong's face instantly darkened, and he remained silent. Jiang Wan's smile didn't fade as she continued in a casual tone. You probably don't really know Brother Qing. Back in the day, he was the top genius at Tiger Roar Academy. Everyone said he had unlimited potential and could break into the Dragon Tiger rankings. Brother Qing, you were that amazing. Fatty Chen's eyes widened. So are you already a Dragon Tiger rankings expert now? Li Xingchen also perked up his ear. She had always felt there was something extraordinary about this Brother Qing. Qing Feizhong curled his lip and tossed out. Dragon Tiger rankings my ass. That's all ancient history. There are plenty of people stronger than me at Tiger Roar Academy now. I'm long past my prime. His tone was like slamming a door shut, and everyone wisely stopped asking questions, though they all secretly felt he was hiding quite a story. Changing the subject, Jiang Wan announced. All right, I heard 3 junior students earned their admission spots through graduation practicum. Those 3 come with me. The rest follow Qing Feizhong. Li Xingchen was puzzled. Why are we splitting up? Aren't we all registering together? Jiang Wan explained. Of course not. Students who earn spots through graduation practicum are considered weaker in all aspects compared to formal examination students, so they're uniformly assigned to the self-study student academy. Students who passed formal examinations enter the various major departments, so naturally, we have to separate. Li Xingchen's heart sank. They were being categorized right from registration. Qing Feizhong patted his shoulder. Look, on the bright side, self-study students have weaker foundations, so concentrated teaching is more suitable. If you went directly with the formal students, you'd fall behind. With that, Li Xingchen, Fatty Chun, and the young man from Qianwei Township followed behind Jiang Wan. They walked past clusters of new students, through the lively welcome corridor, passing cheerfully decorated department entrances. Colorful flags fluttered, drums thundered, and senior students waved enthusiastically at every doorway. But Jiang Wan never stopped, only looking down to check her route guide. After passing 5 or 6 academy buildings, she finally stopped at a remote corner. Here, the signboard's paint was peeling. There wasn't even a welcoming senior student at the entrance, and only a wrinkled welcome banner hung there crookedly, its words barely legible. Inside the courtyard, weeds grew through cracks in the stone pathways, and occasional hollow echoes drifted out a world apart from the earlier festivities. The three students stood at the entrance, their hearts feeling like stones had dropped into them. This difference is way too huge, Fatty Chin muttered. The young man from Qianwei Township clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. Are we just unwanted? The academy doesn't care about us at all. They dumped us in this kind of place on purpose to humiliate us. The gray, overcast sky, the shabby banner, the desolate entrance gate reflected on his flushed face. The young man from Qianwei Township was furious, feeling he had suffered tremendous humiliation. Chen Fatty was equally indignant. But what did this all mean? Did those who earned their advancement spots through graduation practicum not deserve respect? He defiantly patted his round chest. At least we fought tooth and nail to make it into the top 3. How much weaker could our abilities really be compared to those formal examination students? Jiang Wan shrugged, her tone flat. That's just how the rules are. But let me remind you, call it a reality check if you will. The Self-Study Academy has consistently ranked last among all departments in terms of achievements. That's simply a fact. If you truly have confidence, then adjust your mindset and accept reality. Formal students are generally stronger. Those few words hit like a cold wind sweeping through the room, leaving Chin Fatty and the young man from Qianwei village momentarily speechless. Li Xingqian, however, quietly countered. Not necessarily. Perhaps it's because the academy allocates fewer resources to the self-study academy that creates this gap. Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes as she studied him, a hint of interest flickering in her gaze. Mother mentioned there was a self-study student from Jinkin village with grade beast taming talent who still managed to place first in the graduation practicum. That's you, isn't it? You might have something special about you. I'm actually looking forward to seeing you secure more resources for the self-study academy. Secure. Li Xingqian's eyes lit up, catching the implication in her words. Come on, let's go register first. Jiang Wan spoke quickly, clearly pressed for time, leading the three through the gray-white corridor and pushing open the doors to the self-study academy. Behind the window, a listless middle-aged woman mechanically took their admission notices, stamped them, and assigned dormitories, not even bothering to look up at them properly. Jiang Wan took the opportunity to explain in a low voice. The academy's resources are limited, and each department has to compete based on student performance. Simply put, the strong get more, the weak get less. You'll soon understand how the competition works. Use this time to improve your abilities and try to outperform the formal students. As she finished speaking, she turned toward a young man waiting nearby. His uniform bore a gold-trimmed tiger head embroidered on the chest, the Tiger Roar Academy emblem. The young man smiled warmly and waved at her. Jiang Wan immediately broke into a brighter smile and waved at Li Xingqian and the other two. All right, you three head to your dormitory. You'll be sharing one room, and the dorm supervisor will fill you in on everything else. Good luck. With that, she skipped over to the Tiger Roar Academy senior, instantly transforming into a delicate, dependent girl in his presence. Chin Fatty curled his lip. Senior Jiang Wan clearly doesn't take us seriously. That senior is probably her boyfriend, likely ranked in the top few on the daily rankings, maybe even a powerhouse on the Dragon Tiger rankings. Li Xingqian felt slightly unsettled, not because he resented Jiang Wan's dismissiveness, but due to a man's instinctive reluctance to be overshadowed by another man. The young man from Qianwei village was even more direct, his eyes burning as he stared at the retreating figures, jealousy practically radiating from him. The three carried their luggage toward the dormitory building, their footsteps echoing loudly on the rough stone steps still damp from the recent rain. Li Xingqian clenched his fists, a surge of defiance rising in his chest. He had to become stronger and earn others' respect. At the end of the hallway, a dim yellow bulb swayed as the dorm's supervisor scribbled their names and bed numbers in a registration book. Pushing open the dormitory door revealed 3 metal bunk beds and 2 old desks crammed into a room barely 20 square meters, with a view of the formal students' gleaming new dormitory building through the window. The stark contrast served as a silent reminder of their situation. Li Xingqian placed his luggage on the bed by the window and took a deep breath. The young man from Qianwei village immediately grabbed some dumbbells and began warming up, while Chin Fatty clutched his belly and muttered, "Couldn't we grab some food before training?" Despite the banter, all three shared the same inner voice. They had to become stronger. They absolutely wouldn't let anyone look down on them. And even as self-study students, they would prove they were no less capable than the formal students. Chin Fatty patted the shoulder of the young man from Qianwei Township. "Brother Renling, I support you. You've got to win over Senior Jiang Wan." Renling didn't take the bait, merely lifting his chin slightly. He could tell Chin Fatty was just teasing him. Li Xingqian stood nearby, watching the two with a smile at the corner of his mouth, but didn't join in. After the brief playful banter ended, Renling's usual arrogance surged up. He swept his gaze over Li Xingqian and Chin Fatty, his tone cold yet confident. "Since fate has brought us three together in the same dorm, you two should follow my lead from now on. I'm an A-grade beast taming prodigy after all, not much worse than those regular students. Li Xingqian and Qin Fadi exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh silently. One had grade beast taming talent, the other grade. Though they knew they weren't among the top self-study students. Where exactly did Renling get this chosen one attitude from? When the three pushed open the dorm door with their luggage, 3 people were already sitting inside. 6 bunk beds with desks underneath were crammed together, making it feel cramped even to turn around. Good heavens, Chin Fatty's eyes widened. It's actually a 6-person room. This environment is worse than our intermediate academia. At least we had double rooms back then. Li Xingqian also frowned inwardly. He began to understand why the landlady said many advanced academy students preferred to pay out of pocket to live off campus. There was virtually no privacy here. Thinking about how Tsang Qiong would transform into a beautiful woman and lie beside him at any moment, his headache intensified. If his roommates actually witnessed that, the dorm would probably explode. Among the 3 who had already made their beds, a gentle long-haired young man sitting on the edge of an upper bunk took the initiative to greet them. Half the students at the Advanced Academy come from the 28 townships, and even locals from Fengdu City might choose to board due to distance, so beds are tight. We all lived at home during Intermediate Academy. This is our first time in communal dorms, so it's natural to feel uncomfortable. He broke the awkward atmosphere first, giving everyone a sense of his easygoing nature. Beside him stood a muscular giant with arms crossed, shoulders broad as a wall. On another lower bunk, a youth with bangs covering his eyes silently arranged his belongings, gloomy as if cut off from the outside world. Renling nodded slightly and introduced himself first. I'm Renling, from Qianwei Township, first place in graduation practicum. His words still couldn't hide his arrogance among self-study students. First place and third place were ultimately different. The long-haired youth smiled in response. What a coincidence. I'm also first place Hua Rongmei from Silver Wolf Township. He pointed to the muscular man. He also took first place, from Tong Township, called Tai Nan. Then his gaze fell on the gloomy teenager. That one is also first place, but he hasn't spoken up, so I don't know his details either. Renling's eyebrows lifted slightly, clearly not expecting his roommates to all be first place from their respective townships. Li Xingqian and Chen Fadi made brief self-introductions in turn, finally choosing 2 beds positioned head-to-head. Looking at the cramped space, they no longer held any expectations for their future living experience. Oh right, before you arrived, the dorm supervisor already came by and said each dorm needs to elect a dorm leader. Since we don't know each other very well, I recommend letting Tai Nan serve as our dorm leader. What do you think? Hua Rongmei's proactive recommendation of Tai Nan for dorm leader clearly came with certain privileges. Everyone could see at a glance that he and Tai Nan had a close relationship. Once Tai Nan rose to power, Hua Rongmei would benefit as well. Li Xingqian tapped the bed rail with his fingertips, his mind racing. He had no intention of handing this position over to a stranger. The first to voice opposition was still Renling. The young man furrowed his brow, his voice clear and stubborn. I suggest we choose the dorm leader based on strength. I heard the dorm leader is responsible for securing resources for the entire dorm. Such an important responsibility should naturally go to the strongest person, not through personal connections, right? Strength. Tynan scoffed, scanning everyone present. Then let's talk about strength. Who among you can beat me? Are you strong? I'm a 4th grade beast tamer. Renling declared proudly. Tell me, am I strong or not? Tynan raised his hand, and a massive bear materialized in his palm. The overwhelming pressure of a 4th grade beast filled the air, though it was clearly the result of forced evolution. Renling immediately fell silent. His spirit beast was also forcibly evolved, but only reached 3rd grade, making it no match at all. Hua Rongmei seemed to have anticipated this scene, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Anyone else disagree? Student Renling is right. The dorm leader should be held by the strongest. Everyone, stop hiding your abilities. If you're truly stronger, step forward. I believe Tai Nan would willingly step aside. At this moment, Hua Rongmei looked exactly like Tai Nan's spokesperson. Tai Nan nodded slightly in agreement. Chen Pongzi nudged Li Xingqian with his elbow. Li Xingqian glanced at the melancholy boy in the corner whose eyes were hidden behind his bangs, noticing his complete lack of interest in the matter, then raised his hand. I suggest that I become the dorm leader, even though I'm only a 3rd grade beast tamer. Since you admit you're only 3rd grade, why compete with Tai Nan? Hua Rongmei frowned slightly. If you were stronger, we'd naturally have nothing to say, but if it's just because you want the position. The meaning was crystal clear. Without a convincing reason, Li Xingqian shouldn't even think about it. Indeed, I am a 3rd grade beast tamer, but my spirit beast isn't forcibly evolved. My spirit beast is a 3rd grade class ancient wasteland clan member. Li Xingqian's tone was calm, yet it made the air instantly heated. He opened his palm, and a 3-tailed golden flame fox appeared gracefully. Its 3 golden tails were like 3 bright lamps, instantly illuminating the entire dorm room. The scorching spiritual pressure hit everyone's faces, leaving them all stunned. It wasn't rare for self-study candidates to possess third-grade spirit beasts, but a third-grade class ancient wasteland clan member was virtually extinct among self-study candidates. Are you really a self-study candidate? Hua Rongmei's voice trembled. Rin Ling's eyes widened. So the bold claims at the guest house weren't just bragging. Li Xingqian really did have a third-grade class ancient wasteland clan member. Ahem. Qin Pengzi cleared his throat, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Surely no one actually thinks a spirit beast forcibly evolved to fourth grade is stronger than a third-grade ancient wasteland clan member, right? The dorm fell into dead silence. After a long moment, Tainan took a deep breath. I have no objections. Hua Rongmei shrugged. I have no objections either. The strong rules supermai if the strongest becomes dorm leader, I naturally agree. The melancholy boy in the corner remained silent, neither supporting nor opposing. Just as everyone seemed to be reaching consensus, Rin Ling suddenly spoke coldly. But you're only in grade beast tamer. Your current spirit beast is from the ancient wasteland clan. But can you guarantee your next one will be too? Your next spirit beast will be grade, unable to even evolve to second grade. How can you be our dorm leader? The dormitory supervisor came to notify them that dorm leaders needed to collect uniforms and other study and living supplies for their roommates. As soon as the news broke, the freshmen who had been unpacking their luggage instantly perked up. Along the way, they had already seen the uniforms worn by upperclassmen tailored like suits with fabric that gleamed with a refined luster, naturally exuding the aura of aristocratic students as they walked. Now it was finally their turn, and who wouldn't be excited? Li Xingqian and Qin Pengzi rushed to the school equipment department following the supervisor's instructions. A long queue had already formed at the entrance, with students from various colleges waiting orderly at different windows. Roaring Tiger College, primarily gold and red, with a majestic tiger head emblem on the chest. Falling Maple College, primarily blue and red, with a crimson maple leaf as the emblem. The crowd was a tapestry of gold, blue, and red, like a brilliant sea. Li Xingqian watched with envy. Surely their self-study college uniforms wouldn't be too shabby either. Finally, it was their turn. Li Xingqian handed over the certificate issued by the dormitory supervisor. The person in charge of distribution was a young upperclassman who looked barely over 20, with several other upperclassmen behind him unpacking boxes, sorting sizes, and keeping records. Self-study college. The young man looked up, his gaze sizing up the two of them. Yes. Li Xingqian nodded. Snickers erupted all around them. Self-study students have the nerve to queue up here. Self-study students get uniforms? I've never seen them wear any. They do have them, but they're too embarrassed to wear them. They keep them hidden and only put them on for major school events. As a result, we regular students don't dare take off our uniforms, or we might accidentally be mistaken for self-study students. Li Xingqian felt his brow furrow. So collecting uniforms was such a rare occurrence? Why had the atmosphere suddenly turned so sarcastic? The young upperclassman smiled lightly, his tone polite but distant. You too might be mistaken. This counter handles uniforms for all colleges, except self-study college. Your uniforms are collected separately over there. He raised his hand and pointed toward a distant corner. There was only a small booth with 2 or 3 scattered people, and piled on the table were drab pullover uniforms. Light gray, monotonous in style. When placed alongside the colorful suit-style uniforms around them, they looked like a row of prison garb. Qin Pengzi was stunned. No way, those are ours. The crowd burst into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha, you didn't know? Those are the self-study student uniforms. Want the same treatment as us regular students? Dream on. Without distinction, how else would people recognize self-study students at a glance? A familiar shrill voice cut through the mockery. Li Xingqian turned around and sure enough, it was Huang Xiao, maintaining his usual young master demeanor, with the tiger head emblem gleaming brightly on his chest. How unlucky, running into you again. Qin Pengzi rolled his eyes. Huang Xiao sneered. Unlucky? You two self-study students cutting into the regular students' line, we're the unlucky ones. Get lost and go to your corner. Huang Xiao's lackey immediately sneered. I'm embarrassed for both of you. How do you even have the nerve to stand in our ranks? If I were you, I'd want to dig a hole and bury myself right now. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. The regular students were full of superiority, their natural arrogance seeming to weigh down the very air. They had been dazzling prodigies since childhood, accustomed to being surrounded by admirers. In their eyes, self-study students carried no weight. They only managed to carve out a path in the brutal graduation trials by forcing their first spirit beast to evolve through extraordinary means. But such actions came at a steep price. After their first spirit beast's potential was drained, self-study students would be stuck with this stagnant creature for a long time to come. Their only alternatives were to endure the excruciating pain of severing the beast bond and start over with a new cub. Either way, they could never keep pace with the regular students. Therefore, self-study students in every cohort had the lowest presence in the academy, constantly treated as stepping stones by the regular students. Li Xingqian's face darkened at the mockery. This was already his third encounter with Huang Xiao, and each time left him seething with anger. We self-study students are also students of this prestigious academy, Li Xingqian retorted coldly. No matter how we got in. What gives you the right to think we should feel ashamed? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Huang Xiao scoffed, patting the school emblem on his chest. Everyone knows you were supplementally admitted by the academy. The academy took pity on you and opened a backdoor under normal circumstances. You wouldn't even qualify. Your very existence lowers the academy's standards. Bullshit. Qin Pengzi's neck turned red with rage. We also came through the admission process. What right do you have to say we lower the standards? The senior in charge of distributing uniforms dropped his bag on the table and looked up with indifference. If you want respect, there's only one way to earn it. Here, let your strength do the talking. Arena match. Do you dare? Li Xingqian's heart sank. This senior was clearly siding with the regular students, obviously looking for entertainment. The other regular students grew excited at the suggestion, eager for action. New students had just arrived, and they were itching for a chance to flex their muscles. Using two widely acknowledged weakest self-study students to establish dominance couldn't be more perfect. Fine, let's fight. Qin Pengzi, provoked beyond reason, agreed on the spot. The next second, a senior from the self-study student registration area rushed over and grabbed Qin Pengzi's arm. Listen, I know you're angry, but don't let them goad you. They're trying to force you into agreeing to an arena match. Qin Pengzi Froza had indeed fallen into their trap. With his current abilities, he really couldn't defeat these people. Huang Xiao strolled forward leisurely, squinting with mockery. What's wrong? No strength and no dignity either? Don't you know that words once spoken are like water spilled? You can't take them back. He raised an eyebrow. Of course, backing down is fine too, as long as you admit that all self-study students are trash. Then we'll pretend this never happened. After all, no one expects trash to keep their word. The self-study student's senior's face also darkened, spiritual energy faintly flowing around his fingertips. You, Lu Qi, the senior in charge of uniforms on the regular student's side, frowned in warning. This is a conflict between freshmen. You're a third-year, you really going to interfere? Lu Qi frowned. Wasn't it you who deliberately set the trap? As a senior, not only do you fail to mediate conflicts among new students, you even deliberately fan the flames. Do you think that's appropriate? The senior student sneered coldly. Lu Qi, they're freshmen, so I can understand their ignorance. But how can you be so clueless too? He walked right into my trape. Isn't that because he's stupid? Idiots deserve to be bullied at the academy. The mocking voice echoed across the training ground, making the air feel as tense as if it had been pierced by needles. Lu Qi frowned, about to retort, when the chubby Chun beside him suddenly stepped forward, his plump fists clenched so tightly they cracked audibly. Senior Lu Qi, thank you for your kindness, but I'm really getting angry now, so no matter how strong they are, I'm going to fight them. Lu Qi looked at his stubborn expression with helplessness in his heart. He understood that self-study students would always face discrimination at elite academies, and this kind of hot-blooded confrontation was inevitable. Even if he could forcibly cancel today's arena match, similar humiliations would continue tomorrow and the day after. Rather than delay the inevitable, it was better to let the newly arrived self-study students face reality early, even if it meant swallowing their pride. It was a way to survive. Besides, the current self-study students weren't necessarily weak. 8 or 9 out of 10 self-study students had their spirit beasts undergo exceptional evolution, while many regular students' spirit beasts remained at grades 1 or 2. The real power surge usually came a month after enrollment, when evolution specialists invited by the academy would create customized evolution plans for regular students, the first major benefit for new students. This was precisely why self-study students generally couldn't compete with regular students after a month, but right now, the outcome was truly uncertain. The young man beside Huang Xiao stepped forward half a pace, his gaze sharp. Since you're so eager to court death, let me teach you a lesson. Li Xingqian tugged at Qin Pengzi's sleeve, whispering a reminder. Be careful. Anyone bold enough to challenge self-study students is most likely a grade 3 beast tamer, or an extremely strong grade 2. I know. Qin Pengzi nodded heavily, his palms sweaty. I'll probably lose 8 or 9 times out of 10. When that happens, brotherly, just fight with our spirit. Li Xingqian patted his shoulder. If you really can't win, I'm here. The group quickly walked toward the arena. The sudden arena match was like a signal flare, instantly drawing the attention of half the training ground. Even several teachers wearing dark robes with instructor badges embroidered on their chests stopped to watch from a distance. Standing on the arena, Qin Pengzi took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hand. Frost Ice Toad, come out. Cold mist exploded, and a palm-sized blue-white toad landed in the center of the arena, its skin crystalline like ice. Exclamations from the regular students below rose one after another. The Frost Ice Toad's aptitude was between B and A, extremely rare. Long Yaden, the top student of the entire grade at Jinshan Township's first intermediate academy, had only received a Great Spirit Beast as a reward. Li Yueming, who ranked second, got a Firefox that was merely between B and A. In comparison, Chimpanzee's spirit beast was definitely not inferior. A self-study student actually has such a good spirit beast? Unbelievable. I'm in a grade beast taming genius, and my first spirit beast was only grade. No wonder he's so confident. Does the frost ice toad have some ancient wasteland bloodline? Bah. Anyone can tell you didn't pay attention in spirit beast recognition class. Someone nearby rolled their eyes. Toad bloodlines are generally ancient, and they're quite difficult to breed artificially, so they're usually captured from the wilderness. Chimpanzee's Tianhan ice toad sparked quite a bit of discussion among the crowd. As onlookers whispered among themselves, he lifted his chin with quiet pride. This was the result of evolution achieved with Brother Lee's help. The young man across from him stared at the ice toad, looking it up and down before raising an eyebrow slightly. Well, this is truly unexpected. I thought you had achieved some breakthrough evolution with your spirit beast, but it turns out to be just a grade 2 Tianhan ice toad? With that thing, you made it to the top 3 in graduation practice? Where are you from? Is that place really so weak? Chimpanzee snorted coldly. Whether it's weak or not, we'll only know after we fight. Haha. When I say you're weak, you really are weak. The young man dismissively waved his hand, and a massive purple python over 20 meters long roared out from his spirit beast space. Its thick scales gleamed coldly under the lights. Purple python, go devour that toad. Li Xingqian immediately saw through the purple python's true nature grade 3 level aptitude. Serpents naturally counter toads, not to mention this one was a full grade higher. It wouldn't be easy for the Tianhan ice toad to win. The purple python swished its massive tail and opened its maw like a gaping bloody basin, charging at the Tianhan ice toad with overwhelming pressure. Tianhan ice toad jump. Chimpanzee swung his hand forcefully. The ice toad kicked off with its hind legs and leaped high into the air as the purple python's fangs grazed past its belly. Midair, the ice toad puffed up its throat and spat out a millstone-sized ice projectile that crashed thunderously onto the python's back. Bang! Frost scattered everywhere as the purple python's thick scales were dented, though it wasn't severely injured. The young man sneered. Ice-type spirit beasts are nothing special. Before his words finished, he pointed sharply, and the purple python swung its head, charging again at the ice toad falling from midair. Triple ice blast. Chimpanzee's voice rose. The ice toad spat continuously, 3 millstone-sized ice projectiles arcing through the air and striking the purple python's head in succession. Bang! 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 Amid the thunderous impacts, the purple python recoiled in pain, its upward attack forcibly deflected. The ice toad landed steadily while the purple python shook its head, momentarily dazed. The spectators gasped in amazement. Grade 2 fighting grade 3, and the ice toad wasn't falling behind. Most importantly, the purple python couldn't even catch it. Who is that guy? He's embarrassing us official students. A grade 3 struggling so much against a grade 2, I can't even tell who the real official student is. Huang Xiao's face turned ashen. He had originally assumed Chimpanzee was like other self-study students, relying on breakthrough evolution tricks, but he hadn't expected the opponent's spirit beast to have such good aptitude, even faintly surpassing grade superior spirit beasts of the same level. Li Xingqian was also secretly surprised. It seemed Chimpanzee hadn't been idle during this time. He remembered Chimpanzee inviting him, saying his father had hired an evolution master. Apparently, this person had not only helped with evolution but also guided battle strategies, making Chimpanzee's fighting style significantly more advanced. The battle on the arena went back and forth, dozens of rounds passing in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, the ice toad was ultimately only grade 2, unable to fully unleash the truly terrifying, freezing effects of ice-type abilities. After a brief stalemate, the ice toad's stamina gradually declined, its defense showed openings, and it was caught in the purple python's coils and thrown from the arena, losing narrowly. Though the purple python won, it was covered in wounds and looked quite battered. The momentum of the official students' camp was actually suppressed. The young man who had fought Chimpanzee was secretly alarmed. If that ice toad reached grade 3, he definitely wouldn't be a match. However, victory and defeat were decided. He still raised his head and sneered. Winners are kings, losers are bandit. Self-study students are still trash. Huang Xiao locked his challenging gaze on Li Xingqian. How about it? Want to win back a round for your self-study students? I can be your opponent. Of course, if you don't dare, then pretend I never said anything. Before Li Xingqian could respond, Lu Qi suddenly grabbed his arm. Don't be impulsive. I've heard about this young master. Huang has supposedly has a wasteland ancient beast, and it's grade 3 at that. You're no match for him. Speaking of wasteland ancient beasts, Lu Qi added, I heard him mention before that he also has a grade 3 wasteland ancient beast. Not sure if he was bragging, but if it's true, he definitely won't fear me, let alone you. Young Master Huang casually slipped his hands into his pockets, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he stared at Li Xingqian and drawled, Are you bluffing? As his words fell, the air seemed to be sucked out, and the entire corridor fell silent. The next second, mocking laughter erupted. Do you even need to ask? Of course he's bluffing. If he really had a wasteland ancient beast, How could he possibly be a self-study student? The academies would have snatched him up long ago. The crowd whispered among themselves, their mocking gazes unconcealed. Lu Qi also looked at Li Xingqian, both surprised and puzzled. Why would Li Xingqian fabricate such a lie, practically making himself a laughingstock? Amid the mockery, some students deliberately stirred up trouble. Young Master Huang, show him what's what. Let him understand what a real wasteland ancient beast is. I suspect he has at most some spirit beast with a bit of wasteland bloodline, like a frigid ice toad or something, and dares to brag about it everywhere. If he doesn't dare to fight, he's admitting he's a liar. Right, he definitely won't dare. Going up there would just be public humiliation. The pushing and jeering forced Li Xingqian into the spotlight, which was exactly what young Master Huang wanted. He had been looking for an opportunity to teach Li Xingqian a lesson. If Li Xingqian backed down today, he might as well forget about surviving in the academy. With all eyes focused on him, Li Xingqian suddenly smiled. Fine, if you want to fight, let's fight. But since we're both wasteland ancient beast tamers, we should make it interesting with some stakes. Young Master Huang sneered. Stubborn as a dead duck? Still trying to bluff at this point? You think acting calm will scare me off? Li Xingqian's expression flickered briefly, but he quickly recovered as if nothing had happened. The surrounding students, with their keen spiritual senses, naturally caught that momentary crack. Young Master Huang snorted coldly. You want stakes? Fine. 1,000 spirit crystals. Do you dare? 1,000 spirit crystals. Low gasps rippled through the corridor. The young master of the Huang family from Huanglong Township was indeed generous with his spending. Most students combined couldn't scrape together that much money. Even local students from Fengdu City reassessed young Master Huang's wealth. Lu Qi anxiously tugged at Li Xingqian's sleeve, whispering urgently, don't fall for it. He dares to set the stakes this high because he's absolutely confident. 1,000 spirit crystals is no small amount. Li Xingqian merely smiled faintly, with a hint of disdain. That's all the confidence you have? Only willing to put up 1,000 spirit crystals? How stingy. Young Master Huang's eyes widened. He considered himself generous, yet was called stingy to his face, and rage surged within him. 1,000 spirit crystals isn't enough. He looked Li Xingqian up and down suspiciously, his voice rising. Are you trying to avoid fighting me by deliberately making unreasonable demands about the stakes? Huang Xiao thought he had seen through Li Xingqian's intentions and immediately said, then tell me, how much are you betting? Li Xingqian lowered his head in serious thought, then after a moment announced a figure that made the entire crowd gasp. 8,000 spirit crystals. How about that? The air seemed to freeze, and the venue fell into dead silence. Even the usually composed Lu Qi was stunned. 8,000 spirit crystals? What on earth was going through this guy's mind? Huang Xiao first froze, then laughed mockingly. If you don't want to get on stage, just say so. Don't throw out such ridiculous numbers. 8,000 spirit crystals? I'd like to see if you even have that much. The regular students chimed in one after another. Do you really have that much money? Even Huang Xiao can't produce that amount. What makes you think you can? For any student, 8,000 spirit crystals was an astronomical sum. Even children from wealthy families couldn't possibly carry that much with them. I do have it. Li Xingqian calmly revealed his spirit crystal card, the balance clearly showing 8,000. Uproar erupted once again, everyone's pupils dilating in shock. Huang Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. What was this freshman's background to be even wealthier than him? He who had always prided himself as the top rich young master of Huanglong Township now felt his face burning with embarrassment. Lu Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His junior was clever enough to know Huang Xiao couldn't produce this amount. This way, if Huang Xiao didn't accept the challenge, it wouldn't count as Li Xingqian backing out at the last minute, and the self-study academy's reputation would be preserved. Huang Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling like he'd been played. Just when everyone thought Li Xingqian would get away with it, he suddenly asked again. How about this? I can see you can't produce that much. What's the maximum you can put up? His logic was simple. This fight had to happen today, and on that basis, he'd earn as much as he could. Huang Xiao's face turned livid with anger as he said through clenched teeth. I can put up 3,000 spirit crystals. With that, he also revealed his spirit crystal card, the balance of 3,000 striking to behold. A flash of admiration passed through Li Xingqian's eyes. As expected of Huanglong Township's premier genius from a distinguished family, 3,000 spirit crystals was indeed impressive. Fearing the other might back out, he immediately nodded. Good. 3,000 spirit crystals it is. Huang Xiao curled his lips in a cold smile. I'll make you regret your decision. Fatty Chen began to panic. Brotherly, he's so confident. Maybe we should just forget it? It would be such a shame to lose 3,000 spirit crystals. Face isn't as important as money. Li Xingqian shook his head. It's fine. I must win. He had already laid out his strategy in his mind. If the three-tailed golden flame fox couldn't suppress his opponent, he'd release the shadow hunter. Even with daylight limitations, as long as he could create shadows, there would be opportunities. If all else failed, he'd have Zhangqiong possess the golden flame fox. He saw clearly that in advanced academies filled with geniuses, strength couldn't be hidden. Only by creating an insurmountable gap that left everyone looking up in awe could he truly reach the pinnacle. Making money was equally crucial. He suspected the cost of the third evolution of changing heaven and fate would far exceed 1,000 spirit crystals, perhaps much more. Therefore, before gathering 3 third-grade spirit beasts to meet Sanchion's requirements, he had to earn enough spirit crystals, then complete the third evolution and astound everyone. Did you hear? The self-study students and regular students are going to have an arena match, and the stakes are huge. I heard it's 3,000 spirit crystals. 3,000 spirit crystals? Really? Where would freshmen get that kind of money? That self-study student is in for a world of trouble. Daring to bet so big against a regular student, this kind of thing hasn't happened at the academy in at least 10 years, right? In just moments, the entire academy was buzzing with excitement. The reason was simple: 3,000 spirit crystals. This amount was practically equivalent to most freshmen's entire fortune, and extremely rare even among upperclassmen. The older students were usually broke from constantly searching for materials for their spirit beast evolution, researching strategies, and consulting evolution masters. When they heard that 2 freshmen dared to wager 3,000 spirit crystals, they were all speechless with shock. Such high-stakes gambling was uncommon even among the senior students, let alone freshmen. The arena was instantly surrounded by spectators, packed layer upon layer with a sea of heads. Li Xingqian had originally just gotten into a momentary dispute with Huang Xiao, never expecting it would escalate to such proportions. Huang Xiao surveyed the dense crowd of onlookers, his eyes flashing with barely concealed delight. Many gifted newcomers yearned to make a spectacular debut in unfamiliar surroundings and catch the attention of important figures at the academy, and he was no exception. This arena match was exactly the stage he had been dreaming of. Li Xingqian, I really hope you can last a while longer so I can fully showcase my abilities. Huang Xiao's gaze was contemptuous, as if the outcome had already been decided. Li Xingqian smiled. Likewise, I also hope you won't go down in one hit, or all these spectators will have waited for nothing. Will that be disappointing? Just as they finished speaking, a teacher in academic robes stepped onto the arena. Huang Xiao thought the teacher was going to stop them and quickly clasped his hands. Teacher, please don't interfere. We're both willing participants, and we've agreed on the terms of the match. The teacher glanced at him indifferently. Who wants to meddle in your affairs? You two made such a commotion that the whole academy knows about it, so I was pushed into being the referee. Referee? Li Xingqian raised an eyebrow. The match with the chubby Gaichin earlier had no one officiating, but now things were getting official. The teacher raised his hand for silence, his voice cold and clear. Let me repeat the arena rules. 1. Both parties are beast tamers and may only command their own spirit beasts in battle. 2. Attacks are limited to the opponent's spirit beast only. Attacking the beast tamer directly is strictly forbidden. 3. Following the principle of stopping at the right moment, anyone who deliberately puts the opponent's spirit beast in mortal danger will be immediately disqualified. Li Xingqian and Huang Xiao looked at each other, both frowning. So many restrictions? To be honest, neither he nor his opponent intended to hold back. They both harbored the intention of at least killing each other's spirit beasts, which led to this arena match. If you understand, then answer me. The referee's voice boomed across the empty arena. Li Xingqian hesitated slightly. Do we really have to hold back? The referee gave him a long look and asked in return, Are you a self-study student? Yes. All the restrictive rules of the arena exist to protect the weak. You shouldn't question them. This statement made Li Xingqian frown deeply. Before the battle had even begun, before either had summoned their spirit beasts, he was already labeled as the weak one. To put it kindly, this was prejudice. To put it bluntly, it was a clear stance. Self-study students were weak, regular students were strong. Huang Xiao sneered coldly. Exactly. You think these restrictions are meant for us? They're clearly there to protect you overconfident fools. Below the stage, the regular students gathered in a circle burst into mocking laughter. Li Xingqian felt a mix of emotions after struggling so hard to get into this prestigious academy of his dreams. He was greeted with even more intense hostility than at his previous mid-level institution. The other self-study students who had been drawn to watch clenched their fists and gritted their teeth in silence. Li Xingqian's situation reflected their own awkward position within the academy. Dorm leader. Beat him. The sudden shout made Li Xingqian turn around to see his 4 roommates arriving. Hua Rongmei had the loudest voice, while Tainan stood beside him, clenching his fists in anger. Li Xingqian nodded. No problem, leave it to me. He turned to the referee and said firmly, I understand the rules. I will hold back appropriately. The referee studied him for a few more seconds, then raised his right arm high. The arena match officially begins. Huang Xiao was the first to summon his spirit beast. Buzz. A third-grade iron-backed gray bear roared as it landed, its metallic gray-black back armor reflecting cold light. Standing 12 to 13 meters tall, it looked like a moving fortress wall. My God, is this really a freshman? It feels stronger than me. Of course, he's probably this year's top freshman. Wasn't our year's top student the same? Surpassing upperclassmen right from enrollment. The Huang family from Huanglong Township. There are Huang family members on the Dragon Tiger rankings. First family of the township? Huh. They're a legendary beast tamer family. That self-study student must be regretting this to death. If it were me, I'd want to kill myself. Discussions erupted everywhere. Li Xingqian had to admit that evolving an ancient wasteland species to third grade before even entering school was indeed remarkable. Families like the Li family had spent years of savings just to buy Li Yueming a thunder ferret, and were stretched thin when it came time for actual evolution. Evolution itself wasn't the hardest part. The challenge was completing it without damaging the beast's potential. Yet this Huangshao's ironback gray bear had evolved to third grade without any damage to its potential. This clearly demonstrated that young Master Huang's family far surpassed the Li family by more than just a margin. Young Master Huang was well aware of this, which made him particularly proud. The iron-backed gray bear beside him, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder, with bulging muscles and a metallic gleam on its back armor, was one of the rare grade 3 ancient wilderness beasts among the new students. Even among the elite families of Fengdu City, it would be considered impressive. Bring out your spirit beast, young Master Huang called out provocatively, patting the bear's hard back. Didn't you claim to have a grade 3 ancient wilderness beast too? Show us. At these words, the watching students burst into laughter. Anyone who had truly seen a grade 3 ancient wilderness beast knew how ridiculously powerful they were. How could a mere self-study student possibly own one? Mocking gazes flooded toward Li Xingqian like a tide. Haha. Li Xingqian gave a lazy smile, seemingly unbothered by the ridicule. Look at you acting like you've never seen the world. It's just a grade 3 ancient wilderness beast. Is that really worth being so smug about? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a golden light appeared from thin air. A three-tailed golden flame fox landed silently. Though much smaller than the iron-backed gray bear, it possessed a pair of emerald vertical pupils and 3 trailing tails wreathed in golden flames. As the flames danced, scorching heat waves rushed forward, noticeably raising the temperature within dozens of meters. Li Xingqian smiled meaningfully. A grade 3 ancient wilderness beast? That's child's play. The scene fell dead silent. Young Master Huang froze in place, never expecting that a self-study student would actually possess a grade 3 ancient wilderness beast, and a genuine one with strength aptitude, not some damaged pseudo-ancient beast. How is this possible? Young Master Huang's voice suddenly shot up. If you have this kind of power, why are you a self-study student? What? Is there a problem with someone like me being a self-study student? Li Xingqian shrugged indifferently. In his hometown of Jinkin Village, he wasn't the only prodigious talent. There was also Long Yaden, also a self-study student, whose spirit beast was an ancient wilderness dragon. If young Master Huang knew that, his worldview would probably collapse. The crowd erupted again. My God, that looks like a 3-tailed golden flame fox. I heard the golden flames on its tails never extinguish and can reach thousands of degrees. If the ironback gray bear gets burned, it probably won't be able to handle it. Discussions rose and fell. Everyone knew that fire-type spirit beasts were incredibly fierce in battle, while the iron-backed gray bear, despite its impressive physique, lacked special attributes and was completely countered. Little fire fox, burn it to death, Li Xingqian commanded casually. The 3-tailed golden flame fox flicked its tail tip, transforming a ball of golden flame into a fire whip that lashed toward the iron-backed gray bear's hind leg. The bear's bulky frame made it too slow to dodge, and the flames instantly adhered to its thick leg. Within seconds, charred black spread rapidly, filling the air with an acrid burning smell. The searing pain made the iron-backed gray bear let out a deep, angry roar as it swung its massive fist toward the 3-tailed golden flame fox. But the fox's shadow flashed, nimbly avoiding the heavy punch, and instead swept its tail across the bear's face. Golden flames ignited again, causing the iron-backed gray bear to roar repeatedly as it frantically slapped its face with both paws, struggling to extinguish the flames, though large scorched marks had already appeared. Young Master Huang's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. He hadn't expected his iron-backed gray bear to fall into such a disadvantage. Logically, the bear's 2 greatest strengths, its iron hardback armor and explosive brute force, should have been enough to dominate opponents of the same rank. Yet against the 3-tailed golden flame fox, it gained no advantage whatsoever. But facing the 3-tailed golden flame fox, it couldn't gain any benefit at all. The 3-tailed golden flame fox was exceptionally clever, refusing to engage the iron-backed gray bear in direct confrontation. Instead, it exploited its golden flame's ability to instantly reach scorching temperatures, continuously targeting the bear's vulnerable spots. Its form moved like golden lightning across the arena, darting back and forth, now flashing behind the bear, now sweeping beneath its arms. Wherever the blazing tongues of fire passed, they left charred marks in their wake. With such high agility, the iron-backed gray bear simply couldn't catch the 3-tailed golden flame fox. Unless, a flash of ruthless determination suddenly gleamed in Huang Shao's eyes. He calculated an extreme strategy, since the three-tailed golden flame fox used its tail as its primary weapon, constantly lashing out. He would have the iron-backed gray bear risk the integrity of one arm to grab that tail if it could endure the searing burns for just a moment and follow up with heavy punches. Perhaps just a few blows would completely strip the three-tailed golden flame fox of its fighting ability. Iron-backed gray bear. Huang Shao barked. The massive bear understood, its eyes flashing with fierce light. It stomped the ground, and the instant the golden flame fox's tail swept toward it, the bear lunged forward, its iron clamp-like giant paw seized the flaming tail. Golden flames instantly spread, engulfing the bear's arm with crackling explosions. The iron-backed gray bear's muscles convulsed, yet it gritted its teeth and endured the searing pain, raising its other arm high like a stone hammer, smashing toward the three-tailed golden flame fox. Li Xingqian's heart tightened. Suddenly hadn't expected Huang Shao to choose such a mutually destructive fighting style. If the golden flames burned for just a few more seconds, they would pierce through the bear's arm. Huang Shao's intention was crystal clear. He would rather sacrifice the iron-backed gray bear's arm to deliver a devastating blow to the three-tailed golden flame fox. From the stands, Lu Qi couldn't help but protest loudly. Referee, this fighting style is far too brutal. It no longer conforms to arena combat rules. The referee, however, maintained a grave expression, silently watching the battle unfold. The fight had reached its climax. Though Huang Shao was indeed cruel, he hadn't violated any rules. This was simply his personal fighting style. Little firefox. Li Xingqian clenched his teeth. He didn't believe that in a true exchange of blows, the three-tailed golden flame fox would lose. The physique of ancient wilderness creatures was formidably. A few punches from the iron-backed gray bear might not be fatal to the fox, but the fox's flames would certainly burn through the bear's arm. The question was, why let his spirit beast suffer unnecessary injury? The cost of healing would be considerable. Shadow Hunter. Li Xingqian immediately summoned his second spirit beast. A black shadow leaped onto the arena, small in stature, gaunt and unsightly, appearing particularly fragile under the sunlight. Shadow hunters were extremely fast, but had always relied on darkness. Now, under the blazing sun, its appearance left everyone bewildered. The referee raised an eyebrow. This is Li Xingqian's second spirit beast? What kind of creature is this? As a referee, he was well experienced, yet he had never seen such a form. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to belong to the shadow element. But so frail-looking, what purpose could summoning it possibly serve? Before he finished speaking, the shadow hunter suddenly vanished into thin air. The next instant, it appeared beside the iron-backed gray bear's feet, its pitch-black scythe flashing out with a thud, slicing away a large chunk of flesh from the bear's leg. The sudden, excruciating pain caused the iron-backed gray bear's heavy punch to miss its mark. It roared and lifted its foot to stomp down hard, but the shadow hunter dissolved into shadow once again. How is this possible? The referee's eyes widened. Shadow-type spirit beasts indeed possessed stealth abilities, but it was daytime now, and there were virtually no shadows on the arena. How could it achieve such instant concealment and manifestation? Ho ho ho, this old man has indeed witnessed quite an interesting little fellow. The referee suddenly turned his head to see a disheveled old man who had appeared beside him at some point, and quickly bowed. Eldering. What exactly just happened? It's clearly daytime, and there are no shadows on the arena. How did it execute that stealth technique? Your cultivation isn't quite there yet. Are you certain there are no shadows on the arena? Eldering asked with a smile. The referee frowned slightly, scanning the arena before answering cautiously. If we're talking about shadows, the three-tailed golden flame fox and ironback gray bear do cast some shadows beneath their feet. But I clearly saw Li Xingqian's shadow-type spirit beast use its shadow dive ability without relying on any shadows. Look down more carefully. Eldering lifted his chin, gesturing for the referee to examine the ground again. Are you sure there are no other shadows? The referee looked down as instructed and suddenly understood. You mean those fine cracks in the arena floor? Exactly. Eldering tapped his cane lightly. One crack casts very little shadow, but what about 10 cracks? 100. The referee's pupils contracted as he murmured. So that shadow-type spirit beast merged all the shadows from the cracks into one hole. This requires extremely advanced shadow dive techniques. Can it really do that? Eldering nodded. That's why I said it was interesting. This is a grade 3 shadow hunter. Shadow hunters are authentic members of the ancient wasteland clans, so achieving this isn't surprising. Other shadow-type spirit beasts might not be able to pull it off. The referee was completely stunned. You mean Li Xingqian actually possesses a second grade 3 ancient wasteland clan member, and it's an extremely rare shadow-type spirit beast? He's just a self-study student. On the arena, ironback gray bear's arm was burned black by golden flames, even exposing white bone, while the three-tailed golden flame fox escaped nimbly with the shadow hunter's help. The match is decided. Li Xingqian wins, the referee immediately announced. There's no need to continue. 2 Grade 3 Ancient Wasteland, clan members' absolute dominance. Huang Xiao stood frozen in place, his face full of disbelief. Unfair. This isn't fair, he suddenly shouted. He cheated. Everyone saw it. Ironback Gray Bear was about to crush the 3-tailed golden flame fox with one heavy punch. But suddenly this weird-looking thing appeared and interfered with the match. The referee responded coolly. That spirit beast is Li Xingqian's second spirit beast. It's not cheating. Teacher, do you really expect me to believe that? Huang Xiao gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. That's clearly a shadow-type spirit beast. To use Shadow Dive under bright light requires considerable grade and talent. How could Li Xingqian possibly make his second spirit beast this powerful? I'm also an Ancient Wasteland clan beast tamer. I know exactly how much effort it takes to evolve an Ancient Wasteland clan member to grade 3. He couldn't possibly cultivate a second one to grade 3, especially not a shadow type. The referee's brow darkened. He was the referee, and his judgment was final. Now a freshman was publicly questioning him. So what are you trying to say? Huang Xiao stuck out his neck and roared. That shadow-type spirit beast definitely isn't Li Xingqian. Someone must be secretly helping him. Young Master Huang's words brought sudden clarity to everyone. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd of students erupted in chaos. Li Xingqian had someone secretly helping him behind the scenes, which finally made sense. Someone recalled the spirit beast that had appeared and vanished so suddenly earlier, whispering. That was clearly a shadow-type spirit beast from the Ancient Wasteland clan's Shadow Hunter. This creature specializes in countering beast tamers and has a fearsome reputation. Another person nodded in agreement. Don't forget Li Xingqian also summoned a 3rd grade 3-tailed golden flame fox. If he truly controlled 2 Ancient Wasteland clan beasts simultaneously, how could he possibly be just a self-study student? The academy would have admitted him with special honors long ago. Various speculations arose one after another, and the conversation quickly turned to disdain for self-study students. Self-study students are truly despicable. The cacophony of voices pierced Li Xingqian's ears like invisible blades. He raised an eyebrow, his voice turning ice cold. Winners are kings, losers are bandits. That's the academy's survival rule a certain senior brother taught me. I won, so I am king. Anyone who disagrees can challenge me anytime. He swept his gaze across the entire venue, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. Don't blame me for being harsh, but though I'm a self-study student, I've never considered you official students worth my attention. In my eyes, you're all trash. Want to fight? 3,000 spirit crystals per match, all challengers welcome. His arrogant declaration fell upon the crowd, and the surroundings instantly became dead silent. Questioning was easy, but risking one's life on stage was something not everyone dared to do. Moreover, no one wanted to face off against an Ancient Wasteland clan beast tamer. Just thinking about those 2 potentially existing Ancient Wasteland clan spirit beasts made everyone below the stage feel intimidated. At the edge of the arena, dormitory leader Hua Rongmei burst into laughter. Dormitory leader, so domineering. Ren Ling, who accompanied her, widened her eyes and sighed inwardly. This guy doesn't seem like a self-study student at all. Even among official students, he'd be a top-tier genius. Fatty Chin snorted coldly and turned to young Master Huang. Honor your bet and pay up. Transfer the 3,000 spirit crystals to Brother Li immediately. What? Is the Huang family of Huanglong Township planning to welch on their debt? Under everyone's watchful eyes, young Master Huang's face alternated between pale and flushed, and he could only grit his teeth and transfer the 3,000 spirit crystals to Li Xingqian's account. The referee teacher had already determined the outcome, and if he dared to renege at this moment, young Master Huang's reputation would be completely ruined. With the spirit crystals received, young Master Huang coldly declared, Li Xingqian, don't get too cocky. We'll see each other constantly in the academy. I'll settle this score sooner or later. Li Xingqian chuckled lightly, his voice casual yet bone-chilling. Don't worry, I'll keep you trampled under my feet. With that, he leaped down from the arena, landing silently. The crowd parted like a tide, consciously clearing a straight path for him. Fatty Chin caught up, his face beaming with joy. That was so satisfying. Brotherly, we should have taught that brat a harsh lesson long ago. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Li Xingqian smiled slightly, though his eyes remained ice cold. In the distance, Elder Ing behind the referee's seat watched Li Xingqian depart, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This year's resource competition tournament will be interesting. The Self-Study Student Academy has actually produced several promising talents. Perhaps they can truly hold their heads high before all the other academies. He paused, his gaze profound. I heard that young lady from the Long family is also in the Self-Study Student Academy. Li Xingqian became famous overnight. Now many people at the academy knew there was an incredibly powerful self-study student at the Self-Study Institute one who had even defeated young Master Huang. Who was young Master Huang? A legendary figure among the regular students. The Huang family of Huanglong Township was already renowned far and wide, no longer a family that could be defined as ordinary gentry. Even among the prestigious families of Fengdu City, they stood out prominently. More importantly, young Master Huang possessed the rare rank beast-taming talent and had contracted a spirit beast with ancient wasteland bloodline, evolving it all the way to grade 3, a truly top-tier genius. Because of this, young Master Huang had been closely watched by many interested parties even before enrollment. No one expected him to be crushed in the arena by a newcomer from the Self-Study Institute, and even fewer imagined that the Self-Study Institute harbored such a monster. The news spread rapidly throughout the academy. Conversations between teachers and students inevitably turned to Li Xingqian, and some had already dug up every detail about him. At the Intermediate Academy, he had consistently ranked at the Batoma True Nobody, with only frank beast-taming talent, the most worthless of the worthless. Yet during that graduation day test of spirit beast control, he achieved a rare resonance with his spirit beast, causing in Frank Firefox to leap directly to rank. After some unknown fortune, that Firefox further transformed into a three-tailed golden flame fox also carrying ancient wasteland bloodline, a formidable existence even among fox clans. The three-tailed golden flame fox was Li Xingqian's primary spirit beast. Even more terrifying was his second spirit beast, a shadow type, also from the ancient wasteland. According to Eldering from the Shadow Institute, it was a shadow hunter, equivalent to a top-tier assassin among shadow-type spirit beasts. Already naturally adept at countering beast tamers due to its shadow attributes, combined with assassin bloodline, it could be called the nemesis of nemesis, killing without a trace. No way? That terrifying? Is it really true? Discussions erupted everywhere. Of course it's true. Have you heard about the incident at Golden Silkworm Township? The Great Wasteland Organization sent numerous powerful fighters and nearly wiped out the entire township to capture the genius there. Li Xingqian single-handedly killed several grade 4 beast tamers, and now his name is on the Great Wasteland Organization's wanted list. My God, such a monster is actually at the Self-Study Institute. Meanwhile, in the Self-Study Institute dormitory, Hua Rongmei stood with her back to the mirror, tugging at the hem of her gray pullover uniform while frowning. This uniform is so ugly. Can we not wear it? Rinling flipped through the school regulations and replied, except for important academy events, we don't have to wear it daily. Though even wearing casual clothes around campus, people will still recognize us as Self-Study Institute students. That doesn't matter. Hua Rongmei shrugged. We are Self-Study Institute students anyway. I just think this outfit is too hideous hard to imagine it represents a high-level academy's aesthetic. Li Xingqian didn't join the complaints. He sat on the upper bunk, his light brain screen flickering. On the Academy Forum's homepage, 80% of new posts were discussing him. From background to battle records, from spirit beasts to personality, everything had been thoroughly investigated. Rinling was also browsing the forum when he suddenly looked up. Hey, what really happened at Golden Silkworm Township? The forum says besides you, there's another top-tier genius named Long Yaden who's also a self-study student. Even more incredible, that person is actually from the Long family. Someone from the Long family? Hua Rongmei was immediately shocked. The Long family stands as the foremost prestigious clan in Fengdu City, with some even claiming they've risen to become a noble house of the kingdom, far surpassing all other distinguished families in the region. The Long family boasts countless powerful warriors and prodigies, which made everyone present find it utterly incomprehensible that one of their geniuses would appear in the obscure Jinkin Township. It was common knowledge that while other beast-taming prodigies still took pride in controlling ancient tribes from the wasteland, the Long family's talents were obsessed solely with the rarer and more prideful wasteland dragon clans. At the edge of the training ground, numerous gazes focused on Li Xingqian and Fatty Chun. To be honest, until today, most people had barely heard of Jinkin Township among Fengdu City's 28 townships. It had long ranked at the bottom in both economy and resources. Yet now, not only had a monstrous genius like Li Xingqian emerged from there, but a Long family prodigy had also quietly taken root in that place. How could this not be shocking? Previously, outsiders had constantly discussed how Li Xingqian's beast-taming talent was only grade, the lowest tier. But now, no one mentioned this topic anymore. After all, a beast-tamer's combat power wasn't determined by talent. Talent merely limited the qualification level of spirit beasts one could control. Both of Li Xingqian's spirit beasts were grade ancient wasteland tribes, both reaching grade 3. This result gave him an edge in combat power over even those official students hailed as grade beast-taming prodigies. Li Xingqian remained silent. He was equally puzzled about why Long Yaden would appear in Jinkin Township, yet he could clearly sense Long Yaden's resistance and alienation toward her family. Haha, this is getting interesting. Hua Rongmei's eyes curved into crescents, her voice low but unable to hide her excitement. This year's departmental competition will be quite the spectacle for our self-study academy. With you, Li Xingqian, that Long family genius, and dark horses like Brother Chun, we might not be weaker than the other academies at all. Exactly, a nearby classmate chimed in. If only our self-study academy could secure more resources. In the end, We're not much worse than the official students were, just started a step later and received fewer resources, which led to falling behind at every turn. I think things will definitely improve this year. Tainan was thoroughly convinced by Li Xingchen, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Li Xingchen asked, the departmental competition is in a month? I heard the Academy will arrange for Evolution Masters to provide unknown guidance for students' Spirit Beast evolution during this time. That's right. Hua Rongmei nodded gently. But those assigned to our self-study academy are mostly mediocre evolution masters, or even evolution master apprentices. Rather than saying the academy is giving our self-study academy benefits, it's more like they're letting those apprentices practice on us. Evolution master apprentices? Li Xingchen frowned slightly. He didn't know much about the profession of evolution master, let alone what level an apprentice would be. Tainan added with a bitter smile. Usually within these 2 days, evolution masters will come to create unknown evolution plans for us. But for someone like me who's already forced their spirit beast's evolution to grade 4, they can't help much. To get the advancement quota through graduation practice, we've already pushed our spirit beast's qualifications to their limits. Meanwhile, those official students haven't undergone forced evolution yet, so they can steadily improve under the evolution master's guidance without damaging their qualifications. In the departmental competition a month from now, their strength will likely far exceed ours. Brotherly, Fatty Chin suddenly interjected. If they're only assigning evolution master apprentices to us, it'd be better if you just created evolution plans for everyone directly. Brotherly, you're also an evolution master? Hua Rongmei immediately pressed. Well, not really. Li Xingchen shook his head and admitted frankly. I can only see the evolution paths for grade 3 and below spirit beasts. I can't see anything for grade 4 and above, so I don't consider myself an evolution master. Brotherly, you're being way too modest. My frost ice toad evolved thanks to you, so you're definitely better than those evolution master apprentices. Rin Ling froze instantly, turning to ask, so you're saying Brotherly helped evolve your water toad into a frost ice toad? Exactly. Pretty amazing, right? The person nodded proudly. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in amazed chatter again, all eyes turning to Li Xingchen. This usually low-key, almost invisible classmate now seemed to glow with an aura of his own. Tainan's eyes lit up as he stepped forward eagerly. Brotherly, could you help evolve my spirit beast? Li Xingchen slowly shook his head. I can only handle 3rd grade and below. Anything above 3rd grade is beyond my abilities. Tainan sighed in disappointment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Makes sense. If you could really evolve 4th grade beasts into 5th grade, you'd already be a sought-after evolution master in Fengdu City. Why would you still be here as a student? Meanwhile, Hua Rongmei focused her mind and raised her finger slightly, causing a young eagle to materialize out of thin air. Only the size of her head, it perched obediently on her shoulder with downy feathers not yet fully developed, though its sharp beak already showed fierce promise. Li Xingchen's gaze sharpened as his system panel instantly displayed clear data grade aptitude, howling wind, eagle beast. His eyes brightened, and a grade aptitude howling wind, eagle beast. Hua Rongmei's lips curved into a slight smile, as expected of Brotherly, so precisely identified. Most people would just think it's an ordinary eagle beast. Li Xingchen nodded inwardly without the system's prompt. He wouldn't have recognized the name either. Then he raised an eyebrow. You've already maxed out the compatibility with your first spirit beast to 100? That's incredibly fast. By normal logic, he achieved such efficiency through system enhancement, but Hua Rongmei had accomplished the same feat without any additional boost. Truly remarkable. Hua Rongmei laughed softly. Actually, I abandoned that breakthrough evolved spirit beast. I didn't want to slow down my future growth by being reluctant to let it go. So decisive, Chen Pongzi exclaimed in amazement. Most people spend a fortune to break through evolve their spirit beasts, and once the combat power takes shape, they can't bear to let go. They can only force the compatibility to 100 before contracting a second one. Hua Rongmei shrugged. Hee, my family initially disagreed, but eventually let me follow my own ideas. She spoke casually, as if that expense was no more than buying a cup of milk tea. Tainan scratched his head enviously. That back and forth must have cost at least several thousand to 10,000 spirit crystals, right? Breakthrough evolution was inherently expensive. If the spirit beast itself had a grade, or even grade aptitude, pushing it from 3rd grade up was barely manageable, costing around 5,000 spirit crystals. But if it was grade aptitude, the cost started at 7 to 8,000 spirit crystals. Many candidates gritted their teeth and spent the money to compete for spots at prestigious academies, only to fall behind regular students at the starting line, making subsequent progress even slower. Like Hua Rongmei's approach, first breakthrough evolving, then completely severing the bond to start fresh with a grade aptitude spirit beast required an additional 2 to 3,000 spirit crystals. While a grade aptitude couldn't match the astronomical prices of ancient wilderness clan cubs, it easily cost 2 to 3,000 spirit crystals, an expense most families simply couldn't afford. It seemed that Hua Rongmei also came from a prestigious family, which was quite normal. After all, students who could make the leap from small towns to Fengdu City almost all had substantial family backgrounds. Those from ordinary families like Shenyu, who needed work-study programs, were relatively rare. She lowered her head slightly and respectfully presented the contract crystal containing her spirit beast with both hands, her tone solemn. Brotherly, could you help me examine the evolution path for this howling wind eagle? To be honest, I don't have much confidence in those evolution apprentices. My family's funds are nearly depleted, and we can't afford to hire a formal evolutionist now. If Brotherly is willing to provide me with a plan, I'll owe you first and definitely repay you in full once I have the money. Li Xingqian took the crystal, his thumb rubbing against its smooth surface. Though he had already discerned the 3 special evolution paths for the howling wind eagle, he merely nodded calmly. All right, let me study it first. I haven't had much contact with flying-type spirit beasts, so I'll need to consult some materials. His tone was calm, but he didn't immediately provide an answer knowing too little about Hua Rongmei's background. He was reluctant to act rashly. Qin Pengzi, standing nearby, had already noticed Li Xingqian's concerns and smoothly mediated. Right, right. Let Brotherly take a closer look. Besides, we can first hear what the evolutionist assigned by the Academy has to say. We don't necessarily have to follow their plan, right? Hua Rongmei smiled gracefully and nodded gently. Naturally. The Academy's evolutionist only provides suggestions without mandatory requirements. They're more interested in using our spirit beasts to validate their own plans, so they might try to persuade us with various appealing reasons. Just listen to what they say. Over the following days, evolutionists gradually arrived at the Academy. White tents were temporarily erected in front of various departments, with students queuing to bring their spirit beasts inside for evaluation. When Li Xingqian and his friends wandered around campus, they discovered that Tiger Roar Academy and Dragon Chan Academy had 5 or 6 tents each with manageable queues, while the Self-Study Academy had only 2. Even more striking was the arrangement. Other departments had formal evolutionists sitting in front with apprentices learning behind them, but the Self-Study Academy was exactly the opposite. Young apprentices sat in front, while older evolutionists stayed in back, seemingly unconcerned about whether the apprentices' plans were reliable. With fewer people and even fewer tents, the Self-Study Academy simply had entire dormitories enter simultaneously. When Li Xingqian's dormitory's turn came, they lifted the tent flap and entered. The first thing that caught their eyes were 2 young evolutionists in the front row, a man and a woman about their age, but with arrogant expressions and contempt in their eyes that surpassed even that shown to regular students. Qin Pengzi muttered under his breath, "What are they showing off for?" Hua Rongmei leaned over to explain. "Don't you know? Evolutionists have much higher status than beast tamers in the Alliance. Those 2 in front are not only beast-taming prodigies themselves, but also study evolution. The senior is from Tiger Roar Academy, the senior sister from Phoenix Song Academy. Both are figures on the Dragon Tiger rankings and personal disciples of evolution masters. Don't you think they have reason to be arrogant?" As the 2 were quietly exchanging information, the senior had already impatiently lifted his eyelids, his voice cold. "What are you muttering about? Hurry up and display your spirit beasts. If you don't want evolution plans, then get out and don't waste time. There are others waiting in line behind you." Timin immediately summoned his grade 4 giant bear beast, which stood 20 to 30 meters tall and nearly burst through the tent's roof. As the giant bear beast's 4 limbs touched the ground, the earth trembled violently. Its steel-like muscles gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the lights, and its heavy breathing swept across everyone's faces like hot wind. Ordinary people would show reverence when encountering a grade 4 spirit beast, but the senior examiner merely glanced up with an indifferent sweep of his eyes. All right, put it away. Another forced evolution case," he said dismissively, waving his hand impatiently. "Can't you Self-Study Academy students think beyond the short term? You've pushed your spirit beasts down to grade aptitude, and you still want to reach grade 5? Absolutely hopeless." Next, though Timin had anticipated this outcome, the words still left his face ashen. He could only recall his giant bear beast as the massive creature dissolved into spiritual light and vanished into the spirit beast space, letting out an unwilling roar before disappearing that made the tent's beams shake continuously. Timin hung his head and stepped aside, bitter inside. If not for competing for the top 3 in pre-graduation practice, he wouldn't have forced the evolution, yet now he was completely dismissed as short-sighted. Li Xingqian stood in the outer circle, somewhat shocked by what he witnessed. Though the senior's words were harsh, his judgment was razor-sharp. Had determined the giant bear beast's grade aptitude at a single glance, something even Li Xingqian hadn't noticed. By conventional wisdom, a spirit beast with hopes of reaching grade 5 needed to maintain at least grade aptitude. Grade was already difficult, while grade was considered safe. As for grade, it virtually guaranteed no possibility of further evolution. No wonder Timin had been in low spirits since entering. Timin returned to the back of the line as Rin Ling's turn came. Rin Ling took a deep breath and summoned his grade 3-star lightning rhino beast. Silver-gray electric arcs danced along its horn with crackling sounds, though not as imposing as the giant bear. it still appeared formidable. The senior's gaze lingered on the rhino beast for only half a second before he curled his lip coldly. Same as the last one, but you're even worse. At least he pushed his giant bear to grade 4. Your star lightning rhino dropped to grade aptitude at only grade 3. Further evolution? Virtually impossible. Next, Renling's shoulders sagged as he sighed helplessly. The senior's complaints continued unabated. They actually assigned me to the self-study academy, nothing but a bunch of forced evolution cases. You've exhausted your spirit beast's potential yourselves, and now you come looking for evolution masters. His tone was condescending, with disgust plainly evident. Renling wanted to argue, but ultimately remained silent like Timon. He understood the reality. Their only chance might be contracting a second spirit beast in the future, but that remained a distant prospect. Next came the turn of the gloomy-looking youth. The youth first glanced at Li Xingchen before extending his hand to open his spirit beast space. Black mist churned as a grade 2 shadow hunter silently emerged from the shadows. Compared to Li Xingchen's, this one was smaller in build, with semi-transparent scythe arms that seemed ready to dissolve into the air at any moment. Oh, now this is interesting. For the first time, the senior gave it proper attention, his eyes showing genuine curiosity. Not a forced evolution. It's a grade 2 shadow hunter, isn't it? That person the academy's been buzzing about lately, could that be you? For the first time, he set aside his casual indifference, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. Hua Rongmei was surprised even the senior had heard about this incident. Actually, the male lead is. Before Hua Rongmei could finish speaking, the senior shot him a cold glare and said indifferently that they had naturally heard about the self-study student who wagered 3,000 spirit crystals in a battle against a formal academy genius and achieved a resounding victory. It wasn't that they paid much attention to it, but many people were discussing it. So even if they didn't want to listen, bits and pieces of gossip inevitably reached their ears. Still maintaining that condescending tone, he dismissed the school-wide sensation as mere gossip. Li Xingchen frowned slightly, secretly marveling at this person's arrogance. The female senior standing beside him, however, became intrigued, her gaze falling on the melancholy youth and his shadow hunter. Being stared at by so many people, the youth's ears turned slightly red as he nervously glanced at Li Xingchen. The senior refocused his attention on the spirit beast, speaking at a measured pace. It seems reality doesn't match the rumors. I knew the self-study academy couldn't possibly possess a shadow hunter of ancient wasteland clan caliber. This one isn't purebred, it's probably an artificially bred substitute, with barely a grade aptitude, right? The melancholy youth remained silent, but nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The senior began contemplating evolution paths. The female senior from Fengming Academy opened her electronic screen and suddenly reminded him. I remember a shadow-type spirit beast manual mentioning that shadow hunters can evolve into shadow demons or dark demons. The senior quickly responded, shadow demon is superior, but that's a special evolution route with extremely difficult planning requirements. Evolving into a shadow stalker would be much easier. The female senior nodded in agreement, but admitted she couldn't provide a complete shadow demon evolution plan. In fact, a shadow stalker was merely an enhanced version of a shadow huntera level increase that couldn't truly be called evolution. The two worked side by side on the electronic screen, rapidly searching through data. Streams of information flashed across the light screen as they finally generated a shadow stalker evolution plan and handed it to the melancholy youth. Behind them, the true evolution master remained silently observant throughout. Seeing this, Li Xingchen had already reached his conclusion these two were merely half-baked apprentices. Shadow demons and dark demons were actually common evolution paths, yet they couldn't even produce the most basic plans, revealing their mediocre foundation. The melancholy youth took the plan and retreated to Li Xingchen's side, looking down to examine it carefully. Li Xingchen raised his hand and patted the youth's shoulder gently. Meeting his gaze, the youth seemed to instantly understand something and stuffed the plan into his pocket untouched. Next came Hua Rongmei's turn. He summoned his howling wind eagle, its talons sharp and wings stirring up gusts of wind with each beat. Its structure was much simpler than the shadow hunters, and the senior quickly drafted an evolution plan. Hua Rongmei immediately presented the plan to Li Xingchen. Brotherly, what do you think? This action immediately wounded the senior's pride. He demanded coldly, what's the meaning of this? You're showing our plan to another self-study student for review? Does he understand evolution studies better than us? A mere self-study student, are you insulting us? Growing more agitated, he recalled how the melancholy youth had crumpled his plan and shoved it into his pocket, fueling his anger further. And you, that bangs kid, think my plan is inferior? Since when do self-study students dare put on such airs? Do you even deserve to? As Hua Rongmei was about to explain, Li Xingchen spoke calmly. No need to look. This is just a common evolution path for Howling Wind Eagle, a waste of potential. Your Howling Wind Eagle could completely evolve into a Sky Wind Eagle. Got it, brotherly, I understand. Without hesitation, Hua Rongmei flicked his wrist and tore the plan into shreds. Paper fragments scattered as the senior flew into a rage, How dare you? You actually tore up my evolution plan. And you, spouting nonsense, how could a howling wind eagle possibly evolve into a sky wind eagle? The sky wind eagle beast. This is an extremely powerful reconnaissance spirit beast that is said to soar straight up into the clouds. With its sharp eyesight, it can spot objects on the ground from dozens of kilometers high in the sky. Its greatest value lies in hovering at a safe altitude and scouting the surrounding area within dozens of kilometers for its beast tamer. Beast tamers who can contract this type of spirit beast are highly sought after in any elite team. However, if it's just the ordinary evolved version of the howling wind eagle beast, its reconnaissance capabilities drop dramatically, making it merely standard equipment that can only get into regular teams. The treatment between the two is vastly different. The senior student sneered dismissively and interrupted with a cold laugh. In theory, the howling wind eagle beast could indeed evolve into a skywind eagle beast, but that's just theory. The Skywind Eagle Beast shares the same origin as the ancient Wasteland clan, making evolution extremely difficult. Only master-level evolution specialists or evolution grandmasters possess the complete formula. Can you afford to hire them? Hua Rongmei glanced at Li Xingqian. Howling Wind Eagle beasts weren't rare. Although flying-type beasts were overall less common than ground-based types like wolf beasts and tiger beasts, they were still well known to the public. Anyone could flip through reference materials and find the notation. Howling Wind Eagle Beast may undergo special evolution to become Skywind Eagle Beast, though that evolutionary path was extremely obscure. His unhesitating decision to tear up the evolution plan the senior had handed over was a gamble, betting that Li Xingqian truly knew that hidden route. After all, Chun Xiushi had mentioned that his own frostbite ice toad was evolved by Li Xingqian from a low-aptitude water toad through an even more demanding special route. The lower the water toad's aptitude, the harder the special evolution becomes. In contrast, his Howling Wind Eagle Beast already had a great aptitude, so the difficulty should be lower. Hua Rongmei wanted to make a big bet. The senior girl nearby looked up in surprise. You? Could you be that self-study student who defeated Huang Kai? The senior boy also turned his head sharply. Is that you? Just now that person wasn't. Li Xingqian couldn't be bothered to say much to them and looked directly at the consistently silent young man. Don't use their plan. I'll help you evolve your shadow hunter into either a shadow demon or dark shadow fiend. You choose. The brooding young man's eyes instantly lit up. He nodded solemnly, then mimicked Hua Rongmei's action by tearing the paper slip from his pocket into shreds on the spot. What? You're saying you can evolve a shadow hunter into a shadow demon or dark shadow fiend? The senior boy exploded like a cat with its fur standing on end, slamming the table as he shot up. Are you joking? Or are you just putting on airs in front of us? You're merely a self-study student, yet you dare to boastfully offer evolution plans to others, and even special evolution plans that only master-level evolution specialists can provide. Li Xingqian sneered coldly. Now I understand why everyone says the evolution plans the Academy provides to self-study students are just practice projects for evolution master apprentices. With your level of competence, how dare you mislead students here? The senior's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and just as he clenched his fists, Li Xingqian had already turned around to address the evolution master who was overseeing the proceedings. I don't know what level of evolution master you are, his voice was cold and hard. But you allowed your student to present such a ridiculous evolution plan to fool people without a single word of restraint. Either you're treating the spirit beasts of us self-study students as experimental materials, or your own abilities are just as mediocre. The evolution master was about 30 or 40 years old, with fair skin and a scholarly air, clearly not the type of beast tamer who spent years traveling the wilderness under sun and wind. Behind his slightly furrowed brow, however, lay suppressed anger. Young man, I've heard about some of your achievements, he maintained a gentle tone. But your earlier mention that shadow hunters can evolve into shadow demons, and howling wind eagles can evolve into sky wind eagles, doesn't justify your contempt for others' expertise. Compared to the aggressive senior, this evolution master's attitude was more like that of a true teacher, restrained in words, yet sharp-edged. Li Xingqian, however, had no interest in further explanations. He had already seen clearly that the other party couldn't provide any valuable solutions, so he was too lazy to reveal his two spirit beasts. Self-evolution after unlocking the third level of defying fate would be the most reliable approach. He waved to his companions. Let's go. Also, please tell all the self-study students anyone whose spirit beast has aptitude below 3rd grade can come to me for evolution plans. I don't dare claim to be exceptionally brilliant, but I'm definitely more reliable than these half-baked apprentices. At this point, his anger could no longer be contained. Ugly uniforms were one thing, but treating students' spirit beasts as practice materials was blatant discrimination. If Hua Rongmei and that melancholy young man actually followed the evolution plans they had just received, their originally promising spirit beasts would only become more ordinary with each evolution, eventually becoming unremarkable among all beasts. For those self-study students who had bet everything to get into advanced academies, This was tantamount to destroying their futures. Li Xingqian resolved that as long as a spirit beast's aptitude didn't exceed 3rd grade, he was confident he could provide the most reasonable evolution path. The evolution master looked at him deeply, but before he could respond, the senior beside him was already laughing with anger. Huh. This is the first time I've seen such a stubborn student. Fine, since you self-study students don't need us evolution masters, we're packing up. With those words, he pulled the senior girl and the evolution master away, even calling over the evolution masters and apprentices from the neighboring stalls to leave together. This sudden turn of events left everyone in the self-study academy completely bewildered. They hadn't even figured out what was happening when the evolution masters simply left. The students were still completely bewildered, but the leadership of the self-study college was absolutely furious. The evolution masters had actually walked off the job. This was practically equivalent to the self-study college voluntarily giving up the precious opportunity provided by the academy. The self-study students already had weak foundations, and without the help of evolution masters, they would be even less of a match for other colleges in the inter-college competition for new students in a month. The college leadership frantically investigated the cause, only to discover that the culprit was actually a student from their own self-study college. The student had boldly declared, "The evolution masters sent by the academy are incompetent. I'll draft the evolution plans for the self-study college myself." When this news broke, the leaders were instantly petrified. They had never seen such an audacious self-study student. Even if the evolution masters were just apprentices, they came from Tiger Roar College and Phoenix Song College, and both were powerhouses on the Dragon Tiger rankings. How could it be a self-study student's place to criticize them? The news instantly spread throughout the academy forum, shooting to the top of the trending topics. Only then did people recognize that this boastful self-study student was none other than Li Xingqian, who had defeated Huang Kai just days earlier. The comment threads were buzzing with discussion. What's Li Xingqian up to now? Did beating Huang Kai go to his head? He probably got a taste of success and wants to keep pulling stunts to become a celebrity figure at the academy, hoping to catch the attention of higher-ups and get directly recommended for the Sun Moon rankings. Others dug up the supposed truth. Li Xingqian thought the Beastmaster apprentices sent by the academy were too incompetent and would mislead students, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Naturally, the evolution masters were furious and walked off the job on the spot. The ones truly suffering the biggest headache were actually the self-study college leaders. Self-study students had always ranked last, and now they'd lost even the support of evolution masters. In a month, while others would make tremendous progress, they'd still be stuck in place. Will that make them the most pathetic in academy history? Many self-study students even began anonymously cursing Li Xingqian on the forum. At this moment, Li Xingqian was lazily browsing the forum, watching himself being pushed into the eye of the storm. Li Xingqian, we know you're proud and ambitious. You just defeated Huang Kai, and you're our self-study college's star prospect, but you can't destroy the future prospects of other students. Several self-study college leaders had crowded into the dormitory, each with their brows furrowed into knots. Facing Li Xingqian, their feelings were complicated. Li Xingqian was indeed one of the top new student powerhouses in the self-study college. Setting aside his beast-taming talent, just those 2 third-grade ancient wasteland clan beasts were formidable enough, and he had a solid future ahead of him, so the college valued him extremely highly. But his ability to cause trouble was equally astounding, making him both beloved and feared. Even when angry, they didn't dare lose their temper with him. Nearby, Chen Pongzi and the others kept their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly, since all the visitors were self-study college leaders, big shots who were usually as elusive as dragons, now crammed into their dormitory room. Li Xingqian spoke earnestly. I originally didn't want things to escalate to this point, but seeing their ridiculous evolution plans, I simply couldn't stand it anymore. His howling wind eagle beast could clearly evolve into a sky wind eagle beast, and his shadow hunter could obviously become a shadow demon. Yet they proposed ordinary evolution paths for both. Isn't this just wasting the spirit beast's potential? Are you really willing to let that happen? The conference room fell silent. Several academy leaders exchanged glances, embarrassment and helplessness written across their faces. The eldest dean sighed softly. I understand your frustration, but this is exactly the predicament our self-study academy faces. We're at the bottom in terms of performance, so every time the institute allocates resources, we're last in line. The same goes for evolution masters. The excellent ones get poached, leaving us with only apprentices. Another leader added, you're also from the self-study academy, so you should understand the situation. Most candidates have already exhausted their spirit beast's potential before arriving at the advanced institute. Cases like Tai Nan's are common. The institute doesn't think it's worth assigning official evolution masters, which is part of the reason. They all shook their heads helplessly. They knew the institute discriminated against the self-study academy, but they couldn't fight the rules. The strong prevail. Resources flow to the top-ranked departments. That was reality. Li Xingqian surveyed everyone, his tone steady yet sharp. So, I'll draft evolution plans for the self-study academy students. I'm confident with 3rd grade and below, 4th grade and above are beyond my capabilities, but aren't those two evolution master apprentices equally powerless? The leaders exchanged glances. The dean said gravely, Xingqian, you're indeed an excellent beast tamer, but evolution masters and beast tamers are two different paths. Evolution masters focus on studying evolution, deciphering bone patterns, bloodlines, and ancient texts. It's not something you can master just by reading books. Li Xingqian understood their distrust. Then let me prove myself with those two spirit beasts. First I'll evolve the howling wind eagle beast into a sky wind eagle beast, and the shadow hunter into a shadow demon. Then you'll know whether I'm qualified. The dean stared at him and suddenly asked, your three-tailed golden flame fox and shadow hunter, did you personally evolve them too? Yes. Li Xingqian nodded frankly. His words sent shockwaves through everyone present. Even Li Xingqian's roommates widened their eyes. Though Chun Pongzi had suspected this, he still couldn't help but gasp. They had spent every day together at the intermediate academy. Who could have imagined that this former waste had quietly mastered profound evolution master knowledge? Could there have been a hidden expert guiding him? The dean took a deep breath and turned to the two students, Hua Rongmei and the brooding young man. Are you willing to have your spirit beasts evolve according to his plans? Yes. Hua Rongmei agreed without hesitation. The brooding young man also nodded his consent. The dean pondered for a moment, then made his decision. Fine. If you can truly evolve the howling wind eagle beast into a sky wind eagle beast and the shadow hunter into a shadow demon, I'll allow you to create evolution plans for other self-study academy students. However, I do have time conditions. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.